Chapter 1. Perhaps time has passed too long, and some have forgotten our Gu family. What do you think we should do? In the vast realm of Song, the Gu family resides. Inside the brightly lit Hall of Freedom, dozens of figures stand solemnly, holding their breath in anticipation. As corpses are brought forth, an overwhelming aura of death begins to pervade the hall. Before the members of the Gu family lay 3 bodies. These youthful faces, once symbols of vitality, now lie motionless on the ground. The elders in the hall remain silent, their fingers tightly clenched, a palpable murderous intent radiating from them. Yet, when they lift their gaze to the figure seated upon the high platform, their fury dissipates like mist. Seated on the elevated dais is a man clad in a white brocade robe, his face as flawless as jade, exuding an ethereal grace. His phoenix-like eyes, devoid of emotion, gaze upon the lifeless forms before him. This is Qingxiao, the prodigious scion of the Gu family, who was taken under the wing of the patriarch at birth. 2 years prior, after emerging from the ancestral tomb, he was directly appointed to the position of the Gu family's divine son. Many young aspirants sought to claim this title, but despite their collective efforts, none could withstand a single strike from Qingxiao. In that moment, they realized a true prodigy had emerged within the Gu family. However, since ascending to his position, Qingxiao has displayed an air of indolence, as if devoid of motivation to act, preferring a life of apathy. The recent deaths of 3 disciples had prompted the elders to seek the family head, Gu Santian, but he instructed them to consult the divine son, as the deceased were his followers. Observing the divine son's languid demeanor, they felt a profound sense of helplessness. Qingxiao sighed as he surveyed the bodies. He is not of this world in his previous life. He was merely an ordinary office worker from Blue Star, with a beautiful girlfriend he supported through her studies. She had promised that once she graduated, they would marry. Yet, upon her graduation, she chose to end their relationship. That day, his faith shattered. He neither cried nor protested. Instead, he invited her for a walk and leaped into the river with her. As an orphan with no ties, he felt this was his final act of defiance. No one would deceive him, Qingxiao. To his astonishment, he awakened in a different world, where the mythical demons and deities were commonplace, and powerful cultivators could obliterate the very fabric of existence. Upon realizing his identity, he chose to embrace his apathy, reveling in his elevated status, formidable physique, and powerful lineage, believing he had reached the pinnacle of life. After enduring oppression in his past life, he yearned only for a life of leisure. However, a voice resonated in his mind one day. Destined villain system loading complete. Having read similar novels in his previous existence, Qingxiao disregarded it, believing none could impede his leisurely existence. Thus, 2 years slipped by in this state of indifference. Yet, as he gazed upon the 3 followers who once stood by his side, now lying lifeless, his mood darkened. Members of the Gu family were expected to venture out for training at a certain age, and these 3 had vowed to protect him when they became powerful. Now, they returned only as corpses. I care not from which family you hail. If you seek to seize my sacred medicine, you are unworthy. When I attain mastery, your family shall be annihilated. You have slain my kin, now I will take your life. But do tread slowly, lest your family fail to catch up with you. These were the final words transmitted to him by the 3 before their demise. Divine Son, we can no longer protect you. If there is a next life, we... Upon hearing their last utterances, Qingxiao's tranquil heart trembled. Suppressing his emotions, he rose and walked towards the exit. The onlookers in the hall fell silent, parting to allow him passage. As he approached the bodies, his gaze lingered, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Upon exiting the hall, Qingxiao melded with the night, an overwhelming aura of darkness enveloping him. He lifted his gaze to the starry sky and smiled. If fate decrees thus, then let the heavens be destroyed as well. Let us lay them to rest. At dawn, we shall emerge from the Gu family and strike. Qingxiao's voice, calm yet chilling, resonated through the hall, igniting a spark of determination in those present. In the ancestral tomb, 3 figures had gathered. Qingxiao is enraged. We old ones have been complacent, not realizing we have nurtured this young man into such a character. After 2 years, he has finally changed. I fear his actions may be too extreme this time. What constitutes extremity? This is merely liberating others from suffering. If you have nothing to say, then remain silent. Ah, indeed, liberating others from suffering. Once they descend into the abyss, they ought to thank us. Their fates were never favorable this time. We merely expedited their exit. In their next life, should they be reborn into better circumstances, they will owe us their gratitude. I particularly appreciate Qingxiao's words. If fate decrees thus, let the heavens be destroyed. Our Gu family's divine son exudes such majesty. Perhaps this truly provoked him. The calmer one is, the more intense the eruption. I wonder what means Qingxiao will employ. What means? We shall see tomorrow. At dawn, as the sun rose, a solitary figure stood at the entrance of the hall, serene in demeanor, gazing at the newly risen sun. Upon the arrival of the Gu family members, they halted, equally still in reverence. Previously clad in white brocade, Gu Qingxiao now donned a red robe adorned with golden threads intricately embroidered with mysterious symbols. Standing there, his elongated phoenix eyes shimmered with clever defiance. Before long, a multitude of figures gathered at the hall's entrance. Gu Qingxiao's gaze swept over the assembly. Perhaps time has lingered too long, and some have forgotten our Gu family. What do you propose we do? Those who obstruct us shall perish. Those who resist shall perish. Those who show disrespect shall perish. At this moment, the air crackled with murderous intent, surging skyward, shaking the heavens themselves. Observing this scene, a smile crept across Gu Qingxiao's austere face. I intended to recline in leisure. Yet why do you, children of destiny, seek to assert your presence? Since you delight in the dance, I, Gu Qingxiao, shall indulge you. A thunderous roar shattered the silence, and the rhythm of the cosmos manifested. In an instant, a colossal figure, a jade qilin, emerged in the void, trailing behind it a magnificent palace. As the jade qilin materialized, a celestial staircase appeared before Gu Qingxiao, forming from the essence of the cosmos. The members of the Gu family gazed in awe at this spectacle, their hearts ignited with excitement. Their divine son had awakened. As Gu Qingxiao vanished within the hall, the void trembled. Moments later, hundreds of figures appeared, standing guard beside the palace, protecting Gu Qingxiao. At that moment, numerous vortices manifested in the void, bowing in deference to Gu Qingxiao. Boom! The void was rent asunder, revealing a colossal black vortex. The azure jade qilin let out a piercing roar, drawing the palace into oblivion from the sight of the Gu family. Chapter 2 Master, do you know how I have endured these past 2 years? At the time of Gu Qingxiao's disappearance, another figure trailed away within the ancestral tomb. Inside the palace, Gu Qingxiao maintained a calm demeanor. System, Wu Master, you have finally deigned to converse with me. Do you know how I have fared these 2 years? Enough of the trivialities. What is your purpose? Master, the system's function is to assist you in breaking free from fate, traversing reincarnation, and transcending causality. Each world exists in a delicate balance, akin to the equilibrium of yin and yang, just as the great forces of the world endure cycles of division and reunification. A world is interwoven with myriad rules, resembling a scale. When one side becomes excessively powerful, the balance tilts, prompting the rules of the Taitsong realm to intervene for equilibrium. This leads to the alternation of powers and the rise and fall of the strong. If you consult ancient texts, you will discover that your Gu family once produced a savior of the Taitsong realm. However, as time passed, the balance shifted too heavily in favor of the Gu family, resulting in the emergence of antagonistic personas. These are the villains who seek to annihilate worlds and sacrifice lives, among other atrocities. Simultaneously, the intertwining of rules gives rise to unique individuals known as the Children of Fortune. The rules cause a convergence of villains and Children of Fortune, ultimately leading these seeds to ascend to greatness, trampling upon the vanquished forms of villains under the guise of justice. And thus, they await the next cycle of fate, reincarnation, and causality. This is the balance of rules, and the system's role is to aid you in altering this balance. Villainous families were once founded by Children of Fortune, but as the balance tilted, they transformed, becoming arrogant and scrupulous, and driven by a desire for prestige, thus nourishing those seeds. Such are the consequences of the balance of rules. A formidable family, having endured countless trials, stands at the pinnacle. How could it be destroyed by a mere seed? It is merely a matter of cosmic balance. And thus I shall assist you in obliterating these seeds, shattering the cycle, transcending causality, and altering fate. Why not directly annihilate this world? Gu Qingxiao remarked nonchalantly. Master is indeed formidable. However, the system is currently incapable of such an act. Nor can you, nor can your family. Is there nothing practical to be done? Gu Qingxiao inquired once more. These seeds are under the protection of the rules, making them exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Furthermore, these seeds are imbued with potent nourishment, or fortune, which is provided by the cosmic rules. Only by stripping them of this nourishment will the Children of Fortune become powerless. If the cosmic rules suffer significant losses in fortune, they will be adversely affected, making it challenging to restore balance. Depriving these seeds of nourishment depends on the methods employed by the master, be it women, elixirs, or opportunities. Villains possess a unique aura, while the children of fortune are endowed with their own. Should the master slay a child of fortune, the villainous aura will absorb this fortune aura, thereby elevating the master's capacity to eliminate children of fortune. Understood. Please open the novice gift package. Qingxiao commanded, eyeing the new gift package within the system. Congratulations, master. Your demonic body has evolved into the chaotic demonic body. You have acquired the initial slaying threshold for children of fortune, 2,000. You have obtained 10,000 villain points. Congratulations, master. You have received the destiny villain aura, which cloaks you from the scrutiny of cosmic rules. Congratulations, master. You have acquired the destiny villain's eye, enabling you to probe the fortunes of children of fortune and allowing you to utilize villain points for enhancement. Congratulations, master. You have received a compatible technique, the chaotic demonic scripture. As the system's voice faded, Qingxiao opened his eyes and a misty aura arose, quickly dissipating under the system's veil. Despite sensing the terrifying power within, Qingxiao remained unfazed. Once Qingxiao achieved a breakthrough, the system's voice resumed. Congratulations, master. On your breakthrough, you are awarded an additional 10,000 villain points in a fragment of time. Your information is currently being generated. Master, Qingxiao identity, divine son of the Gu family in the Taitsong realm, destiny villain physique, chaotic demonic body, destiny villain's eye technique, chaotic demonic scripture, heaven and earth transcendence classic aura, destiny villain aura strength. Initial stage of marquee, slaying threshold for children of fortune, 2,000 villain points, 20,000 bag. One fragment of time, Qingxiao gazed at his personal information, puzzled by the absence of fortune points. Though master possesses a formidable physique, fortune is lacking. Otherwise, you would not have experienced such a slow breakthrough. Many children of fortune can match villains due to the latter's deficient fortune, leading to slower progress and their easy pursuit. Now that you possess the villain aura, fortune can be disregarded. Qingxiao nodded. However, villain points can be exchanged for fortune points, albeit at a rate of 1 to 10. These fortune points can be utilized on other members of the Gu family. When you eliminate a child of fortune, fortune will descend upon the Gu family without attracting cosmic attention. This can be considered a boon from the system to your family. Qingxiao contemplated this, nodding in approval. The system seemed quite promising. Master, the fragment of time can be fused into the destiny villain's eye, granting you a modicum of temporal power. As long as the fragments are sufficient and master grows strong, you can glimpse into the vastness of time, even reverse its flow. Upon hearing this, Qingxiao's interest was piqued. In that case, let us proceed with the fusion. Fusion complete. Your interface is being regenerated. Master, Qingxiao identity, divine son of the Gu family in the Taitsong realm, destiny villain physique, chaotic demonic body, destiny villain's eye, fused with a fragment of time, granting a touch of temporal power. Technique, chaotic demonic scripture, heaven and earth transcendence classic aura, destiny villain aura strength. Initial stage of marquee, slaying threshold for children of fortune, 2,000 villain points, 20,000 bag. Empty seeing his realm elevated to that of marquee. Qingxiao smiled. After all, he had previously only reached the spirit communication realm and had unexpectedly ascended several significant tiers this time. The cultivation realms of the Taitsong realm are categorized as body refinement, chi condensation, pill formation, dawn, true person, spirit communication, reflection, true self, marquee, emperor, law manifestation, ascension, respect realm, and sage realm. The respect realm is further divided into human respect, earth respect, and heaven respect. The sage realm comprises sage, sage king, and sage emperor levels. As for the subsequent emperor realms, such as semi-emperor and great emperor, they have long ceased to tread upon the Taitsong realm. Merely ceasing to tread does not equate to their disappearance. Each realm is also subdivided into early, mid, late stages, peak, and completion. Divine Son, our first destination is the Tianding city in the Liuli domain. At this moment, a voice interrupted, and Qingxiao nodded, subsequently closing his eyes to consolidate his recent breakthrough. Meanwhile, within Tianding city of the Liuli domain, the head of the Su family regarded the three figures opposite him with a wary expression. Particularly, he was apprehensive of the young figure standing before the three family heads, each accompanied by an elder. Su Fang, are you still unwilling to surrender? Your Su family is on the verge of vanishing from Tianding city. Upon hearing the patriarch of the Zhang family, Su Fang's countenance darkened. The Su family stood behind him, their eyes filled with resentment, stained with blood. while the bodies of their kin lay lifeless on the ground, casting a pall of bloodthirst over Tianding City. Young master, please return quickly. Otherwise, our Su family will truly cease to exist. One by one, the disciples of the Su family prayed fervently, while only Su Fong wished his son would not return. Chapter 3. From this day forth, only the Su family remains in Tianding City. Are you all waiting for Su Bai's return? At that moment, a young figure approached, casting a mocking glance at the members of the Su family who were praying. Su Bai is dead. Your prayers are futile. Even if he were alive, it would not matter. We are now inner disciples of the East Yang sacred land. Upon hearing these words, the hearts of the Su family members sank. Their fingers clenched tightly. I am willing to take my own life to atone for our sins. Will you spare the women and children of the Su family? Zhang Peng, the inner disciple of East Yang sacred land who had just stepped forward, sneered. The wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will rise again with the spring breeze. Surely the head of the Su family knows this. Leaving them alive means awaiting their vengeance as they grow stronger. Does it not? Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. After Zhang Peng spoke, the members of the Zhang, Qian, and Ding families charged towards the Su family. Witnessing this scene, the Su family members gritted their teeth, gripping their weapons fiercely. Su Fong, at the condensation realm, unleashed his formidable aura, wielding a large blade as he charged at the three families. The heads of the three families exchanged glances, realizing that hesitation could lead to disaster. They united and attacked Su Fong. All three were at the early stage of the condensation realm, and together they could easily slay Su Bai. Just as they were about to strike, Qian Ming also stepped forward, a member of the Qian family and now an inner disciple of East Yang sacred land. A sword appeared in his hand, gleaming coldly, as he moved like a streak of light. A collision rang out, sparks flying. Then one figure was sent flying, blood spraying into the air. Upon witnessing this, the head of the Qian family displayed a proud expression. This was his son, the pride of the Qian family. Su Fong, you have grown old. Su Fong drove his blade into the ground, carving a trench as he stabilized his body after being hurled backward. He then fell to his knees, blood staining the earth. His eyes reflected despair. After his disciples had trained in powerful arts, he realized he was no match for them. In just one move, he could no longer rise, his meridian shattered. In a single blow, he had become half a cripple. Head of the family! Head of the family! The anxious cries of the Su family echoed. Many disciples displayed their urgency, only to be slain by the disciples of the three families. The Su family will vanish from Suding City today, Ding Lung stepped forward, declaring. After uttering this, he extended his palm, weaving spiritual energy together to form a palm print aimed at Su Fong. The members of the three families revealed cold smiles. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed. Ah! Ding Lung screamed in agony. Zhang Peng and Qian Ming's expressions shifted as they saw that Ding Lung's hand had been pierced by an unknown object. Who? At that moment, the guardians of the three stepped forward, shielding them from behind. Then, a handsome young man, with a fierce expression and a sword strapped to his back, appeared, moving like lightning, leaving behind residual shadows. As he drew near, they finally recognized him. Su Bai, you are still alive? Ignoring their exclamations, Su Bai gestured, and the sword behind him soared into the air. The faces of the disciples who had allied against the Su family changed dramatically. Soon, heads began to soar into the void. Su Bai descended from the air, shaking the ground beneath him. He approached Su Fong. Father, I apologize for my late return. Son, quickly flee. Do not concern yourself with us. As long as you live, there is hope for our Su family. Father, take this elixir. They are merely three insignificant clowns. Witnessing the overwhelming confidence radiating from Su Bai, Su Fong hesitated but ultimately consumed the elixir. Almost instantly, a gentle power began to circulate within him. In the blink of an eye, Su Fong's meridians were restored, and a powerful aura surged forth, elevating him to the mid-stage of the condensation realm. The faces of the three families shifted at this sight. Father, this is an elixir. You should administer it to the members of the Su family. Su Bai turned to face the three families, his expression calm, yet a potent killing intent simmered deep within his gaze. If I had arrived even a moment later, my father and the family would have been lost. From this day forth, only the Su family shall remain in Tianding City. This is a decree from Su Bai. Su Bai, anyone can boast. Do not forget we are now inner disciples of East Yang sacred land. Do you dare to kill us? Should you act, you will be opposing East Yang sacred land, and you are but an outer disciple. Mockery glimmered in the corner of Su Bai's eye. He produced a jade token, causing the expressions of the three East Yang sacred land stewards to shift drastically, including Qianming's. Su Bai, do you think you can intimidate us with a token of an inner disciple? Su Bai stowed the token away. It matters not whether you believe me. After I slay you, I will remain unpunished. Will the three of you assist in wrongdoing? The faces of the three stewards darkened. Upon witnessing this, Qianming's heart sank. Stewards, you have already acted against the Su family. Su Bai is now a true inner disciple. If you kill us, will he spare you upon returning to the sect? Once the other disciples learn of this, in order to curry favor, will they not seek to eliminate you? Upon hearing Qianming's words, the expressions of the three stewards shifted once more. As long as you eliminate the members of the three families, I will let you go. Nodding, the three stewards approached Su Bai, bowing respectfully. We have met the true inner disciple. Su Bai acknowledged them, but at that moment, the three stewards simultaneously acted. They were not mistaken. They preferred to grasp their fate in their own hands. Thus they sought his demise. The air around them shimmered, and the aura of the mid-stage of the Dawn realm erupted, enveloping Su Bai. Each of the three struck at Su Bai's head, chest, and lower body. Su Bai was momentarily startled. The three laughed coldly, as did Qianming and the disciples of the three families. However, Su Bai's momentary alarm vanished as he swiftly disappeared, reappearing behind the three. You think you can kill me? Su Bai's aura at the early stage of the Dawn realm burst forth, manifesting three swords in the void that sliced toward the three. The sound of impact echoed as the three stewards were sent flying, their expressions filled with disbelief. I foretold it. Today, only the Su family will remain in Tianding City. Chapter 4. Better to err in killing than to let one escape. Su Bai's aura erupted like a roaring tiger, shaking the mountains and rivers, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. The Su family members gazed at Su Bai, their eyes wide with shock, disbelief, and admiration, followed swiftly by ecstatic joy. Long live the young master! Long live the young master! The disciples of the Su family erupted in cheers. The three stewards leaned on each other to rise. I will not kill you, but I will report this incident to the sect. When the time comes, the sect will punish you for your actions. Su Bai regarded the three stewards, then turned to face the members of the three families. The stewards exchanged wry smiles. Dealing with them had left them gravely wounded, unable to remain standing. Su Bai, we are inner disciples of East Yang sacred land. Should you kill us, you too will face repercussions. There are rules in the sect. Disciples are not permitted to harm one another outside. The three looked at Su Bai, now filled with dread, especially after witnessing Su Bai incapacitate the three stewards with a single blow. Even the heads of the three families began to panic, soon filled with regret. Rules? True disciples have the authority to punish inner disciples. You have committed numerous wrongs, and killing you will preserve the sect's reputation. The sect will not blame me for this, and may even reward me. Upon hearing this, Qianming and the others felt their hearts sink to the depths of despair. They exchanged glances, revealing bitter smiles. Even if it means death, we will make you pay the price. As they charged towards him, Su Bai revealed a cold smile tinged with disdain. However, just 2 meters away from Su Bai, their bodies ignited in flames. Panic flickered in Su Bai's eyes. At that moment, all members of the three great families vanished without a trace. Su Bai widened his eyes, and those from the Su family, witnessing this scene, looked at him with awe, believing he was the one responsible for it. The three deacons regarded Su Bai in horror, their bodies trembling incessantly. They realized that Su Bai had concealed his strength, and they had not anticipated he could reach such a level, causing people to disappear without reason. Who is it? Su Bai's words pulled them back from their fantasies and fears. He then raised his head to the sky. Immediately, a colossal shadow appeared on the ground, and the sky darkened. A gigantic beast shadow shifted from illusion to reality, with azure Taoist patterns manifesting in the void, trailing a vast palace behind it. A terrifying oppressive force descended, akin to divine wrath. Members of the Su family and the three deacons knelt down, their faces ashen. Su Bai's pupils contracted. It was overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving him devoid of any power to resist, as if his strength had sunk into the abyss. The sound of clanking armor echoed from afar. As it drew nearer, Su Bai's pupils constricted. A man approached him, resting an arm on Su Bai's shoulder. The sound of bones and veins snapping echoed. Su Bai collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixated on the armored man before him. The man remained unmoved, conjuring blades from the void that severed Su Bai's limbs, simultaneously producing 9 nails that emanated a chilling aura. The armored man drove the nails into Su Bai's body. His complexion turned ghostly pale, devoid of any color, resembling someone who had been dead for a decade. After completing this, the armored man bowed to the palace in the void. No sound echoed back. The azure jade Qilin let out a cry and vanished into the void. With a wave of his hand, the armored man swept Su Bai and the members of the Su family away. As he gazed at the city of Tianding, a cold smile crept upon his face. He extended his arm, reaching into the void, and a blade materialized in his hand, exuding terrifying Taoist patterns. He then swung downwards, causing the city of Tianding to vanish within the blade's radiance. As the blade's light faded, so did the armored man's presence from the void. Upon arriving at the Gu family, members of the Su family knelt before a gravestone. Upon seeing the name inscribed, Su Bai's pupils shifted slightly. It read, "Grave of Guyang. Predecessor, I have something to say." The armored man emerged from the void, looking at Su Bai. "I know who killed Guyang. Speak." Another true disciple from Donyang Holy Land, Su long previously, in a secret realm, we fought over the spirit herb, the Nine Suns sacred herb. He was killed by his hands. Gu Qingxiao remained concealed in the void, having revealed Su Bai's information. Name, Su Bai. Identity, young master of the Su family in Tianding City, true disciple of Donyang Holy Land, child of fortune. Aura, child of fortune aura. Physique, Nine Suns spiritual body. Strength, early dawn. Luck value, 30,000. Technique, Nine Suns scriptures. Upon seeing Su Bai's information, Gu Qingxiao remained indifferent. If he was not mistaken, the previous Su Bai was merely a Nine Suns body. After obtaining the sacred herb, his physique advanced, and he framed this incident onto Su Long. The armored man pondered for a moment. "So, we apprehended the wrong person. Predecessor, our Su family is indeed innocent. Forget it, if we apprehended the wrong person, then we will kill you. Better to kill the wrong than to let one escape. You shall bear this injustice." After uttering these words, the armored man extended his hand, causing the void to ripple, and the members of the Su family exploded, their blood splattering onto the gravestone. Witnessing this, tears streamed down Su Bai's face, and the murderous intent in his eyes erupted. Yet now, he had lost all his limbs, standing like a statue before the grave. The armored man chuckled coldly at this scene. "Don't panic. They will accompany you. You shan't be lonely on the way." After saying this, the armored man departed. "No, no, no!" Su Bai bellowed, his voice hoarse. As he wept, his voice faded, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. The child of fortune's family has vanished. Luck value decreased by 2,000. Master S villain value increased by 2,000. The armored man returned to the Grand Hall. Divine Sun, Donyang Holy Land. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiao's voice, the azure jade Qilin broke the void once more and vanished. At this moment, within the Donyang Holy Land, in the main hall of Wuxiang Peak, a woman dressed in a light purple gown sat cross-legged in the void. Mo1 suddenly opened her eyes, her brow furrowed. "Why do I have a bad premonition?" Mo1's murmurs echoed within the hall. "I wonder how Xiao Bai is handling the family's affairs?" Thinking of her disciple, a smile graced Mo1's lips. "Mo1, surrender your disciple Su Bai." Just then, a voice rang out abruptly. Upon hearing it, Mo1's expression turned fierce, and she vanished without a trace. Chapter 5. An old wretch dares to impose conditions on my family's divine son. After Mo1 emerged from the palace, a figure stood at the entrance, with a hooked nose and eyes blazing with fury. The sight of Mo1's calm demeanor only fueled his anger further. "I wonder what peak master you has come to Wuxiang Peak for, causing such a commotion." Yu Wenqiu was unceremonious in his response. "Hand over your disciple Su Bai." Such anger from Peak Master Yu. "Has your strength recently broken through, seeking to spar with me?" Yu Wenqiu was momentarily at a loss for words. "Your disciple nearly incapacitated mine. He must come forth to apologize." Peak Master Yu is indeed amusing. So it turns out this is about a junior matters. When the young disciple is lacking in skill, is it not a shame for you, as a mentor, to come forth? As the two engaged in a war of words, several figures appeared once more, observing the two in silence. After all, they had always been at odds, and with the recent conflict between their disciples, Su Long nearly meeting his demise, Yu Qingxiao, being protective of his own, was bound to seek trouble with Mo1. Little did he know that Mo1 had taken on a disciple who defeated Su Long all right. How old are we? Let the disciples handle their own matters. We need not interfere. Just then, a celestial elder appeared, standing in the void, his gaze tinged with helplessness. He had anticipated that after a brief retreat, These two would be on the verge of conflict again. After all, Su Long had previously crippled one of Mo Wan's disciples, and she had not intervened then. Now, with Qingxiao's disciple defeated, it was embarrassing for the holy master of Donyang Holy Land to step forward in inquiry. Enough, disperse. You two come here. I have matters to discuss with you. The two exchanged cold huffs, but just as everyone was about to disperse, an armored man appeared beside them, standing silently in the void. Upon seeing this armored man, they were taken aback. Though their strengths were not weak, the man's sudden appearance without a trace left them feeling increasingly apprehensive. Who could this be? The master of Donyang stepped forward, gazing at the armored man, and posed a question. However, the armored man remained silent. The void opened, revealing a jade-green Qilin, with a magnificent palace suspended in the air. The aura of Tao interwove, quietly hovering above the heads of all present. As they beheld the jade-green Qilin, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces, for such a divine beast, used to draw chariots, would be revered as an ancestral offering in their sect. May I inquire which esteemed individual has graced us with their presence? We seek someone named Su Long, the armored man finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenqiu's expression shifted. They were searching for his disciple. What could they want with our true inheritor? The master of Donyang inquired. Suddenly, the armored man appeared before the Donyang Holy Land, extending his hand. The Donyang Holy Land was forcefully propelled away, blood spewing forth into the void, bones fracturing. Witnessing this, the members of Donyang Holy Land changed their countenance. If you were instructed to search, why all this unnecessary chatter? The armored man remarked, observing the shattered form of the Donyang master. Which of you is his master? The armored man's gaze fell upon the figures present, who turned their attention to Yu Wenqiu. Fear flickered across Yu Wenqiu's face. His fingers clenched tightly. His body tensed in a defensive stance. There is no need for caution. Should I wish to end your life, it would merely take a finger. Bring Su Long forth. Very well, Yu Wenqiu replied, retreating to his palace. Moments later, he emerged with a youthful figure. As Su Long approached and felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, a look of trepidation crossed his face. What business do you have with me, esteemed elder? Did you kill Guyang? And no, it was not I who killed him. In the secret realm, the formation activated for reasons unknown, and only Su Bai and I survived. The holy herb also vanished. I mistakenly believed I was responsible before realizing it was Su Bai's doing. Su Long hastily explained upon hearing the matter regarding Guyang. You speak nonsense. It seems you harbor ill will towards my disciple, slandering him unjustly. Mo Wan refuted, her voice rising sharply as Su Long mentioned her disciple. Then, Mo Wan's pupils constricted. The armored man advanced towards her, each step causing violent tremors in the void. Did I solicit your opinion? He demanded. Following his words, he hurled a punch. Mo Wan retaliated with her palm, but as their strikes met, her countenance paled. A surge of violent energy surged into her body. The sound of cracking echoed as Mo Wan was sent flying, blood spraying several meters away, the sound of her bones fracturing resonating within her. Desperate to regain control, Mo Wan could not manage it, ultimately crashing through numerous mountains of the Donyang Holy Land before coming to a stop, kneeling upon the ground, utterly depleted. The armored man withdrew his gaze, focusing once more on Su Long. Is this all you have? Cold sweat broke out on Su Long's back upon hearing this. This is all. He began, but before he could finish, a cold voice emanated from within the palace. Since you have taken part, the 9 clans will be obliterated. As for Donyang Holy Land, it shall face the same fate. The indifferent voice echoed in the ears of all present, plunging the Donyang Holy Land into silence. Even the silent peak masters hovering in the void displayed signs of fear, gazing at the palace with trepidation. Which esteemed guest has descended upon us? Just as Qingxiao's voice echoed, tombs began to stir within the Donyang Forbidden Grounds, unveiling the aura of the Tao, with myriad golden lights emerging. When the golden light dissipated, an elderly figure revealed himself before the crowd. As the elder emerged, he flicked his fingers, conjuring 2 golden flowers that entered the bodies of the Donyang master and Mo Wan. Their faces regained a hint of color, lifting into the void to stand behind the elder. Old ancestor. The figure before them was the founder of Donyang Holy Land, the elder Donyang, a being of saintly prowess. Only those who reached the saintly realm could establish a holy land. We shall not interfere in this matter concerning your disciple, and our holy land shall present our sincerity. Might this old man request a favor? Silence lingered in the palace above. The armored man advanced, extending his hand toward Donyang. Upon witnessing this, A flicker of fury ignited in Dongyang's eyes. With his staff, he lightly tapped the void. The members of Dongyang Holy Land sighed in relief. But their expressions soon shifted dramatically. The armored man, unfazed, appeared directly before Elder Dongyang. With fingers splayed, he grasped the elder, unleashing a tremendous force that compelled the elder to kneel in the void. An ancient wretch dares to impose conditions upon my family's divine child? Do you deem yourself worthy? The words of the armored man reverberated through the Dongyang Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Elder Dongyang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struggling to accept the reality of his situation. The figures behind him remained frozen, resembling statues, their skin crawling at the sight of the armored man. Had he not been kneeling in the void, bleeding from his orifices, they would have dismissed this as sheer fantasy. Especially the statement regarding even the saintly emperor being unworthy to converse with their divine child. How terrifying. What family's heir has graced us with their presence? Mo Wan's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that the Dongyang Holy Land would face annihilation due to Su Bai's actions. In a flash, she vanished, reappearing beside the jade green Qilin. Today, she would uncover the identity of this individual. Mo Wan understood that her only hope lay in seeking forgiveness from those within the palace. Observing this scene, the armored man scoffed, bemused by her audacity. The jade green Qilin regarded her with disdain, snorting as an aura erupted. When Mo Wan encountered this aura, her body halted in the void. Disbelief etched across her features as she watched herself begin to dissipate. In her final moments, she glimpsed the figure clad in a crimson robe within the palace, obscured by a misty haze, rendering their face indistinct. This sight sent chills through the Dongyang Holy Land once more. The jade green Qilin's eyes revealed its scorn. At that moment, two figures re-emerged from the void, whisking them away. The armored man nodded in acknowledgement. The jade green Qilin recognized that the matter here had been resolved, as the void before it opened, causing its figure to vanish. Qingxiao sat within the palace. The master of the Child of Destiny has perished, reducing destiny points by 5,000. The antagonist value of the master increases by 5,000. Meanwhile, Su Bai, still kneeling before Gu Yang's tomb, regained consciousness. Gazing at the grave and the blood of his kin above it, an abyss of hatred consumed his eyes. Awakening from this hatred, he assessed his body, noting the 9 black iron nails that severed his meridians, dantian, and consciousness. Several were lodged in his vital points. Any sudden movement would lead to his immediate demise. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai carefully sensed his internal state. What had once been effortless now felt insurmountable. Suddenly, a hint of ethereal energy emerged within him. Upon sensing this, Su Bai's eyes brightened, maintaining his composure. Feeling his meridians slightly restored, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement within. A glimmer of hope emerged. He could not afford to be careless. Now, escaping this place was his only chance for vengeance. Su Bai fully grasped his predicament, reminding himself to remain calm and not let hatred and anger cloud his judgment. At this moment within the sacred grounds of Dongyang, as the onlookers were taken away, the armored man struck once more, seizing resources and uprooting the spiritual veins of Dongyang. Subsequently, with a single stroke, the sacred grounds were transformed into a vast ocean. The commotion in Dongyang naturally alerted the surrounding powers, but by the time they arrived to witness the transformation into a sea, their expressions shifted dramatically. Especially upon sensing the cataclysmic aura in the void, they discreetly retreated, realizing the folly of courting disaster. Many felt the blades chill from beneath the waves, causing blood to flow from their orifices and inflicting severe injuries. It seemed you had awakened. At that moment, a cold voice resounded, and Su Bai turned to find the very armored man who had driven a nail into his body. I have brought you a few toys. I hope you enjoy. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's expression involuntarily changed, perplexed by the implications of the armored man's words. With a casual wave, the void opened, revealing figures suspended in the air. Upon seeing these figures, Su Bai's pupils contracted, and a sense of desolation filled his heart, his hair standing on end. Particularly, the gaze of one resembling a beast instilled a deep-seated dread within him. The captives in the void, upon spotting a figure devoid of limbs, displayed expressions of shock. They had witnessed Su Bai ascend to the rank of true disciples before. To be alive without limbs spoke volumes of Su Bai's formidable vitality, especially Su Long, whose eyes turned crimson upon seeing that figure. After all, he had watched his loved ones perish before him, powerless to intervene, all because of Su Bai. Had Su Bai not slain the one named Gu Yang, none of this would have transpired. Qingxiao lay concealed in the void, coldly observing the scene unfold. At that moment, the people of Danyang also caught sight of Su Bai. Su Bai, you have yet to perish? A chorus of voices snarled. Why do you linger? Shouldn't you be accompanying your deceased master? Upon hearing these words, a chill surged through Su Bai's heart. What do you mean? What do you mean? Imoan is dead. Is it not your doing? Our Danyang is destined for ruin. Is it not also because of you? No, it is not. This is all Su Long's doing. What connection does it have with me, Su Bai? Huh? Su Bai, am I your rival? My kin have been exterminated, yet who claimed that final sacred herb? I did not witness it, and your rapid rise in power, yet you still seek to blame me. Does blaming me matter? Look around. We are all doomed. Su Bai fell silent. Suddenly, Su Long plunged a blade into Su Bai's form. It is all because of you, he screamed, then swung at Su Bai again. With his limbs already gone and his internal power sealed, Su Bai had no strength to resist. A premonition of dread washed over him as the last remnants of his meridians were pierced. Panic flickered across Su Bai's face. Despite having restored some of his meridians, he had concealed himself well. Why had he still been struck? Was it a coincidence or something more sinister? Kill him, kill you. It is all your fault. Su Long's raspy voice echoed in the ears of the Danyang crowd. Upon hearing this, many from Danyang harbored the same ferocity in their eyes, turning their wrath toward Su Bai. Even Su Long was not spared. The armored man observed the spectacle without uttering a word, quietly watching as the members of Danyang began to act. Chapter 7. May I know your name? The demise of the fated child. Once, he could have led a carefree life, yet now everything lay in ruins due to these two individuals. Elder, if we kill them, will you spare us? At that moment, Qingxiao's face bore a look of hope. Upon hearing this, the armored man revealed a cold smile. To have you accompany the dead is already a favor from your ancestors. Do you think you are worthy of bargaining with us? After uttering these words, the armored man stood aside, watching as the people of Danyang began to move against Su Bai. A mocking glint flickered in his eyes. The fated child's foundation, the Nine-Yang spirit body, has been damaged, leading to a decrease of 5,000 in fortune value. The Master's villain value increases by 5,000. The fated child is resented by Danyang, resulting in a 2,000 decrease in fortune value. The Master's villain value increases by 2,000. Observing Su Bai, who was now barely breathing, the elderly man from Danyang knelt and spoke. Cease this. Even if you kill him, it will be of no use. The events have transpired. The elderly man turned to face the armored figure, kneeling before the tombstone. I wish to know, how can you grant us a swift end? Upon hearing the elder's words, the Danyang individuals fell silent, realizing that their attempts to harm Su Bai were merely to cling to a flicker of hope, which had now vanished. The armored man regarded the elder. Since you are so eager, I shall grant you a journey. After saying this, the path of destiny emerged, enveloping the elderly man and the Danyang disciples. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions rang out, their blood splattering upon the tomb. At this moment, Gu Yang's grave had transformed into a crimson hue. Seeing himself alone, Su Bai managed a bitter smile. It would be better to grant himself a swift end than to endure this torment. His family was dead, friends lost, even his master perished, and his sect was obliterated, all due to his schemes against an unfamiliar disciple, merely a trivial matter. The Taitsong realm was fundamentally a world where the strong devoured the weak. He simply lacked sufficient strength. When he obtained the sacred herb, Gu Yang had urged him to hand it over. A stranger, unknown to him, sought to seize the sacred herb he had risked life and limb to acquire. Naturally, he refused. Securing that herb promised a transformation of his physique. Despite recognizing Gu Yang's extraordinary nature, Su Bai decided to gamble, framing Su Long for the incident. He even left behind evidence. Yet he never anticipated that these individuals would disregard reason. The saying, better to kill an innocent than let a guilty one escape, reflected an unyielding ruthlessness. Leaving no room for explanation, Su Long was correct. It no longer mattered who was responsible for the killings. The events had unfolded, and none could escape. Once proud to join Danyang, now its people lay before him, effortlessly obliterated, devoid of any capacity for resistance. The Taitsong realm was vast, teeming with formidable beings. Even the revered sacred grounds could be swept away without a shred of resistance. Meanwhile, hidden within the palace of the void, Qingxiao's mind echoed with the following messages. Danyang is annihilated. The fated child's fortune value decreases by 5,000. The master's villain value increases by 5,000. The fated child's heart is damaged. Fortune value decreases by 3,000. The master's villain value increases by 3,000. Qingxiao observed the fated child's remaining fortune value of 13,000, but remained unfazed. The armored man struck, and Su Bai's face reflected relief. As Su Bai's form was utterly destroyed, the armored man did not depart. Rather, he ensured the void was sealed. The fated child's physical form is obliterated. Fortune value decreases by 3,000. The master's villain value increases by 3,000. Time flowed onward. Qingxiao, concealed in the void, closed his eyes, while those guarding him remained hidden, never revealing themselves. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Buzzing sounds resonated, and at that moment, a green radiance emerged. As this verdant light appeared, those from the Gu family gazed on with curiosity. Qingxiao also opened his eyes. Since the physical form of the child of fortune had perished, yet his soul remained unvanquished, it must be safeguarded, manifesting as the child of fortune's extraordinary advantage. Subsequently, a verdant bronze cauldron materialized, exuding a unique fragrance, accompanied by an aura of Tao. The bronze cauldron attempted to break free, but a shadow emerged in the darkness. With a mere flick of a finger, the cauldron was subdued. Soon, Su Bai's soul hovered above the cauldron. However, upon noticing the mocking expression of the armored man fixated upon him, his countenance stiffened. After the armored man had obliterated his corporeal form, he had presumed himself dead, only to discover that his soul had been preserved. He had thought that as long as his soul endured, there was still hope. If he could escape, a way would surely present itself. He vowed to slay them all with his own hands. Yet upon opening his eyes, he found himself once again confronted by that detestable visage. "I never expected you to possess such a treasure." The armored man smiled as he regarded the bronze cauldron. At that moment, a youthful man with silver hair appeared, scrutinizing the cauldron. "Indeed, it is a remarkable artifact. I had been searching for a fine cauldron, and here it is fortuitously available." After uttering these words, the silver-haired man gestured with his fingers, forming a seal. As the seal was initiated, the cauldron began to tremble, and Su Bai's form quivered as well. "Ah, I did not anticipate such a formidable restriction. It will require some time." After the silver-haired man spoke, the silhouette of a jade Qilin emerged. A man clad in red appeared, his face like polished jade, his phoenix eyes radiating indifference. Upon seeing this man, Su Bai's eyes widened in shock. It was the first time he had laid eyes on someone resembling an immortal. Qingxiao stood in the void, extending a finger. An enigmatic aura manifested, followed by 2 mysterious energies emanating from the cauldron. A cracking sound resonated from within as the restriction was shattered. At that moment, a voice echoed in Qingxiao's mind. "The child of fortune's advantage has been seized. The child of fortune's luck diminished by 8,000. And the protagonist's villain value increased by 8,000. The silver-haired man, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes, astonishment etched upon his features. Su Bai looked at Qingxiao, revealing a bitter smile. "May I inquire your name?" Qingxiao remained silent, his eyes shimmering with divine light, a hint of temporal power emerging. Su Bai's soul vanished entirely from existence. Chapter 8. In the next Qingyang domain, none shall escape. Congratulations, Master, for slaying the child of fortune, Su Bai. Villain value has increased by 2,000, and the villain's halo has merged with the first halo of fortune, elevating the kill line to 5,000, and acquiring a fragment of time. The silver-haired man bowed in respect as he observed Qingxiao depart. The armored man inhaled deeply, a smile illuminating his face. This sensation was truly exhilarating. Revenge is best served without delay. One wonders who the next favored one will be. As he glanced at the gravestone behind him, he thought of Qingxiao. Meanwhile, within the ancestral tomb of the Gu family, several elders observed the scene, unperturbed. They were astonished that upon Qingxiao's intervention, so many troubles had been resolved. The 16th ancestor stroked his beard, chuckling. "Indeed, this is the demeanor of our Gu family's divine son. His actions are nothing short of extraordinary. It is peculiar, however, that this generation of our Gu disciples seems weaker compared to those from the outside world," mused the 14th ancestor, his eyes reflecting contemplation. "I have observed this as well, and in this generation, only Qingxiao possesses a constitution of such extraordinary caliber. This has never occurred before. Could it be that our family is destined for some upheaval? Never mind, having Qingxiao is sufficient. The divine demon body is indeed a remarkable constitution throughout history. These 3 disciples, even when placed among outsiders, would be regarded as prodigies. Yet after a brief period of training, they returned only as corpses, and even the guardians succumbed to various misfortunes. It is truly strange. Moreover, during times of peril, we were unable to foresee the danger. Only after their demise could we trace the faintest hints through bloodline resonance. As the celestial order of this era set its sights upon our Gu family, fate, destiny, and reincarnation are matters beyond anyone's certainty. Borrowing Qingxiao's words, since heaven wills it this way, let us shatter that heaven. Reflecting upon this statement, one finds it still resoundingly powerful. Only the divine son of the Gu family could utter such words. The 16th ancestor's eyes sparkled with mirth, as both he and the 14th ancestor exchanged disdainful glances. The armored man entered the palace, bowing before the seated Gu Qingxiao. Divine son, where is the other one who perished? Gu Jinyin inquired, opening his eyes. Gu Qiu met his end in the Azure Sky domain. He had previously transmitted to the family, claiming to have discovered a unique technique, yet it bore formidable restrictions. By the time we arrived, he had already succumbed, and we located his body using the bloodline's power. Gu Qingxiao nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, let us proceed to the Qingyang domain. Outside, the jade Qilin roared, its aura piercing the void as it whisked the palace away into oblivion. In the Qingyang domain, within the Zhou family, a figure returned under the cover of night. Upon entering his chamber, he sighed in relief but was startled to discover a pair of eyes watching him. Zhou Xingqian jumped back in shock, but upon recognizing the man's face, he relaxed. Father, you are still awake? You have been away for quite some time. Did nothing untoward occur? Zhou Yunma inquired, gazing at his son. Zhou Xingqian suddenly recalled the figure he had slain. Although dead, the eyes had glimmered with arrogance. Who was that divine son? Yet, that individual had perished within the secret realm, which had since collapsed, leaving his remains likely irretrievable. Therefore, he felt secure. This outing had indeed been smooth, devoid of any mishaps. Zhou Yunma nodded, coughing lightly, his complexion paling slightly, discreetly concealing his hand behind his back. Father, your condition has worsened again. Upon hearing Zhou Yunma's cough, Zhou Xingqian stepped forward to support his father. Do not worry, it is merely an old ailment. Zhou Xingqian remained silent, a surge of stellar energy emanating from his fingertips, flowing into Zhou Yunma's body. Zhou Yunma's complexion brightened slightly. Father, I will surely cure you. As Zhou Xingqian thought of the technique he had acquired, a powerful confidence radiated from his gaze. Zhou Yunma noticed this, and his eyes brightened. It seems you have encountered fortuitous circumstances. Indeed, your strength has increased, and you have learned to conceal your true self. You have matured. Even in my absence, I can rest easy. Zhou Xingqian felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. Family members had often told him of his father's past glory, a paragon among the Zhou clan. Yet, after venturing forth for over a decade, he returned diminished, bearing a child, Zhou Xingqian himself. Now, with this newfound technique, he believed he could restore his father's health. Although he was unaware of the heights his father had once reached, he declared, Father, I will soon be able to assist you. Zhou Yunma patted Zhou Xingqian's shoulder. I believe that day will come, but for now, I need you to undertake a task for me. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhou Xingqian nodded. His father had never before tasked him with anything of significance. This was a momentous occasion. It involved a sealed letter that needed to be personally delivered to the Ziyun's sacred land in the Zhenyuan domain, where he would be contacted upon arrival. Zhou Xingqian's expression turned to one of confusion at his father's request. Yet, recalling his father's youthful adventures and connections, he pondered, Father, may I delay my departure for a couple of days? Not at all. You must set off immediately, Zhou Yunmo replied. Only by going there can you expedite your growth and assist me more swiftly. Zhou Xingqian's skepticism deepened at his father's insistence. Truth be told, this is also a matter of personal interest for me. I had previously made a promise to someone, but I am now unable to fulfill it. Thus I hope you can help me accomplish this task. Time is of the essence. You must leave right away. Here, take this ring. There are teleportation arrays along the way, which will serve as a trial for you. I might soon leave the family as well. You've worked so hard. As your father, I cannot afford to let you down. Now that you have grown up, I must also consider my own path. Since I have fallen from grace, the family has lost faith in us, leaving me with little to hold on to. Departing from the family will also spare them the sight of my disgrace. Let us see who reaches the Ziyun's sacred land first. Zhou Xingqian observed the glimmer of determination in his father's eyes and felt a sense of relief. Very well, I shall depart at once. Go, Zhou Yunma urged, watching his son leave with a sigh. Uncle, why are you in such haste to send Xingqian away? At that moment, A beautiful girl clad in a flowing white gown emerged from the shadows, her presence seemingly intertwined with the moonlight. Zhou Yunmo regarded Mu Qingxi with a wry smile. I thought you had already left. It is better for him to depart. He cannot remain here for my sake alone. He has his own journey to undertake. Mu Qingxi looked at Zhou Yunmo. But you are also leaving, are you not? I can keep an eye on this troublesome boy. Why not attend to him yourself? Zhou Yunmo replied. I have my own matters to attend to. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qingxi turned to see a figure kneeling behind her. Sanus, we should return now. Very well, I understand. Let us follow Xingqian, she said. Zhou Yunmo sensed Mu Qingxi's departure, letting out another sigh. At that moment, he held a box in his hands, stroking its surface with a wistful expression. The promise I made may not come to fruition. All I can do now is protect him. Previously, Zhou Yunmo had kept a vigilant watch over Zhou Xingqian. However, when his son attempted to eliminate a young man, he discovered that the youth was protected by a hidden guardian. Zhou Yunmo stealthily eliminated that guardian. Although he had concealed himself using the secret realm, a sense of foreboding still lingered within him. He recognized a familiar aura emanating from that individual, one he had encountered before but could not recall until it was too late. As thoughts of that family crossed his mind, Zhou Yunmo's gaze filled with resignation. He had left his essence within the secret realm, erasing Zhou Xingqian's aura. Under the cover of night, he departed. Upon reaching the location of the previous secret realm, he took a deep breath. Since I am here, why should I continue to hide? Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Zhou Yunmo spoke into the void. Suddenly, a man clad in armor appeared behind him, fixing a steely gaze upon him. You are the one who killed our Gu family members? Did you not already know? Zhou Yunmo retorted. I never imagined that in eliminating a few ordinary individuals, it would lead to your involvement. Zhou Yunmo, the Killing Sword Sovereign, I have heard of you. I thought you were dead. Never did I expect you to be hiding in such a remote place. Why waste words? You came here for my life, did you not? Zhou Yunmo shot back with a scoff. As his words fell, the box he had held shattered, revealing a blood-red sword that gleamed under the moonlight, exuding an enchanting aura. The Killing Sword, the armored man remarked with interest. Just then, a voice echoed from the void. Upon hearing it, Zhou Yunmo's eyes widened in shock, and he looked up at the sky. A jade-green Qilin emerged, pulling a magnificent palace shrouded in mist, obscuring its interior. The cold, youthful, and icy voice sent chills down Zhou Yunmo's spine. I do not comprehend your meaning. Silence enveloped the palace. Zhou Yunmo's expression darkened. The armored man spoke again. Our divine son has stated that you are a good father. It appears that the previous events were a collaboration between you. You must have come here to obstruct us. Zhou Yunmo's pupils contracted at the mention of the divine son. He had experienced training outside and understood the significance of that title. He had not anticipated the divine son of this family would appear. A bitter smile spread across his face. Who would have thought that in slaying a few individuals, the Gu family's divine son would come after me? If I must perish, at least it is not without reason. I wonder if the divine son will deign to meet me. The armored man stepped forward with a cold laugh. Even at your peak, you are unworthy to meet our divine son. He is not someone easily accessible. I know you are stalling for time, the voice from the palace continued. Zhou Yunmo's expression shifted as he realized something, abruptly looking up at the palace. A wave of fear washed over him. Perhaps they had been waiting all along, observing the developments. Even if he had deceived his son into leaving, they had witnessed everything and chose to remain silent. Zhou Yunmo understood they were establishing their dominance through this event, and that his previous network of connections would be obliterated. Why proceed in such a manner? Why not simply kill them? Is it merely for the sake of establishing authority? Zhou Yunmo's expression grew serious as he regarded the palace. He recognized he had no retreat left. If he could seize the divine son, perhaps a sliver of hope remained. With that thought, Zhou Yunmo's sword radiated with brilliance as he struck toward the armored man. The armored man countered with a powerful punch, and their forces clashed, unleashing a tempest of destruction that swept across the area. Trees trembled, and devastation ensued. The armored man sneered, effortlessly tearing through the storm with his hands, and appeared directly before Zhou Yunmo. Zhou Yunmo's countenance paled. He was no match for the armored man, especially in his injured state. As the man's palm approached, Zhou Yunmo thrust his sword forward. The armored man's eyes glimmered as he released a red glow that swirled like a vortex. Zhou Yunmo's blade was drawn into the vortex, rendering it immovable. With a resounding slap, the armored man struck Zhou Yunmo squarely on the face. A tremendous force propelled Zhou Yunmo away, and the sound of his hand, tightly gripping the sword, cracking echoed through the air. The armored man gazed at the sword before him, his own broken arm revealing a cold smile. With a powerful tremor, the arm above the sword vanished, and even the killing sword fell to the ground, crushed beneath the armored man's foot. The sound of breaking echoed ominously. No, no, die. Zhou Yunma's face burned with fury as he beheld the shattered remnants of his sword. In an instant, a pill appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a violent wind surged, and stones began to tumble from the mountain. At that moment, Zhou Yunma radiated a brilliant light, and a colossal legal manifestation loomed behind him, towering thousands of feet high, illuminating the night as if it were day. The massive manifestation clenched its fingers and hurled a fist towards the armored man. As the fist's aura surged forth, the void erupted, flames shooting skyward. The armored man, witnessing this scene, let out a sardonic laugh, then brought his fists together with a resounding roar. A formidable légale manifestation matérialiste, exuding a fier sera. Chapter 10. Are you not human? Worthless cur. The beastly roar dissipated some of Zhou Yunma's rage. Gazing at the armored man's manifestation, his complexion turned pale. Are you not human? The armored man revealed a sinister grin as he looked at Zhou Yunma. When did I ever claim to be human? After uttering these words, the gigantic legal manifestation in the void expanded once more, opening its maw and devouring Zhou Yunma's manifestation whole. Gluttony, haha. As the manifestation was consumed, Zhou Yunma spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling as he lost consciousness. The armored man retracted his manifestation and approached Zhou Yunma, lifting a leg and giving it a shake. TSK, I gave you a chance. Thought you could hold us off for a moment. But you're not capable. Are you worthless cur? With a flick of his finger, a void cage appeared, ensnaring Zhou Yunma within. He then moved into the palace, gazing at the figure seated upon the high throne. Divine Son, what shall we do next? Nothing needs to be done, just wait. Gluttony exhibited a puzzled expression. This is not the Divine Son's style. Go annihilate his family. It is one of the costs of obstructing us. Upon hearing this, Gluttony nodded, and his figure vanished. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingxiao, still on the road, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Upon reflection, something felt amiss, though he could not pinpoint it. As he looked towards the distant light, he noticed a legal manifestation standing there. Upon seeing this manifestation, he felt a familiar aura. Was it not his father's presence? Then, a more terrifying aura emerged, and Zhou Qingxiao watched helplessly as a shadowy manifestation appeared in the void, consuming his father's manifestation. No. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Qingxiao turned to flee, only to be confronted by a figure. It's useless to go back, and this is Uncle Mo's own plan. Who are they? I do not know. This aura has never appeared before. I am unaware of their identity. If you do not leave soon, they will find you, and Uncle Mo's efforts will have been in vain. He must know who they are, which is why he intends to obstruct them himself. No, I must return to see. Zhou Qingxiao's face darkened. Mu Qingxi slapped Zhou Qingxiao across the face. You are Uncle Mo's hope. If you return and are discovered, Uncle Mo will die in vain. You must cultivate diligently to avenge him. Stinging pain brought Zhou Qingxiao back to reality. His eyes reddened. Saintess, you must leave quickly, or it may lead to further complications. Mu Qingxi nodded. The elder, accompanied by two others, tore through the void and departed. Upon closer inspection, the elder's face bore a trace of panic. Soon, Gluttony reappeared at the location where the three had been. After watching them leave, he chuckled. A bunch of useless fools. If it weren't for the Divine Son's orders, I could have slain you all during this time. Truly a collection of immature trash. They know their kin are obstructing for them, yet waver over a mere bond of blood. How have they lived so long? Gluttony vanished, reappearing in the palace of Qingxiao. Divine Son, they have departed. Qingxiao nodded. Divine Son, that girl's aura should belong to the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Is there any information regarding that individual? Yes. The injuries Zhou Yunma sustained were likely inflicted by the temporal domain. Before reaching 40, Zhou Yunma cultivated to the Sage Realm. According to our investigations, he encountered an accident in the temporal domain. The specifics are still under investigation. Temporal domain, Lin family. I did not expect this little mouse to have such a profound background. The informant remained silent, perplexed as to how Qingxiao knew this. Let us go. To the Purple Cloud's Sacred Land. After hearing Qingxiao's words, they nodded and vanished from the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxi's protector felt the ominous aura dissipate, and his expression softened slightly, though his heart continued to race. What happened? Just now, I sensed a terrifying aura. It was overwhelming. In the face of that power, there was no strength to resist. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxi's complexion changed, and she sighed in relief. At that moment, Zhou Xingqian looked at the two individuals. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxi nodded, while the elder regarded Zhou Xingqian with a complex gaze. Having known Zhou Yunma in the past, he was aware of some of the earlier events. Young man, your temperament is lacking. You still require training. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Zhou Xingqian bowed, realizing that his earlier days had caused delays. His father had obstructed the enemy for him, yet he had remained idle, merely watching. Even after the ordeal, knowing he was powerless, he still wished to return. Mu Qingxi's slap had awakened him. In that case, let us hurry back. Your family may have already perished. I wonder who that person is? That aura was far too terrifying. It felt even more formidable than our ancestors in the purple cloud sacred land. Mu Qingxi sighed. Zhou Xingqian remained silent. Qingxi, who exactly are you? You seem very familiar with my father. Zhou Xingqian asked Mu Qingxi. 2 years ago, a radiant young woman had visited his family, exuding elegance and nobility, causing quite a stir in the Zhou family. Many of the young disciples regarded Mu Qingxi as a dream goddess, and some even carried her image. Zhou Xingqian had been astonished then, having never seen such a beautiful girl. That woman had come to find his father and had stayed in the Zhou family for 2 years. However, at that time, Zhou Xingqian was solely focused on cultivation, aiding his father in alleviating his injuries. Mu Qingxi's protector, upon hearing Zhou Xingqian's confusion, displayed a look of surprise. Did your father not tell you? Zhou Xingqian pondered for a moment and shook his head. He only asked me once with a smile. Cher, would you like a wife? After hearing his father's words, Zhou Xingqian was momentarily taken aback, naturally recalling Mu Qingxi's visit to the Zhou family, then shook his head. I am not worthy of her. Zhou Yunma had once laughed, saying, having her as your wife is her fortune. You will understand in time. Zhou Xingqian had merely regarded it as a joke back then. Mu Qingxi looked at Zhou Xingqian. Uncle Amo must have mentioned that I should be your wife, right? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingqian nodded. I am indeed your fiancé, arranged since childhood. My previous visit to your home was merely to discern the character of the man I am to marry. Naturally, I would hesitate to wed a stranger without proper acquaintance. Chapter 11. Your pretense is commendable. I award you full marks for your mockery. Upon hearing Mu Qingxi's words, Zhou Xingqian nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Thus, the trio lingered on their journey for several days, deliberately taking a convoluted route to prevent detection of their presence. This strategy was suggested by Zhou Xingqian, as the initial adversary was exceedingly formidable, and any unforeseen circumstances could lead to irreparable consequences. After some contemplation, the other two agreed, surprised at the meticulousness of Zhou Xingqian's thoughts. Upon arriving at the Ziyun's sacred land, they entered a grand hall where a middle-aged figure stood, donned in a purple brocade robe, exuding an air of authority. Beside him stood a woman, seemingly in her 30s, her expression tinged with anxiety. Upon spotting Mu Qingxi, her eyes softened with warmth. Dear daughter, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. You appear to have lost weight. Mu Huatian sighed in relief at the sight of his daughter's safe return, nodding to the protectors who then bowed and departed. Are you Zhou Daige's son? Mu Huatian inquired, observing the striking resemblance to his father in Zhou Xingqian. Realization dawned upon Zhou Xingqian that Mu Qingxi belonged to the Ziyun's sacred land and was its holy maiden. Senior, do you know my father? He asked, astonished. Mu Huatian remained silent, but the woman beside him spoke first. You must be Xiao Chun. May I call you that? Yu Exin stepped forward, grasping Zhou Xingqian's hand. He hesitated, but her grip was firm, leaving him unable to escape. We not only know your father, but share a close bond. Otherwise, I would not have promised your betrothal to my daughter. By the way, how is Zhou Daige? Upon hearing Mu Huatian's words, Zhou Xingqian fell silent. Observing his demeanor, Mu Huatian felt a weight in his heart, and Yu Exin's smiling face began to fade. What has transpired? Father, he should be deceased. What do you mean? Should be? Zhou Xingqian recounted the events. I see. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Qingxi, please show Xiao Chen around. Mu Qingxi nodded and led Zhou Xingqian away. After their departure, the two exchanged glances. Could it be that the Lin family from the Lingdao domain has made their move? Uncertain, when Zhou Daige returned, he bore no details. Zhou Daige was once a formidable half-step Saint King. Even injured, he must have been powerful enough to withstand an attack, yet he was easily defeated. Alas, had we anticipated such events, we would have insisted on his stay. Perhaps Zhou Daige refrained from burdening us. If we had urged him, he surely would have declined. It was only due to the medicinal herbs that we learned he had a child. Indeed, did not Xiao Chen leave you a letter? Mu Huatian hastily opened the letter. Huatian, Yuexin, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be present. The enemy I face is too formidable, and I can only delay for a while. Even at my peak, it would be futile. At first, I sensed familiarity in the presence of the one I was to kill, but paid it no heed until it was too late. Please do not inquire about my affairs. It is crucial, for otherwise, the Ziyun sacred land may face annihilation. My primary concern is Xiao Chun. Do not speak of his mother. The grudges of the past should remain buried. I have long deceived Xiao Chun into believing his mother is dead, and he remains unaware of his enemies. Should he inquire about you, tell him she is passed. I entrust him to you both. The two sighed after reading the letter. It appeared that Zhou Dage had prepared for this eventuality, though the identity of his adversary remained unknown. Since Zhou Dage advised against our inquiries, we shall refrain for now. But we must uncover the truth eventually. Zhou Dage has treated us with kindness. We cannot allow him to feel betrayed. Let Xiao Chen reside in the Ziyun sacred land, treating him as our own child, especially since Qingxiao is to marry him, thus binding us as one family. Yuexin pondered for a moment before speaking. Mu Huatian nodded in agreement, both feeling the weight of Zhou Dage's passing. They could do little for Zhou Yunma, yet they resolved to nurture Zhou Xingqian as an endeavor for Zhou Yunma's legacy. Mu Qingxi guided Zhou Xingqian through the Ziyun sacred land, which he beheld with awe for the first time. Numerous disciples cast scornful glances, yet refrained from voicing their disdain, for he was in the company of the holy maiden. Saintess, will you not introduce this disciple to us? A figure approached, his gaze toward Mu Qingxi laced with avarice. Though his own family was not inferior to the Ziyun sacred land, he had joined it primarily for Mu Qingxi. Upon learning of her return after a 2-year absence, he hastily concluded his seclusion. Now, seeing a strange man beside her, Qi Jiang's eyes flickered momentarily with malice. Zhou Xingqian glanced at Qi Jiang, then back at Mu Qingxi, discerning the tension. Who is he? He is my betrothed, Mu Qingxi replied, her cheeks flushing as she clung to Zhou Xingqian's arm. Zhou Xingqian was momentarily taken aback before turning to Qi Jiang. You have seen it. Keep your distance from my fiancé. How amusing. Do you realize he is the one I desire? I care not who you are, leave. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingqian's eyes ignited with fury. I challenge you now. If I win, you shall distance yourself from Qingxi. Should I lose, I shall depart. Qingxi is not an object. I shall not accept your terms. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxi looked at Zhou Xingqian, astonished at his audacity. You seek death, Qi Jiang declared, clenching his fist and launching a powerful blow toward Zhou Xingqian, the force creating a gust that rustled their garments. Mu Qingxi prepared to intervene, but Zhou Xingqian moved first, returning the strike with equal fervor. Bang! Their fists collided, and Qi Jiang was sent reeling, his arm twisted, disbelief etched on his face. Zhou Xingqian withdrew his fist, standing resolute and calm, gazing at Qi Jiang. You are no match for me. Zhou Xingqian's calm words pierced Qi Jiang's heart like a dagger. Applause erupted. Your pretense is commendable. I award you full marks. Chapter 12. I have stated that no one is to interrupt my speech. You worthless Saint King. The mocking words echoed like thunder in their ears, leaving them momentarily dazed as they turned to face the source. Zhou Xingqian and Mu Qingxi turned around, only to discover that a man clad in armor had mysteriously appeared behind them, applauding with an expression of admiration in his eyes. Who are you? A sense of foreboding crept over both Zhou Xingqian and Mu Qingxi. The man's sudden emergence was shrouded in enigma, accompanied by a chilling aura that felt unsettlingly familiar. They instinctively stepped back, realizing that this aura was reminiscent of the one they had encountered before in the Zhou family home. Was it not the same presence that had claimed Zhou Xingqian's father, Zhou Yunmo? As they had wandered about, they had not anticipated that he would find the Ziyun sacred land. Observing Zhou Xingqian and Mu Qingxi retreat, Qi Jiang remained silent, subtly gesturing with his finger. Subsequently, a figure emerged from the void. Who are you? The armored man ignored the figure's presence, who also remained speechless, for even he could not suppress the terror induced by that ominous aura. May I inquire which family you hail from, esteemed elder? We, the Qi family, are acquainted with numerous individuals in the true element realm and maintain relations with many clans, Tao Dai remarked, casting a smile at the revealing Qi Jiang. Young man, in pursuit of a woman, such methods are ill-advised. Others have already entered, yet you have yet to make a move. Simply knock her out and take her home. Then the deed is done. Your intentions are to win her over, are they not? Why complicate matters? Look at you. You're embarrassing yourself. Qi Jiang felt a profound sense of embarrassment. The armored man's words were indeed scathing. By the way, I possess a modicum of knowledge about the Qi family. There is some connection. Upon hearing this, Qingxiao sighed in relief, albeit with lingering curiosity, as he had never encountered this man before. May I borrow a drop of your blood? Before Qingxiao could fully comprehend the situation, his finger had already pricked, and a droplet of blood hovered in the void. The armored man, noticing this, smiled at Qingxiao. Allow me to present a little performance, vibrant and fiery. As the blood was drawn forth, Cao Dai chuckled, his teeth glinting in the sunlight. With a swift motion, he reached into the void. Come fort! Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in everyone's ears. The formidable beings of the Ziyun's sacred land appeared, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the armored man. Particularly striking was the sight of a cluster of palaces materializing in the skies above. Qingxiao regarded these familiar palaces with a devilish glare directed at the armored man. No, who exactly are you? Cao Tai ignored Qingxiao, focusing instead on Zhou Xingqian. Young man, did you see that? This is how one truly displays prowess. Your attempts were lacking. Zhou Xingqian gaped, at a loss for words. Who are you? At that moment, an elderly figure from the Jiang family emerged, his eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at the armored man. Me? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Your purpose is merely to serve as my audience while I instruct these youngsters in the art of posturing. However, your strength as a semi-holy king is quite commendable. It is well suited for the task. After uttering this, Cao Tai gestured, causing the palaces in the sky to vanish without a trace. Qingxiao's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground. No! Father, mother, ancestor, I will kill you. He lunged at Cao Tai with his sword, exclaiming, You teach the art of posturing, but instead learn to kill. What a villain you are! With a mere gesture, Qingxiao disappeared, and Cao Tai stood with an air of superiority, exuding an aura of a master. Meanwhile, Qingxiao, concealed in the void, observed the scene. Divine Son, it seems Cao Tai has been cooped up within his family for too long. His mind has become quite unhinged. Qingxiao nodded, remaining silent, for he was well aware of the ancestral elder's lax demeanor in the ancestral tomb. Cao Tai was never one to adhere to rules. It was remarkable he had not gone mad yet, and his peculiar behavior was understandable. Cao Tai turned his gaze to Zhou Xingqian. Earlier, when you were showing off, I applauded your efforts. Now that I have succeeded in my display, why do you not applaud me? Do you harbor disdain for my performance? It appears you are dissatisfied with the outcome of my showmanship. If that is the case, I shall obliterate this sacred land and stage another grand display. Zhou Xingqian's face turned pale, the hair on his back standing on end. He began to clap. At that moment, the individuals of the Ziyun's sacred land were engulfed in an overwhelming dread, their hearts plummeting to their stomachs. Who was this terrifying figure? Why had they never heard of or encountered him before? When had the Ziyun's sacred land offended such a powerful individual? Just then, Mu Huatian and Yu Xin exchanged glances, their eyes widening in realization as they gasped for breath. Indeed, this time, there is some sincerity in your display, far superior to your oblivious father, who attempted to obstruct me and failed miserably. You, on the other hand, succeeded in your display. The members of the Ziyun's sacred land hesitated to speak, feeling that this man's mind was perhaps a bit unhinged. Did you kill my father? Zhou Xingqian's voice turned icy as he confronted Cao Tai. Congratulations, you were correct, but alas, there is no reward. May I inquire as to the identity of the esteemed elder? Mu Huatian ventured. Leave, Cao Tai roared, and in an instant, thunder cracked, resonating fiercely. Mu Huatian was caught off guard, his body being flung back as he spat blood, his face pale and trembling, blood oozing from his eyes and ears. I detest being interrupted while I speak. Mu Huatian's expression darkened, yet the armored man's overwhelming pressure left him silent, his pale face bowed. The members of the Ziyun's sacred land also fell silent, for Mu Huatian, a being of saintly caliber, had been gravely injured by a mere roar. What does this esteemed fellow mean? A figure emerged from the void, and upon seeing this apparition, the members of the Ziyun's sacred land sighed in relief, Mu Huatian included. Cao Tai was about to speak when an elder appeared unexpectedly. I have stated that I do not appreciate interruptions while I speak. You have truly provoked my ire, you contemptible holy king. After uttering this, Cao Tai conjured a manifestation behind him, plunging the void into darkness, swallowing the elder whole. What a pathetic holy king, pretending to be formidable. Do you possess any self-awareness? Do you know what my emergence signifies? The annihilation of the true element's sacred land. The members of the Ziyun's sacred land were left in stunned silence, their strongest ancestor devoured by this man's manifestation without any resistance. Even a mere fart would carry some odor. Yet the Holy King, upon his appearance, was met with death after a single inquiry. Fear flickered in Mu Huatian's eyes as he recalled Zhou's message. Finally understanding why Zhou Yunmo had met such a swift demise, it was truly not unjust. Zhou Qingxiao, unable to endure the torment, confronted Cao Tai. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Nothing much, merely revenge. Blood for blood. Zhou Qingxiao fell silent, suddenly recalling a young man he had slain previously, who had claimed to belong to the Gu family, threatening that should he be killed, his entire clan would be obliterated. At that moment, Zhou Qingxiao had gained newfound strength and boasted of annihilating the Gu family to accompany the young man to the grave. Could this be a member of that clan? A bitter smile spread across Zhou Qingxiao's face. In the void, Gu Qingxiao observed Zhou Qingxiao. As the system notification echoed in his mind, the sacred king of the purple cloud sacred land has perished, and the fortune of the chosen one has decreased by 10,000. Gazing at the panel of the chosen one, Gu Qingxiao noted the following details. Name, Zhou Qingxiao. Identity, chosen one, child of the Lin family's youngest daughter from the temporal domain. Physique, star spirit body. Halo, halo of the chosen one. Technique, star attraction. Fortune value, 90,000. It appeared that the chosen one's pivotal advantage was this technique, star attraction. Without further conjecture, Gu Qingxiao recalled that within the family, there existed a technique known as the Zhou Tian star technique, previously practiced by the Star Emperor, though their version was only a fragment. Gu Qiyu was currently cultivating this technique, which represented a significant connection. Cao Tai, observing the lack of disturbance, exhibited a satisfied demeanor. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the void. A dark spot materialized, rapidly expanding until it enveloped the entire emptiness. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures emerged from the void, clad in white brocade robes, adorned with 2 purple characters on their chests, true origin. Upon witnessing this, the purple cloud sacred land remained silent, but within, hope ignited. This was the domain of true origin, and the implications of true origin were self-evident. The 3 individuals regarded Cao Tai, perplexed by his audacity to flaunt himself after the massacre within their domain. Have we offended you in any way? They inquired. Cao Tai surveyed the 3 figures in the void and retorted, You lack the authority to inquire. I advise you to leave. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. This matter does not concern you. Simply pretend you did not see it. Upon hearing Cao Tai's words, the 3 were momentarily taken aback, their expressions darkening. It seems we are not acquainted, but may I inquire if I, as the master of true origin, have the right to know? At that moment, a voice resonated through the heavens and earth, followed by an ethereal figure manifesting before them, solidifying into form. The members of the purple cloud's sacred land bowed in respect upon seeing the master of true origin. Cao Tai restrained his imposing aura and also bowed. The master of true origin's expression was one of confusion as he observed the place where Cao Tai had bowed. There, the verdant aura of the Tao continuously revealed itself, culminating in the emergence of a jade-green qilin that pulled a grand palace behind it. The master of true origin and his companions were astonished by this spectacle. Utilizing a divine beast as a chariot was a grand gesture indeed. The members of the purple cloud's sacred land felt numb. Even the divine beast pulling the chariot possessed the power to annihilate them. Regaining his composure, the master of true origin sought to glimpse the occupants of the palace. Return, a voice commanded from within. Upon hearing this voice, a look of astonishment crossed the master of true origin's face. Its owner sounded remarkably young. Taking a deep breath, he pondered the indignity of leaving without having seen the inhabitants of the palace. I beseech you to reveal yourself. The spiritual energy within the master of true origin surged, amplifying his voice slightly. However, his countenance darkened as he attempted to disperse the ethereal mist within the palace with his spiritual energy, only to find it utterly ineffective. Furthermore, he noticed the jade-green qilin regarding him with disdain, confirming his suspicions. The qilin's expression conveyed contempt, and it grinned mockingly. The master of true origin felt a wave of introspection wash over him. Why must it be so? You must understand what my appearance signifies, the voice from within declared. The master of true origin inhaled deeply. I implore you to reveal yourself. Footsteps echoed from within the palace, followed by the dissipating mist. Soon a figure emerged, his skin pale, his features as exquisite as jade, with phoenix-like eyes radiating languor. Clad in a crimson brocade robe, he appeared even more handsome, akin to a fallen immortal. At that moment, silence enveloped the world. They had never beheld such striking beauty. Cao Tai laughed heartily, resembling a fool. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxi, gazing at Gu Qingxiao, felt her heart skip a beat. Staring at this young man, her gaze momentarily turned vacant, and upon glancing at Zhou Xingqian beside her, she realized he paled in comparison. The master of true origin, after recovering from his shock, finally reacted. I do not recall having encountered this young man before. Which family do you hail from? You need not concern yourself with that. The Purple Cloud Sacred Land no longer exists. Gu Qingxiao's calm declaration resonated in the ears of the master of true origin. The 4 members of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land felt their pupils contract, fearing they had misheard. Just then, a figure appeared beside Gu Qingxiao, merely 2 sane emperors. Gu Qingxiao nodded slightly. The figure departed from his side and cast a glance at the 3 individuals. Come, I shall escort you to your graves. As the master of true origin departed, many members of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. A single utterance had sealed the fate of an entire sacred land, and that of the most powerful force in the true origin domain. The 2 sane emperors were dismissed as inconsequential. Only Tao Tai understood the significance of Gu Qingxiao's emergence. Clothed in red, it signified slaughter, and his mere presence foretold death. At that moment, above the true origin's sacred land, an elder waved his hand, plunging the skies into darkness. A colossal hand emerged from the shadows, descending upon the true origin's sacred land with a resounding crash. The reverberations echoed as the land lay devoid of life. The elder nodded, satisfaction evident on his face. Accompanying the divine child was exhilarating. Just as he was about to depart, his body paused momentarily before he delivered several more strikes. You have been disobedient. Let me bestow a few more strikes upon you. As the elder departed, the area transformed into a wasteland, utterly devoid of vitality. Chapter 14. I shall find you a task. Exterminate the Lin family of the temporal domain. Sensing the tremors from beneath the earth, even the beings of the true origin domain hesitated to emerge from their homes, fearing they had witnessed the ruler of the true origin domain, their own sacred land, meet its demise. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Taitsong realm, several dominant factions, having sensed the fluctuations in the void, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting upon detecting the lingering aura. The true origin sacred land has perished, and the fortune of the chosen one has diminished by 20,000. Gu Qingxiao, unfazed by the voice echoing in his mind, surmised that the subsequent developments would hinge upon Zhou Xingqian's abilities and the revelation of his talents, leading to his eventual affiliation with the true origin sacred land. Gu Qingxiao turned to the members of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Eliminate them. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiao's command, the members of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Wait! At that moment, Mu Huatian addressed Gu Qingxiao. Gu Qingxiao furrowed his brow. My lord, Zhou Xingqian has offended you, and it bears no relation to us. If we assist you in eliminating him, would you spare the Purple Cloud Sacred Land? Zhou Xingqian, taken aback, stammered you all. Ignoring Zhou Xingqian, Mu Huatian prioritized saving the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. My lord, it is Zhou Xingqian who desires our holy maiden, and it truly has nothing to do with us. Mu Qingxi exchanged glances with her father, who signaled her. Daughter, should you choose to accompany this nobleman, would it not be preferable to following Zhou Xingqian? You have long resisted this marriage. Now is your chance. If you become his confidant, our Purple Cloud Sacred Land shall undoubtedly rise as the dominant force in the true origin domain. Father, Uncle Mo. At this moment, Mu Huatian has come to a realization. If Zhou Yunma truly intended to protect them, he should not have allowed Zhou Xingqian to come to him. Wasn't that putting him in danger? If he genuinely wished to safeguard us, he would not have sent his son. Mu Qingxi fell silent. Initially, she resisted this marriage. But after spending 2 years with the Zhou family, she witnessed Zhou Xingqian's resilience and diligence, gradually easing her opposition. However, seeing Zhou Xingqian's current disheveled state and the ethereal figure standing in the void like a fallen celestial being, she admitted that she felt a stir of emotions upon first encountering Gu Qingxiao. Yet, she struggled to reconcile her feelings. Daughter, do you wish to witness our demise before your eyes? At that moment, Yuexin also transmitted a thought. They sensed a glimmer of hope. Their daughter was beautiful, and if she were to become this young master's companion, the power of their Xian sacred land would rise swiftly. Zhou Xingqian's heart was filled with desolation. Father, is this the person you deemed worthy of trust? It is not that they are exceptional, but rather that the previous benefits were insufficient. Now that they perceive great profit, they have changed. Zhou Xingqian, do not disturb me again. I do not harbor feelings for you. I am drawn to individuals like the young master. Upon hearing Mu Qingxi's words, Zhou Xingqian fell silent, his fingers clenched tightly. Mu Qingxi lifted her head, gazing at Qingxiao, who stood in the ethereal pavilion. The fated son and daughter sever ties. The fated son's fortune value decreases by 10,000, while the antagonist value of the master increases by 10,000. The Ziyun sacred land has severed ties with the fated son. The fated son's fortune value decreases by 15,000, while the antagonist value of the master increases by 15,000. At this moment, Zhou Xingqian felt numb, observing the people from Ziyun's sacred land and Mu Qingxi. Mu Qingxi turned to Qingxiao. Young master, I wonder if I possess the qualifications to be your maid. I am currently at the late stage of dawn, with the physique of Ziyun spiritual body. Qingxiao stood in the void, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. After seeing Qingxiao smile, Mu Qingxi also smiled, blushing and lowering her head. Thank you, young master. Once Mu Qingxi regained her composure, her expression changed as the armored man approached her. It seems our divine son is truly a good person, sending you to meet the king of hell. You should thank our divine son. Do you think you are worthy of being a maid? Even trash aspires to ascend. Killing you would merely dirty our divine son's hands. After uttering these words, the armored man struck Mu Qingxi down. At this moment, Qingxiao had already returned to the palace. Upon seeing Qingxiao's departing figure, Tao Dai understood the implication. Be good. Do not resist. I shall send you to hell. Tao Dai struck out, slamming his palm down on Ziyun's sacred land. Boom! The earth trembled as terrifying waves radiated outwards. The beings of Ziyun's sacred land could not even utter a scream. Soon after, Tao Ye's expression shifted, for a figure emerged unscathed from the chaos. Zhou Yunxiao was equally stunned. Such a powerful attack had not harmed him in the slightest. Suddenly, the void parted, revealing a palace-dressed woman, whose youthful visage bore a look of guilt and affection as she gazed at Zhou Xingqian. Then she turned her attention to the palace. Gu family's divine son seems to possess leisure. The Lin family's little princess is not bad either. She has already given birth. Lin Xinliu did not expect Qingxiao to be so cutting with his words. I will seek an explanation from the Gu family regarding this matter. The void parted again as Lin Xinliu departed. Just as Tao Tai was about to speak, he noticed Qingxiao's silence and wisely kept his mouth shut. What are you looking at? Go home. Qingxiao's tone remained calm, devoid of anger. The Qingyu Qilin let out a roar and pulled the palace away. In the void passage, Zhou Xingqian looked at the woman before him, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say, having already guessed her identity. Is Zhou Yunmo responsible for your care? Lin Xinliu asked Zhou Xingqian. My father has passed. Upon hearing this, a powerful aura of killing intent erupted from Lin Xinliu. However, after observing Zhou Xingqian's swaying form, she reined in her momentum. Is this the doing of the Gu family? Zhou Xingqian nodded. How did you come to be at odds with him? I do not know if it was due to killing a young man in the secret realm, but merely killing a disciple of the Gu family should not lead to such consequences. It seems you possess something they covet. Lin Xinliu, aligned with the Lin family, a prominent force in Taicang realm, was well aware of some matters concerning the Gu family. At this moment, Qingxiao had returned to the Gu family. Tao Tai brought forth a figure and directly suppressed him, forcing him to kneel before the grave of Qiyu. Zhou Yunma gazed at the name before him in silence. His strength depleted, unable even to take his own life. Qingxiao had returned to the Xiao palace. The elders of the Gu family rose to their feet upon seeing Qingxiao. The old fellows in the ancestral tomb are rusting away. I shall give them a task to get some exercise. Wipe out the Lin family of the Lingdao domain. Chapter 15. If the Lin family is wise, they should end their own lives. The elders of the Gu family nodded in agreement at Qingxiao's words. Just then, three figures emerged, radiating an ancient aura. As the three appeared, they looked at Qingxiao. Have you made your decision? You old fellows have been lounging in the ancestral tomb, not fearing rust. This task is perfect for you. The 16th ancestor looked at Qingxiao. Weren't you once like this? Did we not learn from you? After the 16th ancestor spoke, his figure vanished. Then, within the void, a colossal Dharma image appeared, golden light cascading down. The appearance of this immense Dharma image in Xiao domain inevitably attracted attention. The Gu family declared war against the Lin family of the Lingdao domain. If you are wise, you should all take your own lives. After the 16th ancestor made this declaration, the Dharma image disappeared into the void. This is the demeanor befitting the Gu family's divine son. Indeed, quite domineering. I like it. At this moment, the Taicang realm was left bewildered by the Gu family's declarations. What transpired that prompted the Gu family to declare war? I am unaware of the reasons behind the war. But is the Gu family's strength not supposed to be on par with that of the Lin family of the Lingdao domain? Are they truly unafraid of mutual destruction? Meanwhile, countless hidden realms revealed their laws. Has the Gu family once again stirred up trouble? The Lin family is likely finished. The Gu family has been idling about, seemingly uninterested in matters. They are not genuinely weak, yet they have revealed their fangs once more. Many families were merely born after the ancient era. They do not understand the vastness of the world and dare to contend with the Gu family. Even their teeth could be broken. Forget it. This matter is beyond our concern. We need not intervene, truly overestimating their capabilities. Back in the Lin family, upon hearing these words, they too were left in shock. Lin Qingxiao, upon hearing the Gu family statements, returned to her palace with Zhou Xingxian, equally bewildered. Has the Gu family gone mad? Simply because of this incident, they wish to go to war with the Lin family? What are the Gu family's intentions? Are they unable to play this game? I merely brought my son back, and they want to wage war with us? Gu Qingxiao sat in the grand hall, observing the 16th ancestor, 15th ancestor, and 14th ancestor, who remained silent. Allow me to handle this. I could obliterate them with a mere fart. Let me handle it. I could drown them with a single spit. You are not capable. I am a few years your senior and more composed. Thus the task of annihilating the Lin family must fall to me. Just because one ages does not imply superiority. Besides, you are not significantly older than I. Merely a matter of several millennia, which hardly qualifies as age. Do you possess any sense of time? The 16th ancestor gazed disdainfully at the 14th ancestor. Indeed, do you have any sense of time? Just a slight difference in years, and you still dare to speak? It is often said that the elder should yield to the younger. Allow me to take charge. Rest assured, the destruction will be swift. A minuscule family birthed in ancient times dares to rise against us. Now you acknowledge me as your elder brother. Yet while we slumbered, you dared to let forth flatulence in our coffins, and now that we are sealed within, you claim kinship? The 14th ancestor shouted vehemently. The 15th ancestor sensed impending doom and glared at the 16th ancestor in fury. As per tradition, let us engage in combat. Whoever is the strongest shall prevail. Come then, let us fight. Do you think I fear you? Be a good grandson and act as the referee. Gu Qingxiao nodded in agreement. The three of them warmed up their wrists before launching into battle. The 16th ancestor darted behind the 15th ancestor and kicked him. Ah, you remain as cunning as ever. Observe my move, steal the peach. The 14th ancestor swiftly distanced himself, preparing to reap the benefits. However, at that moment, the 15th ancestor created a shadow clone, appearing before the 14th ancestor, leaping high with a clenched fist ready to strike down. The 14th ancestor, upon witnessing this, revealed a mischievous grin and extended a finger. What do you intend to do? Oh no! A piercing cry of pain echoed throughout the hall. Gu Qingxiao rubbed his forehead, gazing with sympathy at the 15th ancestor, who writhed on the ground, his body curled up and veins bulging. The 16th ancestor quickly retreated. Truly, the 14th brother, you are indeed devious. Just a minor skirmish. In our youth, I had already bested him. Little 15 is restless. He wishes to relive the past. And as an elder brother, I cannot refuse. Wouldn't you agree? Little 16? The 16th ancestor pondered briefly, observing the 14th ancestor rubbing his fingers, ultimately resigned to nodding in agreement. If he were to be bested, pain would be trivial. The loss of face would be unbearable. Very well, this time I emerge victorious. I shall proceed. The 14th ancestor wore a triumphant expression, then turned to search for Gu Qingxiao, only to find him absent. Where is Qingxiao? The 14th ancestor inquired, puzzled. The 13th ancestor took him away. The 16th ancestor blinked innocently. Ah, you little 16, no wonder you yielded. You saw the 13th ancestor take Qingxiao away. The 16th ancestor waved his hands, feigning innocence. He understood he could not contend with the 14th ancestor, who was far too cunning. Thus he had informed the 13th ancestor in advance. 16, accompany me for a moment. At that moment, a voice resonated through the void. Upon hearing this, the 16th ancestor smiled at the 14th ancestor. 14th ancestor, your muscles have failed. Now it is time to rely on your intellect. After uttering this, the 16th ancestor departed. The 15th ancestor finally rose, trembling, casting a resentful glance at the 14th ancestor. What are you staring at? Look again, and I shall retaliate. I cannot endure this any longer. I must release this pent-up frustration. The 14th ancestor suddenly had an idea and flew towards the ancestral tomb. The 15th ancestor, curious, followed closely. Upon reaching the 16th ancestor's coffin, the 14th ancestor produced a hammer. After a few strikes, the coffin splintered. The 14th ancestor's face lit up with satisfaction. Then he set the coffins ablaze. Numerous eyes observed from the shadows. Haha, it seems some of you are feeling chilly. I prepared some firewood to warm you. Isn't that right, little 15? The 15th ancestor, sensing the threat in the 14th ancestor's demeanor, reluctantly nodded in agreement. The 14th ancestor beamed with delight. The 15th ancestor gazed at his own coffin, then cast a barrier, lying down within and sealing himself, continuously reinforcing the seals. When little 16 returns, I shall be fast asleep, and it will be of no concern to me. Meanwhile, within the Lin family estate, the great hall was filled with figures, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Chapter 16, Ancestor. It seems I look down upon you. The family head, Lin Langtian, observed the returning figures in the hall and nodded. Now let us discuss this matter. When did you offend the Gu family? Although we do not fear them, engaging in war could lead to mutual destruction. Head, we are unaware of the specifics. Over the years, we have had no interaction with the Gu family. Why would they declare war? We are equally baffled and assumed you had knowledge of it. Suddenly, Lin Langtian recalled something and waved them away. He then appeared in the rear courtyard. Upon noticing a strange young man, Lin Langtian remained composed. Yet upon sensing that familiar aura, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Brother, you have arrived. Lin Xinyu, upon seeing Lin Langtian, experienced a flicker of panic mingled with hatred. Who is he? Your nephew. Have I not forbidden them from stepping foot in the Lin family? You must understand. It is because of your actions that our family's progress has stagnated for centuries. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinyu became furious. Is family advancement all that matters to you? Indeed, I am the head of the Lin family. Naturally, I must consider the family's welfare. Anyone who betrays the family shall face my wrath. Had it not been for your relation to me as my sister, I would have long since dealt with you. Our alliance with the Nangong family could have propelled our family forward, but instead, you brought back a man and became pregnant. Once the Nangong family learned of it, had our father not sacrificed himself to atone? Do you think the Lin family would still exist? And now you dare to bring this wretch back? Lin Langtian, when you insult him, you insult me. He is my son and your nephew. You know what kind of person Nangong Yi is. You and father are fully aware. Yet you still allowed me to be bound to such scum. Did you not claim Nangong Yi was formidable? Why then did he still fall at Yun Mo's hands? Are you unaware that the conflict with the Gu family may be due to you? It is indeed my fault. The Gu family seeks to kill my son, and I cannot even defend him. You are truly beyond redemption. You were once a noble lady of the Lin family, and yet you willingly descended into depravity with such a person. Begone! You have no place in the Lin family anymore. Zhou Xingqian's expression was equally grim as he looked at Lin Langtian, realizing this man was the one responsible for injuring his father, as the aura emanating from him matched his father's injuries. I cannot allow this. I have a stake in the Lin family too. Although you are the head, to expel me from the Lin family, you need the ancestor's consent. I have already sought the ancestor's approval. Upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent surged in Lin Langtian's eyes as he glared at Zhou Xingqian. You are protecting him, so I shall eliminate him first. Stop. Just then, an ancient voice echoed. Upon hearing this, both individuals fell silent. Lin Langtian quieted, staring at the figure in the void. Ancestor. The elder appeared, surveying the two, his eyes filled with helplessness. Both individuals had once been the pride of the Lin family, yet due to certain events, they now stood at odds. The star body is rather impressive, the ancestor remarked, nodding at Zhou Xingqian. Lin Langtian remained inscrutable upon hearing this. The little one has granted you an opportunity. Here lies a starstone. Let me witness how your stellar spirit absorbs its celestial power, for this is also a chance for you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xinliu breathed a sigh of relief, turning her gaze towards Zhou Xingqian. Zhou Xingqian nodded, and immediately the stellar energy within him manifested, complemented by the star conduit. In an instant, the starstone's power was depleted. The elder, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Lin Xinliu looked at her son, equally astonished by the sheer strength of his constitution. Lin Langtian's eyes mirrored his surprise as he scrutinized Zhou Xingqian. Indeed, it seems your physique is on the verge of evolving into a sacred body. The Tao body might also be a possibility. Excellent, excellent. Let us retain this young one and allow him to follow me. Lin Langtian pondered for a moment and consented, while Lin Xinliu felt a sense of relief. Ancestor, what of the impending conflict with the Gu family? We are aware of it. Our awakening was indeed for this very purpose. The Gu family has not previously made any significant moves, despite their territorial claims, and we have yet to hear of any extraordinary beings emerging from them. Worry not, for we elders are here to oversee matters. Yet, Ancestor, they hold you in contempt. As the conversation unfolded, a voice suddenly resonated through the void. Upon hearing it, their expressions turned incredulous as they gazed into the emptiness. 3 figures had materialized in the void. 2 elderly men clad in gray robes, accompanied by a man in a crimson robe. "Are you from the Gu family?" inquired the elder of the Lin family. "Do you look down upon me?" The 16th ancestor retorted, his demeanor unfazed. The Lin family elder countered, "Your temper seems rather fiery, my friend." The 16th ancestor then appeared before the Lin family elder, extending his hand towards him. The elder retaliated, but his countenance shifted as the surrounding space was unexpectedly sealed, rendering him unable to harness the powers of heaven and earth. The 16th ancestor seized the Lin family elder by the head. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the elder crumpled to the void in defeat. Lin Langtian and Lin Xinliu's expressions turned grave. Gu Qingxiao stood in the void, while the 13th ancestor regarded him with a hint of exasperation, acknowledging Gu Qingxiao's knack for inciting conflict. "You, the 16th ancestor, despise being underestimated." "I am aware," Gu Qingxiao replied nonchalantly. "I am curious about your thoughts. We were once apprehensive about our dispositions influencing you. There is little to discuss, merely some foolish jesters who truly irritate, showcasing their own existence. The solution to one's troubles lies in alleviating the burdens of others. When others are free of concerns, one finds peace as well." "Indeed, that is an astute approach," mused the 13th ancestor, finding merit in Gu Qingxiao's words. "You dare to belittle me?" The 16th ancestor swiftly struck the Lin family elder, sending his head flying. With fury burning in his gaze and a surge of Taoist essence erupting, a colossal manifestation of law emerged. Chapter 17. Good grandson, behold my invention, splendid, isn't it? The skies of the Lingdao domain darkened ominously. Subsequently, a golden light erupted in the void, a vast manifestation of law materializing above. This sudden occurrence startled the inhabitants of the Lingdao domain. "What is this? A manifestation of law. Which formidable being has made their presence known? Show yourself." At that moment, the immense manifestation behind the 16th ancestor boomed, causing the entire Lingdao domain to tremble. Soon, another massive manifestation appeared within the Lin family's forbidden grounds. "How audacious of you, Gu family, to trespass upon my Lin family with merely 3 individuals. You clearly disregard us." The colossal manifestations of law clashed violently in the void. "It is you, Lin family, who underestimate us. It seems that after countless epochs, you have begun to see us as insignificant. Today, let us demonstrate the might of the Gu family. You wretches are unworthy of contending with us. I previously advised you to take your own lives. It appears you possess no understanding. Heaven and earth roam freely." The 16th ancestor's manifestation roared, expanding once more. The Lin family members were left dumbfounded, including the Lin family elder, whose complexion had drastically altered. "You dare to defy me? A mere Lin family dares offend the divine child of the Gu family? Who granted you such audacity?" Many beings looked upon the tranquil figure in the void, unable to discern its true nature. "Annihilate!" The 16th ancestor's colossal manifestation grasped the Lin family elder's manifestation, crushing it effortlessly. The elder vanished into the ether, his face frozen in terror at the moment of his demise. Gu Qingxiao observed this unfolding scene with an impassive demeanor. "Seize him. Quickly capture him. We still have a chance." Many from the Lin family, overwhelmed with dread, turned their gazes towards Gu Qingxiao, rushing towards him. Yet Gu Qingxiao remained unmoved, rooted in place. Observing this, the 13th ancestor merely flicked his finger, rendering those figures powerless, including Lin Langtian and Lin Xinliu. The energy within Zhou Xingqian erupted violently, his constitution obliterated. The Child of Fortune's stellar spirit has been destroyed, fortune value decreased by 20,000, and the protagonist's villain value increased by 20,000. Let us depart. After uttering this phrase, Gu Qingxiao conjured a portal of void behind him. The 16th ancestor cast a fleeting glance before extracting the Lin family's spiritual veins, stripping them of all resources and delivering a resounding slap. "You dare to underestimate me, a bunch of insignificant wretches, when I, your ancestor, contest." You are no more than mere tadpoles. With several more slaps, the 16th ancestor witnessed the Lin family reduced to ruins, nodding in satisfaction before departing. At that moment, the Lin family, kneeling before a tombstone, wore expressions of bewilderment. Yet, upon seeing the solitary figure kneeling there, their faces paled. Zhou Xingqian and Lin Xinliu's expressions shifted dramatically, tears streaming down their faces. Father, Brother Yunma. Now, they were powerless to act, only able to call out. But the figure remained unresponsive, devoid of life. No, father! Zhou Xingqian coughed up blood and fainted. Tao Tai reappeared, a cold smirk gracing his face as he regarded the Lin family. Oh dear, isn't this the pretentious one? How tragic! Upon uttering these words, Tao Tai flicked his finger, causing the Lin family members to explode, their remnants falling upon Gu Qiuyu's tomb. Lin family annihilated. The child of fortune's fortune value decreased by 30,000. The protagonist's villain value increased by 30,000. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Qingxiao glanced at the unconscious Zhou Xingqian, flicking his finger to dissolve him into the ether. The protagonist has slain the child of fortune, Zhou Xingqian. The heavenly mandate villain aura absorbs the fortune aura once more. The slaying threshold is raised to 10,000, rewarding one-time fragment and villain value of 10,000. With the demise of this child of fortune, Gu Qingxiao remained unfazed. Since the laws of heaven and earth sought to tilt, these children of fortune were merely appetizers. Even when they grew stronger, they could not compare to those formidable prodigies. As the Lin family fell, ripples surged through the Taicang realm. Just moments ago, the Gu family was poised for conflict with the Lin family, and in the blink of an eye, the Lin family had been obliterated. It was only then that they comprehended the magnitude of the colossal manifestation, realizing the Gu family's elder possessed the strength of a quasi-emperor. Though many were aware of the Gu family prior, it had remained aloof from conflicts, seemingly living in isolation. However, this revelation sent shockwaves through them all. Only those ancient forces with a legacy as long as the Gu family's understand that they should not be underestimated. While they may seem to be languishing, it is merely a fade. They are not truly in decline. Yet, human memory tends to fade, and after several epochs, the Gu family has not frequently revealed itself. The vastness of the Taicang realm leaves many unaware of the Gu family's renown. However, this time, many have become aware of yet another formidable force, the Gu family. After all, possessing a quasi-emperor level powerhouse places them atop the hierarchy within the Taicang realm, a sentiment shared by the majority. At this moment, the 16th ancestor was elated, having vented some frustrations by obliterating a few insignificant foes, which undoubtedly brightened his mood. Upon returning to the ancestral tomb, he found it eerily empty. Which scoundrel has stolen my coffin? His furious roar reverberated within the tomb, met with silence. Old 15, come out! He bellowed once more. The 15th ancestor had sealed himself away, oblivious to the commotion. Upon locating the 15th ancestor's coffin and discovering its seal, the 16th ancestor's expression darkened. This rascal must have known. My dear grandson, come here for a moment. I have something delightful to show you. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxiao, still preoccupied with external affairs, heard the 16th ancestor's voice. A look of perplexity crossed his face. Upon his arrival at the ancestral tomb, the 16th ancestor beckoned him to sit. My dear grandson, today I shall indulge you. Allow me to treat you to some exquisite delicacies. The 16th ancestor displayed a mysterious smile as a large, earth-encrusted object materialized. You have certainly never tasted this before. I have just invented it. Gu Qingxiao remained silent, recognizing it as a variation of beggar's chicken, though curious about what the 16th ancestor had roasted within such a massive clay mound. As flames rose, the 16th ancestor placed the object into the fire. My dear grandson, witness my invention. Splendid, isn't it? Gu Qingxiao nodded in agreement. As time passed, a crack appeared in the clay mound, and Gu Qingxiao's eyes widened in astonishment as the 15th ancestor emerged from within. Upon seeing the 15th ancestor, the 16th ancestor fled in haste, while Gu Qingxiao remained silent. My dear grandson, do not emulate your 16th ancestor. That fellow is full of mischief. Oh, very well. Such a good boy, the 15th ancestor replied, as a malevolent aura enveloped him. Little 16, halt. If I don't make your backside bloom, I'm not your 15th brother. Chapter 18. Do any of you possess the demeanor of an ancestor? Gu Qingxiao shook his head, bemused by their childish antics. He initially intended to leave, but then noticed the 14th ancestor sneaking in. Has little 15 departed? Gu Qingxiao nodded, slightly exasperated. These ancestors were delightful, yet somewhat disruptive. "Heh, good riddance, good riddance." Suddenly, the 14th ancestor exclaimed and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the 15th ancestor, fingers poised, radiated an evil grin. "Brother 14, why have you fallen? You little brat, your strikes are truly venomous." The 15th ancestor retorted. 15, I must admonish you. Qingxiao is still here. What if you lead him astray? Just then, 3 large lumps appeared atop the heads of the ancestors. It was the 13th ancestor who had just entered. Do any of you resemble true ancestors? Look at your current state. The others fell silent, standing quietly behind Qingxiao. When Qingxiao was born, they had taken him in with the hope that his parents would produce more offspring. After all, with Qingxiao's remarkable physique, who knew what other extraordinary traits might emerge? Yet, years passed without another child, and to make matters worse, 2 of them had broken through their limits, despite being told to wait until they had more children. "My dear grandson, your father is no longer capable." The 13th ancestor's words startled Qingxiao. "What has transpired? What do you mean?" Qingxiao pressed. "I mean, your father can no longer produce children, so the responsibility now falls to you. Though you have yet to undergo your coming-of-age ceremony, your bloodline is sufficiently powerful. You may begin to procreate. I shall confer with the other ancestors to gather a multitude of suitable young women for you to engage with, in hopes of producing a few more heirs. You are aware that our family's younger generation is lacking. The pressure is now on you." Qingxiao observed the serious expressions of the 13th ancestor and the others, then sighed. "Ancestors, have you not considered an alternative?" "What alternative? If we eliminate the younger generation who surpass us, would not our family's lineage be revitalized, effectively strengthening our clan?" Upon hearing Qingxiao's proposal, they gazed at him in shock, their eyes wide open. 6. No wonder your aim is precise. The 16th ancestor opened his mouth, nearly receiving a punch from Qingxiao. Recalling his childhood antics with the 16th ancestor, he was astonished that the elders still remembered. "Well, don't you have matters to attend to? Hurry along. We shall deliberate." The 13th ancestor waved him off. "What are your thoughts on this strategy?" "Not advisable. Although we are young, ambushing the younger generation seems improper," the 16th ancestor contemplated aloud. "We are all young. It is not an ambush but a borrowing their lives for our amusement. Surely they would not be so petty." The 13th ancestor pondered this before responding. "Return to me at once." A commanding voice echoed in their minds. They promptly silenced themselves and retreated to their respective tombs. "Damn, is my coffin not yet ready?" the 16th ancestor exclaimed, along with the 15th ancestor, as they hurried back to their burial sites, realizing they had nowhere to rest. Upon returning to the carefree hall, Qingxiao found 2 figures awaiting him. Upon his arrival, they smiled warmly. These 2 were none other than Qingxiao's parents, Qin Juanze and Yun Shu. "Qingxiao, you have been performing admirably. Our family's divine son ought to exude such confidence." "Father, I have been diligent. Perhaps you should also exert some effort, as the ancestors have been pressuring me to produce offspring." Their expressions turned awkward upon hearing this. Yun Shu regarded her son, asking, "Who suggested this to you?" Without hesitation, Qingxiao revealed the 16th ancestor, 15th ancestor, 14th ancestor, and 13th ancestor. "Curse those old ancestors," Qingxiao muttered internally. "They intended to have me handle this matter. Although their talents may not be exceptional, they have always been by your side. Now that a situation has arisen, you must resolve it yourself. Albeit your method is rather unexpected. You are the divine son of our family, and the future of the Gu clan rests in your hands. Feel free to stir things up. If you cannot triumph, then unearth the ancestors' graves." The notion that the older generation must refrain from intervening is mere nonsense. Strength reigns supreme. If you cannot assert your power, your family will stagnate. Isn't the reason for our ancestors' rigorous training to provide protection for their disciples? Such principles are crafted for the weak, and they are well aware that these are merely psychological comforts. Qingxiao nodded, surprised by his father's clarity of thought. "Father, mother, I shall take my leave. There remains one more person I must deal with." A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Qingxiao's eyes. Yun Shu scrutinized her son, taking in his demeanor. "So, you look splendid in that red brocade robe. From now on, wear it like this. It pleases me greatly." Qingxiao nodded and departed. As she watched him leave, Yun Shu sighed. "What is wrong? These old geezers, he is still just a child. This is unacceptable. The more I think about it, the angrier I become." Upon finishing her words, she shattered the void and vanished without a trace. After Yun Shu's departure, Gu Juanza let out a sigh and prepared a banquet, bringing forth several fine wines, patiently awaiting the others. At that moment, the 15th and 16th ancestors had just completed their coffins and lay down to test them. Ah, quite comfortable. Suddenly, the sound of splintering wood echoed through the air. Both ancestors, their eyes ablaze with fury, gazed at the wreckage of the coffins they had painstakingly crafted. Could they comprehend the immense distress this caused to beings who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years? Observing the figure before them, they smiled. Little Shu has arrived. Enjoying yourself? If not, I can always craft a few more. 16th ancestor, 15th ancestor, 14th ancestor, 13th ancestor, come fort. I have something to discuss. The four ancestors stood speechless, exchanging glances, pushing and shoving, too intimidated to speak. Qingxiao is still a child. How can you expect him to bear such burdens? Upon hearing this, they fell silent. When Yun Shu bore Gu Qingxiao, she nearly perished, and with his divine demonic body, he was truly an extraordinary prodigy. Furthermore, when Gu Qingxiao was born, they had snatched him away. Thus, every time they encountered Yun Shu, they felt an unsettling guilt. Could it be that this little rascal is secretly competing? Yun Shu continued, look at you all, collectively hundreds of thousands of years in age, yet so irresponsible. How could you mistreat Qingxiao like this? You abducted him at birth. I understand you did so for my sake, as my constitution is frail and unsuited to nurture him. But what kind of injustice have you inflicted upon him? If you corrupt him further, I shall take him back to my family. It is infuriating. He is still just a child. You expect him to bear children? Why don't you do it instead? The ancestors' faces flushed with embarrassment as Yun Shu departed. This is too much. I am, after all, the matriarch of the Gu family, and they show me no respect. That little rascal might even complain. Subsequently, the four of them set off together. Upon reaching the carefree palace, they found a figure already seated there. Juanza, you must reign in your wife. See how she has portrayed us. Indeed, I too feel wronged. The ancestors lamented. In the past, Qingxiao's formidable constitution nearly led to calamity. Yun Shu had sacrificed her essence, willing to give her life to ensure his safety. Thankfully, Qingxiao was born safely, and Yun Shu subsequently regained her strength. The ancestors understood her sacrifices. Upon hearing Gu Juanza's words, the ancestors fell silent. For them, Yun Shu was a benefactor of the Gu family, even if chastised by her. They could not harbor resentment, at most directing their complaints toward Gu Juanza. Come, let us drink, ancestors. Gu Juanza, accustomed to their antics, watched with amusement as they were humbled in Yun Shu's presence. I have prepared a few dishes for you to taste. It's been a while since I last cooked, so I wonder how they turned out? At this moment, Yun Shu arrived, holding 2 platters of food. The ancestors found themselves momentarily flustered. Thank you, matriarch, they uttered in unison, eliciting smiles from her. Yun Shu knew that the ancestors had taken Gu Qingxiao not only to supplement his essence, but also because they had not anticipated the extraordinary nature of his constitution. Given her insufficient essence, she felt compelled to sacrifice herself for his well-being. The ancestors had indeed made great efforts for Gu Qingxiao, as evidenced by their revival within a mere decade. Alas, we old fellows are merely fond of causing a ruckus, the 16th ancestor remarked sheepishly. Oh no, that little rascal has left. I must see where he has gone. As he spoke, he suddenly exclaimed and, with a flick of his fingers, snatched the 2 dishes Yun Shu had prepared, leaving the others in stunned silence. Once the 16th ancestor departed, they finally reacted. No need to pursue him, ancestors, Yun Shu stated, her gaze flickering as several more platters of food appeared. The ancestors erupted into laughter. At this moment, Gu Qingxiao had already left. Tao Dai stood by silently, his eyes shimmering with excitement, indicating that the divine child was quite pleased with the recent developments. Otherwise, he would not have brought him along. Having been cooped up in the ancestral tomb, he felt on the verge of madness. Reflecting on his previous carefree existence, Tao Dai recalled how he had lived in a forbidden zone, in a deep slumber. But one day, that barrier was breached, awakening him with a surge of anger. Following a cordial exchange with those who had disturbed him, he was taken away, emptied of the resources from his dwelling. Previously, he had possessed a mysterious stone whose significance eluded him. However, upon seeing it, those individuals exhibited excitement. Only later did he realize it was a divine, demonic stone. Had he known, he would have consumed it long ago. Yet, it was fortunate he had not, for they had warned him, if you consume it, we shall slay you. Here is your chance. Become the guardian of our Gu family's divine child. We hope you do not misjudge your fortune. In that moment, he felt humiliated, but upon discovering Gu Qingxiao's divine, demonic nature, he readily agreed. The others were momentarily taken aback. Cao Tai, a cunning beast, understood their intentions. You think you can overpower me? I know better than that. I may not defeat you, but I will ultimately agree. So why not do so from the start? From that point onward, he became Cao Tai. However, as he accompanied Gu Qingxiao in his growth, he found the young boy rather dim-witted, engaging in contests with the old geezers, and out of curiosity, he joined in, only to be excluded later. To this day, Cao Tai remained perplexed. Didn't we agree to play together? He stood beside Gu Qingxiao, who was meditating in silence. How is your injury? Gu Qingxiao finally asked. I have recovered somewhat. There is no serious issue, Cao Tai replied. Gu Qingxiao's eyes flickered as a panel appeared before him. Master, Gu Qingxiao identity. Divine child of the Gu family in the carefree domain of Taicong realm. Destined villain constitution. Chaos divine demonic body. Eye of the destined villain. Merged with 3 shards of time. Wielding a fragment of temporal power. Techniques. Chaos divine demonic art. Carefree scripture aura. Aura of the destined villain. Severing the scrutiny of the heavenly path. Strength. Early marquee stage fate child slaughter line. 10,000 villain points. 150,000 backpack. Nun Gu Qingxiao surveyed his panel. Noting he had slain 2 fate children, requiring their fortune to be below 10,000 for him to eliminate them at will. His villain points had amassed to a staggering 150,000. Subsequently, Gu Qingxiao utilized these points to enhance his strength. A powerful aura enveloping him as he ascended to the mid-marquee stage. Cao Tai widened his eyes in astonishment. I knew you were concealing your power. A divine demonic body cannot possibly be this weak. When did you achieve the marquee realm? At this moment, the 16th ancestor Zhang gaped in astonishment, feeling the fleeting aura of Gu Qingxiao. Soon a message was transmitted. Within the ancestral tomb of the Gu family, terrifying energies manifested incessantly, leading to an exchange of divine consciousness. Qingxiao had already broken through to the mid-level of the Prince realm. When had this breakthrough occurred? Why had we not sensed it before? What exactly had this young man done? After 2 years of apparent idleness, could he have been deceiving us, secretly advancing his skills? Chapter 20. They felt as if they had just witnessed the resurrection of a long-deceased ancestor. Gu Qingxiao opened the system shop, and upon seeing a particular item, his eyes flickered momentarily. In his hand, an object materialized, the essence of Cao Tai. This item bore a price of 50,000 villain points. Gu Qingxiao infused this essence into Cao Tai's body. Cao Tai trembled, its aura slightly elevating. After glancing at the now closed eyes of Gu Qingxiao, a glimmer of understanding crossed its gaze, followed by a smile as it settled into a meditative posture within the grand hall. You heal me, and I shall protect you for a lifetime. Although Cao Tai's essence had been compromised, Gu Qingxiao had unconsciously aided it over the years. As for the reason behind its loss of essence, Cao Tai had long forgotten. All it remembered now was the imperative to safeguard Gu Qingxiao. When the two finally opened their eyes, they found themselves in the Fengyuan domain. Cao Tai, upon surveying the sea of people in the plaza below, revealed a cold smile. Divine Son, I shall descend first to play. Gu Qingxiao opened his eyes and nodded. At that moment, the masters of the Qingxiao Mansion, Haotian Sacred Land, Xintian Pavilion, and Guyi Pavilion studied the rankings inscribed on the steel. The master of Haotian smiled broadly upon seeing his disciple ranked first, especially at the name, Xiao Mukin. He had not anticipated that this disciple would excel in this trial among the 4 major sects, surpassing the second place by over 10,000 points. It was now virtually impossible for anyone to catch up. Victory was assured. The master of Haotian had hidden his intentions well. He was astonished to find such a prodigy in his sect so low-key. Haha, your disciple is commendable. His performance is impressive, and his strength is formidable. Mukin was merely fortunate. Observing the master of Haotian grinning ear to ear, the others harbored disdain mixed with envy. They had believed their own disciples would seize the top spot, only to be outdone by a name they had never heard before. The gap of over 10,000 points was daunting and difficult to bridge. At that moment, a golden light flickered above Xiao Mukin's name, followed by a surge of over 20,000 points. Goodness, Master Haotian, what power does your disciple possess? 20,000 points. He must have slain a beast of the true realm. The master of Haotian, taken aback, realized that this disciple had concealed his true strength. The leaders of the other factions exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting concern. If the disciple from Haotian Sacred Land had indeed broken through to the true realm, It would be a terrifying prospect, potentially altering the power dynamics within the Fengyuan domain. Yet, they remained jovial, not yet taking action. Suddenly, a voice broke through the air, startling the four. They turned to see a man clad in armor, exuding a menacing aura yet wearing a friendly smile. "Who are you?" the master of Haotian inquired, eyeing Cao Tai warily. The others tensed, aware that this man had appeared silently at their backs, his aura undeniably threatening. "I am Gu Taodai, here to find Xiao Mukin. Do you know where he is?" Upon hearing this, the three beside the master fell silent. If he sought Xiao Mukin, it was not their concern. They looked to the master of Haotian. "Who are you to seek my sect's true disciple?" Taodai glanced at the stele and smiled upon seeing a name inscribed there. His smile sent chills down the spines of the four. "I'll come to have a bit of fun, of course. After all, vengeance for vengeance. Wouldn't you agree? He killed a disciple of my family. It wouldn't be excessive for us to retaliate, would it? Even if it were, what could you do about it?" Feeling unsettled by Cao Tai's words, the master of Haotian warned, "I advise you to leave quickly. This is not a place for you to act recklessly." Cao Tai laughed heartily, stepping closer to the master. The master's pupils constricted as Cao Tai's hand rested upon his shoulder. The air erupted with a thunderous sound, and the master of Haotian turned pale, his bones gleaming under the sunlight. "I do not appreciate your tone. Thus, you shall kneel. I find that more agreeable. Would any of you like to try as well? I can grant you that opportunity to strike together." Observing the three beside him brimming with agitation, Cao Tai inquired with a smirk. The trio stepped back in trepidation, becoming increasingly defensive. "You should speak more courteously. Your strength is lacking. Ranking first. Quite impressive indeed. A true prodigy." After uttering this, Cao Tai shut his eyes and extended his hands, as if grasping something. "Come forth." The sky darkened, and the heavens roared with thunder. Following this, countless runes and principles manifested. Cao Tai embraced the air, as if seizing something tangible. Suddenly, a mystical realm appeared in the sky. At the sight of this, Cao Tai laughed even louder. However, the kneeling master of Haotian and the three beside him widened their eyes in disbelief, even forgetting to breathe. What were they witnessing? This armored man had pulled the mystical realm into existence. They had lived long lives and had never witnessed such an absurdity. Today, they were finally enlightened. No wonder this individual had effortlessly incapacitated the master of Haotian. Realization dawned upon them regarding the identity of this man. They recalled his introduction. Gu Taotai. Could he possibly be from the Gu family, known for harboring a quasi-emperor level powerhouse? An insignificant, mystical realm dares to resist? Shatter! Taotai roared, unleashing a tremendous force that ruptured the void, obliterating the thunderous storm. The sound of the mystical realm shattering echoed like thunder in their ears. As the realm collapsed, figures emerged, bewildered and unaware of what had transpired. Moments ago, they had merely felt the realm quake, yet they believed they had glimpsed a deceased ancestor. Chapter 21. Should you dare to resist again, I will bring about your annihilation. It turned out there was yet another valuable item. Taodai flicked his finger, summoning a flame into existence before him. Upon this fiery manifestation, they could hardly believe their eyes. Within the mystical realm resided a strand of primordial heavenly fire. As Cao Tai observed the flame, attempting to resist, a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes. "Should you dare to defy me again, I will destroy you." The divine fire trembled, ceasing its struggle, fully aware that Cao Tai, being a ferocious beast of the heavens, could indeed bring about its demise. Watching the flames settle in quietude, Cao Tai revealed a satisfied expression. However, upon witnessing this scene, the others felt a heavy weight in their chests, their hearts sinking to the depths of despair. What level of power had this man reached, capable of suppressing the celestial flames with but a single utterance? Standing beside the flames was a handsome, resolute man with sparkling eyes, his expression somewhat grim. He had nearly managed to capture the flame, only for the secret realm to vanish, leaving the spiritual fire now suppressed by the armored figure. Yet, Xiao Muching understood that this was not the time for anger. He was unaware of the armored man's intentions. Hidden in the void, Gu Qingxiao opened his eyes, and a voice echoed within his mind. The child of destiny has had his fortune snatched away. Fortune value decreased by 20,000, and the antagonist value increased by 20,000. Gu Qingxiao beheld the determined and spirited Xiao Muching, an array of information floating before him. Name, Xiao Muching. Identity, true disciple of Haotian sacred land, heir of the Xiao family in Xiao City, child of destiny. Halo, child of destiny halo. Constitution, heavenly fire spirit body, fortune value, 130,000. Cultivation method, Heavenly Fire Scripture. You are indeed Xiao Muqing. Suddenly, a figure emerged before Xiao Muqing, asking, "Is it you, Xiao Muqing?" Startled, he realized that this was someone seeking him out, yet he did not recognize the armored man. "I seem to not know you, senior." He pondered, ruminating on whether he had offended someone or if something had transpired. "You killed my kin. Now I shall take your life, but do move slowly, lest your family cannot catch up to you." The armored figure remained silent, as a voice resonated from the void. Upon hearing it, Xiao Muqing's countenance shifted, recalling an encounter during his earlier trials when he had absorbed and refined the first spiritual fire, only to be confronted by a young prodigy intent on killing him to seize the flames. After acquiring the celestial fire, his strength surged, and with the aid of his master's methods, he had slain that individual. The words of that person echoed in his mind. "Killing you would be a blessing. This time I was outmatched, and death is but death. However, your family shall accompany you." Originally, Xiao Muqing had intended to incinerate the corpse, fearing that the individual's background might be formidable. Thus he concealed the body in a cave, making it appear as though it had perished in battle with a demon beast. Little did he expect that these people would come searching for him. He gazed into the void, and the members of the four major sects also turned their eyes in that direction. At that moment, a colossal divine beast, the Azure Jade Qilin, emerged, pulling a magnificent palace. Due to the barriers and the path's obstruction, the interior remained obscured, leaving them uncertain as to who resided within. "Are you here for revenge?" Upon hearing Xiao Muqing's words, the leaders of the other three sects fell silent, for the divine beast was not an entity they could offend. "You wish for us to take our time, waiting for you to annihilate our family?" After days of waiting, we came to see, a voice teased from within, instilling fear in those present. This jest was far from humorous. Who would have thought that the younger generation's conflict would draw out the elders? How ironic! "Fool!" The only response from within the palace was a curt dismissal. Xiao Muqing remained silent, his fingers clenched tightly, his mind racing for a solution. "Young man, what is the purpose of cultivation, if not to provide protection for one's family?" The elders were not to intervene. Only those lacking wisdom would believe otherwise. Besides, even if we did intervene, who would dare speak against us? Are you not intent on destroying our family? Since you do not come, we have taken the initiative to seek you out. Shouldn't you be touched? I see you already possess a celestial fire within you. Are you not seeking this? Allow me to teach you how to wield fire. Should you master it, revenge will be easier to claim. I shall give you a demonstration. As he spoke, the celestial fire beside the armored figure suddenly descended upon the leader of Haotian. The leader offered no resistance, vanishing in an instant. "Young man, did you see that? This is the proper way to wield spiritual fire." Xiao Muqing's lips pursed tightly, then he relaxed slightly, gazing at the armored man and the palace in the void. "The previous matters were my doing and have no bearing on my family. If I take my own life, will you spare them? Impossible. When you clashed with my goof family's disciple, was that not a matter for the young? You have already harbored resentment towards us. Look, we have delivered ourselves to you for slaughter. Your incompetence is not our fault." Xiao Muqing's expression darkened, his fingers tightening once more, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Since we have come to your doorstep, if you do not kill us, let us proceed as you have previously suggested." Qingxiao ceased to speak. Cao Dai stepped forward, sealing Xiao Muqing's meridians. "Let us go. Since you have a sect, begin by annihilating your sect." Cao Dai turned to the three others. "Where is this fellow's sect?" The head of Gi pointed to a location. The Azure Jade Qilin in the sky vanished. As they watched the palace and Cao Tai depart, the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was utterly terrifying. They possessed strength comparable to the leader of Haotian. Yet the latter was extinguished with such ease. Upon arriving at Haotian's sacred land, Cao Tai surveyed the surroundings. "Today, I shall teach you what it means to annihilate. Pay close attention, for there will be no second chances. The first step is to shatter their protective formation, as it consumes too much spiritual energy." After uttering this, he gestured, and the protective formation of Haotian's sacred land materialized, only to be obliterated into dust with a mere flick of his finger. Xiao Muqing could only watch helplessly, powerless to intervene. The inhabitants of Haotian's sacred land suddenly sensed the emergence of their protective formation. Yet before they could comprehend the situation, they witnessed its complete destruction. Then they beheld a man clad in armor, alongside someone they recognized, Xiao Muqing. "Brother Xiao has returned. But who is that armored man? I am unsure. He must have been the one to dismantle the protective formation." Gazing at his bewildered fellow disciples, Xiao Muqing's eyes brimmed with urgency. Yet he found himself unable to utter even the simplest of words. "Might I inquire as to your intentions?" Why have you breached our protective formation? At that moment, several aged figures appeared, directing their gaze toward Tao Tai. However, Tao Tai ignored them, continuing to focus on Xiao Muqing. Now comes the second step. If this step succeeds, the rest will be straightforward. It is merely these obstructions. With that, Tao Tai gestured again, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. The ancestors of Haotian's sacred land felt the void around them seal shut, rendering any attempt to escape utterly futile. Explode. In an instant, the bodies of the elders were crushed and shattered. Xiao Muqing's eyes widened in horror, his gaze filled with murderous intent and profound regret. You see, with these hindrances eliminated, the sect is as good as non-existent. The next crucial step is to gather resources. As you know, cultivation demands resources. This sacred land may not be remarkable, possessing only a handful of saints, yet resources abound. Of course, the most vital aspect is the spiritual veins. Come forth. Tao Ye's fingers glowed with a terrifying aura, transforming into a colossal hand that reached down to the earth. In the following instant, a spiritual vein was unearthed. The gluttonous beast displayed a look of satisfaction. However, the disciples were still in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. After all, a sage-level ancestor had appeared, uttered a single phrase, and then vanished entirely. Was this truly a sage? It was as if he had simply dissolved into nothingness without a trace. The situation grew even more terrifying when the sect's spiritual vein was uprooted by this individual. As they observed the life force around them begin to fade, the disciples finally began to react. By the time they grasped the gravity of the situation, they were met with the sight of an enormous hand descending from the heavens. Boom! The vast expanse of the Haotian sacred land was transformed into an ocean. The leaders of the three major powers, equal to the Haotian sacred land, felt the tremors of this event from afar, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Unbeknownst to them, after sensing the terrifying aura in the void, their ancestor had already departed with a coffin in tow. This was utterly frightening. If this individual went on a rampage, would they not also face annihilation? Thus they fled. Behold, this is how a family is obliterated, a free lesson for you. Following the destruction of the Haotian sacred land, the voice of the system echoed once more in Qingxiao's mind. Haotian sacred land has been obliterated. The fortune value of the chosen one decreases by 30,000, while the protagonist's villain value increases by 30,000. What followed was the most intriguing part. This is a place that nurtures your growth, and now, it is time to return to your roots, your home. Do you feel moved? Xiao Muqing opened his mouth, wishing to speak, but no sound escaped. It was unexpected that he was so overwhelmed with emotion that words failed him. No need to thank me. The journey of life is long. And considering the way you've lived thus far, our Gu family has maintained a decent relationship with the underworld, having contributed significantly to that realm. Arranging for you to cut in line should pose no problem. Come, I already know where your family resides. The gluttonous beast shattered the void and took Xiao Muqing away. As they departed, several figures emerged, their faces ashen as they beheld the Haotian sacred land transformed into a boundless sea. The lingering aura of malevolence sent shivers down their spines. It was simply too terrifying. They could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited them if they were to face similar obliteration. Would they have any chance to resist? At this moment, the gluttonous beast had brought Xiao Muqing to the Xiao family. Upon seeing his kin, the beast grinned widely. So these are your relatives? Their strength appears rather lacking. How curious it is that someone of your considerable talent emerged from such a lineage. Almost forgetting, you cannot speak. Do you wish to bid farewell to your family? Senior, how might you spare my family? Why should I spare your family? Did you not intend to destroy us? You are unable to carry out your threats. Now we shall annihilate your family. Shouldn't you be grateful? This world is vast, and your strength is feeble. After I eliminate you, you shall no longer live in fear. Isn't that preferable? After uttering these words, the beast struck, and a heavenly might descended. The members of the Xiao family all fell unconscious. Subsequently, a cage of void materialized, containing the Xiao family within. No, I beg you, spare my family. I would serve you as a beast of burden. Not a chance. You are a rebellious one, not a docile subject. Could you not spare them for the sake of old times? I could prepare a generous gift. Old man, do you think our Gu family would be interested in your pitiful offerings? Upon hearing the mention of the Gu family, the elder's expression changed dramatically. The weakened soul trembled. As an alchemist capable of crafting imperial-grade elixirs, he had seen some secrets within the alchemist guild. He could not fathom how his disciple had offended the Gu family. And bluntly speaking, even with the Wind God Pavilion standing, they were not worthy. Is this a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? Hardly. Your disciple is quite formidable. He not only killed members of my Gu family, but seeks to obliterate us entirely. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. Old man, you are not in a position to bargain with us. All your previous ramblings were merely to await your arrival. Now that you are here, your fate is sealed. Upon finishing this statement, the gluttonous beast summoned a flame that surged towards the elder's soul. The former sage, now a mere spirit, stood no chance against the beast. In the blink of an eye, the soul vanished. As it did, a voice echoed in Qingxiao's mind once more. The master of the chosen one has perished. Fortune value decreases by 40,000, while the protagonist's villain value increases by 40,000. Master, master. Upon witnessing his master's demise, Xiao Muqin was overcome with tears, followed by a mouthful of blood, and he fainted. The gluttonous beast paid no mind. With a swift motion, he entered the palace. Young master, what shall we do next? Let us eradicate the Wind God Pavilion and then return. Nodding in agreement, the beast departed, while Qingxiao closed his eyes once more. The azure jade Qilin roared, shattering the void and disappearing from sight. When it reappeared, it hovered above the Wind God Pavilion in the Tian Gu domain. The members of the Wind God Pavilion looked up in confusion at the armored figure descending from above. The gluttonous beast then manifested a massive sword, revealing the divine apparition behind him. I have come to escort you to meet Yama. With a million-foot blade of light cascading from the heavens, exuding an aura of cataclysm, the malevolent energy enveloped the Wind God Pavilion. Boom! With a single strike, pavilions, mountains, and trees vanished without a trace. Then, with an outstretched hand, a spiritual vein was drawn forth. After the Wind God Pavilion was reduced to ruins, the gluttonous beast nodded in satisfaction before departing. As he left, many powerful beings of the Tiangu domain arrived, startled by the sight of the Wind God Pavilion's destruction. Sensing the overwhelming blade energy, their expressions shifted. What kind of foe had the Wind God Pavilion offended to meet such a catastrophic end? Even the dominant force of the Tiangu domain, the Tiangu sacred land, did not appear. The azure jade Qilin returned to the Gu family, while Qingxiao gazed at the three new graves in the void, heaving a sigh. Initially, he had thought of giving up, having acquired 3 followers, yet he never expected that upon their return from their trials, they would be reduced to corpses. 2 of the graves had already turned blood red, leaving only 1 remaining. The gluttonous beast emerged from the void, and with a wave, Xiao Muqin knelt before the grave. Subsequently, the members of the Xiao family were extracted from the void prison and met their demise, their blood cascading onto the grave. In a fleeting moment, the tomb transformed into a crimson hue. At this juncture, Xiao Muqin ceased his struggles, realizing that resistance was futile. His kin had perished, and his master was also gone. The consequences of his reckless words, uttered in a moment of madness, had led to the sacrifice of countless lives. The Xiao family's downfall resulted in a decrease of 10,000 in the Son of Fortune's luck value, while the antagonist's value increased by the same amount. The Son of Fortune suffered damage to his Dao heart, leading to a further reduction of 20,000 in luck value, while the antagonist's value surged by 20,000. Tao Tai observed Xiao Muqin's plight with a cold smirk. With a mere flick of his finger, Xiao Muqin coughed up blood, and a strand of spiritual fire emerged. As he attempted to resist, a formidable suppressive force emanated from Tao Tai, yet the spiritual fire fought back with even greater intensity. Qingxiao emerged from the palace, and as Xiao Muqin beheld the approaching figure, dressed in resplendent crimson robes, his face as refined as jade, with unyielding phoenix eyes devoid of emotion, radiating an air of indifference, he recognized this man as the root of his tribulations. Suddenly, Xiao Muqin leaped to his feet and lunged at Qingxiao. However, as he drew within a meter of him, he was sent flying back, blood spewing forth at the foot of the tomb, his bones fracturing with each impact. A look of horror flickered in Xiao Muqin's eyes as Qingxiao regarded the strand of celestial fire emanating from within him. Since you choose to resist, may you dissipate into the cosmos, he declared. With that, the essence of divine and demonic pathways enveloped the celestial fire tightly. A hissing sound pierced the air, but Qingxiao remained unfazed. Tao Tai, too, was taken aback. The celestial fire had indeed vanished. The Son of Fortune's celestial fire was stripped away, his spiritual foundation obliterated, reducing his luck value by 30,000, while the antagonist's value increased by 30,000. At that moment, a bitter smile crept onto Xiao Muqin's pale visage. Everything felt like a cruel jest. Qingxiao gestured, summoning a stream of spiritual energy as Xiao Mukin's blood fell upon the grave. The master eliminated the Son of Fortune, absorbing his luck aura, raising the kill count to 15,000, and rewarding the master with a shard of time. Upon hearing the voice resonating within his mind, Qingxiao remained undeterred, gazing at the 3 graves before him. The diligent trio had suddenly succumbed to slumber. This is all I can do for you, with so many lives accompanying your demise. He retrieved a flask of wine from his spatial ring, producing 3 goblets. The graves had now turned blood red, exuding a menacing aura. With a flick of his sleeve, Qingxiao made the blood vanish, restoring the graves to their former appearance. Having completed his task, he departed, with Tao Tai trailing closely behind. Within the serene confines of the Xiaoyao Palace, a few figures emanated a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Gu Juanze remained silent, sipping his tea as he observed their presence. Master Gu, could you perhaps elucidate why you annihilated the alchemists of our damp pavilion? Surely, we deserve an explanation. Gu Juanze sighed, reluctant to offend these renowned alchemists who were esteemed figures in the Taicong realm. Since you have broached this subject, allow me to clarify. We found ourselves in an unfortunate predicament. As you must understand, we too have our challenges. In essence, this is the situation at hand, and the reasons are simply as I have stated. Now, if there is nothing further to add, I trust you are all astute individuals who comprehend my words. The Gu family is quite busy, and I shall not detain you for a meal. The elder from the Dan Pavilion wore a perplexed expression. What did Gu Juanze just say? Were they growing senile, or was he merely jesting? Had he offered an explanation? What reasons were provided? Were they becoming dull-witted? Or had the Dan Pavilion's reputation waned? Could it be that they were too enamored with the Gu family, wishing to remain and concoct elixirs for them? Old ancestor, it appears we have a few esteemed guests who wish to stay with us and assist in brewing elixirs. Ah, what a delightful turn of events. I must say, these individuals exhibit a keen sense of propriety. 16, 15, 14, and 13 ancestors materialized without hesitation, forming seals with their hands, effectively sealing the individuals before carrying them away. Chapter 24. Old ancestor, are you abducting people, or are they men? Upon Gu Qingxiao's return to the Xiaoyao Palace, he witnessed several ancestors carrying individuals. He was momentarily taken aback. In broad daylight, were the ancestors engaging in abduction? If so, why were they seizing men? Behind him, Tao Tai's eyes widened in astonishment. Divine Son, your ancestors are indeed extraordinary. Gu Qingxiao turned to Tao Tai, who promptly closed his mouth. Do you not sense their aura feels somewhat familiar? Alchemists? Tao Tai murmured, glancing at the figures slung over the ancestors' shoulders. As the ancestors prepared to depart, they caught sight of Gu Qingxiao's gaze, which prompted them to display an awkward smile. Proceed, I have seen nothing. Gu Qingxiao walked into the Xiaoyao Palace as the ancestors departed. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Gu Juanze greeted Gu Qingxiao's return with a smile. Those individuals are from the Dan Pavilion, but they simply adore our Gu family too much to leave. We could not bear to turn them away. I understand, splendid. We have acquired additional free labor. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiao's words, Tao Tai felt a sense of foreboding. Yet he was relieved to be following Gu Qingxiao. Perhaps in a few days, the Dan Pavilion would seek them out? Fear not. I shall handle this matter. Gu Juanze was taken aback by Gu Qingxiao's statement. The Dan Pavilion wielded significant power. They could not act recklessly. I am aware. I shall not act thoughtlessly. Rest assured. Gu Juanze nodded in agreement, conceding to Gu Qingxiao's judgment. Meanwhile, the ancestors of the Gu family had entered a secret chamber. Once the individuals from the Dan Pavilion regained consciousness and noticed the Gu ancestors scrutinizing them, their faces flushed with embarrassment, unsure of the ancestors' intentions. You need not fear. I am merely assisting you in shedding your burdens, allowing you to focus on alchemy. The individual's expressions changed at this revelation. Are you not concerned that the Gu family may incite conflict with the Dan Pavilion? Do you truly believe the Dan Pavilion would wage war against the Gu family for your sake? The individuals remained silent. Although they held a respectable position within the Dan Pavilion, they found it hard to believe that their faction would go to such lengths for them. What do you intend to do? You need do nothing, merely assist the Gu family in concocting elixirs, and swear an oath to the heavens. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. Is this a threat? Indeed, it is a threat. Our divine son has merely eliminated a few individuals, yet you came knocking at our door. We have refrained from seeking vengeance, and your presence has already spared you from a graver fate. Thus, I sincerely hope you will accept my earlier proposal and refrain from being ungrateful. The 16th ancestor said with a grin. The individuals from the Dan Pavilion exchanged contemplative glances. If we agree, what compensation will the Gu family provide? 3 meals a day. The 16th ancestor waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, the individual's eyes widened in disbelief. How outrageous! At our level of power, we hardly require sustenance. This is akin to offering nothing at all. Very well. Since you refuse, I shall turn you into eunuchs. After all, you are of an age where such matters are no longer relevant. At that time, it would not be a bad idea to hang you at the entrance of your family and frame it on your enemies from the Dan Pavilion. The few individuals from the Dan Pavilion would undoubtedly believe that the Gu family's 16 ancestors could commit such acts. Very well, we agree. Upon witnessing several nod in agreement, a threatening glint appeared in the eyes of the 16 ancestors. After they swore a solemn oath, several elders broke into laughter. In that case, you shall remain here to diligently concoct your elixirs. The materials have already been prepared for you. The elders turned to leave, their eyes flickering momentarily before exchanging a cold smirk. At this juncture, the master of the Dan Pavilion was within the Dan Hall, observing the elders below. Have they not returned yet? No, and there has not been a single word from them. The master pondered. After all, 4 elders had ventured out, yet none had returned. He merely instructed them to inquire at the Gu family. It seemed that an unforeseen event had transpired. I shall pay the Gu family a visit. The Gu family is truly becoming increasingly outrageous. The alchemist we previously lost was likely taken by them. One elder, known for his fiery temper, exclaimed, after all, some elders from the Dan Pavilion have also gone missing. Who knows where they disappeared to? Do not jump to conclusions. The Gu family is unlike other factions. Those old-timers, though lazy, are not foolish. However, the Gu family's divine son has recently become quite active. I have also heard of recent happenings. The Gu family's divine son has been on a rampage, extinguishing numerous lives. Such a young individual with such a murderous intent could very well bring chaos to the Taitsong realm in the future, Elder Ho remarked. Silence. The master of the Dan Pavilion interjected suddenly. Oh, does this elder harbor some grievances towards the younger generation? A frigid voice echoed throughout the hall. Upon hearing this voice, their expressions shifted simultaneously as they emerged to gaze at the sky above the Dan Pavilion. At that moment, a jade-green scion appeared, pulling a grand palace behind it. The voice had emanated from within that palace. The individuals from the Dan Pavilion looked up, intrigued by the palace in the sky. The disciples of the Dan Pavilion also revealed themselves, for the jade-green scion soaring above had captivated their attention. Unbeknownst to them, who had come, since the divine son of the Gu family has arrived, why not reveal himself for a meeting? This elder, we have never crossed paths. Why do you slander me? What have you done that requires my slander? Are you so cowardly as to hide within a palace, unwilling to show your face? Silence. The master of the pavilion commanded coldly. Just then, a figure emerged from the palace, strikingly handsome with a jade-like visage, clad in a crimson brocade robe. And his phoenix-like eyes remained calm and unfazed as he stood in the void, resembling an ethereal being. When Qingxiao stepped out, even the master of the Dan Pavilion was taken aback by his bearing. A mere mortal, Elder was scoffed, gazing at Qingxiao. Qingxiao smiled slightly, and in an instant, a figure clad in armor appeared before the elder. With a resounding thud, the elder knelt down. The master of the Dan Pavilion's pupils dilated, watching the armored man with newfound awareness. As Qingxiao descended, he approached Elder Hua, and with a wave of his hand, the aura of the Tao manifested, turning Elder Hua to ashes beneath his feet. Chapter 25. Are you certain it's borrowing? Not theft. The expression on the master of the Dan Pavilion darkened, as did the faces of the elders present. After all, this was the Dan Pavilion, and Qingxiao's arrogance was overwhelming. Upon his arrival, he had killed one of their elders. This is unthinkable. He is one of our own. Qingxiao stood before the master of the Dan Pavilion. No one has the right to slander me, Qingxiao, especially not you. I have come here to demand accountability. The master raised an eyebrow in confusion. The Wind God Pavilion is comprised of your Dan Pavilion members, correct? The master nodded, acknowledging that the Wind God was indeed an elder of the Dan Pavilion who later established his own influence outside, yet remained affiliated with the Dan Pavilion. Indeed. Is it not true that he taught his disciples to slay members of the Gu family? Are you not aware of this, Pavilion Master? Qingxiao's piercing gaze was akin to a blade. The master of the Dan Pavilion regarded Qingxiao with calm composure. No wonder the Wind God Pavilion has met its demise. The individual is already dead. Who can attest to the truth of your words? Moreover, does the divine son of the Gu family believe he can come here and kill one of our elders without consequence? Is it not merely accountability you seek? I can provide that. As Gu Qingxiao's voice faded, several figures appeared behind him, fixated on the master of the damned pavilion. The master's expression shifted, filled with apprehension as he regarded the figures in the void. Are you seeking to wage war against our damned pavilion? Huh, Dan Shun. Do you truly dare to initiate conflict? Have you forgotten the past? If you have, I can assist in refreshing your memory, or we can reminisce together. Dan Shen's countenance grew grim. What is it that you desire? Sacred Emperor Elixirs, 100,000. Sacred King Elixirs, 1,000,000. Sacred Man Elixirs, 10,000,000. Impossible. Why don't you go and rob instead? Is that not precisely what we are doing? One of the 16 ancestors interjected. As Danshan was about to respond, the void split open and a figure appeared. Even if you were to sell our damned pavilion, you could not accomplish this. You old wretch have yet to kick the bucket. I have brought the fees with me. I wonder if there will be an opportunity to utilize them? The old man who arrived turned crimson. He produced several porcelain vials from his hand. Upon seeing this, the 16 ancestors broke into smiles. Very well, we could take our leave now. As Gu Qingxiao turned to face the members of the damned pavilion, he said, I do not wish to see any of your lineage. I trust you understand my meaning? Just as Dan Chen intended to speak, the elder in the sky shook his head. After witnessing the departure of the Gu family members, the elder in the sky sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. Elder, why agree to their terms? The Gu family seeks to establish their authority. We cannot walk into the line of fire. Henceforth, the members of the damned pavilion must temper their behavior. Do not assume that being an alchemist makes you exceptional. If it truly comes to killing, not doing so would merely make us a target for their authority. Alas, it seems the Gu family's strength has been restored. The elder of the Dan pavilion sighed. Dan Shen's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. The chaos of the ancient era was instigated by the Gu family. The specific reasons remain unknown, yet the Gu family still stands tall in the Taicang realm. This indicates something significant. Those old fellows who came today are cunning beyond measure, and their methods are as dark as night. It is best to avoid offending them. As for the previous alchemists, they are likely held captive by the Gu family. Those old scoundrels are truly capable of such deeds. Dan Shen fell silent, unsure of what to say. When Gu Qingxiao returned to the Gu family alongside the elders, they arrived at the ancestral tomb. Upon gazing at the figure seated in the void, Gu Qingxiao remained silent. This was the 10th ancestor of the Gu family. He had not anticipated this 1's revival. It remained a mystery what had transpired. I have returned. The 10th ancestor opened his eyes to behold Gu Qingxiao. Gu Qingxiao nodded in acknowledgement. What has caused the 10th ancestor to awaken? This time, I have awakened to assess your physique. Upon realizing he could not see through Gu Qingxiao, a look of puzzlement crossed his face. I cannot see through you. How peculiar. It appears you have encountered a fortuitous event. This brings me relief. What has transpired for the 10th ancestor to awaken? Gu Qingxiao asked, noticing the 10th ancestor's troubled expression. Indeed, there is something significant behind this awakening. At that moment, the 16th, 15th, 14th, and 13th ancestors arrived and bowed respectfully before the 10th ancestor. Qingxiao, are you familiar with the era of chaos? I know a little, but I am unaware of the specific occurrences. Gu Qingxiao indeed knows a bit, yet the exact events remain elusive. The events of the era of chaos entail our Gu family borrowing the fortunes of the heavenly Tao to allow our realm, the free domain, to emerge independently, rivaling the Taicang realm. Upon hearing the nonchalant tone of Ancestor Shi, Gu Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain it was a borrowing, rather than theft? Ancestor Shi wore an expression tinged with embarrassment. Nevertheless, Ancestor Shi's bravado was commendable. During that epoch, we summoned external evil spirits to assault the Taicang realm. It is true that the external evil spirits invaded, yet they proved ineffective as their persistence was fleeting, leading to their swift demise. Elder, those external evil spirits lingered in the Taicang realm for several millennia. Was that not a considerable duration? Do not digress. Several millennia is hardly significant. When the Taicang realm clashed with the external evil spirits, we collected blood and the corpses of the powerful, utilizing our ancestral artifact, the heavenly fortune cauldron, to refine these remains, thereby benefiting our Gu family. However, we ultimately failed due to insufficient fortune, and our heavenly fortune cauldron shattered in the process. The Taicang realm was replete with formidable beings, each possessing great fortunes, necessitating us to procure their blood and corpses, while we, the Gu family, could not intervene, lest we attract the ire of the Taicang realm. Hence, we invoke the external evil spirits. Others merely assume that the era of chaos is connected to us without understanding the extent. After all, our involvement in eliminating the external evil spirits was substantial. Our true aim was the acquisition of their corpses and blood. Yet, we did not foresee that the fortunes of those individuals would intertwine, leading to unforeseen complications. Had we succeeded, our Gu family could have transcended the free domain, allowing us to wield dominion over its heavenly Tao, standing atop it rather than beneath its oppressive weight. Where transcendence would necessitate enduring tribulations, which is rather bothersome. Chapter 26. Master, your ancestors are truly remarkable. Our Gu family has seen numerous prodigies, yet many have perished beneath the heavenly tribulations. Thus we orchestrated this scheme. Upon hearing Ancestor Shi's words, Gu Qingxiao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Wow, Master, you truly embody the archetype of the villain. Your ancestors are indeed formidable, daring to scheme against the heavenly Tao of the Taitsong realm. Truly impressive. The Gu family is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, the 16th ancestor and others displayed expressions of regret. When the heavenly fortune cauldron shattered, our Gu family concealed ourselves, proclaiming to the outside world that we had suffered a grievous blow, when in fact, we sought to withdraw from the public eye. Initially, we feared greater repercussions for the Gu family, yet nothing extraordinary transpired. However, upon your birth, we realized the retribution had arrived. Ancestor Shi's tone grew solemn as he spoke. We had discerned your divine, demonic physique prior. Your essence was remarkably powerful, and we even utilized imperial blood to refine it. Yet upon your birth, issues with your essence emerged, revealing the aftermath of the shattering of our family's cauldron. Fortunately, you were born safely, albeit through a convoluted process. My awakening this time was prompted by sensing the fragments of the heavenly fortune cauldron. Upon Ancestor Shi's revelation, the elder ancestors of the Gu family grew fervent. We must locate the shards of the heavenly fortune cauldron and reforge it, lest our family's fortune gradually dissipate, particularly among the younger generation of our family. You are the sole bearer of this unique physique, albeit with a missing essence. During the eventual contention, our family risks vanishing. Other disciples possess commendable physiques, yet they still fall short. Previously, our family had seen the emergence of chaotic physiques, innate Tao embryos, and spatial Tao physiques. However, since the era of chaos, no extraordinary physiques have appeared within our family, save for your father. Although your father wielded the power of space during his era of contention, he could only stand out but not exert dominance, which was a setback for our family. Therefore, finding this artifact is of utmost urgency. How many fragments did the heavenly fortune cauldron fracture into? Unknown. Moreover, when the various fortunes merged and fragmented, changes had already occurred. It is possible that those shards possess awareness. Should these fragments gain consciousness and unveil our family's past, we would face the combined might of all forces within the Taitsong realm. For them, we would be perceived as traitors to the Taitsong realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiao felt a shiver run down his spine. Previously, he had contemplated a carefree existence. Yet if he continued down that path, it might spell the end of the Gu family. One cannot deny the intricacies of the game being played. Gu Qingxiao found himself at a loss for words, as the actions of these ancestors exceeded his expectations. No need for praise. We initially acted for the good of the Gu family, though a slight mishap occurred. Gu Qingxiao was speechless. A slight mishap that might lead to the family's downfall was hardly trivial. If Ancestor Shi's words held true, these fragments could be scattered across the myriad realms, which would indeed pose a dilemma. System, can the traces of these shards be located? Master, that is challenging. The initial fusion was too chaotic. The misfortune of the heavenly fortune cauldron was also due to the tumultuous fortunes, causing the essence of these fragments to vary. However, if you manage to find one fragment, the system might be able to sense others. Gu Qingxiao felt a headache coming on. How many fragments does our family possess? Gu Qingxiao inquired of Ancestor Shi. Not a single one. And you still find that amusing? Am I not happy to see you? Gu Qingxiao was left speechless. How can we sense them? Since you remain inert, share this matter with me. It appears something is afoot. You're quite astute. I utilized bloodline sensing. This fragment was likely refined from the fortune of our Gu family, which is why I sensed it in a small world. Thus, I cannot venture there. If I were to do so, even a mere avatar would cause that small world to explode. Therefore, this task must fall to you. Initially, I contemplated obliterating that realm, yet I have an unsettling premonition. Should I destroy that world, the shard may be lost forever. It feels rather peculiar. Master, it seems that previously, by eliminating 3 children of fortune, the Gu family's fortune has seen a slight elevation, leading to some changes. However, there is a risk that fortune may still wane. Gu Qingxiao observed that the marketplace even offered these items for sale. Upon seeing the price, he promptly abandoned the idea. It was exorbitantly priced, and given that the heavenly fortune cauldron had been refined by the Gu family over countless epochs, it would surely surpass anything available in the market. All right, I understand. Please inform me of your sense location. I will provide you with the exact coordinates. I will keep a watchful eye on that area. Should you encounter any danger, I will intervene, obliterating that world and extracting you. Those shards can be sought gradually. Your life is of paramount importance. By the way, take these pills. At that moment, the 16th ancestor presented a collection of pills. Gu Qingxiao gazed at the pills in the 16th ancestor's hands, recognizing them as the very ones sought after in the pill pavilion. Gu Qingxiao was rendered speechless. The esteemed ancestors of the Gu family were hardly commendable. They were rather miserly, providing elixirs that had been seized from others. It was evident that they had meticulously planned for me to visit the pill pavilion, even employing underhanded tactics to influence that elder for the sake of some potions. However, one could not entirely dismiss their motives. It was simply a matter of finding an outlet for their disdain, seeking trouble where they could. How audacious to send someone from the pill pavilion to our Gu family, brazenly attempting to abduct one of our own. Yet they were forced to endure it, proceeding discreetly, which was already a concession on their part. Gu Qingxiao could only marvel at the audacity with which the 16th ancestor articulated such shameless actions, a testament to the peculiar romanticism of the ancestors. Once Gu Qingxiao departed, the smiles of the several ancestors faded. Elder Tin, do you think it may be premature to inform him? Side 1. Let him engage with it a little. The chaos of the primordial era is but a minor issue. If we were to disclose events prior to that tumult, he might find it even more difficult to accept. We shall take it step by step. He is the future helmsman of our Gu family. There are certain truths he must grasp, at the very least. Chapter 27. The Fragments of the Celestial Tao Cauldron. The Descent of the Tyrant. The remainder of Elder Tin's thoughts remained unspoken, and the other ancestors sighed in unison. Compared to the previous actions of the Gu family, the occurrences during the primordial era were truly trivial, yet they could not afford to expose such secrets. If revealed, the Gu family would likely face immediate retribution from the Taitsong realm. As Gu Qingxiao stepped outside, he lifted his gaze to the heavens. It seemed the ancestors were still concealing matters from him. The happenings of the primordial era were palatable to them. Now it appeared they were under scrutiny, or perhaps plotting against someone behind the scenes. Gu Qingxiao pondered this. Although the ancestors of the Gu family were overbearing, their methods were unscrupulous, driven solely by their own amusement, indifferent to the thoughts of others. If a minor world were to perish, so be it. Master, your family is truly outrageous. It seems your entire lineage has transformed into defiers of fate. Yet in recent days, the spirits of the Gu family members had markedly improved, perhaps due to the infusion of fortune. If that were the case, it was imperative to locate the celestial Tao cauldron swiftly. With a sigh, Gu Qingxiao reflected on the irony of having just eliminated 3 sons of fortune, only for his family to assign him a daunting task. These ancestors were anything but reassuring. No wonder they had been lying low for years. They must have had their reasons. Gu Qingxiao made his way to the leisure hall. I must descend to the lower realms. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiao's words, Gu Juanza did not object, but pondered for a moment. I will have them prepare. The location has been provided by the ancestors. The tyrant cannot accompany you. The family had recently revived a newly cultivated tyrant. Take it with you, and when it returns, you may continue to guide it. Gu Qingxiao nodded in agreement. Soon, a shadow took human form and bowed respectfully upon seeing Gu Qingxiao. Gu Qingxiao acknowledged the gesture. He recognized this tyrant from his previous visit to the Gu family's dragon transformation pool. It suddenly dawned on him that the ancestors seemed to have a penchant for nurturing ferocious beasts. There appeared to be several within the ancestral tomb, albeit hidden from view. Gu Qingxiao shook his head. Such was the hobby of the ancestors, and it was not his place to intervene. Clan leader, divine son, the teleportation array is ready. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiao proceeded towards the teleportation array. Meanwhile, in the Xinqing realm Xinyang sect, a figure hurriedly emerged from a tomb. The sect master, engrossed in his affairs, was taken aback upon seeing this figure. After all, the ancestor had not shown himself for a century. What could have prompted this reappearance? Quickly, Sound the alarm 9 times. After uttering these words, the ancestor hastened outside. The sect master, startled, realized that it had been centuries since the alarm had been sounded 9 times, and sensing the urgency in the ancestor's demeanor, he dared not delay. Soon, the bells of the Xinjiang sect rang out, echoing 9 times. Many disciples emerged, their expressions grave. The 9 tolls signified a momentous event, usually reserved for calamities. Upon the arrival of the elders, disciples, and attendants, astonishment washed over their faces upon seeing the living ancestor, a sight previously only encountered in statues. Change your garments. You look disheveled. We are to receive a distinguished guest. The ancestor remarked upon noticing the tattered clothing of the returning disciples. Hearing his words, they suddenly comprehended the gravity of the occasion, though they were left wondering who the esteemed guest might be. Who is coming, ancestor? The envoy has arrived at our Xinjiang sect. Upon hearing this, the sect master was filled with exhilaration. Could it be that we have captured the attention of some prodigy? Uncertain, the envoy has not divulged any specifics. Qingxiao, you have come. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an aura of charm, gazed greedily at a woman approaching him. However, a single glance from the third elder caused a wave of embarrassment to wash over his face. The third elder, having observed, chose not to comment further, instead gazing into the void. Ren Qinghua took the initiative to draw closer to Ji Qingyong. Do you know what has transpired this time? Ji Qingyong remained silent, casting a glance at Ren Qinghua before diverting her gaze. The arrival of individuals from above could indicate that some prodigy had emerged among them, potentially granting them both passage to the higher realms. Ren Qinghua's eyes sparkled with longing. Ji Qingyong's gaze flickered. Could it be that her breakthrough had been detected? Suddenly, the skies above the Xinjiang sect darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. Lightning coiled in the heavens, and shortly thereafter, a massive vortex of golden light began to form, expanding rapidly. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect watched in awe, their breaths caught in their throats, some forgetting to breathe entirely. Was this the grand entrance of the beings from the higher realms? A roar erupted from within the golden light before its source became visible. The beasts of the Xianqing realm scattered in terror, trembling under the weight of ancestral pressure. A colossal black claw emerged from the luminous radiance, followed by the appearance of a massive tortoise, emanating a fierce aura. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect trembled, their faces pale, breaths uneven. The tyrant let out another furious roar, shattering the void, and in its wake, a palace materialized before the crowd. Only then did they realize that this immense tortoise bore a palace upon its back. As the tyrant descended, the people of the Xinjiang sect knelt in reverence. We have encountered the envoy. Everyone prostrated, save for one figure who stood upright, merely bowing. Ren Qinghua exchanged glances with Ji Qingyong, but she seemed oblivious. With a sigh, Ren Qinghua urged rise. At that moment, a calm voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing this, they stood, turning to see a man with a countenance as exquisite as jade, his phoenix-like eyes exuding nobility, clad in a red robe embroidered with golden clouds, appearing as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. The venerable ancestor of the Xinjiang sect bowed and extended his hand. With a flicker, Qingxiao appeared before him. Witnessing this scene, many felt a profound shock. He had seemingly transcended space without any perceptible disturbance and stood before them. Upon entering the grand hall, Qingxiao took his seat at the head. Your Excellency, please feel free to command me during your descent to the mortal realm, the venerable ancestor of Xinjiang said, bowing his head, too timid to meet Qingxiao's gaze. I simply sought to alleviate my boredom in the upper realm and, with my family's consent, decided to explore the lower realms, Qingxiao replied casually. The ancestor remained silent, pondering the frivolity of this visit. At that moment, the third elder discreetly raised his head to glance at Qingxiao, only to lower it immediately when their eyes met. Could it be that he has discerned my disciple's unique constitution? Recognizing that Qingxiao might be unfamiliar with the Xinjiang realm and might require an aid, the ancestor felt a sense of obligation. I appreciate your kindness, Qingxiao stated politely, leaving the venerable ancestor astonished. Qinghua, this task is entrusted to you. Ren Qinghua stepped forth, his face alight with excitement, and knelt down. I will fulfill any duties assigned by your excellency, even at the cost of my life. The ancestor nodded, reflecting on Ren Qinghua's previous infatuation with a certain woman. Perhaps witnessing the extraordinary nature of Qingxiao would catalyze a transformation in his character. You have worked hard, Qingxiao remarked, and with a mere flick of his finger, Ren Qinghua's cultivation level surged, breaking through to the Dawn realm. Your physical condition is lacking. Focus on strengthening your body. Gu Qingxiao's calm words reverberated throughout the hall, causing the air to thicken with tension. What terrifying power is this? With a mere gesture, he enabled someone to ascend an entire realm. They whispered in awe, gazing at Gu Qingxiao, who remained indifferent to their admiration. Thank you, my lord. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Both the venerable ancestor and the sect leader expressed in unison, bowing deeply. At this moment, the third elder felt a pang of anxiety and signaled to his disciple, Ji Qingyu, who understood her master's intentions and stepped forward. My lord, may I have the honor of serving you in some capacity? She asked, raising her head slightly to meet Gu Qingxiao's gaze, only to find him entirely unresponsive. No need, was his curt reply. Ji Qingyu was taken aback, having never anticipated such rejection, especially given her confidence in her own allure. Ren Qinghua, witnessing her approach, was momentarily stunned, then sighed, realizing his own hopes were dashed. To think my lord would refuse her. Countless sacred lands in the upper realm would vie for the chance to have our sect's divine son as their servant. Yet this woman, with her mediocre appearance, deludes herself. Beside Gu Qingxiao, the Basha's eyes glimmered with disdain. How could this unattractive girl dare to aspire to our divine son? Previously, he had considered introducing his own sister to Gu Qingxiao, believing her strength and fierce demeanor would be far more fitting for someone of his stature. The assembly trembled at the mention of the title divine son, a designation they had not encountered before, yet they knew it bore immense significance in the upper realm. Forgive our ignorance. We did not recognize your status, they muttered, humbled. Not at all. I have come merely to unwind. Your attentiveness is making me uncomfortable. I am not a predator, Gu Qingxiao reassured them. The Basha remained silent, pondering the audacity of his companion, who had annihilated many in the upper realm, yet now feigned innocence. We have prepared accommodations for you, my lord, Qinghua stated respectfully. Thank you, Gu Qingxiao replied, and the Xianyang sect members breathed a sigh of relief, pleasantly surprised by his approachable demeanor, contrary to their expectations of haughty upper realm denizens. As Gu Qingxiao stood to leave, Ji Qingyu watched him intently, struggling to comprehend his apparent indifference. He cannot truly be unmoved by my charm, she mused, convinced that all elite disciples were alike, albeit this particular divine son appeared to possess superior abilities. Yet, as he passed her by without a glance, uncertainty enveloped her. Why was I rebuffed? The hall exhaled collectively as Gu Qingxiao departed. Elder, perhaps Qinghua may ascend to the upper realm this time, one suggested with excitement. Indeed, if he were to accompany the divine son, it would be a blessing from our ancestors, another chimed in, their envy palpable. Upon reaching his lodgings, Gu Qingxiao nodded and settled into a pavilion. The spiritual energy here was vastly inferior compared to the upper realm, laden with impurities. Do you harbor feelings for that girl? He asked, bored. Ren Qinghua, startled, fell to his knees, breathless and sweating. My lord, no need for explanations. Simply answer whether you like her or not. Gu Qingxiao interjected. Yes, my lord, I did have feelings for her, but now, should you like her, I can assist you in winning her over. Surely, you have had your share of women? Stand up. No need to kneel so frequently. Trembling, Ren Qinghua rose. To win over a woman seeking vengeance against you is no trivial matter, Gu Qingxiao remarked, and upon hearing this, Ren Qinghua's body ceased to tremble, his eyes widening in confusion. My lord, I am but a fool. I do not grasp your meaning. She should hold no grievances against our sect. Should she? Gu Qingxiao smiled enigmatically. She is a proud woman, brimming with self-confidence. Having rejected her today, she will inevitably seek me out later. I will test her intentions, and you shall remain in the shadows to observe. As Ren Qinghua departed, he remained filled with doubts, pondering the nature of Ji Qingyou's supposed grievances against the Xianyang sect. If such animosity existed, the third elder would not have taken her as a disciple. Or perhaps he too was unaware. Alas, the thoughts of the divine son are inscrutable. I shall await his directions. Ren Qinghua understood that Gu Qingxiao posed no threat to them. To put it bluntly, they were unworthy of even catching his eye. The third elder had already escorted Ji Qingyu back to her mountain peak. Observing her disciple's demeanor, she sighed. She had initially envisioned Ji Qingyu shadowing the divine son, hoping that even a hint of his prowess could expedite her growth. Little did she expect that this divine son would be so unlike others, resolutely rejecting her. Chapter 29. Is this divine son from the upper realm truly so despicable? Observing the master who continued to deliver sharp remarks, Ji Qingyu felt increasingly frustrated. She had initially believed that the divine son would be pleased, only to be taken aback by his outright rejection, which came without even a word of insult. Merely a disregard that stung more than any verbal blow. Master, have you broken through? No, he replied. Achieving a breakthrough to the kingly realm is exceedingly difficult. That old fellow Ren Zhongyuan took several centuries to reach the kingly stage. However, Ren Zhongyuan remained at the initial stage of the kingly realm, while Ji Qingyu was but a step away from success, yet she could not find the means to proceed. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingyu's gaze flickered. Perhaps he had a solution. She had already advanced to the Dawn realm, but had concealed her true level of power, appearing as if she were at the condensed Dan stage. Yet today, Ren Qinghua's strength had surpassed her own, complicating her desire for revenge, especially with the arrival of this young divine son, which introduced an unpredictable variable. There might be another way, but employing that method could lead to dire consequences for her. Ji Qingyu felt torn. After all, anyone who glimpsed her unique physique would be intrigued. Over the years, she had hidden it well. If it were to be exposed, she doubted that the young divine son would remain unaffected. Ji Qingyu speculated that his descent was motivated by an interest in her physique, for possessing it and training alongside her would significantly enhance his power. Though he held a higher status in the upper realm, the pressures there were also immense, compelling him to seek ways to strengthen himself, lest his divine status be usurped. Her rejection could have stemmed from his quest to discover her physique, which she had skillfully concealed, leaving him unaware and wishing to make a favorable impression. Such cunning was not uncommon among the divine sons of the upper realm. At this point, Ba Xia, who stood behind Gu Qingxiao, grew somewhat bored and sat down, gazing at him. What do you wish to say? Ba Xia, being a member of the Gu family, was unlike others, and Gu Qingxiao recognized that he had something to express. Divine son, I have a younger sister. Stop. I know what you are implying. Gu Qingxiao's expression darkened. Despite the ferocity of these beasts, no one reined them in, and it seemed that the eccentric nature of the Gu family's ancestors had influenced them, rendering them quite whimsical. Divine son, please let me finish. My sister is exceptionally beautiful, stronger than I, and more attractive. Her teeth are sharper than mine. Do you think you are particularly handsome? Gu Qingxia inquired, observing Ba Xia. Of course, though I might fall slightly short of the divine son's looks, I am not far behind, Ba Xia replied, regarding Gu Qingxiao with admiration. Despite being human, Ba Xia found the divine son remarkably appealing. He relished spending time in his presence, while it felt as though he might ascend to the heavens at any moment. The divine son was capable of obliterating numerous factions for the sake of his family's disciples, a trait that endeared him to Ba Xia. Have you not been residing by the dragon transformation pool? Gu Qingxiao asked. Not always. Sometimes I accompany your ancestor on strolls. They are simply lazy, stealing from others and making me dig. Stealing what? Corpses or the remains of powerful beings. I am unsure of their utility, so after each theft, I am tossed back into the dragon transformation pool to conceal my aura. Gu Qingxiao's expression darkened. Do not learn from those old fools. They are corrupting you. Weren't we instructed by the divine son to steal? Gu Qingxiao's expression grew grim, realizing these old men were placing their misdeeds onto him. Divine son, will you not consider my sister? Be gone. Ba Xia fell silent, pondering why the divine son did not appreciate his sister's virtues. Perhaps he feared being overwhelmed. Ba Xia felt he had uncovered the reason and resolved to provoke them the following day. Gu Qingxiao's gaze flickered. As for the aura of the fragments, he had already sensed it within Ji Qingyu. Since he was idle, he might as well play a game, coaxing them to offer the fragments voluntarily rather than seizing them by force. Moreover, that daughter of destiny seemed overly confident, which genuinely repulsed Gu Qingxiao. The next day, Gu Qingxiao wandered leisurely through the Xianyang sect, followed closely by the ancestor, who was providing introductions. Observing Gu Qingxiao's refined demeanor, many felt their own restless hearts calm. Upon realizing this, they were struck with disbelief. Senior, you have reached the initial stage of the kingly realm, have you not? Indeed, it has been several centuries since my breakthrough. Further advancement seems unlikely, Ancestor Xianyang sighed. You should try this elixir. It may benefit you. Seeing the divine pill in Gu Qingxiao's hand, Ancestor Xianyang's breath quickened, his body trembled, and he struggled to articulate his words. Divine son, is this truly for me? Give it a try. Ancestor Xianyang accepted it, kneeling before Gu Qingxiao to bow 3 times before consuming the pill. Soon, a misty aura enveloped him, and a streak of black appeared in his white hair. With a thunderous boom, a powerful aura surged skyward, and Ancestor Xianyang's realm ascended to the mid-kingly stage. At that moment, A lightning tribulation manifested in the sky. Witnessing this, Qingxiao frowned and cast a glance. Begone. As the word fell, the sky instantly cleared. The people of the Xianyang sect were so startled that they fell to the ground, wide-eyed and dazed, as if caught in a dream. The kingly lightning tribulation had been dispelled by a single word from the divine sun. The expression of the third elder darkened, while Qingxiao's gaze flickered. Watching Qingxiao as if pondering something, Qingxiao, observing ancestor Xianyang's elevation, shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a wave of Tao rhythm emerged, further elevating ancestor Xianyang to the late kingly stage. After a while, ancestor Xianyang's appearance transformed, appearing significantly younger, resembling a middle-aged person. Upon regaining consciousness, ancestor Xianyang looked at Qingxiao, his eyes brimming with excitement. As he attempted to kneel, Qingxiao interjected, "There is no need for thanks. It was merely a casual act." Seeing Qingxiao's nonchalance, ancestor Xianyang suppressed his excitement. He turned to Xia. "What realm has the divine sun attained? Why can I not discern it?" Xia's gaze held disdain. "You have merely advanced to the late kingly stage. With your abilities, I could easily crush thousands. I am no match for the divine sun." Ancestor Xianyang was taken aback, and many who overheard Xia's words felt their hearts leap into their throats. Chapter 30. The divine sun must be seeking someone, right? Xia believed his words were accurate. Although he was unaware of Qingxiao's exact realm, he always sensed an air of danger in the presence of the divine sun, a feeling that stemmed from deep within his bloodline. By nightfall, Qingxiao returned to his quarters, sitting in a pavilion with an air of tranquility and grace. The members of the Xianyang sect sensed that the divine sun truly came to unwind. Were he here for business, he would not appear so leisurely. Ren Qinghua had already arrived. Qingxiao discreetly placed a restriction on Ren Qinghua to obscure him from view. Shortly thereafter, a figure approached from the distance. Clad in a light yellow dress, her exquisitely adorned face, enhanced by subtle makeup, rendered her even more enchanting. Ren Qinghua naturally noticed her, his breath quickening. The previous Qingyu had captivated him, but now her appearance was even more striking. However, recalling something, he pulled his thoughts back. Qingxiao appeared astonished. It seemed that not all villains were devoid of intellect. To pull oneself back from the clutches of desire is at the very least commendable. "Have you encountered the divine offspring? Is there something amiss?" Qingxiao inquired lazily. "I wonder if the divine offspring would permit me to take a seat?" "Feel free." Qingyu settled down, scrutinizing Qingxiao, who, it must be admitted, was indeed strikingly beautiful. Qingxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. "Do you have matters to discuss? If not, I shall have to expel you." At that moment, Xia stepped forward, casting a glance at Qingyu. "Your appearance is quite unbecoming. It detracts from our divine offspring's mood." Xia's words were sharp yet amusing. Qingyu remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on Qingxiao. Surely, the divine offspring did not descend merely for leisure? Qingxiao remained silent, sipping her tea with an impassive expression. Qingyu inhaled deeply, realizing her suspicions might be correct. As a divine offspring from the upper realm, the family's influence was indeed formidable. In such families, there were many talents, and it was no simple feat for one to attain the position of divine offspring. Though she held this esteemed title, it seemed precarious. Otherwise, she would not have ventured down here. To speak bluntly, the lower realm offers no aid to the divine offspring, who ought to be cultivating diligently in the upper realm. The fact that she had descended this time suggested that other prodigies had emerged within her family. Perhaps rivals of similar strength, even threatening her position. "What is it you wish to convey?" Qingxiao asked. Upon hearing this, Qingyu took a deep breath, suppressing her inner excitement, realizing she might be correct in her deductions. She had come with a purpose. "You are quite perceptive," Qingxiao remarked, regarding Qingyu. Xia's eyes glimmered with disdain, yet he refrained from speaking. He was oblivious to the divine offspring's intentions and found it amusing to watch this naive woman bask in her own perceived cleverness. No wonder the ancestors of the Gu family delighted in ensnaring others and observing their conflicts. It was truly entertaining. Xia felt invigorated. It would be impossible for the divine offspring to rapidly enhance her strength at this juncture, or perhaps a certain prodigy's abilities had already surpassed hers. Thus, she might resort to alternative methods, such as mutual cultivation. Qingxiao remained silent, her gaze flickering momentarily. Observing her reticence, Qingyu grew certain. "You have come today with conditions to propose, have you not? Speak. What conditions do you require?" Qingyu exhaled, regarding Gu Qingxiao with anticipation. I seek your assistance in avenging me. Gu Qingxiao pondered in silence for a moment. Xianyang sect. Gu Qingxiao uttered, revealing 3 words. Ji Qingyu nodded. You must be aware that the Xianyang sect is my faction. Are you suggesting I destroy my own power? For the divine offspring, the Xianyang sect is inconsequential. As is the realm of Xianqing, your indifference is evident. Those in the upper realm seldom concern themselves with the fate of a minor world. Your noble status renders such matters trivial. How intriguing. Your master must be your mother, correct? Gu Qingxiao casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingyu's heart raced. Her connection with her master could be concealed from most, but not from Gu Qingxiao. Indeed, the third elder is my mother. Hidden from view, Ren Qinghua's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the third elder was Ji Qingyu's mother. However, he could not recall any enmity between the Xianyang sect and the Ji or Jiang families. Perhaps it was a grudge from the previous generation, or they had changed their names. Upon recalling this name, Ren Qinghua suddenly had a revelation. Kejiang, so it is the Ke family. It all becomes clear now. The Xianyang sect had indeed obliterated a family over a bronze fragment, rumored to be a treasure capable of enhancing one's strength. Otherwise, Jiang Yu's abilities would not have surged so rapidly. When they learned of this, they began to search, ultimately destroying the Ke family without finding it. This matter had long been buried, for the Ke family was inconsequential to them. Little did they know, their adversary had infiltrated their very midst. Ren Qinghua regarded Ji Qingyu, the affection in his gaze evaporating, replaced by a glimmer of malice. It turns out the divine offspring had been aware all along, aiding her in enhancing her strength, and supporting the ancestors in their pursuits. Thus, I cannot afford to disappoint the divine offspring. Gu Qingxiao sensed the shift in Ren Qinghua's demeanor, remaining unperturbed. We once harbored hopes of vengeance, yet the divine offspring's assistance has drawn those hopes further away. And what then? If the divine offspring assists me in avenging my grievances, I could assist in locating the individual you seek. Are you not afraid I might eliminate you and then slowly search? You dare not, for your urgency is palpable. By elevating the strength of the Xianyang ancestors, you are essentially earning their gratitude, compelling them to assist you in your endeavors. Such matters are trivial for you, yet they demand a lifetime of gratitude from the Xianyang ancestors. Subsequently, they will serve you diligently. Your descent to the lower realm must have been discreet, and you would not dare act recklessly, fearing exposure. Should that happen, those individuals would obstruct you. Thus, by enhancing the strength of the Xianyang ancestors, you can operate through them, as they now stand atop the pinnacle of the Xianqing realm. When they act, you can effectively conceal yourself. Ji Qingyu declared confidently. Oh, you mean I should have the Xianyang ancestors assist me in locating your physique, the Xianing body? Chapter 31. Incompetence. You have truly brought about your own demise. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiao articulate her physique, Ji Qingyu sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, Baxia could no longer contain his laughter. I must say, I have been holding back for too long. Are you aware of the divine offspring status? It is upheld by the collective support of the ancestors. No one in the Gu family dares contest the divine offspring. Moreover, the Gu family will require our divine offspring's inheritance in the future. Our divine offspring simply grew weary in the upper realm and descended for a bit of amusement. Hearing your confident analysis amuses me. The Xianing body, the Nining mystical body, our divine offspring would hardly take notice. I cannot fathom where you derive your confidence to prattle on here. Forgive me, divine offspring, but I simply cannot hold back. It is too ludicrous. Ji Qingyu was left dumbfounded, gazing at Gu Qingxiao with a complex mixture of emotions: helplessness, disbelief, and despair. Previously, she thought she had discerned Gu Qingxiao's intentions, only to realize she was merely entertaining a fool. By what right do you, beings of the upper realm, trample upon the dignity of others, treating them as mere jesters? Ji Qingyu lowered her head, coldness emanating from her eyes, her hands beneath her sleeves turning pale from the strain. She understood that despite her profound resentment, she must suppress it. She could not afford to offend the divine offspring before her. A mere girl from the insignificant Xianqing realm dared to unravel the divine offspring's thoughts? Have you finished speaking? If so, I shall be compelled to throw you out. Your presence is truly detrimental to my intellect. Baxia's disdain was evident. Ji Qingyu disregarded Baxia's remarks, standing and stepping closer to Gu Qingxiao. Little did she know, The divine offspring had perceived her intentions long ago. I wonder if the divine offspring might grant me an opportunity? The Xinjiang sect lacks individuals of remarkable constitution. Although my physique may not catch the eye of the divine son, it is still superior to their own, and I possess the potential for transformation in the future, which may, to some extent, assist the divine son. Qingxiao sipped his tea in silence, having just observed Qingyao's rapid emotional adjustment. He was astonished that this seemingly insignificant child of destiny could recalibrate her emotions so swiftly. Upon witnessing Qingxiao's indifference, a flicker of resolve crossed Qingyao's eyes. I can serve the divine son, hoping for his benevolence. Today, Qingyu had intentionally adorned herself, convinced that Qingxiao could not possibly remain unaffected. They were both young, and having openly expressed her intentions, she refused to believe Qingxiao was indeed as stoic as a rock. Children of fate tend to be proud, still believing in their own worth. However, this child of fortune exhibited admirable qualities, willing to sacrifice for her own interests. Since she had presented herself so readily, Qingxiao would not hesitate. An aura erupted around him, sending Qingyu hurtling backward, blood spilling from her mouth. It was repulsive, and I shall not speak of this incident. Your fate now lies in your own hands. A look of shock appeared on Qingyao's face as she beheld the disdain in his eyes, a true contempt. Noticing that Qingyu remained, Bai Xia furrowed his brow and seized her leg, casting her out like a bothersome fly. I should revert to my true form and crush her. Qingxiao smiled at this turn of events, finding Bai Xia rather amusing, as his words often exceeded Qingxiao's expectations. At this moment, Ren Xinghua stepped forth, bowing respectfully. Having grasped the necessary actions, consider it a test for you. Go forth. Ren Xinghua knelt in reverence and departed. After Ren Xinghua had left, Qingxiao toyed with his teacup, a smile gracing his lips. Bai Xia shivered at the sight of that smile, feeling as if he had glimpsed the ancestral spirit of the Gu family. Upon Ren Xinghua's return, he sought out Ren Zhongyuan and Ren Renxin. Ancestor. The third elder belongs to the Ke family, and Qingyu is also of the Ke lineage. Their arrival at our Xinjiang sect is for the sake of revenge. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the two. The divine son had long seen through this, thus aiding the ancestor in enhancing his strength. Moreover, Qingyu, possessing a physique of the Yin attribute, had mistakenly believed that the divine son had descended for her sake, only to be cast aside. It seems the third elder must conceal his power, and Qingyu must also hide her abilities. Clearly, the two missing individuals were indeed them. Thus, we must first eradicate the Ji family. I shall take a trip to gauge their stance. Relying solely on these two is insufficient. It appears our Xinjiang sect has already suffered betrayal from within. After pondering for a moment, Ren Zhongyuan declared, I shall go. What about the divine son? Ren Zhongyuan's eyes reflected concern. The divine son shall not interfere in this matter. Nodding in understanding, Ren Zhongyuan vanished from sight. Meanwhile, within the peak of the third elder, he observed Qingyu in a disheveled state, momentarily taken aback. Did you seek out that individual? Yikvingyo nodded. Foolish, Jiang Myuk uttered. Yikvingyo faltered. It was the first time her mother had scolded her. Like a jester, Qingyu had been humiliated by Qingxiao, feeling wronged and now chastised by her mother. Did I not tell you to refrain from acting? Why did you take matters into your own hands? Jiang Myuk scrutinized Qingyu, noting her attire. Slap. Jiang Myuk's palm struck Qingyu's face. She covered her cheek in disbelief. Years of effort have been squandered because of you, and you still dare to seek revenge? That individual is a divine son from the higher realm. Though your physique may aid others in cultivation, my previous assumption that he was here for you was misguided. When he assisted Ren Zhongyuan in his breakthrough, he effortlessly dispelled the thunder tribulation with a mere word. I realized then that he likely descended merely for leisure, fortuitously selecting the Xinjiang realm. Do you still believe he came for you? Qingyu remained silent, her lips trembling. I once surmised that he had likely seen through our identities long ago. He simply did not care to expose us in the Xinjiang realm. However, since this is his domain, he offered assistance, albeit limited. Yet you have now acted presumptuously, revealing your intentions. Is it not true that he looked upon your physique with disdain? Qingyu nodded, realizing her misjudgment of his status, which must be exceedingly elevated within his family. And his position as divine son was firmly established. Qingyu gazed at her mother. He offered us an opportunity? This matter shall not be spoken of. What has happened to you? Why have you become so foolish? Qingyu remained silent. Have you not considered Ren Xinghua? He is in the company of that individual. He is absent. Are you perhaps infatuated? Jiang Myuk scrutinized Ji Qingyao's expression. I am not. No. Her eyes betrayed her. You were cast aside, were you not? As Ji Qingyu contemplated this, tears welled up in her eyes. Slap. Jiang Myuk's palm sent Ji Qingyu crashing to the ground. You wretched fool. You have doomed us this time. Lying on the ground, Ji Qingyu covered her face, perplexed by her mother's words. Chapter 32. The Misery of the Child of Destiny. Your disheveled state must have been witnessed by others. No. Have you forgotten that the Xianyang ancestor has already broken through? The entire Xianyang sect is under his watchful eye, discreetly protecting that individual. Even if he dares not investigate, your pitiful appearance has surely angered him. What do you suppose the Xianyang ancestor will do? Upon hearing her mother's words, Ji Qingyao's complexion truly changed. The Ji family should be no more. Previously, others were unaware of the close ties between the Ji and Ke families, but this time, it would serve as a warning. The Ji family has been destroyed because of you, you fool. Have you never encountered a man? Moreover, after this incident, Ren Qinghua's attitude towards you will also shift. After all, he now considers himself to be associated with that individual, and his standards will naturally elevate. Coupled with your provocation of that individual, even if Ren Qinghua harbors feelings for you, he will restrain himself. Attempting to leverage him for resources will be futile. Jiang Myuk sighed. Ji Qingyu remained silent. Unconvinced by her mother's words, she believed Ren Qinghua would not act in such a manner. She knew his attitude towards her. When the time came, she would test the waters, but the Ji family was indeed no more. After watching her daughter depart, Jiang Myuk sighed deeply, never anticipating that years of plotting would unravel at the hands of her own daughter. The following day, within the Xianyang sect's discussion hall, the Xianyang ancestor sat below. Although Gu Qingxiao had not arrived, the upper seat remained unoccupied. Some individuals, lacking self-awareness, presumed they could disrupt the esteemed with their trivial charms, inciting irritation. Let it be known, do not be overly enamored with oneself, for those of such lowly caliber should not aspire to ascend. Yesterday, in a moment of merriment, I casually obliterated a family for amusement. Henceforth, everyone should exercise caution. That shall be all. Upon hearing the words of the Xianyang ancestor, many elders remained impassive, observing with detached expressions. The gaze merely flickered towards Ji Qingyu, conveying an unspoken message. Ji Qingyu sat in her designated spot, her fingers clenched tightly beneath her sleeves before relaxing, as if she had not heard anything. After observing the departure of the venerable Xianyang, the third elder cast a glance at the other elders who had previously allied with her, only to find them no longer regarding her. Indeed, the entanglements of self-interest proved to be the most unreliable of bonds. If any elder were to denounce her, both she and Ji Qingyu would find themselves in peril. The solution lay with that particular individual. The thought of Gu Qingxiao brought her a headache, for that person's status was too elevated, and their intentions too inscrutable. At this moment, Ji Qingyu watched Ren Qinghua prepare to leave, her gaze fixed upon him. Had she looked at him in such a manner before, he would have certainly rushed to her side. Yet in this instant, Ren Qinghua remained indifferent and simply walked away. Ji Qingyu felt a twinge of annoyance. If Gu Qingxiao looked down upon her, why should Ren Qinghua hold her in such disdain? She resolved to return. Matters had escalated. The third elder cast a weary glance at Ji Qingyu before remaining silent. Ji Qingyu nodded and followed her mother out. Upon returning to her residence, Jiang Myuk sighed, a cloud of sorrow enveloping her countenance. Mother? She mused. Perhaps soon you will no longer have the chance to call me that. Ji Qingyu, upon hearing this, displayed disbelief, then recalled something. Alas, it seemed they had ultimately failed. A fleeting illusion. Perhaps it was better had they perished at the outset. The third elder sighed, her face marked by despondency. Ji Qingyu, observing her mother's demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety. Mother, there is still hope. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she considered something. Are you referring to that object? Jiang Myuk inquired. Indeed, our Ke family was brought to ruin because of it. Although we remain unaware of its current significance, our ignorance does not imply that others are equally uninformed. What if that individual descended due to it? It is merely a fragment, Jiang Myuk replied. Though it exudes an ancient aura, we do not comprehend its purpose. What if it is simply a worthless relic? Yet deep inside she felt an inkling of hope. Testing it could prove more advantageous than awaiting inevitable demise. I refuse to believe that a divine son from the upper realm would descend merely for leisure. There must be a reason, she declared. We shall treat this as a last resort. Should we fail, I will ensure your departure. The third elder, accompanied by Ji Qingyu, hurried towards Gu Qingxiao's residence. clutching an item in her hand. What brings you here? Basya emerged, observing the two with curiosity. Upon seeing the object they held, comprehension dawned. We have come to offer our apologies. My disciple acted thoughtlessly and offended the divine son yesterday. Basya nodded, casting a disdainful glance at Qingxiao. She remained silent, accustomed to his scorn. Following Basya, they found Qingxiao reclined in a chaise lounge, exuding an air of languor. Basya stood silently beside him. Divinson, we have come to seek your forgiveness. My daughter has disturbed you. Qingxiao did not open his eyes. I am not angered. There is no need for your apologies. Zhang Myuk refrained from retorting, knowing that Qingxiao did not regard them seriously, viewing them merely as insignificant. Qingxiao felt a pang of discomfort at his words. She could not even elicit his disdain. Bowing respectfully, she fixated on Qingxiao, struggling to fathom his indifference towards her. Basya noticed her gaze and scoffed. Divinson, we seek your protection. On what grounds? Basya retorted casually. We possess an object that led to the downfall of the Zhang family thus. Qingxiao stepped forward, revealing a bronze fragment and extending it towards Qingxiao. He remained unmoved, while Basya took it, scrutinizing it with a puzzled expression. Divinson, this appears to be a worthless shard. If intact, it might hold some value, but as it stands, it lacks any significant purpose, inferior even to a saintly artifact. Qingxiao remained silent. Had Basya's words reached the ears of the Gu family's elder, he would likely be reprimanded. Divinson, I ask for your forgiveness for my ignorance yesterday. When I encountered you, I was captivated and acted impulsively, hoping to gain your favor. Qingxiao, acknowledging her error, implored for a chance. After uttering these words, she attempted to grasp Qingxiao's sleeve. You are truly insufferable, deluding yourself. With a sudden surge of energy, Qingxiao's aura erupted, forcing Qingxiao to the ground. You are indeed tiresome. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. Depart. Upon hearing this, Basya's aura intensified, casting both women out. Qingxiao examined the fragment in his hand, and suddenly, divine and demonic runes manifested around him, as if something within had vanished. The daughter of luck has lost the fragment of celestial fortune. Luck value decreases by 100,000. The antagonist value of the master increases by 100,000. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Qingxiao smiled. This daughter of luck sought to absorb his fortune through this object. It seemed she had discerned its function, believing herself to be adept at concealment. Should she succeed, even her ancestral grave would be unearthed. However, Qingxiao lacked the time to indulge in their games. The high fortune of this daughter was due to this fragment, which had previously belonged to the Gu family, intrinsically enhancing her being. Once the mark within the fragment vanished, Qingxiao coughed up blood, her face paling as she fainted. The third elder's expression shifted ominously as she cradled Qingxiao and departed. Upon Zhang Myuk's return with Qingxiao, her face fell. She stilled her breath. It was already too late. A sense of heat enveloped her as she felt her consciousness slipping away. At that moment, Ren Qinghua approached. What do you intend to do? Zhang Myuk managed to ask, clinging to the remnants of her awareness. What do you think? The third elder should already comprehend my intentions. My interactions with Qingxiao were solely for your benefit. Zhang Myuk's eyes widened in shock. Ren Qinghua, dare you lay a finger on me, and I will ensure your demise. Huh, do you still possess the strength to resist? When Qingxiao regained consciousness and beheld the scene within the palace, her eyes widened in horror. No, mother! Mother! Ah, you are awake. I thought you would remain unconscious a while longer. Ren Qinghua taunted. You wretched scoundrel. You deserve to perish. I am aware of my transgressions, yet I have not died. I have invested countless resources in you, even ensuring your protection during your trials. Yet you betray me, seeking revenge? You have played the fool, using me to gather resources while plotting your vendetta. Truly, you are both cunning and foolish. This is the price you pay. Perhaps I was too lenient. You have grown arrogant, forgetting your true nature. Do you think you are worthy of disturbing the divine sun? You consider yourself beautiful. Without my support, what would you be? I merely wished to pursue you, yet you have deceived me. Now I see you for what you are, a white lotus, self-serving and ungrateful. You are fully aware that I am situated beside the divine child. Yet you still chose to adorn yourself and seek out the divine child. Is it not your confidence that compels you? You perceive yourself as intelligent and beautiful, believing that the divine child requires someone like you. On that fateful day, you may have anticipated that the divine child would conceal me, yet you still spoke out. You regard the disciples from prominent families as all being of the same ilk, and the divine child's indifference towards you is merely a guise. In reality, she seeks to manipulate you. When the third elder brought you to plead for forgiveness from the divine child, she still agreed to meet you, further solidifying your convictions. Is this not true, Qingxiao? Qingxiao's eyes were filled with venom as she gazed at Qingxiao. Do you still believe I am unworthy of you? Have you ever contemplated what you truly are? Is it merely that you possess a slightly better constitution? With sufficient resources, your physique could undergo transformation, aiding others in their cultivation. Your delusion arises from three factors. First, your belief in your own beauty. Second, the respect you receive from the members of Xianyang sect. And third, your commendable talent. But have you considered this question? My approach towards you is not born of affection, but rather an admiration for the third elder. Haha. Qingxiao's pupils contracted slightly. By the way, allow me to present you with a gift. Having uttered these words, Qingxiao thrust his blade directly into Qingxiao's dantian. A splatter of golden blood erupted from her mouth, her energy dwindling until she was rendered powerless. Oh dear, your princess dreams have been shattered. Meanwhile, in another palace, Qingxiao sipped his tea with an air of indifference. This fellow possesses quite a ruthless streak, albeit he is but a fledgling. Qingxiao's expression faltered as he observed the imposing demeanor of Baxia, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had expected a fierce beast but had encountered a simpleton instead. The mother of the child of destiny has perished, causing the child's fortune to plummet by 10,000, while the antagonist's value has increased by 10,000. The child of destiny's dantian has been damaged, their essence compromised, resulting in a fortune decrease of 20,000, and the antagonist's value has surged by 20,000. Upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Qingxiao remained composed. At this moment, the child of destiny still possessed 70,000 fortunes. Qingxiao awaited for the right moment. Divine child, why not eliminate her? I have long desired her demise. Observing Qingxiao's languid demeanor, Baxia inquired. There is no need to rush. Killing her is not feasible just yet, as there are others to eliminate. Those who dare to covet the Gu family's possessions shall not escape unscathed. Since returning is merely a bore, I shall take you to annihilate other families for amusement. After placing his teacup down, Qingxiao declared. Baxia's eyes shimmered with curiosity. Let us depart. It is time to leave. As Qingxiao stood, a vortex materialized beside him. After Qingxiao and Baxia departed, within the palace of the third elder, Qingxiao's gaze was vacant. Just as Qingxiao intended to slay Qingxiao, a golden light suddenly radiated from within her, followed by the appearance of a commanding figure. Impudence! The voice resonated, causing countless peaks of Xianyang's sect to crumble. Qingxiao was instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Upon witnessing the scene within the hall, the man remained unfazed and proceeded to obliterate Xianyang's sect. When they departed, Qingxiao had already returned to the Gu family. Destroy the Xianyang realm, then seek retribution. The 8 ancestors nodded, and a tempest erupted in the void. The Xianyang realm was annihilated. At this moment, the man's gaze held a trace of puzzlement, yet he thought little of it. It was a minor world, perhaps influenced by his avatar, leading to its obliteration. When Qingxiao awakened once more, her eyes reflected a look of confusion. What is this? You are awake? A handsome, authoritative man appeared before her, his gaze warm. Father? Qingxiao exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 34. So you are also from the upper realm. Allow me to elevate your status. Qingxiao is indeed wicked. Father you? I have not perished. My descent to the lower realm was due to someone informing the ancestor of my destined connection with a mortal, your mother. It was foretold that our union would yield a prodigy, which is why I descended. Later, I discovered a fragment of bronze, unaware of its significance, fabricating a narrative that coincided with the destruction of the Ku family by Xianyang sect, and thus I returned, ensuring that no one could trace your whereabouts. Father, what about mother? I understand. It was merely a fleeting connection between us. My departure signified the end of our fated bond, and her sole contribution was bringing you into existence. Qingxiao furrowed her brow. Such words painted her father as somewhat heartless, especially considering her mother's thoughts of vengeance at the time of her demise. Ku Yuan, formerly known as Ku Jiang, discerned her troubled expression. Do not dwell too much on this. Such occurrences are commonplace in the upper realm. You will comprehend in due time that there are far darker matters to adapt to. My placement of you in the lower realm was a desperate measure. Yet your physique's unexpected development is a fortuitous turn of events. Your Dantian's destruction may indeed be a blessing. Now observe the transformation in your constitution. Ji Qingyu gazed inwardly, her expression one of astonishment. Your constitution has evolved, advancing to a new level. Perhaps this is the notion of breaking to rebuild? Now that you have ascended to the position of the saintess of the Ke family, no one shall dare to question it. Upon hearing her father's words, Ji Qingyu fell into silence. Father, is the Ke family truly formidable? Ke Yuan chuckled upon sensing his daughter's curiosity. Indeed, the Ke family is immensely powerful. You shall gradually uncover this truth, for we belong to the sacred royal clan. Having spent her time in the lower realm, she was unaware of the hierarchies that existed beyond the noble lords. The cultivation realm ascends from low to high, categorized into body refinement, chi condensation, elixir formation, dawn, true person, spiritual communication, illumination, essence, noble lord, sovereign, law manifestation, heavenly ascent, revered realm, sacred realm, and imperial realm. The revered beings are divided into human, earth, and heavenly reverence. The sacred realm consists of saints, sacred kings, and sacred emperors. Our Ke family is indeed a sacred royal clan. Even within the 3,000 states of Taicang realm, we are renowned and among the top-tier forces. Thus, you now understand the nobility of your saintess status. Ji Qingyu's eyes widened, feeling as though she were in a dream. Her gaze flickered as she pondered something, breaking into a smile. Have you encountered someone special? Noticing his daughter's demeanor, Ke Yuan, being experienced, immediately perceived her thoughts. Father, now that I am the saintess of the Ke family, what is my standing in the Taicang realm? Very high. Others would not dare to offend you lightly. Perhaps you encountered someone from the upper realm? Indeed, I did meet someone. As Ji Qingyu recalled Gu Qingxiao's haughty attitude towards her, her eyes gleamed with murderous intent. You believe your status to be superior? Little did you expect I possess an identity to rival yours? Who has wronged you? Speak to father, and I shall exact vengeance on behalf of Ke Yuan's daughter. At that moment, a voice echoed, Patriarch, the distinguished guest seeks an audience. Upon hearing the message, Ke Yuan furrowed his brow. Who would visit the Ke family at this hour? Daughter, as the clan leader, I must attend to this esteemed guest. Father, I wish to accompany you. Very well. It is fortuitous you have just returned from the lower realm. Let me introduce you to the members of our Ke family. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, the elders of the Ke family beheld a striking young woman following Ke Yuan, her features bearing a resemblance to his. This is my daughter, just returned to the Ke family. She is the child the ancestor spoke of. Upon hearing Ke Yuan's words, they scrutinized Ji Qingyu, finding nothing particularly remarkable about her. Daughter, unleash your aura, do not conceal it. Before you ascended, the ancestor had already designated you as the saintess of the Ke family. It is now your turn to prove yourself. Ji Qingyu remained impassive, returning the gaze of those assessing her. Several elders nodded in acknowledgement of her composure. Then, the aura of a mid-stage realization realm practitioner erupted forth. The elders in the hall displayed astonishment, having not anticipated that Ke Yuan's daughter had already reached the mid-stage of realization, just one minor realm below that of the family's prodigy. Enough with the speculation. You will soon understand. The young lady possesses a unique constitution that allows her to battle beyond her level without issue. You can sense her aura, and as for her combat prowess, I wish to test the saintess's abilities. At that moment, a young woman stepped forward, Ke Ling, the eldest elder's daughter, in the late stage of realization, who had previously sought to compete for the position of saintess. Ji Qingyu observed Ke Ling, and a ferocious aura surged forth, causing Ke Ling to stagger back several steps. Witnessing this, many were taken aback. The mere pressure of Ji Qingyu's aura had proven too much for Ke Ling to bear. You are not my match, Ji Qingyu stated earnestly. Ke Ling's expression darkened. Although it was merely an aura that had erupted, she felt Ji Qingyu had held back. Otherwise, she would have been injured from the pressure. Ke Ling's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions before she bowed respectfully. I have met the saintess. The people in the hall understood the significance of Ke Ling's demeanor. Observing this, Ji Qingyu felt a sense of resolve. No need for excessive formalities. I have only just returned to the Ke family. I hope everyone will assist me moving forward. The saintess displayed humility. Ke Yuan regarded Ji Qingyu with a satisfied smile. You are indeed a member of the Ke family? At that moment, an exclamation arose. Upon hearing this voice, the Ke family members turned to see a strikingly handsome young man in a red brocade robe, his elegance reminiscent of flowing water and towering mountains, accompanied by a stoic man clad in armor exuding a menacing aura on his left, and another armored figure on his right, slightly less imposing, gazing in shock. The Ke family members were filled with confusion, uncertain of the identity of their visitors. I did not expect that the young lady is also from the upper realm, Qingxiao observed, his eyes reflecting complexity. Noticing the astonishment in Qingxiao's gaze and the shock in Baxia's eyes, Qingyu stepped forward. Recalling their disdain for her and the humiliation she had endured in the lower realm, she remarked with a hint of mockery, Shensi, what a surprise to see you again. Now, she was the saintess of the Ke family. Qingyu surveyed Qingxiao, particularly noting their astonishment, which brought her satisfaction. I truly did not expect your status to be so elevated. It seems Qingxiao was unaware. Perhaps I should assist you in elevating your standing in the Ke family. Chapter 35. I fear the Ke family may not be well suited for the Taicang realm. Upon hearing this, Tao Dai vanished without a trace. A thunderous explosion erupted from the back mountains of the Ke family, causing the entire clan to tremble. Tao Dai reappeared, this time carrying 4 corpses. The members of the Ke family stood in shock, their faces paling, cold sweat soaking their backs. El Laozu. They gasped in disbelief at the sight of the bodies in the hall. Previously, when Qingxiao mentioned helping Qingyu elevate her status within the family, they had assumed the saintess and this prodigy were acquaintances, possibly considering a union. They never anticipated that the ancestor would be killed outright to achieve such a goal. The ancestor was a saint-emperor-level powerhouse, the living legacy of the Ke family, representing their true heritage. Now, with 4 corpses before them, it felt surreal. In less than a minute, the armored man had vanished and reappeared, and 4 ancestors had perished. You need not thank me. This was Shinsi's suggestion, directly elevating you by 4 tiers. At that moment, the shock in Baxia's eyes morphed into mockery. After recovering from the shock of the ancestor's death, Ke Yuan suddenly realized that his daughter had referred to Gu Shensi, a title exclusive to the Gu family. Filled with rage over the death of the ancestor, Ke Yuan understood that the Gu family was not one they could provoke. With the ancestor gone, the survival of the Ke family was now at stake. He reminded himself to endure. The existence of the Ke family was paramount. For as long as they lived, there was hope, and death meant losing everything. Qingxiao ascended to a high seat, casting a gaze upon Ke Yuan. The pride Qingyu had felt moments ago dissipated. Seeing her father bow to Qingxiao left her feeling stifled, as if something had lodged in her throat, and she wanted to weep. Hadn't her father told her that the Ke family was powerful in the Taicang realm? Hadn't he said that her status was elevated? Hadn't he claimed many would think twice before offending her? As Qingyu observed Qingxiao, seated regally and not sparing her a glance, she could only manage a bitter smile. It seemed she had been deluding herself. She had thought that returning to the Ke family and becoming its saintess would place her on par with Qingxiao. She had envisioned taking revenge for the humiliations of the past. But now, before she had even settled into her role as saintess, they had barged in. No wonder her father had seemed indifferent when leaving the lower realm with her. Perhaps he had known all along. Despite the strength of the Ke family, to Qingxiao, they still appeared weak. The patriarch of the Ke family was indeed formidable, having destroyed the Xianqing realm simply for a brief respite. Yet what had Qingxiao done to provoke such wrath? Qingxiao's calm words reverberated throughout the hall of the Ke family, causing the atmosphere to chill. The patriarch's eyes reflected disbelief. How audacious and reckless could one be to scheme against the son of the Gu family? Did he believe the Ke family had overstayed its welcome? Ke Yuan stood frozen, a patriarch of a great clan, now rendered helpless. With a few more grains of courage, I would not dare to scheme against you, Gu Shensi. This is a misunderstanding. My intention in descending was merely to bring my daughter back. As Ke Yuan spoke, a realization hit him, recalling his earlier question to his daughter about whether she had encountered any enemies. He turned to Qingxiao, lowering his head. Then, he knelt. The destruction of the Xianqing realm and the distress caused to Shensi is a fault of the Ke family. We shall compensate for the losses. The patriarch of the Ke family displayed sincerity. Shensi, I still have more to say. Ke Yuan's pallid face bore signs of helplessness and resignation. Did you offend Gu Shensi? He glanced back at Qingyu, who kept her head bowed, unwilling to speak. Kneel and apologize to Shensi. Yikvingyo, unwillingly, knelt. Shensi, please forgive my daughter's ignorance. Just moments ago, she had praised the patriarch's sincerity. Ke Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes revealing a struggle. He had anticipated bringing home a prodigy, but instead, he had returned with a harbinger of doom. The divine child, Qingyu, bears the surname Ji and is not originally from the Ke family. Upon hearing Ke Yuan's words, Qingyu, kneeling at the back, trembled in disbelief as she gazed at her father. She had previously harbored thoughts of vengeance alongside her mother, never anticipating that he could be such a person. Qingxiao was expelled from the Ko family, her fortune diminished by 30,000, while her master's villainous value increased by 30,000. Qingxiao looked at Ku Yuan, a sneer escaping her lips. So, this is the kind of father you are. If I hadn't sought revenge for you, none of this would have happened, you wretched man. Impudence. You have offended the divine child. You deserve your fate. Ku Yuan turned around, striking Qingxiao's dantian with a resounding slap. With a thud, Qingxiao was sent flying, crashing into a pillar of the grand hall before collapsing to the ground, her eyes fixed on Ku Yuan in a deadly glare. Qingxiao's dantian shattered, her essence damaged, her heart of the Tao wounded, fortune diminished by 30,000, while her master's villainous value increased by 30,000. Ku Yuan, you are the reason the Ku family will perish. With a leader like you, even the mightiest clan is doomed, a sycophant devoid of integrity. Qingxiao's voice echoed through the hall. You are foolish indeed. Did you truly believe that by ascending to the position of the Ku family sanus, you could flaunt your superiority before us? You had your chance. When we arrived earlier, you were filled with pride, your head nearly touching the heavens. And now you dare to criticize the Ku family? Qingxiao, I shall await you in hell. One day, you too shall descend into darkness. Qingxiao gritted her teeth, her words laced with venom. Enough! Ku Yuan rose and struck Qingxiao once more, causing her to vanish. The master has slain the child of fortune, increasing his fortune by 10,000, acquiring a fragment of time, and the line of slaying the child of fortune has been elevated to 20,000. The hostess information has been updated. The divine light in Qingxiao's eyes faded. Tao Tai glanced over, but remained silent. The head of the Ku family understood the situation. Qingxiao addressed the members of the Ku family. I implore the divine child's forgiveness. I am not one to hold grudges. This was not a grave matter, and I have not been harmed. Upon hearing Qingxiao's words, the Ku family members breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, divine child, for your forgiveness. We, the Ku family, shall offer our apologies. Thank you. But I believe the Ku family may not be suited for the Taisong realm. After uttering this, Qingxiao's figure vanished from the grand hall. The members of the Ku family changed countenance, eager to plead, but Qingxiao's presence had already dissipated. Only the armored figure remained, coldly observing them. Suddenly, a massive law image manifested behind Tao Tai, which opened its gaping maw and devoured the beings of the Ku family. In the end, a colossal footprint descended, erasing everything that was the Ku family. Chapter 36. Rise in Strength, Pinnacle of Nobility. Upon returning to the Gu family, Qingxiao went directly to the ancestral tomb. The elders smiled upon seeing him return. Qingxiao produced the fragment he had obtained. The 10 ancestors appeared, nodding in approval as they beheld it. Isnt, the heavenly fortune Tao cauldron from the Gu family? Qingxiao inquired, suspicion evident in his tone. A hint of embarrassment flickered across the face of the 10th ancestor. That is not the point. Once it enters the Gu family's gates, it is our possession. I paid a hefty price for this. After speaking, the 10th ancestor exchanged glances with the other elders. The 13th ancestor remarked, indeed, the sacrifice made by the 10th ancestor was significant. The 13th ancestor then looked to the 14th ancestor. You continue the tale. The 14th ancestor replied, ah yes, the 10th ancestor sacrificed one of his treasures. He then turned to the 15th ancestor. The 15th ancestor added, it took over 100,000 years to refine. The 15th ancestor then glanced at the 16th ancestor. The 16th ancestor interjected, a urinal. The 10th, 13th, 14th, and 15th ancestors stared in astonishment. Qingxiao remained silent, rubbing his forehead, exasperated that collectively they could not devise a coherent story. Little 16, why not ponder what you just said? Were you too exhausted from coffin repairs yesterday to think straight? The 13th ancestor suddenly realized and asked the 16th ancestor. The 16th ancestor fell silent. If you all can concoct a tale, why should I bear the blame? You seem unwilling to take any risks. Never mind, it's not important. After all, once it enters the Gu family, it is ours. The other elders nodded in agreement. The 10th ancestor then appeared before Qingxiao, draping an arm over his shoulder. Qingxiao, I have a lucrative opportunity for you. Would you be interested in learning more? The risks are minimal, and the returns are substantial. Qingxiao gently shrugged off the elder's hand. If you have something to say, please be direct. The heavenly fortune Tao cauldron was, well, shall we say, borrowed from the Tao God Academy. The process was quite convoluted. I infiltrated as part of the younger generation and caused quite a ruckus, ultimately obtaining this item. I then fled, and they were none the wiser. However, to restore it, a treasure is required, and that treasure resides within the Tao God Academy, a piece of chaotic clay. The Tao God Academy's Tianyuan secret realm is about to open, and according to our investigations, it should be located there. You see, I possess a fake that can evade detection for a century. I initially planned to go alone, but the parsimonious lot at the Tao God Academy have set numerous restrictions. If I were to impersonate a member of the younger generation, I would be easily discovered. You could also join and become a disciple of the Enforcement Hall. Why the Enforcement Hall? The Hall Master is my wife, your 10th ancestor, though the Tao God Academy is unaware. Otherwise, I would not have been able to borrow this item in the first place. The true guardian artifact of the Gu family should have perished before the ancient chaos. While I am uncertain of the exact era, it has likely vanished. Ah, it was an accident. The 10th ancestor chuckled, though he kept that part to himself. In that case, I shall make a visit. Gu Qingxiao seized the fragment from the 10th ancestor's hand. The 10th ancestor gazed at him in confusion. Can Qingxiao truly locate the other fragments? Certainly. Who do you think he is? He is the divine child of the Gu family. The Tao God Academy has become increasingly brazen, setting so many restrictions. Had it not been for that, I would have borrowed it long ago. We must devise a means to eliminate the Tao God. However, this scoundrel has yet to show his face, and we cannot trace his whereabouts. If we find him, we shall kill him and turn him into a puppet. Then the treasures of the Tao God Academy will belong to the Gu family. Nonetheless, Qingxiao's journey is a good thing. He has been with us for so long, and now that he has matured, it's time for him to venture forth and conquer others. This will be an excellent opportunity for him to compete with other young talents at the Tao God Academy. I should give my wife a heads up. She mustn't become overly excited upon seeing Qingxiao. A few years ago, she messaged me to send him over, but I had to refuse as his essence had not yet stabilized. Wait, have you all noticed something unusual about Qingxiao? The 10th ancestor suddenly realized. The 16th ancestor nodded. 16, what do you know? I suspect that Qingxiao's physique is not that of a divine demon, but rather a chaotic divine demon, perhaps even evolved. By the heavens, amidst all this focus on killing, I completely overlooked Qingxiao's unique constitution. 16, your reflex arc has indeed lengthened considerably as of late. The others cast disparaging glances at the 16th ancestor, who bore an expression of embarrassment. The chaotic divine demon body, so it is. This insufferable brat didn't even bother to inform us. I was contemplating borrowing some items from a few forbidden zones. It is quite possible that Qingxiao was previously a chaotic divine demon body, but a lack of origin caused a change in his physique. Now that the origin has presumably been restored, one wonders what method was employed. As long as it is replenished, why concern ourselves with the details? At this moment, Gu Qingxiao was within his palace, perusing information regarding the Tao God Academy. The academy is overseen by Dao Tian, the esteemed dean. Beneath him are 4 major halls. The Law Enforcement Hall led by Yi Linglong, the Pill Hall presided over by Qian Bantian, the Martial Arts Hall headed by Zhao Xuantian, and the Guardian Hall commanded by Wu Shun. The Tianyuan Secret Realm is one of the academy's sacred domains. Gu Qingxiao murmured to himself. Now that he had arrived at such a place, he must elevate his strength. Master, Gu Qingxiao identity. Divine son of the Gu family in the tranquil domain of Taizong. Destined antagonist physique. Chaotic divine demon body. I have the destined antagonist. Integrating 5 fragments of time, grasping a thread of time's law, cultivation technique. Chaotic divine demon sutra. Heavenly freedom scripture aura. Aura of the destined antagonist, shielding against the probing of heavenly will, strength. Mid-level marquee fate's child slaying line. 20,000 antagonist value. 200,000 backpack. None upon observing his remaining antagonist value. Gu Qingxiao smiled. Fortuitously, within the marquee realm, each level gained amounts to 100,000 antagonist values. Upon reaching the Emperor realm, it will require 150,000. Gu Qingxiao gazed at his personal panel, where the mastery of time's power had transformed into the grasp of a thread of time's law. He directly allocated all his 200,000 antagonist values to enhance his strength. By the time he finished, his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of marquee. Chapter 37. Sometimes, if you do not strive, you remain oblivious to your own inadequacies. Meanwhile, within the Tao God Academy, Yi Linglong examined a transmission in her hand. This little rascal has finally arrived. Upon his arrival, he shall suppress all disciples. Despite the academy's 4 major halls, it encompasses true disciples, elites, inner and outer disciples, as well as miscellaneous workers, each hall teeming with countless disciples, elders, and stewards. Once Qingxiao arrives, It seems he has set his sights on treasures within the Tianyuan's secret realm. Within the Gu family, Gu Qingxiao departed atop a jade green scion. As the Gu family members watched his departure, their gazes were filled with reluctance. Do not be disheartened. Our divine son has risen to prominence. There is no need for concern. Many elders of the Gu family consoled the younger disciples. The divine son's departure should not invoke sorrow. Previously, he promised to lead us on a killing spree, yet we have seen not a trace of him. What ill thoughts could I harbor? All I desire is for him to take us along on a hunt. Indeed, what ill intentions could we possibly hold? The elders of the Gu family revealed awkward expressions, realizing their overthinking. However, observing the killing intent radiating from the younger disciples, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. Perhaps they could suggest to the family head to take a stroll, borrowing from others' possessions, thus allowing for a killing spree. Yet, considering the divine son had just departed, it might be prudent to refrain. Should he wish to hunt, they must be ever ready. They were well aware of the Dao God Academy, a place teeming with outstanding disciples. If any were to cross paths with them, alas, war would surely ensue. Upon reaching the Dao domain, the atmosphere became quite lively. As the Dao domain is unique, they do not recruit disciples through publicity, but rather, elders or stewards from the Dao God Academy seek out particularly gifted disciples. However, now that any disciple with a modicum of talent is coveted by various factions, the number of participants in this assessment from the Dao God Academy is relatively few, merely a few 100,000. In a cultivation world like Taicang, over 100,000 is less than what even a small town would possess. Finally arrived, after a year of travel, utilizing demonic beasts and teleportation arrays, they had reached this place. One disciple after another gazed longingly at the pavilions and towers floating in the void, having traveled from all corners of Taicang to join the Dao God Academy. At this moment, some hidden figures lingered within the void. These were elders of the Dao God Academy, keen to observe any exceptionally gifted disciples. A roar erupted from a demonic beast, followed by the appearance of a majestic tiger king, upon which sat a figure. Unexpectedly, members of the Qingxiao tiger clan had also arrived, presumably their young master, Qingxiao, who was said to have already broken through to the spirit connection realm, though one could only speculate on the truth of that rumor. As discussions continued, the void parted, revealing a bone dragon. The abyssal bone dragon clan had also made an appearance, alongside the northern feather golden eagle, the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, and the undying nether phoenix. With the void opening, colossal beings emerged, evoking envy in some disciples. Some were born into privilege, as evidenced by their commanding presence, while others looked on, exhausted from their journey. Time passed, and the void remained open, with palatial structures appearing from the ether. The Jintian Hall, the Fuemo Hall, the Yunu Palace, the Tian Shan Cave, the Beidou Hall, and the Tian Lang Mansion all arrived. After witnessing the arrival of numerous formidable factions, many felt disheartened. Though these individuals concealed their auras as heirs of top-tier forces, few were truly simple. Previously, within their families, many believed themselves to be geniuses, yet now, confronted with these genuine prodigies, they grasped the vast chasm that lay between them. The elders of the Dao God Academy smiled upon seeing the outstanding talents in the void. Having not anticipated that the impending opening of the Tianyuan secret realm would attract such a multitude of gifted individuals, it appears this year's Dao God Academy will be quite bustling. As these individuals awaited the assessment, a green aura emerged in the sky. Subsequently, auspicious clouds gathered, revealing a figure within the cerulean radiance. Hiss, the jade green scion pulls the carriage. Which family is this? Such grandiosity. What level of strength does this jade green scion possess? The pressure it emanates is truly terrifying. Crack, crack, rumble. Upon the appearance of the jade green scion, a palace materialized from the void. Upon arrival, the scion let out a mighty roar, and the azure aura dissipated. A lavish palace, adorned with prohibitions and pulsating with Dao rhythm, unveiled itself within the void. In that moment, the Dao God Academy fell silent. They were utterly perplexed as to who had arrived. The jade green scion regarded the surrounding demonic beasts, raising its head and disdainfully snorting. The other demonic beasts, having already awakened their intelligence, remained motionless upon sensing the scion's contempt. They understood all too well the nature of danger. At that moment, two figures stood below. One, a stunningly beautiful woman with a captivating countenance, turned her gaze from the jade green scion to a nearby handsome man who exuded no discernible aura. Her eyes sparkled with warmth and kindness. The man noticed her gaze, and their eyes met, exchanging smiles. Onlookers were filled with envy at this scene. Yet some recognized the woman's identity. Understanding who she was, they refrained from speaking. Clearly, anyone able to share laughter with her must possess a remarkable background, likely one that is rather understated. In the heart of the palace, Qingxiao sensed something, opening his eyes briefly before shutting them once more. Within the Tao Divine Academy, the president and the four great hall masters observed the commotion outside, their faces adorned with smiles, for an impressive number of prodigious disciples had arrived. Regardless of the circumstances, once one joined their academy, a bond of teacher and student would inevitably form. Yi Linglong gazed at the distant jade qilin in the void, especially noting the gaze within it, her eyes flashing with affection before disappearing. It was nearly time to commence, the president remarked as the crowd thinned, to which the four hall masters nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure emerged from the void. The assessment had begun. The ascent of the heavenly ladder would test one's mental fortitude, physical strength, and endurance. Should one wish to silence the naysayers, they must strive forward. Chapter 38. Whose prodigy is he? After the elder's words, the void opened, revealing a 100-tiered heavenly ladder. A high realm did not equate to qualification. Their evaluations were multifaceted. Should you possess extraordinary talents in alchemy or forging, you could still be admitted. However, many of you have already been recorded before arriving. Are there any wishing to participate in the alchemy or forging assessments? The disciples below remained silent. The elder, seeing their reticence, did not grow impatient, for those with talent had already been accepted and were under the tutelage of the elders. With no further ado, let us begin. A single incense stick's time, at least 30 tiers to ascend. The assessment commenced. Upon the elder's statement, an incense stick appeared and was ignited in the void. Go forth. Whether death comes early or late, it is still death. Having traveled such a distance, one cannot falter at the first hurdle. Many disciples wore serious expressions as they stepped onto the first tier. To their astonishment, some who first encountered such immense pressure collapsed onto the ladder. The disciples standing in the void also approached the ladder, many casting glances at the jade qilin, the sole figure that remained unmoving. Qingxiao opened his eyes, surveying the heavenly ladder before stepping out of the palace. As many turned to scrutinize the figure emerging from the palace, they beheld a fleeting red silhouette that appeared on the 30th tier, only to reappear at the 60th tier moments later. With the fading of the afterimage, a striking figure stood atop the ladder, his visage resembling that of a celestial being, adorned in a red robe intricately embroidered with golden clouds, accentuating his stunning features. Which family does this prodigy belong to? This is indeed a dimensional strike. He is simply too handsome. Suddenly, the realization dawned that a man could indeed captivate another man. Many were left in awe upon witnessing Qingxiao's appearance, some even forgetting their ascent on the heavenly ladder. The two figures behind him, observing Qingxiao at the pinnacle, exhibited a change in their expressions, particularly the woman, who became entranced. The elders concealed within the void felt the aura emanating from Qingxiao and were equally astonished, especially some of the female elders, who found their thoughts momentarily vacated before blushing upon regaining composure. What is this sensation? How peculiar. A scent reminiscent of a cunning fox? After the female elders regained their senses, they noted a familiar, yet strange fragrance wafting through the air. Some casually fanned themselves, while others inadvertently released a foul odor. Many elders swiftly held their breath, exclaiming internally that someone had unleashed a noxious gas. The president and the four hall masters, upon seeing Qingxiao, were also taken aback. He is the divine son of the Gu family. This is their first encounter, and they had not anticipated such a distinguished presence. The president, too, was momentarily startled upon Qingxiao's arrival. Among those most delighted was Yi Linglong, who had fixed her gaze upon Qingxiao since his emergence. Observing his striking features, she felt a swell of pride within her heart. See, this is the treasure of the Gu family. Who would have thought that the Gu family would allow him to appear? Oh, how intriguing that I cannot discern his realm. Upon hearing the words of the alchemy hall master, the president scrutinized Qingxiao, only to find himself equally perplexed. How strange. I cannot fathom it either. Upon hearing the president's remark, the others also displayed expressions of astonishment. It seemed the Gu family had bestowed numerous treasures upon him. No wonder he was only revealed now. Such a visage and aura, if exposed to the outside world, would indeed attract danger. Those female prodigies still climbing the heavenly ladder gazed at Qingxiao with infatuation. Previously, they believed no prodigy could capture their attention. Yet in this moment they felt a shift. Qingxiao stood quietly to the side. What is your name? Which family do you hail from? The elder above regarded Gu Qingxiao with excitement and inquired eagerly. Gu family, Gu Qingxiao. Excellent, excellent. Please sit here for a moment. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Thank you. The elder smiled, for the sight of beauty is always a delight to behold, especially one who ascended the heavenly ladder in mere seconds. Within the palace, Yi Linglong addressed the president. How long did it take you to ascend the heavenly ladder? Upon hearing Yi Linglong's question, they regarded her with a mix of admiration and envy. Their previous accomplishments, which once seemed impressive, now felt trivial in the presence of such a prodigy. Observing the expressions of those few, Yi Linglong could not help but chuckle. As time passed, the concealed elders in the void displayed expressions of astonishment as they observed the two figures. Before Gu Qingxiao, a panel materialized. Name, Mu Yi. Identity, heir of the Mu family from Wuling City in the eastern region, child of fortune. Strength, initial stage of spirit connection aura, child of fortune aura fortune value, 200,000 physique. Thunder Dragon Sacred Body Technique. Thunder Dragon Heart Sutra. Gu Qingxiao glanced at it before shifting his gaze. The onlookers were equally astonished to discover that Mu Yi was the second to reach the summit, particularly the prodigious disciples, who regarded him with hostility. For Gu Qingxiao's extraordinary presence suggested he hailed from a prestigious family, while this individual, clad in simple attire, appeared to originate from a lesser place yet had surpassed them. Just as Mu Yi reached the pinnacle, a girl followed closely behind. The elder beamed at the sight of the two. What are your names? Mu Yi, Yi Yao. Ah, the little princess of the Liuli Yi family. Upon hearing Yi Yao's name, the elder expressed surprise and inquired further. Yi Yao nodded. In that case, please wait a moment. Those still climbing the heavenly ladder naturally overheard the elder's words and regarded the girl with astonishment. They had not realized she was the little princess of the Liuli Yi family. However, they had not heard of any formidable family bearing the surname Mu. Could it be that he was a prodigy who had joined the Yi family? They retracted their thoughts and focused on ascending the ladder. Well then, the time of the incense stick has elapsed. Those who have not reached the 30th tier should not be discouraged. As the saying goes, sometimes one does not realize the depth of despair until one strives and fails. Now that you are aware, let this be a motivation for diligent cultivation. By the way, should you be interested, you may participate in the assessments for servant disciples. Who knows, you might succeed. One must always harbor dreams, correct? The disciples sighed deeply, expressing gratitude for the encouragement, as well as appreciation for the guidance provided. Chapter 39. Who would have thought such a glitch would occur? Now, let us disregard these individuals. The next step is to partake in the second round of assessments, followed by the third round. In truth, the second round of assessments will provide a rough indication of how the third round will unfold. The second challenge serves as a test of strength, while the third is a secret realm we casually developed, inhabited by monstrous beasts. The one with the highest score shall emerge victorious. The disciples trailing behind wore expressions of exasperation. Thank you for your loud proclamation and for glancing back at us. If Gu Qingxiao had walked any faster, we might have lost track of you without even realizing it. Many female disciples felt an involuntary urge to quicken their pace, eager to stay close to Gu Qingxiao. He furrowed his brow slightly, but fortunately, they had arrived at their destination. Is this the testing ground? Only those who have reached the Dan condensation realm will qualify. Who among you wishes to go first? One after another, we shall conduct the tests. Would you like to be the first? The elder glanced at Gu Qingxiao. He nodded and stepped forward. Had it not been for his recent arrival at the Tao Divine Academy, he would have dismissed the attention from those women, finding it quite bothersome. As Gu Qingxiao ascended, many disciples shifted their gaze towards him. He casually threw a punch. Boom! The ground trembled. Gu Qingxiao, at 17 years of age, stood at the pinnacle of the princely realm. Upon seeing the information displayed above, the disciples below held their breath, eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, the academy head, who had been watching Gu Qingxiao intently from the hall, tugged at his beard in disbelief. The four hall masters were breathing rapidly. What an extraordinary talent. Is this the prodigy of the Gu family? 17 years old and already at the peak of princely cultivation. Yi Linglong took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, quickly replaced by exhilaration. At the pinnacle of princely cultivation, this is the prodigy of the Gu family. Elder, I have qualified Haven Ti? The elder beside him gaped, having completely forgotten about the assessment. At 17, what was he even doing? Oh my, he is so striking, so fair, so grand. In comparison, I feel utterly inadequate. He is far too exceptional, far too exceptional. I suppose I need not take the third assessment, nor is it necessary. Though it seemed Gu Qingxiao was addressing the elder, he was actually speaking to those who had been fixated on him. The academy head inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, then transmitted a message to the elder. There is no need for him to undergo the assessment. If he were to participate, it would be a case of dimensional suppression. The disparity is insurmountable. Young master need not partake in the third challenge. Even without saying so, we would not allow you to participate. The female disciples below gazed at Gu Qingxiao with even more infatuation. After all, who wouldn't he be enamored by someone of high status, resembling a celestial being with formidable strength? Is this not precisely the partner they long for? Just as Gu Qingxiao was about to depart, one of the female disciples, gathering her courage, asked, "Might I have the honor of getting to know you, young master?" At that moment, the azure jade Qilin let out a furious roar, sending the female disciples flying. A group of toads dared to tarnish the image of our divine son, having the audacity to indulge in such fantasies. If you dare to entertain such notions again, this divine beast shall pay a visit to your families and see how you were raised. The female disciples were left aghast. Some who remained composed sneered. They should reflect on their own worth before daring to approach. What gave them such misplaced confidence? "Qingxiao, would you like to join my law enforcement hall?" Suddenly, a voice resonated through the air. The academy head and the other 3 hall masters turned their attention to Yi Linglong. "You sly one," launching a surprise attack. Before Gu Qingxiao could respond, a vortex appeared beside him, and he vanished without a trace. The academy head and the 4 hall masters looked on with excitement in their eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, wishing to take Gu Qingxiao as a disciple. However, he could not, as Gu Qingxiao was the divine son of the Gu family, destined to inherit that lineage. His own disciples were the heirs of the Tao Divine Academy, destined to inherit it as well. Although tempted, he could not act. Thus, he had refrained from taking disciples for many years, having not encountered anyone satisfactory until now, and of the Gu family at that. However, the 4 hall masters could accept Gu Qingxiao as a disciple. "Gu Qingxiao, would you be willing to become the eldest senior brother of my law enforcement hall?" Upon hearing this, the other hall masters became increasingly anxious. However, before they could voice their conditions, Gu Qingxiao nodded in agreement. The expressions of the other 3 hall masters darkened. He accepted so readily without hearing their terms? The academy head also wore a perplexed look, unsure why Gu Qingxiao had agreed so swiftly. "Could you share your reasoning?" "Because the master of the law enforcement hall is beautiful." The academy head was utterly flabbergasted. The other masters opened their mouths to speak, but swallowed their words instead. Yi Linglong burst into laughter. "Indeed, these fellows are quite unattractive. We shan't entertain them. Well, I have finally found a satisfactory disciple. I shall take my leave now. You may select from the other excellent disciples." The remaining individuals sighed as they watched Yi Linglong depart. Even the academy head's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. This was the first time he had heard that choosing a master was based on looks. However, considering Gu Qingxiao's identity, it was understandable. Among the 4 hall masters, Yi Linglong had the strongest prowess. Upon arriving at the law enforcement hall, Yi Linglong assessed Gu Qingxiao. "Qingxiao has grown taller." "Grandmother," Gu Qingxiao called out. "Yes, I am aware of the purpose of your visit. However, the Tianyuan secret realm may be a trap." "I know," Gu Qingxiao responded without exhibiting any surprise. The ancestor was also aware. They sought to uncover who had stolen their belongings back then. It appeared that some fragments of the heavenly fortune cauldron had also fallen into the hands of the Tao Divine Academy, though it remained uncertain whether they possessed any memories. If so, that would be troublesome. "If you do not wish to enter the Tianyuan secret realm, you need not go." "Why not enter?" "There are things I require within, including a fragment." "It seems that fragment is meant to bait us. Someone will assist us in retrieving it. Leave the matter to me. Since you have made your decision, I will entrust it to you. Proceed with confidence. I am still here." Gu Qingxiao nodded. "I'll have someone lead you to your residence. I have other matters to attend to." Gu Qingxiao nodded. Soon after, a female disciple entered and paused, captivated by Gu Qingxiao's presence. Upon seeing her, his eyes shifted slightly, taken aback by the serendipity of their encounter. Chapter 40. A small piece on the chessboard can yield great influence. Jimeng, you have arrived. From now on, Qingxiao will be the eldest senior brother of the law enforcement hall. Please guide him to his palace. Upon approaching, Bai Jimeng glanced at Gu Qingxiao, donned in a red brocade robe. Her face flushed as she lowered her head, her heart racing like never before. A peerless prodigy had graced the Tao Divine Academy, reaching the pinnacle of princely cultivation at merely 17 years of age. Who could have anticipated he would join the law enforcement hall and ascend to the position of their eldest senior brother? Qingxiao, please follow Zhi Ming to your residence. I still have other matters to resolve. Qingxiao nodded. He followed by Zhi Ming out, and as they exited, she felt as though she were still in a dream. Her nerves tingling. Do not be anxious, junior sister. I am not a man-eater. Qingxiao smiled warmly, prompting Bai Zhi Ming to glance up briefly before quickly lowering her gaze again. His smile was truly enchanting. Having seen many male disciples at the Tao Divine Academy, they paled in comparison to Qingxiao. Qingxiao's gaze fell upon Bai Zhi Ming, who was timidly averting her eyes, a light grin forming on his lips. As a villain, one must not only possess a formidable background and intellect, but also master the art of persuasion. Sister Bai, would you show me around? I've been engrossed in training within my family and have yet to visit the Tao Divine Academy. I wish to see what makes it unique. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi Ming finally grasped the situation, inhaling deeply before stepping in front of Qingxiao. Very well, I shall take Brother Gu for a stroll. A flicker of tenderness crossed Qingxiao's eyes as he smiled. At that moment, Bai Zhi Ming instinctively placed a hand over her chest, her heart racing. How could a man be so mesmerizing? Just a smile, and her heart betrayed her, beating uncontrollably. Brother Master, this is the place of our law enforcement hall. The palaces across from us belong to the Pill Hall, and to the side is the Guardian Hall, while over there is the Martial Arts Hall. I'm quite curious about the Martial Arts Hall. Let us take a look. Bai Zhi Ming readily agreed. As they approached the Martial Arts Hall, many disciples observed a man clad in a crimson robe, a smile gracing his lips, and felt their restless hearts calm in his presence. Following him was a woman whose cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, an image of innocence. Suddenly, Bai Zhi Ming noticed a pair of eyes upon them. A handsome young man stood amidst the crowd, gazing at them. A flash of panic crossed her eyes, but as she recollected herself, she calmly shifted her gaze. For beside him stood a woman with bright eyes and pearly teeth. Bai Zhi Ming took a deep breath and hastily caught up with Qingxiao. Upon entering the martial arts hall, the elder in charge was taken aback upon seeing Qingxiao, not expecting his swift arrival. Greetings, senior, Qingxiao said politely. No need for formalities, young master. You may enter the first 6 levels freely, but the martial arts cannot be taken out. You may only transcribe them. However, given that your family possesses ample martial arts, feel free to explore the first 6 levels. The elder suddenly recalled that Qingxiao had already reached the rank of Marquis and lacked for nothing in terms of martial arts resources. He had merely come to browse. Bai Zhi Ming waited outside as Qingxiao entered. After 2 hours, he emerged, a martial arts tome in hand. The elder appraised it before glancing at Bai Zhi Ming. As Qingxiao returned to the palace, Bai Zhi Ming prepared to leave. Here, take this. At that moment, Qingxiao produced the martial arts tome he had transcribed earlier. Bai Zhi Ming stared at the title, momentarily stunned. Is this for me? You guided me around the academy, and I rushed out without acquiring a suitable martial art. Consider this a token of my appreciation. No, this is unnecessary. It is my duty. Take it. Such a martial art holds no significance for me now. Are you truly going to treat me as an outsider? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi Ming quickly lowered her head, feeling her cheeks flush. Brother, what are you saying? She whispered. Then, a porcelain vial appeared before her. Take this elixir. I sense you are on the verge of a breakthrough, merely a step away. This, too, is my heartfelt gesture. No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Assisting you is what I ought to do. I may require your assistance in the future. Consider this a reward for your help. You cannot refuse this time. Otherwise, I would feel guilty imposing on you later. Thank you, brother. Bai Zhi Ming accepted it, her fingers trembling. Combine this with the martial arts, and you should be able to break through. I'll keep an eye on you. Is that appropriate? I am indifferent. What do you care? Qingxiao replied, and Bai Zhi Ming felt a sense of unease at his words. Yet her mind was in a haze, leaving her unable to reflect. She opened the tome and consumed the elixir he had given her. Subsequently, an aura began to rise within the hall. And as Bai Zhi Ming opened her eyes, a smile spread across her face upon sensing her newfound power. Thank you, brother. No need for thanks. You are beautiful and possess great talent, yet you harbor personal burdens. That is your own matter. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi Ming nodded and turned to depart. Just after she left, a figure emerged within the hall. Yi Linglong approached, scrutinizing Qingxiao. If Qingxiao had taken a liking to this woman, Yi Linglong would not believe it. Qingxiao, what scheme are you concocting now? Nothing much. Merely observing an amusing pawn, he replied. In that case, be cautious. Yi Linglong worried that Gu Qingxiao might find himself unaccustomed after arriving and would check in after resolving matters. Then I shall take my leave. I will inform the disciples of the law enforcement hall tomorrow that we have gained a new master. No need. I intend to enter seclusion tomorrow. Though Yi Linglong was puzzled, she refrained from inquiring further and left. Once Gu Qingxiao closed the palace doors, a glimmer of divine light sparkled in his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the world outside, one must exploit every available means. Even a mere pawn can yield unforeseen results. Back in her own palace, Bai Zhiming gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Brother said, "I am beautiful," she murmured, her complexion blooming with a rosy hue. Personal burdens, perhaps? In the following days, Bai Zhiming visited Gu Qingxiao's palace, yet she did not catch a glimpse of him. Sleep eluded her. Without seeing her master, she felt an inexplicable emptiness. Sister Bai, I have discovered that Mu Yi has indeed joined the Guardian Hall. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhiming nodded and departed her palace, making her way to the Guardian Hall. Many within the Guardian Hall recognized her as a member of the Law Enforcement Hall. It was impossible not to. Bai Zhiming paid little mind to the disciples and approached the palace. Brother Mu Yi, how fares your martial arts practice? I have made significant progress and believe it won't be long before I fully master it. Brother Mu Yi is impressive. I must thank you. Without your assistance, my progress would not have been so swift. Not at all. It is your own intelligence that brought you here. Bai Zhiming had sat in the palace for nearly an hour when she heard voices outside, sighing in relief. Mu Yi and Yi Yao entered, chatting and laughing. But their smiles faded upon seeing Bai Zhiming in the hall. Bai Zhiming, what brings you here? Mu Ye's tone turned cold. Mu Ye, I am your fiancé. Is it inappropriate for you to jest with another woman? Bai Zhiming retorted without answering directly. My actions are none of your concern. Aren't you busy with your master brother? Oh, it seems I'm at fault for that. We have gained a new master in the law enforcement hall, and as a member, I naturally should show him around the Dao Divine Academy. Is that not reasonable? I assure you, there is nothing between us. He is not that kind of person. What can I do if you doubt me? Yet you seem to be enjoying yourself quite thoroughly. You never informed me upon arriving at the Dao Divine Academy. And this young lady, is she unaware that Mu Yi has a fiancé? Interfering will only bring scorn upon you. Before Yi Yao could speak, Mu Yi stepped forward, shielding her behind him. Bai Zhiming, if you wish to confront me, then do so. Why bring Yaoer into this? Hi Yao, what a familiar address. It appears I am the one lacking decorum. By the way, I have instructed my family to annul the engagement and will provide compensation to your family. After hearing these words, Mu Ye's expression changed dramatically. Bai Zhiming, this is a matter between us two. On what grounds do you presume to take charge? Why are you acting in this manner? Why am I acting this way? Mu Yi, have I wronged you in any way? Mu Yi, perplexed by Bai Zhiming's intentions, shook his head. Since I have done you no wrong, how can you laugh and converse with another woman in front of me? What of my dignity as your fiancé? If you wish to call off our engagement, so be it. I shall choose between you and the woman beside you. Bai Zhiming, do not be unreasonable. This is between us and has nothing to do with Yi Yao. It is indeed our affair. Yet you cavort with other women while I, your rightful wife, am to remain silent? Will you make a choice or not? This is entirely separate from our situation. It seems you have already made your choice. My decision to have my family annul our engagement is thus justified. My father is the Lord of Wuling City. Your direct annulment is rather excessive. Do not forget, your family resides in Wuling City as well. Mu Yi, your engagement annulment is of your own making. I have heard about your good relationship with another woman. You know what you are truly thinking. Mu Yi clenched his fist tightly, staring at Bai Zhiming. Do not speak so highly of yourself. Your decision to break off the engagement with Mu Yi Gu is merely because you have developed feelings for Gu Qingxiao. Is it not? You have simply used this opportunity to elevate yourself, and you are no better than Mu Yi Gu. At least he stands on his own merit. So you have climbed onto Gu Qingxiao's bandwagon. No wonder. Mu Yi came to a realization. Do not speak nonsense. This incident has nothing to do with senior brother. Seeing Bai Zhiming's angry expression, both of them exchanged cold smirks. Bai Zhiming, observing their demeanor, understood what her anger signified. It seems I have become a person of little worth in your eyes. Is that not the case? Yi Yao retorted, gazing at Bai Zhiming. You claim he stands on his own, yet your family, the Liuli Yi clan, is quite formidable. If you were not secretly aiding him, would he have achieved such success? Moreover, why the hesitation when it came time for him to choose? He lacks even the most basic sense of responsibility while claiming to be self-reliant. If given the choice between you, Gu Qingxiao, and Mu Yi, whom would you choose? I might have chosen him before, but upon seeing his current state, I feel he is unworthy of me. Unworthy of you? Do you consider yourself so exalted? You are merely an elite disciple of the Tao God Academy. How lofty can you truly be? Mu Yi remained silent, standing nearby. Are you not equally enamored with Gu Qingxiao? He can offer you assistance. Is that not equally despicable? Indeed, I am despicable. If I were to be even more so, do you believe I could bring the Mu family to ruin? Since he lacks responsibility, I have freed him. Should you not be pleased? Otherwise, without my consent, should he dare to be with you, I would end him. What do you think would happen then? Even if I do not annul the engagement, marrying him would make you but a concubine. The little princess of the Lioli Yi clan reduced to marrying a woman from a small family. How amusing would that be? You! Yi Yao's face turned pale with rage, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Bai Jiming, enough. I will repay the humiliation of this annulment with my own hands. Bai Jiming, do not think you are anything special just because you are with Gu Qingxiao. Do you even know what kind of person he is? A great eagle soaring high. Today you annul your engagement with Mu Yi Ge, and you will regret it later. Bai Jiming laughed as she stepped closer to Mu Yi, tilting her head up to gaze into his eyes. They were almost touching. She truly protects you, Mu Yi. On what grounds? Then, with a swift movement, she raised her leg. Ouch! Mu Yi covered himself, veins bulging on his forehead, collapsing to the ground. Yi Yao was equally startled, reaching out to support Mu Yi, who was now rolling on the floor in agony. Bai Jiming, I want you dead. Kill me? Do you dare? This is the law enforcement hall. Do not forget, I am a disciple here. As Mu Yi lay on the ground, he suddenly felt a droplet of water on his face. Bai Jiming, now with tear-filled eyes, stood before him. Yi Yao was equally stunned, uncertain of Bai Jiming's intentions. Mu Yi, this is a letter from your father. Without it, would you truly have had the chance to be here? Would the elders of the Tao God Academy ever visit that small place in Wuling City? Mu Yi, it is not I who has wronged you. It is you who has wronged me. Chapter 42, The Emergence of the Shura Field. She is my fiancée Yi. Bai Jiming held a letter that she threw onto Mu Ye's face before striding out. Yi Yao stood in shock as Mu Ye's hand slowly relaxed. Bai Jiming was nearly at the hall's exit when she suddenly turned around and could no longer restrain herself, kicking Mu Yi. You worthless man. Do you freeze at the sight of women? You are a waste. I could kill you. Why? Why can you not live without a woman? Yi Yao remained silent, standing by, unsure of what to say. Perhaps wearied from her outburst, Bai Jiming departed under the moonlight, fading away like a specter from their sight. Once Bai Jiming felt she had slipped out of their view, her expression returned to one of cold amusement. A mere girl dares to contend with me. I will make you feel guilt beyond measure for speaking ill of senior brother. Mu Yi, unsteadily rising, felt waves of pain coursing through him. He retrieved the letter, opened it, and after reading its contents, an expression of guilt washed over his face. After finishing, he hurriedly ran outside. Yi Yao, observing Mu Yi se demeanor, remainit quiet, standing still in place. Yet, why did her heart feel so heavy? Was she truly the interloper? Was it wrong to love Mu Yi Ge? Yi Yao read the letter, which revealed Mu Ye's father informing Bai Jiming of Mu Ye's restored strength, suggesting a way for him to join the Tao God Academy. No wonder the elders from the academy had come. Mu Yi dashed out but saw no trace of Bai Jiming and felt a twinge of disappointment. I'm sorry. I did not know. Mu Yi gazed at the letter in his hand. Upon returning to her palace, Bai Jiming felt elated. She had been contemplating annulling the engagement with Mu Yi, but had not known how to proceed. Their families had a good relationship, and now that Mu Ye's father had sent her a letter, she could smoothly ride the current. She had intended to raise the topic once Mu Yi arrived, but instead, they slandered Gu Qingxiao and insulted her. Do not underestimate a woman's desire for revenge. She planned to use this incident to make them feel remorse. Bai Jiming anticipated that Mu Yi would pursue her, so after slipping from their sight, she quickened her pace. The more guilt you feel, Mu Yi, the more you will neglect Yi Yao. If you do not let me have peace, neither of you shall find solace. Meanwhile, within his great hall, Gu Qingxiao heard a voice echo in his mind. A rift has formed between the fated female lead and the fated male lead. Mu Ye's fortune has decreased by 5,000. Upon hearing the system's voice, Gu Qingxiao smiled. He had recognized that this woman was not one to be underestimated. She could serve as a useful pawn. A villain ought to utilize every available advantage. A few days later, Gu Qingxiao sensed it was nearly time to act. At this moment, only the final step remained. Gu Qingxiao emerged from his palace. For the past few days, Bai Jiming had been eagerly awaiting his exit. Upon hearing that Qingxiao had concluded his seclusion, she was overwhelmed with joy. As she beheld him seated languidly upon the throne, she found herself entranced, perceiving him as a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs. "Master brother," Bai Jiming sweetly called out. Her voice drew Qingxiao from his reverie. "Junior sister Bai has arrived." Upon hearing Qingxiao's voice again, Bai Jiming's heart fluttered. Yet, she sensed a subtle shift in his demeanor towards her. "Alas, junior sister Bai, it would be best if you refrained from visiting me in the future." At Qingxiao's words, Bai Jiming halted, her eyes widening in disbelief, soon glistening with unshed tears. "Why? Junior sister, I am a man, and you are a woman. Furthermore, you are already betrothed, and this could adversely affect both you and your fiancé. I, too, am a man and understand the complexities of such matters. Thus, for your happiness, it is advisable that you do not come here anymore. There are plenty of disciples in the law enforcement hall, and I have troubled you enough in the past. The hall master has summoned me for another matter, so I must take my leave." As Qingxiao departed, he brushed past Bai Jiming without pause, only letting out a soft sigh. After his exit, the lingering aura of Qingxiao remained in the grand hall. Bai Jiming found herself at a loss, unsure of how she had left his palace. "Junior sister Bai, you are truly beautiful. This elixir and this cultivation method are my tokens of gratitude for you." Qingxiao's gentle words echoed in her ears. Yet they paled in comparison to the present. Bai Jiming had longed to see him, but upon this encounter, she had not anticipated his request for her to cease visiting. Feeling like a mere shell of herself, she returned to her own palace, only to find two figures already present, Mu Yi and Yi Yao. Upon seeing Bai Jiming, their eyes welled with tears for the seemingly lifeless girl before them. Instantly, Bai Jiming stifled her tears, steeling herself, and regarded them with a frigid gaze. "What brings you here? We have no further ties. Have I not already facilitated your union? Why do you still disturb me? The Mu family has already rendered my family a service. I believe my debt is repaid. Menger, I apologize for my previous actions. I now realize. What wrong could you have committed? You are Mu Yi, adored by many. I am of no consequence to you, and we are already divorced. Our paths no longer intersect. Henceforth, whatever you do has no bearing on me. Please leave. I wish not to see you." Bai Jiming truly wished to disregard them, her heart aching. "Junior sister." Just then, a voice rang out. At the sound, disbelief flashed in Bai Jiming's eyes as she turned to respond, but Mu Yi interjected. "Qingxiao, what brings you here? I must inform you that Bai Jiming is my fiancée. Should you interfere, you will surely regret it." Ye Yao Guspit at Muye Se Degeneration. While Bai Jiming's honor was at stake, could one truly afford to provoke Qingxiao? Ignoring Muye, Qingxiao approached directly. "Threatening me? Surely your backing is formidable. I shall ensure the Gu family pays you a visit. I am aware you are her fiancé, but what of it?" Qingxiao's tone remained unperturbed. "Though you possess royal stature, this is the Dao Divine Academy, not a place for you to run rampant. Furthermore, Jiming is my fiancée. Your actions in attempting to usurp her will only bring scorn upon you." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in by Jiming's eyes, yet it vanished under Qingxiao's gaze, replaced by a smile. "The elders of the technique hall require the return of their methods. I am here to retrieve them." Bai Jiming was momentarily taken aback. Feeling a pang of disappointment, she had hoped Qingxiao sought her out, only to realize he came for the techniques. In her longing for him these past days, she had completely forgotten about the methods. She handed over a tome of techniques, which Qingxiao accepted. As he departed, Mu Yi exhaled in relief. "What is your name?" "Never mind. I have little interest in knowing it. No one has dared to act so brazenly in my presence before. You are the first, and it seems your backing is not insignificant. I will ensure the Gu family pays your family a visit. I hope you can withstand it." Qingxiao vanished. Yet Mu Ye's expression darkened, mirrored by Yi Yao's shock. They had assumed Qingxiao would not take their encounter seriously, considering the vast disparity in their strengths. They had not anticipated his vendetta. "We must hurry to the Guardian Hall and inform the Hall Master. Otherwise, if the Gu family acts, the Mu family may face dire consequences." Yi Yao's voice was laced with urgency. "I will contact my family and request they visit the Gu family, hoping Qingxiao will reconsider. What are you waiting for? If we delay any longer, the Mu family may indeed be lost. Miss Bai, I implore you to beseech your Hall Master to persuade Qingxiao." Mu Yi, too, had come to realize the gravity of the situation. He had not expected Qingxiao to be so ruthless, disregarding conventional decorum and directly threatening a family. Bai Jiming had initially been reluctant to comply, but considering her family's stakes in Wuling City, she feared that if the Gu family acted too harshly, her own kin might suffer the repercussions. In that case, she would have to plead with her master brother, perhaps even resorting to drastic measures to quell Mu Ye's anger. Her heart warmed at the thought of Gu Shixiang's fury possibly stemming from her actions. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. Swift action was imperative, lest it be too late. Upon returning to his palace, Gu Qingxiao revealed a cold smile. This was precisely what he had anticipated. Having joined the Dao Divine Academy and become a chosen one of fortune, he was now a member of the Guardian Hall. Any rash actions could jeopardize his standing, and he had yet to acquire what he sought, thus he could not afford to leave. Gu Qingxiao had not expected the chosen one to be so stubborn. Youth often breeds recklessness, and who would adhere to the conventional path? Bai Jiming had found her way to Yi Linglong. Hall Master, I wish to request a favor. Yi Linglong's eyes gleamed with curiosity. She was unaware of the unfolding events. Speak. I implore you not to allow Master Brother to act against Wuling City. Yi Linglong's brow furrowed at this request. Why would Shower take action against a place I have never heard of? Moreover, what of it if he were to destroy it? Wait, Wuling City is the stronghold of Bai Jiming's family. Yet, as a woman, could she truly compel her beloved grandson to relent? Perhaps it would be simpler to eliminate her. Previously, she had deemed this girl quite agreeable, but now, obstructing her grandson's plans warranted her immediate demise. At that moment, Bai Jiming remained bowed, her heart racing with trepidation. Little did she know that Yi Linglong contemplated her execution. This matter shall not concern me. You are not worthy of my grandson's concession. Bai Jiming's mind exploded with disbelief. Go away. She was propelled backward, uninjured, yet feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death. Gazing at the closed hall, her expression soured. Then, a thought struck her, and she made her way towards Gu Qingxiao's palace. However, upon seeing the sealed doors, her heart ached, and she ultimately turned away. Gu Qingxiao regarded his grandmother with a smirk. What schemes are you concocting now? It was merely suggested to find a few toys to play with, but these toys seemed rather unruly and insulting. Upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent surged within Yi Linglong. I shall go and eliminate them. Anyone who obstructs me shall meet their demise. If necessary, we can simply seize what we need, and at worst a few lives may be lost. The deaths in the Gu family and the annihilation of the Dao Divine Academy would be well worth the cost. Grandmother, please remain calm. If the Gu family intervenes, although they might be able to eradicate the Dao Divine Academy, it would also attract the attention of hidden forces, complicating our future plans. They are merely a bunch of insignificant trash. There is no need to act. This time, I ask that you refrain from intervening. I have my own methods to deal with this. All that is required of you is to expel one Bai Jiming from the enforcement hall. Is that all I need to do? Yes, grandmother, sometimes one does not need to dirty their hands in murder. Isn't it better for us to observe from the sidelines? Yi Linglong nodded in response to Gu Qingxiao's words and then approached him, delivering a sharp slap to his head. You are acting so mature. Yet you are just a child. After grandmother departed, Gu Qingxiao revealed a bitter smile. Meanwhile, within the Guardian Hall, the Lord Martial God looked down at Mu Yi with a helpless expression. Why did you provoke him? Simultaneously, the Lord Martial God no longer regarded Mu Yi with much importance. Previously, he had contemplated observing Mu Yi, even considering taking him as a disciple. However, at this moment, he abandoned that notion entirely. Someone without a clear sense of self-identity would only invite trouble in the future. It was foolishness to offend those one should not offend for the sake of a woman. Since you are a member of my Guardian Hall, I will intervene this time. Please exercise caution in the future. Upon hearing this, Mu Yi sighed in relief. After the Lord Martial God departed, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I will remember this incident involving Gu Qingxiao. Sooner or later, I will kill you and obliterate your family. As he stepped outside, he believed that with the Lord's intervention, his family would be safe. At that moment, Yi Yao also took out a jade pendant, preparing to contact her family. The Lord has already intervened. There should be no issues. You need not contact your family, Mu Yi interrupted, recalling the Lord's assurance that he would handle the matter. Chapter 44. Qingxiao, for my sake. Could you spare him? Upon hearing Mu Ye's words, Yi Yao put away the jade pendant. Since the Lord had stated so, the matter would be resolved. Brotur Mu Ye, please be more cautious in the future. It is evident that Gu Qingxiao is someone who repays grievances. Although Wuling City is safe for now, I fear he may resort to insidious means. Mu Yi nodded, feeling a twinge of fear. As long as you work hard, you will certainly catch up to Qingxiao. If you wish to compete with him, you need an esteemed identity. The Tao Divine Academy lacks a true heir. If you can ascend to that position, your status will be equal to Qingxiao's, and you will no longer have to look to him for favor. Is it impossible for Qingxiao to become the heir? Indeed, it is impossible. His status forbids it. He is the scion of the Gu family, destined to inherit their legacy. If he were to become the heir of the Tao Divine Academy, it would be tantamount to handing it over to someone else. Therefore, you must not only focus on cultivation, but also on building your own influence. A single person's strength is ultimately limited. Only by developing your own power can you ensure that, when you ascend to the position of heir, you will have loyal supporters. Should you succeed in building your influence, you need not even become the heir of the Tao Divine Academy to restrain Qingxiao. As he develops within the Tao Divine Academy, it will be of little advantage to him. He knows that if your power grows and you attract formidable talents, as long as you earn their respect, they will honor you. The forces behind them are not insignificant. United, they would make even the Gu family wary. Thus, Brother Mu Yi, your path is still long. After this incident, do not act so recklessly again, or you will only suffer the consequences. The Lord likely intended to assess you, but your actions have left a poor impression. Other lords will also look down on you. Offending those you should not for the sake of a woman will lead them to believe you lack judgment. You may think you're taking responsibility, but if you cannot even protect your own woman, what kind of man are you? Yet this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Selfishness is the prevailing law. Only through success will they deem you a person of responsibility. In failure, they will label you a fool, especially if she has rejected you. Brother Mu Yi, consider this carefully. I must return now. Mu Yi reached out to stop Yi Yao, but her words delivered a lesson. It must be said, Yi Yao had laid bare his thoughts. Perhaps this was the disparity between him and the scions of great families. Yet he believed that one day, he would catch up to them and make all look down upon him. Qingxiao, we shall see. The Lord Martial God had found Yi Linglong. Knight Master, may I meet with young friend Gu? Absolutely not. The Lord Martial God was about to voice his thoughts when Yi Linglong interrupted. As the chief disciple of the enforcement hall, such actions are inappropriate, do you not think? I find it entirely appropriate. You, Knight Linglong, do you not realize that such actions will reflect poorly on our Tao Divine Academy? A mere dispute among juniors has escalated to threats against family. Does this not embarrass our academy? What does that have to do with me? You. Seeing Yi Linglong's imperturbable demeanor, the Lord Martial God had never felt so stifled. Knight Linglong, I will leave this matter to the dean. Then do so. The Lord Martial God departed, and soon after, Yi Linglong received a message. Without a change in expression, she transmitted a message to Qingxiao before leaving. Upon entering the Grand Hall, for figures awaited, Dean Dao Tian, the Master of the Techniques Hall, the Master of the Elixirs Hall, and the Lord Martial God. Master of the Enforcement Hall, I have heard of this incident. It pertains to juniors. I support reconciliation, yet you must consider Qingxiao's opinion. Bring them all here to hear their words. The one who ties the bell must untie it. You did not say this earlier. The Lord Martial God observed Yi Linglong. This is indeed my stance. Enough, be silent. With a flick of his finger, Dean Dao Tian conjured several whirlpools in the air. Shortly after, Mu Yi, Bai Jiming, Yi Yao, and Qingxiao entered the Grand Hall. The four bowed respectfully upon seeing the figures present. Qingxiao, how shall we reconcile this incident? I am willing to compensate for your losses. After all, it was merely a dispute among juniors. The Lord Martial God cast a glance at Qingxiao and remarked, You are a fool. An instant silence enveloped the hall. Impudent. Qingxiao, do not think that just because you are the scion of the Gu family, you can act with such arrogance. The dean was momentarily taken aback, and the other lords fell silent as well. They had not anticipated Qingxiao to openly insult the Lord Martial God. Upon witnessing Qingxiao's demeanor, Mu Yi and Yi Yao breathed a sigh of relief. I merely insulted the Lord, and he cannot endure it. Yet someone dares to insult my Gu family. After Qingxiao's retort, the Lord Martial God fell silent, his words thwarted. If it were not for the inappropriate occasion, Yi Linglong would have burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, a single remark from the obedient grandson rendered the martial god speechless. Being young, tempers flared easily. I suggested he apologize to you. How about I decapitate the hall master and then express my regrets? You may propose a resolution. Concern was evident in the gazes of Mu Yi and Yi Yao nearby. Let them explain what transpired, Qingxiao stated, observing Mu Yi and the others. Yi Yao furrowed her brow in agreement. Mu Yi, Pidase elaborate. Dao Tian began. I have a marriage with Bai Jimeng, but she suddenly called off the engagement. I only learned that it was due to a misunderstanding caused by my actions. Upon hearing this in the grand hall, the gathered individuals understood the situation. They exchanged glances with Gu Qingxiao and Bai Jimeng, shaking their heads in disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. They looked at Mu Yi as if he were a fool, failing to recognize the stature of the Gu family. When he approached Jimeng, I initially thought there was an entanglement. I assumed he sought to claim Jimeng for himself, given her beauty. He did not clarify, hence. Though merely a few words, a sigh resonated through the hall. It was merely a trivial matter. Now, all eyes were on Gu Qingxiao's response. Dao Tian regarded him and implored, Qingxiao, could you, for my sake, allow him to apologize, and we shall let this matter pass? Chapter 45. May I ask the dean, what is the purpose of cultivation? Gu Qingxiao smiled, and upon witnessing his expression, those in the hall exhaled with relief. I wish to pose a question to the dean. Should your answer satisfy me, I shall overlook past grievances. Dao Tian contemplated and nodded. What is the purpose of cultivation? That is my sole inquiry. Gu Qingxiao met Dao Tian's gaze, who remained silent, his heart in turmoil. The other hall masters, too, were mute. What is the essence of cultivation? Is it not to instill awe in others, to evoke fear, to prevent them from offending oneself? Otherwise, what significance does cultivation hold? For the sake of the populace? Donotist. In the cultivation realm, who does not navigate their own path, especially for a family like the Gu's. Mu Ye's expression shifted, a foreboding feeling creeping in as he glanced at the martial god in the hall. The martial god had also closed his eyes. He had already discerned the answer when Gu Qingxiao had scolded him earlier. While other disciples might be commanded, Gu Qingxiao was not an ordinary individual. He was the scion of the Gu family. This incident posed a threat to the Gu family's divine heir, and surely those ancient figures in the family would not consent. Dao Tian recognized the gravity of the situation. Gu Qingxiao's question signified a point of no return. Counted as a favor owed, Dao Tian remarked, gazing at Gu Qingxiao. Gu Qingxiao remained silent, acknowledging the formidable aura of the fated child, truly intriguing. Ye linglong satkuiti, her deme honor composite. Gu Qingxiao smiled. The dean is indeed worthy of his title. It seems I am ill-suited to join the Dao God Academy. Dao Tian's countenance darkened at this statement. Yi Linglong's eyes sparkled with amusement. This is indeed the scion of the Gu family. Dao Tian regarded Gu Qingxiao, clad in a red robe, with a hint of fear. Even as Gu Qingxiao stood before him, a flicker of trepidation surged within him. Dao Tian, do you presume there is no one in the Gu family? At that moment, a silhouette emerged behind Gu Qingxiao. Dao Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Ancestor. As the ancestor was about to speak, Gu Qingxiao interjected. Ancestor, his face cold with murderous intent. Upon turning, the coldness dissipated, replaced by a gentler gaze directed at Gu Qingxiao. Ancestor, relay a message to those slumbering within the Gu family, urging them to awaken. I wish to see who dares intervene. Certainly, the ancestor agreed without hesitation. By the way, Dean, since you leverage your position to compel my concession, the Gu family may unearth a few elders from their graves. I shall invite them to your Dao God Academy for a visit. Gu Qingxiao vanished. The expressions of those in the grand hall shifted dramatically, fear evident in Dao Tian's eyes. Just as Gu Qingxiao disappeared, a long river materialized, followed by a coffin that opened, revealing a figure emerging. The elder appeared expressionless in the hall. I have heard that someone emboldened by age dares to bully the younger generation of the Gu family. Greetings, senior. Dao Tian bowed deeply. It is you. The elder's calm voice echoed in the hall. Dao Tian let out a muffled groan, spitting forth a mouthful of golden blood. I shall strip you of your cultivation as a concession to that old fool from the Dao God Academy. As the words fell, Dao Tian's complexion rapidly paled, white hair manifesting instantaneously. In no time, he transformed into an elderly figure, his vitality waning, on the brink of death. Gu Qingtian, your temper is quite formidable. At that moment, the void once again unfolded into the heavens, and a figure appeared. Dao God, you still draw breath. Would you like assistance? After all, your existence is but a waste of air. Dao God remained silent, observing Dao Tian. You brought this upon yourself. What did I previously say? Balance must be maintained. Why act so foolishly? The Dao God Academy shall not intervene in this matter. Is that all? Dao God produced a ring and handed it to Gu Qingtian. Ancestor, I wish to withdraw from the Dao God Academy. At this moment, Yi Linglong stepped forward, addressing Tao God. Tao God was taken aback. For the inconvenience caused, I bestow upon you the position of Dean of the Tao God Academy as compensation. I do not require it. I refuse to be dragged down by these individuals. Why had matters escalated to such a degree? Qingxiao, at 17 years of age, at the pinnacle of princely status, bolstered by the Gu family, who among the Tao God Academy could rival him. Even you, ancestor, could your talent compare? Yet, for the sake of a fool, he is compelled to concede. My intention in placing Qingxiao in the law enforcement hall was to consider his future rise. He is destined to be one of the sovereigns of the Tizang realm, and our favorable relationship would benefit the Tao God Academy. It was unexpected that a few fools believed their age, status, and strength rendered them superior, bullying a younger generation. I do not wish for such fools to be my undoing in the future. Upon hearing this, Tao God contemplated, releasing a sigh. Ye Linglong, you shall be the dean of the Tao God Academy. Your actions do not require the consent of the other hall masters. However, Yi Linglong exhibited a conflicted expression, sighing once more. Very well, I shall heed the ancestors' advice. Dao God smiled. Gu Qingxiao. This time the Tao God Academy has acted unjustly. Henceforth, Qingxiao shall be the elder brother of our academy. As for the position of Daozi, that shall be determined by him. Yi Linglong lowered her head, astonishment flickering in her eyes. At that moment, she recalled Qingxiao's earlier insistence on her non-interference. It appeared he had foreseen Dao Tian's actions compelling him to concede. How had the young man deduced this? The expressions of those in the grand hall shifted as Mu Yi finally succumbed to panic, and Yi Yao's face mirrored her fear. The Tao God Academy had indeed conceded, granting Qingxiao an opportunity to ascend to the position of Daozi, a chance previously unimaginable. Qingxiao and Tao God departed. Bai Jiming, you are no longer a disciple of the law enforcement hall. This incident was ignited by your actions. Hall Master, I beg you, I made a mistake. Grant me another chance. The three palace masters, please accompany me to the Gu family. Yi Linglong glanced at the three palace masters and uttered a statement. The palace masters exchanged wry smiles, realizing that Yi Linglong had always been the most lucid among them. Yes, Dean. With a casual wave of her hand, Mu Yi, Yi Yao, and Bai Jiming were sent flying out of the Tao God Academy. Only Dao Tian remained in the room, watching them depart when a vortex appeared beside him, and his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 46. The scheme does not end here. Kill the Tao God. Having returned to the Gu family, Qingxiao's mind echoed once more with the system's notification. The child of destiny has been expelled from the Tao God Academy. Luck value decreased by 50,000, and the villain's value of the master increased by 50,000. Unfazed by the voice in his mind, Qingxiao had deeper designs in mind. The ancestor should have made a move by now. In the chaos of the void, the Tao God observed Dao Tian's injuries. After all, he was his descendant, and this time he had acted unjustly, offending the Gu family. Just as the Tao God was contemplating how to restore Dao Tian's condition, his expression suddenly shifted. Oh, show yourself. The Tao God warily scrutinized the void, and soon, several figures emerged as the chaotic energy dissipated. Gu family, what do you intend to do? Qingxiao stepped forward, gazing at the Tao God. What do we intend to do? You should already be aware. You have been elusive, and when we sought you out, we could not find your trace. Now that you have taken the initiative to appear, the Gu family will not let this opportunity slip by. Otherwise, would our grandson's scheme not come to naught? Realizing the Gu family's intent to kill him, the Tao God's expression darkened. So, you wish to kill me. Congratulations on your correct answer. We could not track you down before, but now that you have emerged, do not think of escaping. Why? Because you suspected that Yi Linglong is of the Gu family, did you not? You appointed her as the dean and had our Gu family's divine son as the eldest disciple of everyone, which also showed your considerations in this regard. What a pity. You know too much. The Tao God's complexion changed. Seal the heavens and lock the earth. The five ancestors of the Gu family appeared simultaneously, followed by the emergence of a pentagram glow. Upon sensing the formation, the Tao God's expression shifted again. It was indeed you. That's right. It was the Gu family behind the previous events. You had your suspicions, but you lacked the courage to confirm them. Now you can be certain. Perish. The five ancestors of the Gu family radiated immense power as the formation closed in, and the sounds of Dao Tian's agony echoed from within. After a while, the ancestors exchanged glances and smiled. This cowardly turtle is finally dealt with. The Tao God Academy will be secretly under our control from now on. I will take the Tao God's body, it can be refined into a powerful puppet. You dared to plot against our Gu family. You truly have a lion's heart and a leopard's gall. The Gu ancestors vanished, and at this moment, Gu Qingxiao, in the main hall, sensed the commotion from the ancestral tomb and knew the matter had been resolved. I did not expect it to be so swift. The ancestors had invited Gu Qingxiao to join the Tao God Academy, leading him to conjecture that they might be seeking the Tao God, who likely knew some secrets of the Gu family, but had been hiding. Thus, Gu Qingxiao utilized by Zhi Ming to escalate the situation, anticipating that when they reached the Tao God Hall, he would deactivate his villainous aura, ensuring the dean would be influenced by the aura of destiny. Initially, the ancestors may have intended to draw the Tao God out after the Tianyuan secret realm, but Gu Qingxiao found it cumbersome. His actions had several advantages. First, to deplete the luck value of the child of destiny. Second, if the Tao God learned of the Gu family secrets, he would surely act to probe, providing the perfect opportunity for his grandmother to assume the dean's position. If he appeared, he would have no means to conceal himself. After all, Gu Qingxiao had informed the ancestors of his decision beforehand. Once the Tao God dealt with matters, he would no longer be able to hide. Thirdly, the Gu family could covertly bring the Tao God Academy under their influence, ensuring that whatever transpired, they would serve as a useful pawn. Fourth, with his grandmother as the dean, she would naturally seek to foster good relations with the Gu family, and the palace masters would undoubtedly agree, leading to a natural influx of resources into the Gu family. Those in the Tao God Academy would have little to say, considering the strongest among them had already perished. Furthermore, the ancestors would likely refine the Tao God into a puppet, granting the Gu family another powerful ally, achieving multiple objectives. Qingxiao, come here. A voice resonated from the ancestral tomb. Upon hearing the call, Gu Qingxiao vanished from the hall, reappearing in the ancestral tomb. At this moment, Gu Xingtian, also known as the 10th ancestor, looked at Gu Qingxiao with a smile. It's resolved. Gu Qingxiao nodded. Originally, we thought to prevent him from emerging after acquiring the treasures inside, but unexpectedly, you directly drew him out. Well done. Now that your grandmother has taken the dean's position, the resources of the Tao God Academy will belong to our family. By the way, your grandmother should be arriving shortly, bringing along the 3 palace masters. Do you wish to go? Why would I not? After scheming so much, I have yet to reap the benefits. That is not my style. The ancestors exchanged glances at Gu Qingxiao's nonchalant demeanor, unsure of what to say. Now, we must focus on the matters concerning Wuling City. Let us not rush. Let the situation develop for a while. After all, there are those who will obstruct us, truly oblivious. A glint of malice flickered in Gu Qingxiao's eyes. The Lily family? Not just them. Prepare yourselves. A formidable puppet will soon emerge. Having said this, Gu Qingxiao departed. Meanwhile, in the Xiaoyao Palace, Gu Juanze regarded the individuals from the Tao God Academy. May I ask what brings you to the Gu family? We wish to meet the divine son of the Gu family. I'm already here. What more do you seek from the Tao God Academy? Will you obstruct me? Yi Linglong remained composed as several palace masters wore displeased expressions. However, recalling that the ancestor had already spoken, they rose. Divine Son, our previous actions were unjust and unfair. We have come to apologize this time, hoping you will return to the Tao God Academy. I have no interest. Gu Qingxiao waved his hand, preparing to leave. Yi Linglong stood up. Qingxiao, come back. This is my humble token of goodwill. Gu Qingxiao halted his steps, contemplating Yi Linglong's offer. He subsequently accepted the item. The 3 palace masters let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. I am only agreeing this time out of respect for our law enforcement master. Otherwise, since Qingxiao has agreed, come back with me. With the recent upheaval in the Tao God Academy, the law enforcement hall still has matters to resolve. You will oversee the law enforcement hall for now. Yi Linglong's words caused the eyes of the 3 palace masters to widen in surprise. They had not anticipated such an offer from her. However, the ancestors had already stated that Yi Linglong need not consult them for her decisions. Chapter 47. Your son's mouth is reckless. Who can be blamed? Very well. It is settled. This is my authority. Gu Qingxiao returned to the Tao God Academy with Yi Linglong once more. Upon arriving at Gu Qingxiao's residence, Yi Linglong gently touched his cheek. You little rascal, you have many devious schemes. Why not inform me in advance? Luckily, your grandmother is clever. Gu Qingxiao likewise smiled. By the way, you will be in charge of the law enforcement hall from now on. Feel free to eliminate anyone who opposes you. Gu Qingxiao nodded. I shall take my leave now. Contact me if you need anything. After watching Yi Linglong depart, Gu Qingxiao's figure vanished from sight. Bai Jiming finally regained her senses. feeling as though her entire being had been drained, realizing she had been expelled. Yi Yao remained indifferent, while Mu Ye's eyes still reflected fear. As Gu Qingxiao's previous words echoed in his mind, suddenly, a trace of a jade qilin appeared in the void, heading eastward. Upon seeing the jade qilin, Mu Yi snapped back to reality, his voice laced with urgency. This is bad. Gu Qingxiao is about to take action. After uttering this alarm, he turned to Yi Yao. Yi Yao sighed, I understand. Following her words, a guardian manifested behind her, and she led 3 individuals away. At this moment, Yi Yao sent a message back home. Upon arriving in Wuling City, Bai Jiming went straight home. Mu Yi, observing her demeanor, felt a pang of sorrow, yet they were in a precarious situation. Yi Yao, too, was uncertain. After all, the Gu family harbored a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. The Bai family members, upon seeing Bai Jiming return, expressed their delight, exclaiming, the young lady is back. The young lady is back. Soon, the entire Bai household was abuzz with activity. When the family head, Bai Yuan, emerged and beheld his granddaughter's haggard appearance, he paused momentarily. You all may leave, he instructed the gathered family members. Although they departed, the excitement in their eyes lingered. Follow me. In the secret chamber, Bai Yuan regarded Bai Jiming. What transpired? I was expelled from the Dao Divine Academy. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. What happened? Bai Jiming recounted the events. Damn it, let us go to the Mu family. It seems I was too lenient before. I should have dealt with them decisively. Without further ado, Bai Yuan took Bai Jiming and left, while a voice echoed. The Bai family will head to the Mu family and eliminate them all. Inside the Mu family hall, the atmosphere grew tense. What foolishness! The elders of the Mu family glared at Mu Yi. You truly are something. They aided your entrance into the Dao Divine Academy. Yet you have harmed them. You have brought misfortune upon yourself and offended a formidable enemy. The existence of the Mu family is now in question. Standing in the hall, Mu Yi, having previously been able to retort, now found himself merely accepting their criticisms. Enough! Do not speak further. No one anticipated this outcome. I bear some responsibility. If I had not sought Bai Jiming, this might not have occurred. Perhaps we, the Mu family, are simply unworthy of her. Mu Ye's countenance darkened upon hearing his father's words. Just as he was about to retort, a furious shout echoed through the Mu family. Mu Ren, come fort. Upon hearing this voice, Mu Ren's expression changed, instantly recognizing the arrival of the speaker, and he forced a wry smile. Shortly after, 2 figures appeared in the hall. Bai Yuan approached Mu Yi and slapped him across the face. You worthless fool! You are always a waste. Even if you could cultivate, you remain a waste. I was blind to allow my granddaughter to be linked with someone like you. Since my granddaughter has already broken off the engagement, why do you persist in this entanglement? Causing her to be expelled? If you wish to be trash, we have no objections, but why drag us down with you? Mu Yi stood up, looking at Bai Yuan and Bai Jiming. I am sorry. What use is an apology? If your apology had any value, could it restore my granddaughter to the Dao Divine Academy? Mu Yi lowered his head. Mu Ren, do you not owe me an explanation? If you do not provide one, today our 2 families will cease to exist. The members of the Mu family paled at this, for they were no match for the Bai family, especially since Bai Jiming had garnered resources beyond their reach. Uncle Bai, while Mu Ye's actions were indeed wrong and have implicated Jiming, we should not engage in internal strife. Our focus must be on mitigating the repercussions of that young master's retaliation. Retaliation? Your son speaks foolishly. Lacking strength, he dares to offend such a person. My granddaughter has already severed ties with him, yet he clings on, greedy for more. What audacity! The members of the Mu family exchanged awkward glances, realizing the truth in Bai Yuan's words. It is evident that the fault lies with your family. Now, our family has been drawn into this mess. Do you think mere apologies will suffice? Uncle Bai, while Mu Yi's actions were misguided, this is not the time for our families to quarrel. We must find a way to minimize the damage. At this moment, Bai Jiming, who had been silent, stepped forward. You need not worry. No one will escape. Are you aware of the Gu family? They possess quasi-emperor level power. Even the Dao Divine Academy dares not offend them lightly. We can only await our demise. After hearing Bai Jiming speak, Yi Yao regarded her with curiosity. You seem to have a solution in mind, do you not? There's a way, though not without its complications. The reason senior brother Gu is angry is due to our prior engagement. I have already severed it, yet he continues to pursue me relentlessly. That is what has incited his fury. Bai Jiming recalled her encounter with Gu Qingxiao, who had called her beautiful, only to change countenance upon learning of her engagement. When Mu Yi sought her out, Qingxiao had also arrived, claiming he wished to return a technique, which was merely a pretext to see her. Yao, upon hearing this, wore a contemplative expression. Could it truly be so? Someone of Qingxiao's stature would not deign to pursue such a woman, regardless of her beauty. Mu Yi clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated Qingxiao's interest in Bai Jiming, which explained the intensity of his wrath. Chapter 48. If it comes to that, we shall eradicate a few forbidden zones to intimidate those clowns. At this moment, Bai Yuan felt a surge of pride upon hearing his granddaughter's words. He had always proclaimed Bai Jiming as the pride of the Bai family, and now it seemed a quasi-emperor family's heir had taken notice of her. Mu Run, observing this, revealed a contemplative look. It appears the Mu family has overreached. I hope Cousin Bai can speak a few good words on our behalf. This is a token of goodwill from the Mu family. We implore your assistance. Mu Run presented a ring while bowing respectfully. Bai Jiming regarded Mu Yi. She needed him to seek her favor, for had it not been for him, none of this turmoil would have arisen. Mu Yi, meeting Bai Jiming's gaze, forced a bitter smile, raising his eyes to the heavens. Today was a day of humiliation. Do you not agree? Would you truly find joy in our family's downfall? Have you not reflected on your current state? Previously, the clan leader sent a letter to invite Bai Jiming into the Dao Divine Academy, but you opposed it. Now you find yourself in such a predicament. An elder of the Mu family stepped forward. No need for that. We cannot ascertain the truth of your claims. You must provide us with proof. If it turns out to be true, we will personally come to seek your forgiveness. Yi Yao, witnessing Mu Ye's plight, felt a pang of sympathy, contrasting with Bai Jiming's proud demeanor, and spoke up. Very well. After some contemplation, Bai Jiming consented. Although you have regained your strength, you remain a coward, lacking in responsibility and hiding behind a woman, unwilling to set aside your pride. When you previously sought the favor of the Lord of the Martial God Hall, it was not out of humility, but rather because he could aid you. Ultimately, you look down upon us, the Bai family. You naively believe that you will have your revenge in the future. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. I advise you to remain quietly in Wuling City after this, and do not bring trouble upon your family, as many are cleaning up your mess now. You are not a child anymore. It is time you took responsibility for your misdeeds. I do not hold you accountable for expelling me from the Dao God Academy. Let past grievances be forgotten. After Bai Jiming finished speaking, she fell silent. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, the void above Wuling City parted, and a heavy aura descended. Following this, a blue Dao rhythm manifested, transforming into a celestial ladder. Soon after, a man with a handsome visage, adorned in a red brocade robe, appeared. His lofty demeanor radiated an otherworldly quality, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. The citizens of Wuling City bowed their heads instinctively, for to gaze upon him was to commit sacrilege. Qingxiao's expression remained indifferent as he descended the celestial ladder and stood before the crowd. Greeting, divine son. The entire populace of Wuling City bowed in reverence. Qingxiao paid them no mind. Upon seeing him, Bai Jiming's face flushed red as she hurriedly approached. Senior brother, could you spare Wuling City? Mai and I have called off our engagement. We are no longer connected. Is that so? Bai Jiming nodded eagerly, brimming with joy. Bai Yuan, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief, revealing a smile. The Bai family had prospered. Mai's expression soured, yet he understood that offending Qingxiao was unwise. Forcing a strained smile, Yi Yao furrowed her brow, sensing that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Are you speaking on my behalf? Qingxiao stated without turning. Bai Jiming's expression shifted. No, that is not. Before she could finish, a Dao rhythm emerged beside Qingxiao, materializing into a massive hand that grasped Bai Jiming by the throat. Do you even deserve this? The hand vanished, and so did Bai Jiming. Qingxiao's aura retracted as he surveyed Mai and Yi Yao. At this moment, the people of Wuling City were so terrified that they dropped to their knees, with only two individuals remaining upright, an exceptionally conspicuous sight. Qingxiao, the Mu family and our Yi family share some ties. I wonder if you could look upon our Yi family's meager reputation and spare them this once. Yi Yao stepped forward, her guardians appearing behind her. Are you threatening me? Qingxiao responded coolly. I assure you, the Yi family is not without power. Yi Yao looked intently at Qingxiao. Divine son, my daughter is inexperienced. I implore you to spare them this once for my sake. At that moment, the void opened again, revealing a middle-aged figure followed by an elderly man, who calmly regarded Qingxiao. This is quite interesting, Qingxiao remarked with a smile. Demise. Our Yi family wishes to avoid enmity with the Gu family. We are all forces of the Taitsong realm, and it would be unwise to sever ties. Indeed. Then let your Yi family disappear, Gu Qingxiao replied, and upon finishing his sentence, a creature known as Taotai emerged, clad in red armor. TSK. A family that has never birthed an emperor dares to act so recklessly before our divine son? A mere fledgling who has just entered the semi-emperor realm believes he can flaunt his power. How foolish. The atmosphere turned ominous as Tao Hie's ferocious aura enveloped the area, sealing the heavens and earth. The arriving members of the Yi family paled upon hearing Tao Tai's words, and the elder's expression shifted to one of horror. Tao Tai appeared behind the elder. A newly minted semi-emperor dares to pretend to be a great wolf. As the laws converged around Tao Tai, a colossal shadow manifested behind him. Tao Tai, is that really you? The elder gasped. Kneel before our divine son, all of you who remain standing, Tao Tai declared, and with a swift motion, he seized the elder by the throat, infusing him with a red Dao rhythm. The elder coughed up blood, his cultivation instantly shattered. Gu Qingxiao remained unfazed. Tao Tai was a fierce beast, once a peak semi-emperor, and certainly not to be trifled with by someone who had merely entered that realm. The Yi family members were struck with terror. The elder now knelt before Gu Qingxiao, who did not even cast a glance his way. The members of the Mu and by families dared not breathe, as the gap between them and a semi-emperor felt insurmountable, witnessing one being effortlessly subdued without a hint of resistance. It appeared that peace in the Taitsong realm would soon be disrupted, as even the most insignificant dared to impede the Gu family's divine son. Divine son, if you wish, we can return and discuss obliterating some forbidden zones, sparing us from the nuisance of certain clowns who do not understand their place, one suggested. Gu Qingxiao pondered seriously. Kill them, he instructed Tao Tai. As the chapter unfolded, the Yi family quickly realized their predicament and hastily knelt. Divine son, please spare our Yi family this once. It was our ignorance that offended you. We beseech your forgiveness. Great divine son, the head of the Yi family prostrated on the ground. Yi Yao, upon seeing her father's state and the nearly lifeless elder, felt her heart race. She turned to Mai, whose eyes were red with fury, his hands clenched tightly, trembling with fear. Yi Yao's expression turned desolate. Kneeling, she implored Gu Qingxiao. Demise, I beg you to show mercy and spare my Yi family. I will serve you faithfully in return for your kindness. Witnessing Yi Yao's submission, Mai felt a deeper anguish, realizing that she had distanced herself from him. Gu Qingxiao approached Yi Yao, who lifted her head, showcasing her beauty. Seeing the smile on Gu Qingxiao's face, Yi Yao felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that this divine son had orchestrated this entire scene for her benefit? Why do you think others would submit for the sake of a mere woman? Gu Qingxiao remarked before delivering a decisive blow, reducing Yi Yao to ashes. The demise of the fated heroine results in a decrease of 40,000 in the fated son's fortune, while the master's villain points increase by 40,000. Annihilate the Yi family, and pay special attention to the forbidden grounds in the back mountains. Tao Tai remained still, as shadows appeared behind Gu Qingxiao, bowing respectfully before vanishing. Moments later, several figures materialized. Divine son, within this, there resides a soul, once a semi-emperor. Gu Qingxiao accepted the offering, channeling his power to annihilate it. The Yi family is obliterated, resulting in a 30,000 decrease in the fated son's fortune, while the master's villain points increase by 30,000. The master eliminates the soul of the Mu family's elder, causing a 40,000 drop in the fated son's fortune, while the master's villain points increase by 40,000. He surmised they were likely plotting revenge against the Gu family, allowing them to witness the downfall of their own lineage. After stating this, Gu Qingxiao vanished. Tao Tai swiftly reached Mai's side, and with a single motion, the city of Wuling was erased from existence. How thrilling, isn't it? The Bai family is obliterated, resulting in a 10,000 decrease in the fated son's fortune, while the master's villain points increase by 10,000. The Mu family is obliterated, resulting in a 10,000 decrease in the fated son's fortune, while the master's villain points increase by 10,000. Upon hearing the voice within his mind, Gu Qingxiao revealed a smile, and then a glimmer of divine light danced in his eyes. A surge of temporal power manifested, and Mu Ye's form was reduced to ashes within the grip of the Tao Tai, vanishing from the realm. Master has slain the child of destiny, Mu Yi, earning 15,000 villain points. The villain aura absorbs the aura of destiny, elevating the slaying line of the child of destiny to 30,000. and a fragment of time is awarded. Let us depart. The green jade Qilin vanished without a trace. At this moment, Gu Qingxiao was seated within the palace, examining his own information. Master, Gu Qingxiao identity. Divine son of the Gu clan from the free domain of the Taicong realm, destined villain. Head of the law enforcement hall of the Dao Academy Physique. Chaos divine demon body, eye of the destined villain, merged with 6 fragments of time. Grasping a thread of temporal rules, cultivation technique. Chaos divine demon scripture. Heavenly freedom classic aura. Destiny villain aura. Isolating the scrutiny of the heavenly path strength. Pinnacle of marquee, slaying line of the child of destiny. 30,000 villain points. 200,000 backpack. None upon seeing the villain points. Gu Qingxiao immediately allocated points to himself. Once his aura settled, Gu Qingxiao's realm had ascended to the initial stage of emperor. Tao Ye's eyes revealed a look of confusion. A formidable force had surged and then dissipated. Subsequently, Tao Ye's gaze turned toward Gu Qingxiao. Upon seeing Gu Qingxiao's tranquil demeanor, he shook his head in puzzlement. By the way, have you found that object? Gu Qingxiao inquired, and a figure appeared beside him, kneeling on one knee. Soon after, 3 fragments emerged in his hands. Gu Qingxiao accepted these items with a nod, and the kneeling figure vanished. Gu Qingxiao gazed at the 3 fragments and smiled, for they were derived from the one he had discovered. He had not anticipated that the Yi clan possessed such items as well. No wonder the destiny value of this child of destiny was so high. It appears that chaos clay is indeed required. However, that secret realm likely harbors neither chaos clay nor fragments, and there is no need to venture into the Tianyuan secret realm. Upon returning to the Gu clan, a voice echoed in Gu Qingxiao's mind. He displayed a look of confusion. Upon arrival, the hall master was seated, a robust man with distinct features. When this man gazed at Gu Qingxiao, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Divine son Gu. Gu Qingxiao nodded and took a seat in the main position of the grand hall. Nangong Jinghuai remained impassive. Isn't Divine Son Gu's actions a bit excessive? What do you mean by that? Gu Qingxiao replied. It seems our Gu clan has not offended the Nangong clan in any way. Was it not Divine Son Gu who ordered the death of Zhou Yunmo? Gu Qingxiao nodded in understanding. He recognized that Zhou Yunmo had previously defeated Nangong Jinghuai's father, Nangong Yi. So what? Our Nangong clan has stated that Zhou Yunmo is our enemy, and others are not to interfere. Yet you have slain him. Does this not show a lack of respect? Respect? A genius of the Nangong clan was defeated by an ordinary talent. While he was injured during the battle, he still managed to exert the strength of a holy king. Could your father do the same after succumbing to inner demons? Gu Qingxiao continued, moreover, there is a bone within you that appears not to belong to you, but rather to another member of your Nangong clan. You! Nangong Jinghuai looked at Gu Qingxiao, disbelief etched in his features. He had not anticipated that Gu Qingxiao could discern this. Could it be that the ancestors of the Gu clan had revealed his condition to Gu Qingxiao? One must look after oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. I acted as I did. What of it? Indeed. Someone, remove the guardian behind him and extract his supreme bone. Obliterate his innate sword bone. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jinghuai's face changed. Gu Qingxiao, how dare you? Do you wish for a war between the Gu and Nangong clans? Others may fear your Gu clan, but we of the Nangong clan do not. With a resounding crash, a corpse was hurled into the void. Nangong Jinghuai's expression shifted dramatically, and he soon realized he was bound, unable to move. Gu Qingxiao approached and forcefully extracted Nangong Jinghuai's bone. Observing the supreme aura emanating from it, Gu Qingxiao remained unfazed. No, please, Gu Qingxiao, I beg you do not. Upon hearing Nangong Jinghuai's pleas, Gu Qingxiao remained impassive and proceeded to destroy half of Nangong Jinghuai's innate sword bone. The Nangong clan should be able to replace it, no need to worry. Did you not wish to avenge your father? You can seek out Zhou Yunmo below. Your father also possesses an innate sword bone and would likely sacrifice himself to save you. Throw him out. Chapter 50. The Divine Son truly harbors no malicious intent. Tao Tai emerged from the void, gripping Nangong Jinghuai's leg, and the void opened, hurling him through. At this moment, the gates of the Nangong clan burst open as a figure was unceremoniously cast out. The faces of the Nangong clan members shifted. Upon sensing the aura, dread washed over them. Not good. The young master is injured. As figures from the Nangong clan appeared, particularly the ancestral figure from the void, a powerful aura erupted forth, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder, akin to an explosion. Who dares to destroy the future of my Nangong clan? The ancestral figure of the Nangong clan roared. Quick! Administer aid! Alas, the supreme bone is gone, and the innate sword bone has also been destroyed. The ancestral figure's face contorted with rage upon realizing this. Where has he gone? Where is his guardian? Just as the Nangong clan was engulfed in fury, the void above suddenly parted. A figure emerged, standing amidst the void. The members of the Nangong clan looked on. Who goes there? The ancestral figure of the Nangong clan appeared in the void. At that moment, Tao Dai tossed the corpse downwards. Yu Nangong clan's refuse was left behind in our Gu clan. After uttering this, Tao Dai prepared to depart. How dare you? One of the elder members of the Nangong clan glared at Tao Dai, fury igniting within his gaze, and summoned the laws. A colossal vortex formed in the sky, a massive hand of thunder coalescing to grasp Tao Dai. Tao Dai, upon witnessing this, displayed disdain in his gaze. Roar! A violent wave erupted, causing numerous beings from the Nangong clan to be killed instantly by the tremendous roar, and the colossal hand in the void was shattered. The elder who had attacked was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. Before long, Tao Ye's figure vanished, only to reappear before the elder of the Nangong clan. You dare to strike at me? You possess great audacity. After speaking, he grasped the elder's neck. With a crack, the elder of the Nangong clan fell lifeless. Tao Tai flung the elder's body aside, causing several palaces of the Nangong clan to collapse, resulting in further casualties among the clan's members. Trash, begone! Tao Tai swaggered away. The members of the Nangong clan could not tolerate this, yet as they prepared to act, they hesitated. Return. If we go out, it will be a trap. There is still a chance to save Jinghuai. If we engage in battle, all will be lost. At that point, the prodigies of the Nangong clan will be no more. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Nangong clan's eyes burned with rage, especially after witnessing the deaths of numerous clan members. He seethed with fury. Gu clan, you shall pay. In the secret chamber, the resonance of the Tao converged towards Nangong Jinghuai's body. At this moment, a middle-aged figure entered, appearing as ordinary as any mortal. Upon seeing this figure, he sighed. Year, you have come. The figure that approached was Nangong Yi, and beside him stood his son, Nangong Jinghuai. What happened? The ancestor shook his head. Nangong Yi stepped forward to assess the situation. Let me use my sword bone. Perhaps it will further enhance Jinghuai's sword bone. No, replied the ancestor. Nangong Yi, a prodigy of the Nangong family, had succumbed to inner demons after his defeat. Do not dissuade me. Perhaps this is my fate. I have already been tainted by my inner demons since my defeat. Zhou Yunma is dead, and I cannot expunge these demons. Keeping the sword bone on me would be a waste. Yet he continued, Ancestor, please safeguard me. Perhaps this is my destiny. If you encounter Xingyi in the future, please convey my apologies. As a father, I have wronged him. Upon hearing Nangong Ye's words, the ancestor's expression changed dramatically, followed by a deep sigh. Please protect us, ancestor. Nangong Yi sat beside Nangong Jinghuai, a profound aura materializing around him, followed by a surge of potent sword intent. Blood erupted from Nangong Ye's mouth. Golden droplets suspended before him. The sword intent and golden blood flowed into Nangong Jinghuai's body. A thunderous roar resonated from within Nangong Jinghuai as a beam of sword light emerged. The aura surrounding him intensified, while Nangong Ye's presence weakened. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. The ancestor gazed at Nangong Yi and sighed once more. Nangong Jinghuai opened his eyes to see his father, now with a head of white hair, and his eyes widened in realization. No, father. Nangong Yi smiled as he observed his son awakening. But soon his form began to dissipate into the void. No! Nangong Jinghuai moved to grasp his father's body, yet before he could reach it, Nangong Ye's figure had vanished entirely from the realm. Meanwhile, in the Gu family's grand hall, Gu Qingxiao suddenly heard a voice echo in his mind. Upon hearing it, a smile spread across his face, indicating that his plans had come to fruition. Since you ventured forth, let us lead the Nangong family on a grand excursion. Tao Dai, observing Gu Qingxiao's smile, trembled slightly. Follow me. We shall stage a performance. Tao Dai nodded, aware that Gu Qingxiao had transformed several members of the Nangong family into puppets. Previously, Tao Ye's grand entrance into the Nangong family was to lure them out. The deity had previously stated that in order to prevent prodigies from falling, they would not pursue him if he fled. However, the ancestor of the Gu family secretly intervened, stealing the corpses of several elders. In the days that followed, these elders were transformed into puppets. Although they were unaware of Gu Qingxiao's intentions, they did not inquire further. Let us proceed. At that moment, Qingxiao held a piece of bone, the supreme bone. What do you think? If Nangong Jinghuai undergoes a transformation and is defeated by his brother, who has had his supreme bone extracted, will he not falter? Tao Dai regarded Qingxiao's malicious amusement with confusion. Qingxiao, eyeing the bone in his hand, smirked coldly. If my conjectures are correct, the celestial fate cauldron gained sentience upon its shattering and reincarnated as a child of destiny. It appears quite discerning, does it not? At this moment, Qingxiao was without the Qingyu Qilin, accompanied only by Tao Tai. He intended to sow seeds for others, not to engage in malevolence. He harbored no ill intentions. Chapter 51. His supreme bone has grown again. The Tianyuan world is a middle thousand realm accommodating venerable beings. At present, a handsome and tall youth stood in the void, his expression grave as he surveyed the emptiness. Within that void, a vortex emerged, emanating a familiar aura. Over the years, the youth had endured numerous assassination attempts. Thunder rumbled within the vortex, and several figures materialized in the void, their gaze fixed upon the young man. Upon seeing these figures, the youth's countenance paled. He did not expect the Nangong family to dispatch such powerful adversaries in their pursuit of him. He could not discern their levels of cultivation. Previously, when a monarch-level expert descended, he could resist with the aid of formations and weapons, but now he had reached the Shadow Realm. Nangong Xingyi, your vitality is remarkably resilient. After all these years, you have yet to perish and even continue to cultivate. A voice boomed from the void, resembling the roar of thunder, causing Nangong Xingyi's ears to ring painfully. As four figures descended, in a small village within the Tianyuan world, several figures widened their eyes in astonishment. A venerable being has descended. I never expected the Nangong family to become increasingly brazen. They have not ceased their pursuit of ear all these years. An elderly, hoarse voice spoke. Previously, we dismissed them because they were merely monarch level. This time, they have truly overstepped. It seems Nangong Yi is indeed a confused individual, especially regarding his own son. What a waste. Had it not been for Jinger suggesting it as a test for ear, we would have intervened long ago to instill some caution in the Nangong family. No, this was not Nangong Ye's doing. Although he is ineffectual, it should be attributed to Qingxiao, who relies on a similar power to the Nangong family. If we act, we will provoke that woman. However, we must find a way to seal this world, ensuring we can hide and avoid being so passive. How is Jinger's injury? An old woman inquired. It remains unchanged. Was ERS Supreme Bone discovered again? They seek to seize it once more. Otherwise, they would not send such powerful cultivators. No witties. I shall intervene when the time comes. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated in their minds. Upon hearing it, they expressed joy and rose to bow. They had not anticipated that this esteemed individual had awakened. One figure spoke, and the others also rejoiced, recalling their battle against the otherworldly fiends during the chaotic ancient era. At that time, they had suffered grievous injuries, and their sect was annihilated. When they fled to a small world, they believed they were doomed, yet unexpectedly, a holy lotus appeared in the void. That day, the otherworldly fiends pursuing them perished, and those fiends possessed strength at least at the celestial level. With the celestial ones merely being fodder, including the saints, as the leader was a quasi-emperor. They thought they would spill blood that day, but instead, the Tianyuan world was illuminated by countless golden rays, and a lotus flower condensed in the air, directly annihilating that quasi-emperor. Subsequently, they settled in this realm, where the dangers of the cultivation world were numerous. With such a powerful protector, their safety was significantly enhanced, for there were few capable of slaying a quasi-emperor within the entire Taitsong realm. They had never seen this protector, only heard their voice. Though the last time they heard it was during the chaotic ancient era, they would never forget it, even after countless epochs. They had not anticipated that the awakening of this powerful being would be triggered this time. Could it be that the Nangong family harbors other hidden powers? Since your supreme bone has emerged once more, do offer it up. It would not be in vain for us to make this journey. The several venerable beings of the Nangong family prepared to take action. Nangong Xingyi remained vigilant, his body tense, akin to a predator poised to flee. As the figures in the sky prepared to move, those concealed in the shadows finally emerged. The Nangong family had truly become increasingly audacious. In the void, several formidable members of the Nangong family gazed at the newcomers with expressions of perplexity. However, upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from these individuals, they instinctively adopted a defensive stance. They had not anticipated that this realm concealed such potent beings. Nangong Xingyi, upon observing the arrivals, displayed a look of disbelief. Usually, these individuals' grandparents walked with a staggering gait, yet now they exuded a supreme presence, as if this world could only accommodate such beings, having concealed their true power. Ear, you must run. This time we shall demand an explanation from the Nangong family. We are eager to see if they truly possess the ability to overshadow the heavens. One of them declared, "Do not misunderstand. We do not come seeking his death." As the Nangong family members noted the intent of the approaching supremes, one of them interjected, "The young Master Nangong Yi has perished. In his final moments, he entrusted us with the care of young Master Xingyi. Our ancestor sent us to escort him to the young Master Nangong Yi's funeral. His demise is quite timely. That wretch should have met his end long ago. We opposed him when he was with Jingzi. It was evident he was a fleeting spirit, but I did not expect him to be so short-lived. Furthermore, you just mentioned wanting him to contribute his supreme bone. Do you take us for fools? Today we must take him back." With that, several elders from the Nangong family prepared to strike. Suddenly, the void erupted with the emergence of several whirlpools, from which 3 figures materialized. Kill! Clad in black robes, their faces obscured, the Nangong family's elders had scarcely reacted before they were transformed into corpses, plummeting from the void. Without hesitation, those standing beside Nangong Xingyi unleashed their power, a divine manifestation appearing behind them, launching an assault. Not good. These individuals have concealed their strength. They are at the saint level, not merely at the heavenly sovereign level. They intend to obliterate this realm. Understanding their intentions, the others summoned their formidable energies, which surpassed those of the previous group. Form the array, break the divine. A hoarse voice emanated from within the black robes as they assumed their positions, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. "I will hold them off. You protect the Tianyuan realm," Chu Fong instructed, eyeing the United Saints, one of whom was a Saint King. The others nodded resolutely, their powers manifesting as they descended into the depths of the Tianyuan world. Chapter 52. You should know the price of deceiving me. As the individuals remained on high alert, another whirlpool appeared in the void, followed by the arrival of a domineering figure clad in crimson armor, exuding an overwhelming aura. The black-robed figures were the first to suffer, their formation shattering, and they emitted muffled groans as the sound of crackling beams resonated from within them. Upon the descent of the armored man, the world trembled violently, as if on the brink of annihilation. "Be quiet. I am not here to destroy you, merely to conduct some business." The Tianyuan realm fell silent, while the armored man regarded the black-robed figures with disdain. With a casual wave of his hand, they vanished from sight. After executing this, Taodai bowed respectfully to the void. Emerging from the depths was a man of exquisite countenance, adorned in a red robe, whose tranquil phoenix-like eyes exuded an aura of elegance. Taodai smiled at Qingxiao, remarking, "The divine son is as handsome as ever. Truly, he is the one I protect." Upon Qingxiao's appearance, the individuals opposite grew even more vigilant. "Are you members of the Nangong family?" Taodai's countenance darkened at this query. "What audacity! You dare imply that we are affiliated with the Nangong family? Are you insulting us? That garbage family could never compare to us. Enough. I have no desire to engage in a massacre or waste my breath on you worthless fools. Divine son, let us seek what we require," Qingxiao stated, remaining silent while observing the Nangong Xingyi behind the group. "You must be a member of the Nangong family, correct?" Nangong Xingyi, taken aback by Qingxiao's gaze, remained speechless and confused. "Allow me to present you with a gift." A supreme bone appeared in Qingxiao's hand. Upon seeing this bone, Chu Fong and the others widened their eyes. It belonged to Nangong Xingyi. Although he had regrown one within himself, the essence was still lacking. To their astonishment, this supreme bone was in the possession of the young man. "Oh, are you? Oh, so you are the one from the Nangong family whose bone was extracted. Your brother, Nangong Jinghuai, provoked our divine son, who saw through him and rendered him incapacitated, extracting his supreme bone. As for Nangong Ye's death, it was to save him from becoming a waste," Taodai explained nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xingyi's form trembled in the void. To save Nangong Jinghuai, he had sacrificed his life, and afterwards, those around him sought to imprison him. Even Nangong Yi had not spared a glance in his direction. A murderous aura gathered around Nangong Xingyi. "Xingyi!" Chu Fong bellowed upon seeing his demeanor. Startled, Nangong Xingyi awoke, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Thank you, Grandpa Chu. Young man, would you be interested in following our divine son? The funeral for Nangong Yi is soon." And now Nangong Jinghuai's strength should be on par with yours. Are you interested in defeating him and reclaiming what is rightfully yours? If I am to accompany you, you must first disclose who you are. Gu Qingxiao remained silent, and Tao Dai similarly shook his head before departing to an unknown destination. Chu Fong and the others exchanged puzzled glances and then shook their heads. Upon returning to their lodgings, Nangong Xingyi retreated to his secluded area. Come here. Upon hearing this voice, Nangong Xingyi remained composed, departing once more to a lake nearby, a place unnoticed by Grandpa Chu and the others. In the lake sat a figure, obscured from view. You may merge with that bone. They have not tampered with it. Senior, do you know who they are? Members of the Gu family from the upper realm. The one who descended should be the current divine son of the Gu family. He will not meddle, as he values the supreme bone too little. His physique is that of a chaos divine demon, and I cannot discern his strength. They likely descended to search for something. Just then, another figure abruptly appeared before them. Senior, I dislike being watched. If you harbor such interest, I would not hesitate to obliterate you. The seated figure in the lake changed color. It had not anticipated its surveillance of Gu Qingxiao would be discovered. Nangong Xingyi was equally startled by Gu Qingxiao's sudden appearance. The armored man approached Gu Qingxiao, scrutinizing the figure in the lake. Impressive strength. I sensed danger emanating from you. Tao Dai, the woman in the lake, spoke, recognizing the armored man. Friend, while your strength is formidable, you bear injuries. It would be wise not to disturb our divine son, lest the Gu family be unable to guarantee what may transpire. I seek the divine son's assistance. The figure in the lake turned to Gu Qingxiao, requesting, take him to the upper realm to challenge his brother. Gu Qingxiao smiled. Initially, I found the situation quite intriguing, but I have since reconsidered. With such a formidable guardian like you present, what need do I have to intervene? As long as the divine child escorts him to the upper realm, I shall present the divine child with a gift, an object that your Gu family had once sought. You should be aware of the consequences of deceiving me. The Gu family is not one to provoke lightly. There is nothing here that the divine child seeks. Gu Qingxiao raised an eyebrow, relaxed, and nodded. Take him away. A vortex appeared behind Gu Qingxiao, into which he stepped, revealing a cold smirk in the void passage. How amusing! You surprise me, and I shall return the favor. Tao Tai observed the complex expression of Nangong Xingyi beside him, but chose to remain silent. Upon arriving at the Gu family, someone guided Nangong Xingyi to his quarters. Gu Qingxiao had already reached the ancestral tomb, where several elders approached him with puzzled expressions. The spirit of the heavenly fate Dao Cauldron made its entrance. Upon hearing his words, the elders sprang from their graves, their gazes quickly falling upon Nangong Xingyi. Ah, the supreme bone of the Nangong family. The child whose bone was previously excavated. Do you know him? Indeed, when that boy was born, there was a scene of sages kneeling in reverence. We initially intended to act, but the Nangong family intervened. We observed that remnants of the original essence lingered within him, suggesting it might regenerate. We planned to excavate it again, but we did not anticipate its rapid recovery. No, the original essence has indeed replenished. I had extracted the piece belonging to Nangong Jinghuai and gifted it to him. At this moment, who dares to provoke? Gu Qingxiao observed the elder's look of confusion and added, the funeral for Nangong Yi is to be held soon. Let him go then. Defeating Nangong Jinghuai. He left the remainder of his statement unspoken. The elders, seasoned as they were, understood immediately and exchanged knowing smiles. You truly are a cunning one. But I must admit, I like your style. Came the laughter of the elders from the ancestral tomb. Time passed, and within the Nangong family, the atmosphere was somber and heavy with sorrow. It had been several days since the proud Nangong Yi had passed, and today was his funeral. Particularly in the great hall, Nangong Jinghuai's bloodshot eyes betrayed his grief. Standing beside a woman whose expression remained impassive, though a flicker of excitement betrayed her. Qingxiao gazed at her son and sighed. Huaier, perhaps for your father. This is the best release. She understood Nangong Ye's character. Despite their marriage, she knew he did not hold deep affection for her. It was only after having Jinghuai that there was a slight change. Yet, that change was minimal. She had opposed the union with the Lu family. But the Nangong family believed they should preserve Nangong Ye's excellent genes. However, Lin Sinyu's departure had been a humiliation for the Nangong family. And after being defeated by Zhou Yunma, Nangong Ye's unmatched spirit was broken, leading to a series of unfortunate events that culminated in the suicide of the Lin family patriarch. Later, while training, he encountered a gentle woman, and upon his return, she was already with child. The birth of that child sent shockwaves throughout the Nangong family. At that moment, her heart turned to malice. Utilizing her family's influence, she had the child's supreme bone extracted, claiming it for her son. It belonged to the Nangong family, and no one would take it. With Nangong Ye's death, her lingering attachment dissipated, allowing her to focus solely on raising Qingxiao to inherit the family position. Yet, she remembered the Gu family, believing that with a quasi-emperor in their ranks, they could act with impunity. Once the funeral concluded, she intended to lead her family and the Nangong family to confront the Gu family, daring to excavate her son's supreme bone, an act they would pay dearly for. Especially that young man, Gu Qingxiao. She vowed to make him experience every torment imaginable. In the great hall of the Gu family, a figure stood, Nangong Xingyi. I will have someone escort you to the Nangong family. Today is Nangong Ye's funeral, and I previously extracted Nangong Qingxiao's supreme bone. He harbors deep resentment toward me. Should I appear, you would find no opportunity to fight. He must be your heart's demon since he took your supreme bone. Thus, I shall allow you to go first. Nangong Xingyi nodded, aware that the elder had instructed him to follow Gu Qingxiao. Clearly, the elder possessed something Gu Qingxiao desired, and for that, Gu Qingxiao would not easily go back on his word. Thank you. Gu Qingxiao acknowledged him with a nod, allowing him to face his fate, as it was he who had extended a hand in assistance. A word of gratitude from the child of destiny was hardly too much to ask. Suddenly, a massive vortex appeared above the Nangong family, and a figure descended from the heavens, drawing the attention of the entire clan. The beings of the Nangong family felt the disturbance, their expressions darkening. After all, it was the day of their funeral, and now someone dared to provoke them. Who was that audacious enough to challenge the Nangong family? At that moment, Nangong Xingyi was equally bewildered, as the commotion had been tremendous. If he had not misjudged, the entire Nangong family had trembled in response. Inside the palace, Nangong Qingxiao, Qingxiao, and the other members of the Nangong family stared in horror as the coffin before them suddenly exploded, releasing waves of murderous intent. Who dares to disturb us at this time? Who seeks death? Regardless of who it was, they would kill. Nangong Qingxiao, step forward and meet your end. Before the Nangong family could contain their rage, a taunting voice echoed once more. This time, their fury could no longer be restrained, and they surged outward. Gazing at the young figure standing outside, he bore a striking resemblance to Nangong Yi. Nangong Xingyi, upon hearing the provocation, was momentarily stunned. The taunt had not originated from him. Yet, the figure from the Gu family had already departed. Upon seeing Nangong Xingyi, Nangong Qingxiao's pupils contracted in disbelief. I never thought you would return, having survived. Upon hearing Nangong Qingxiao's words, many recalled that Nangong Yi had two sons, one of whom was the supreme bone. It was astonishing that, despite the loss of his original essence, he had not perished and had now returned to the Nangong family. You have come to pay respects to your father, I presume? Just him? He dares? Nangong Xingyi took a deep breath and spoke slowly, recalling the moment his supreme bone was taken, with his mother leading the charge, leaving him gravely wounded. He harbored a desire to kill Nangong Yi. This was compounded by the fact that Gu Qingxiao had informed him that if he defeated Nangong Qingxiao, the Gu family could rescue his mother and restore her to consciousness. This was what truly stirred Nangong Xingyi's emotions. The elder had indicated that awakening his mother required an extraordinarily elusive object. Upon his arrival, he had secretly contacted the elder, who assured him the Gu family could achieve it. Nangong Qingxiao, when I was born, you and your mother conspired to take my supreme bone. Yet here I stand alive. The members of the Nangong family changed expressions upon hearing this, for it was a scandal they wished to conceal. Although Qingxiao had confessed the act was hers, having knocked her son unconscious to forcibly integrate him, it remained a stain on their family's honor. However, they are aware that merely listening suffices. Should the supreme bone merge with their bodies, they would readily accept it. Unfortunately, they lack such an opportunity and do not possess a formidable ancestral lineage. It appears you have come to provoke me. In that case, I shall indulge you. Let me witness the extent of your power. My son, his mere arrival is no trivial matter. One must not underestimate him, especially since his supreme bone seems to have regained its strength, while yours has been extracted. I shall command my followers to act once more and retrieve it for implantation within you. Mother, there's no need for that. This is a matter between him and me. I cannot perpetually linger in your shadow. Allow me to handle this on my own. Chapter 54. Gu Qingxiao's instigation. Do you truly believe you will not strive harder? After hearing their son speak thus, Qingxiao nodded. This was indeed a psychological hurdle for him. After all, having seized Nangong Xingyi's supreme bone to implant it within his son, he harbored a sense of inadequacy, believing himself inferior to Nangong Xingyi, thus necessitating the acquisition of his supreme bone. Nangong Jinghuai stepped forth, his garments fluttering without wind, and a blade's aura surged skyward, cleaving towards Nangong Xingyi. Upon sensing this formidable sword intent, Nangong Xingyi's expression remained unchanged, his fingers clenched tightly. He had not anticipated that Nangong Yi would truly risk his life to save him. Many from the Nangong clan nearby felt the shift in energy, their expressions altering, including the elders concealed in the shadows, who wore faint smiles upon sensing Nangong Jinghuai's momentum. Although they had been reluctant to witness Nangong Ye's sacrifice, it now seemed they were witnessing the emergence of an even more powerful prodigy. Radiant light enveloped Nangong Xingyi, revealing his supreme aura. A beam of dawn appeared, instantly shattering Nangong Jinghuai's sword intent. Excellent. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Jinghuai's eyes sparkled with intensity, and a violent aura erupted once more, unleashing the initial stage of his realm. The surrounding sword lights surged, easily overwhelming anyone who dared to enter. Upon perceiving Nangong Jinghuai's level, Nangong Xingyi remained unfazed. If Nangong Yi was striving to resurrect him, then elevating his realm was not out of the question. Nangong Xingyi unleashed the power of the late stage, having ascended 2 minor levels following Qingxiao's bestowal of the Supreme Bone. The Nangong clan members changed their expressions upon sensing Nangong Xingyi's realm. Even the hidden ancestors wore grim visages. Had they truly erred in their past decisions? Why had this young man's essence been restored? Over the years, they had dispatched individuals to track Nangong Xingyi's movements, yet encountered obstacles, primarily due to Qingxiao's interference. They could not disregard her intentions, as her family was akin to the Nangong clan. Let the battle commence. Nangong Jinghuai moved, conjuring hundreds of swords in the void. With a flick of his hand, these swords surged towards Nangong Xingyi, while he wielded a blade of chilling radiance. In a flash, he leaped forth like lightning, vanishing from sight. Nangong Xingyi inhaled deeply, his form aglow with golden light, his supreme aura manifesting, and a protective barrier materialized before him. The sword light clashed against the barrier, producing a cacophony of sounds and sparks. With a single hand, Nangong Jinghuai appeared behind the sword light, his attire billowing, resembling a celestial swordsman. The shield shattered. Nangong Xingyi's expression shifted as he enveloped his hand in golden light, reaching for the blade. Yet residual sword light struck his shoulder, staining it crimson. Is this the confidence that fuels your provocation of the Nangong clan? Nangong Jinghuai inquired, gazing at Nangong Xingyi. Nangong Xingyi remained silent, his body quaking as a tumultuous power surged forth. Noticing this, Nangong Jinghuai retreated several dozen meters, maintaining a calm gaze upon Nangong Xingyi. With a flourish, Nangong Jinghuai performed a sword dance, his form fluid as water, once more cleaving towards Nangong Xingyi. The sword was akin to a meteor, reaching unparalleled speed. Nangong Xingyi closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, a faint supreme golden silhouette seemed to emerge behind him. With arms outstretched, Nangong Jinghuai's movement slowed, ensnared by the grip of these immense hands. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Xingyi's hands gathered runes, and he sent forth an imprint towards the hands encasing Nangong Jinghuai. On the platform, Qingxiao's previously joyful visage shifted as she observed her son in a state of fury. Nangong Jinghuai struggled to break free, only to find that the more he resisted, the tighter the grip became. Innate sword body, activate. Nangong Jinghuai murmured softly, radiating with sword intent, transforming into a blade itself. The hands grasping him shattered. With a swing, a sword light emerged, cleaving through Nangong Xingyi's palm strike. Upon witnessing Nangong Jinghuai activate his innate sword body, Nangong Xingyi did not hold back. Supreme Bone. A chaotic glow emanated from Nangong Xingyi's chest, rendering him nearly transparent as he flickered. A supreme aura enveloped his entire being, and a faint golden halo flickered within his gaze. The members of the Nangong clan felt their hearts race upon witnessing this scene. Meanwhile, in the Tianyuan realm, Chu Feng and others watched intently. Beneath the unseen lake surface, a figure observed the Nangong clan. Qiao regarded the projection interface, witnessing the clash between the two. Divine One, who do you believe will emerge victorious in their duel? Only Nangong Xingyi can triumph. Otherwise, our subsequent plans cannot proceed. Qiao observed Qingxiao's composed demeanor, choosing to remain silent, pondering what calculations Qingxiao was orchestrating. Within the Nangong clan, countless swords hovered around Nangong Jinghuai. With a mere gesture, numerous sword lights surged towards Nan Gongxingyi. Nan Gongxingyi, however, was not one to underestimate the situation. Supreme roar. A faint ethereal figure emerged, followed by a deafening roar, causing the sword lights to shatter into fragments. Seeing this, Nan Gongxingyi formed seals with his fingers, summoning thousands of swords in the sky, which converged into a singular entity. With a resounding rumble, the void trembled as a colossal sword descended, aimed at Nan Gongxingyi. Scion. Nan Gongxingyi formed seals with both hands in response. Supreme radiance. Alongside the ethereal image behind him, radiance enveloped the scene. A tower manifested, and as the sword struck it, Nan Gongxingyi's body sank, the sword pressing down relentlessly. Slash. Once more, Nan Gongxingyi's voice reverberated through the skies. The sword radiated light, accompanied by a subtle sword intent. The members of the Nan Gong clan erupted with joy, and Qingxiao smiled upon witnessing her son grasp the sword intent. If you can incapacitate Nan Gongxingyi, I can restore your mother to consciousness. Qingxiao's words echoed once more in Nan Gongxingyi's mind. Begone. The supreme bone upon his chest emitted a blinding radiance as the two supreme bones fused seamlessly, devoid of any flaws. Chapter 55. This narrative is truly exhilarating. As the two supreme bones united flawlessly, Nan Gongxingyi's body radiated light, akin to a dazzling sun. Supreme divine light. With eyes sharp as blades, Nan Gongxingyi pierced into Nan Gongxingyi's heart. A sense of trepidation arose within Nan Gongxingyi. He felt fear. Observing the resolute expression upon Nan Gongxingyi's face, coupled with the divine light from his chest, a chill crept down his spine. He realized that should he fail to withstand this, defeat would be inevitable. Innate sword body, sword intent unleashed, a line between heaven and earth. Nan Gongxingyi raised his sword high, and in a moment, the essence of the sword converged. At that instant, many members of the Nan Gong family who wielded swords felt their blades tremble incessantly, as if they were bowing to the King of Swords. The air resonated with a thunderous sound, akin to a lightning strike. The sword light in the sky surged upward, reaching nearly 200 feet, entwined with sword intent. As the blade descended, it unleashed a divine radiance towards the heavens. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, two beams of light collided with a resounding crash. The members of the Nan Gong family were transfixed, their eyes wide. Forgetting to blink, their breaths held. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the air. Upon hearing this sound, the faces of the Nan Gong family members changed dramatically, and the murderous intent in Qingxiao's gaze was unmistakable. At that moment, during the fierce clash of attacks, Nan Gongxingyi surged through the point of impact, disheveled and bloodied, resembling a beggar, yet his eyes sparkled with fierce determination. Nan Gongxingyi lowered his head. One hand plunged into his own body. No. The members of the Nan Gong family gasped in shock at this scene. Nan Gongxingyi looked at Nan Gongxingyi, intent on letting him experience the despair from before. Crack! Crack! Nan Gongxingyi's dantian shattered, and simultaneously, the innate sword bones within him fractured. The Nan Gong family was left in disbelief. How could he dare? This was outrageous. At that moment, the family's patriarch appeared, gazing intently at Nan Gongxingyi, his arms sweeping, causing Nan Gongxingyi's body to plummet from the void, landing amidst the ruins below. The ancestors of the Nan Gong family materialized before Nan Gongxingyi, their expressions shifting as they probed his condition. Their faces paled, revealing their concern. Qingxiao also arrived in front of Nan Gongxingyi, and upon examining the situation, her expression darkened. This is intolerable. I will end you. Qingxiao turned, her killing intent palpable as she directed her gaze at Nan Gongxingyi, who was crawling out from the rubble, gathering runes in her hands, preparing to strike. The patriarch's face changed upon witnessing this. Halt! Now that Nan Gongxingyi is incapacitated. If Nan Gongxingyi meets the same fate, our family's prodigy will be lost, and any future aspirations for dominance will be futile. Without exceptional lineage, any progeny we produce will be of little consequence. We see hope in Nan Gongxingyi. He is a prodigy surpassing even Nan Gongxingyi. Thus, they were moved by compassion. You would dare to stop me? Qingxiao, noticing her attack thwarted, turned to the patriarch, her voice icy. Qingxiao, previously you extracted Xingyi's supreme bones, and we did not intervene. Now, he lies incapacitated, and Nan Gongyi has perished because of him. Can you not see the implications? Are you implying my son is inferior to him? Qingxiao discerned the patriarch's meaning. The patriarch fell silent. How amusing. It seems you made your choices the moment Qingxiao faltered. Very well, I shall not argue. From the moment this wretch appeared, I sensed misfortune, and I informed the He family. You seek fairness? My son shall not be bullied by anyone, not even the Nangong family. This wretched creature must die, I declare. Hearing Qingxiao's words, the patriarch's expression shifted. You are mad. Do not forget you are also a member of the Nangong family. Do you not fear the repercussions of your actions? After the supreme bones of Qingxiao were seized by the Gu family, you did not seek vengeance. I observe that the Nangong family is self-serving, fearing the Gu family possesses a quasi-emperor. Since you remain inactive, I shall take matters into my own hands. As Qingxiao concluded her statement, the aura of the forbidden grounds behind the Nangong family surged. Boom! The sound of a staff striking the void resounded. Patriarch, as the elder appeared, the members of the Nangong family knelt in reverence. Rise! Since a friend from the He family has arrived, why conceal our intentions? Nangong Wentian exclaimed. I'm the elder. You have not perished yet? Then a figure emerged from the void, assessing Nangong Wentian before appearing before Nangong Qingxiao, shaking his head after a brief observation. Take him away. Henceforth, Nangong Qingxiao is no longer a member of our family. Upon awakening, Nangong Qingxiao's face turned ashen at Nangong Wentian's words. Nangong Wentian, you are regressing. Nangong Wentian chuckled at this. Is it not true that Qingxiao has never truly belonged to our family? Was he not the spawn of betrayal from your Yi family? Did you truly believe the Nangong family was oblivious to your machinations? You sought to utilize a prodigy to carry on our lineage. But we have also been cultivating this wretched offspring to nurture our family's talents. The expressions of the He family's patriarch and Zhan changed upon hearing this. The members of the Nangong family also paled, and Nangong Qingxiao's countenance shifted, disbelief filling his eyes. As he gazed at his mother, witnessing Qingxiao avert her gaze, he turned pale, spitting blood before fainting, realizing he had been merely a pawn, a woman unworthy of fidelity. Did you truly think I would cherish you? Just then, a figure emerged from the void, radiating sword intent. Upon seeing this figure, Nangong Xingyi's eyes widened in shock. Uncle Yi? This uncle had been his savior during trials in the Tianyuan realm. Nangong Yi waved his arm, altering his appearance. Nangong Xingyi trembled, recalling something, stunned to find that his savior was indeed his father. Meanwhile, the Gu family's Tao Tai watched the unfolding events with wide eyes. What a thrilling plot twist. However, as Tao Tai noted Gu Qingxiao's calm demeanor, a chill ran down his spine, realizing the Son of Heaven must have been aware all along. Son of Heaven, did you foresee this, merely to enjoy the spectacle? Gu Qingxiao nodded noncommittally. Tao Tai gasped in surprise. If this continues, with two quasi-emperors from the He family, the Nangong family stands no chance. The one aiding Nangong Xingyi will surely act. That individual still sought to use me, believing their intervention could secure victory for the Nangong family, with two quasi-emperors and her tactics, believing they could negotiate terms with our Gu family. It seems many have assumed that during the chaos of ancient times, our Gu family suffered significant losses. Perhaps our memories have faded. Gu Qingxiao's gaze returned to the unfolding scene. At this moment, within the ancestral tomb of the Gu family, by heaven's betrayal, truly remarkable. The He family is indeed extraordinary. The elder and descendants were intertwined, leaving even the elder astounded. Alas, what can be done? Their wives perished too soon. Or perhaps it is not betrayal but the spawn of another. At that moment, the 16th ancestor added. Upon hearing this, they paused, then chuckled. You speak the truth. Their wives did pass too early. Zhan glanced at Nangong Wentian's mocking expression with a smile. Your Nangong family schemes are impressive. Even I was deceived. Yet, does your family have the power to obstruct us? Once again, a figure manifested from the void, an overwhelming aura enveloping the scene. Many members of the Nangong family knelt, pallid, while some spontaneously exploded into blood mist. You, along with Sun Qi, gazed at Nwintin. You conspired amongst yourselves. But what significance does your plotting hold in the face of absolute power? Form the formation. At this moment, Nwintin's expression shifted dramatically. After all, two formidable beings at the quasi-emperor level were beyond his capacity to contend with. Despite meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated the unexpected emergence of two quasi-emperors. The moment he met the unwavering gaze of both, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In the past, the Ning family had engaged in collaborations. Yet those partners dared not show their faces now. Did the H family lack allies? As the two quasi-emperor ancestors of the H family observed the rise of the protective formation of the Ying family, they exchanged knowing smirks. Do you believe that relying on a mere formation can thwart us? Zhendaoyu, we have a predicament. At that moment, H spoke into the void, and suddenly, a figure materialized from the ether. Upon seeing this new figure, N's pupils constricted. Another quasi-emperor had manifested. Contending with two was already a formidable challenge, and now yet another had appeared. Leave the rest to me, Zhenxing stated, a derisive smile gracing his lips as he regarded the Ying family's formation. A formation plate appeared in his hand, upon which innumerable runes began to coalesce, intricately melding with the Ying family's protective array. Crack! Crack! The Ying family's formation began to fissure. A chill ran down Ying's spine as a realization dawned upon him. So, you are his disciple. Huh. Previously, you solicited our master to set up this formation. He has passed on, but his skills have been entrusted to me. You, old man, held me in contempt. He continued, back when my master was merely a sacred emperor, he could arrange quasi-emperor formations. Did you not also look down upon him? My master wished to exchange for some resources, yet you refused. Life-prolonging elixirs were not beyond your reach. Yet you remained obstinate, realizing I was afflicted with a terminal illness. Was it not? N's expression darkened. Convene our forces. Eliminate him. As he observed Zhenxing preparing to dismantle the formation, he summoned the Ying family's celestial might, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy towards Zhenxing. In response, Zhenxing merely smiled coldly, manipulating his formation plate to redirect the attack back at the Ying family. Boom! The myriad palaces of the Ying family crumbled, lives extinguished. Impossible. The formation had long been altered by my Ying family. Even your master could not achieve this. Zhenxing retorted, indeed, but my mastery of formations has transcended that of my master. Even as a sacred emperor, I could arrange quasi-emperor formations. After a fortunate encounter, I ascended to the quasi-emperor level. Effortlessly setting up such formations is still within my capabilities. Formation arise, Zhenxing commanded, gesturing as 4 formation discs suddenly appeared in the sky, each manifesting a quasi-emperor formation. At that instant, not only did the Ying family stand in stunned silence, but even the members of the H family were taken aback. When did you set this up? Go to hell and ask my master, Zhenxing replied, his fingers deftly manipulating the formation plates. The phantoms of 4 divine beasts surged forth, charging towards the Ying family. Attack! The 2 quasi-emperor experts of the H family sprang into action, intent on obliterating the Ying clan. Witnesses of this spectacle displayed expressions of shock. From now on, if anyone claims that the sacred emperor is the strongest, I shall put them to death. With the emergence of so many quasi-emperors, the Ying family may face annihilation. The complexity of the Ying family situation was unforeseen, yet the H family proved formidable as well. With such powerful ancestors still capable of producing offspring, many elderly onlookers cast envious gazes towards the H family's ancestors. Meanwhile, within the Gu family, the elder had stealthily departed, having received a transmission from Qingxiao, urging them to prepare. Though they remained uncertain of his intentions, they complied. In the Tianyuan realm, CHF Ing and his companions recognized Ying, realizing they too had been deceived. While they cared not for the Ying family's peril, they were concerned for Ying, still within the Ying clan. As they resolved to rescue him, a voice echoed in their minds. Do not go. It would be a futile sacrifice. I shall take care of it. Exchanging glances, they nodded in agreement, fully aware that they were powerless against quasi-emperor level adversaries. They had initially contemplated sacrificing themselves to rescue Ying. The woman in the lake opened her eyes, a look of resignation etched upon her features. She had not anticipated that the esteemed son of the Gu family would prove untrustworthy. Believing Qingxiao would intervene, she soon realized she had been played. Chapter 57. You are not at the quasi-emperor level? The woman in the lake vanished. Just as she did, the elder of the Gu family appeared, smiling at the sight of the Tianyuan realm before him. He then sealed the realm and departed quietly. At this point, the Ying family was on the brink of collapse. Even Ying bore wounds. You will take Ying away. I shall self-destruct. As long as Ying survives, hope remains for the Ying family. Ying's expression changed, realizing this was the only viable option. Otherwise, the Ying family would face total extinction. Burning essence. WNTI, and roared as a colossal manifestation of law emerged, descending for an attack. Observing this, Zhenxing's formation plate transformed. I've been waiting for this. The four quasi-emperor formations morphed into four chains, ensnaring WNTIN. Still wish to struggle? For distinct forces surged forth, assaulting WNTIN's Dantian. His complexion paled. Self-destruct. A voice resonated across the realms, and the heavens above the Ying family erupted into a realm of flames. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. Concurrently, a void passageway appeared, through which Ying X and Ying Y vanished. Protect! Upon sensing the explosive shockwaves, Zhenxing swiftly altered the formation into a protective array, shielding himself within. The two ancestors of the H family exchanged glances, their expressions grave as they faced the brunt of the explosion. They combined their powers to conjure a protective barrier, safeguarding themselves, H Sun Qi and Ying Jang Gui. When the smoke cleared, the entire Ying family had vanished, reduced to mere ruins. Witnessing this, Gu Qingxiao revealed a cold smile. The Ying family's annihilation has resulted in a decrease of 130,000 in the luck value of the destined individual, while the antagonist value has increased by 130,000. Shall we go and take advantage of the situation? No need. They will come to us. Tod observed Gu Qingxiao with confusion. After the two brothers Hshin emerged, they exhaled in relief, still shaken by the aftershocks of the earlier self-detonation. They had not anticipated Ying WNTI and would resort to such an extreme measure. Zhenxing, next we shall head to the Gu family. Zhenxing nodded. The group vanished, only to be intercepted mid-journey by a figure emerging from the void. Hshin regarded the apparition. Since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Upon hearing this, the 16th ancestor stepped forth from the void, gazing at the members of the H family. You are the elder of the Gu family. Your arrival is fortuitous, for we were just seeking you. I was just about to seek you out, you two useless beings, daring to set your sights on the Gu family. Suddenly, the power of the heavens and earth materialized beside the 16th ancestor. The two elders of the He family found themselves immobilized, their expressions transforming in horror as they gazed at the 16th ancestor of the Gu family. You're not at the Emperor's realm, Zhan exclaimed in shock. I was merely toying with you. Did you truly believe it? You two worthless trinkets dared to provoke my Gu family. Very well, let you both be turned into puppets. A gleam flickered in the 16th ancestor's eyes, and in an instant, the souls of the two disappeared, leaving behind two lifeless shells. Upon witnessing this, Zhenxing bowed respectfully. Rise, the Son of God summons you. Go and seek him. The 16th ancestor departed with the two lifeless forms, and Zhenxing's figure vanished as well. When Zhenxing returned to the Gu family, pride shone in his eyes. After all, following the death of his master, it was the Gu family who had taken him in, aiding him in reshaping his destiny. The 13th ancestor had even personally guided him for a time. Otherwise, his mastery of formations would not be so profound. Initially, he had been working for the Gu family externally, but the 13th ancestor had summoned him back. Upon arriving at the Son of God's hall, Taodai regarded Zhenxing's approaching figure with astonishment. Son of God. Zhenxing, aware of his identity, bowed to Gu Qingxiao upon seeing him. Gu Qingxiao nodded. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed elder. I require your assistance with some matters this time. I am unworthy of your gratitude. Now, please follow me to a certain location. At this moment, Gu Qingxiao rose, with Taodai and Zhenxing trailing behind him. Upon entering the Tianyuan world, Nangong Yi and Nangong Xingyi remained silent. Since the son of the Gu family has arrived, why not reveal yourself? As they lingered in silence, a voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing this voice, their expressions shifted to shock. They stepped forward, gazing at Gu Qingxiao standing in the void. However, their expressions changed upon noticing the figure following Gu Qingxiao. Particularly, Nangong Ye's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Yet Zhenxing paid him no heed, easily dismissing him with a mere flick of his finger, capable of extinguishing him in an instant. Qingxiao has fulfilled his promise. Should not the elder reciprocate? Gu Qingxiao directed his words toward the void. The Son of God is indeed astute. I assumed you had not made a move, yet you had already arranged everything. A voice emanated from the void. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall annihilate the Tianyuan world. Gu Qingxiao's words were calm. After a moment of silence, a woman in palace attire materialized, adorned with a lotus mark on her forehead and intricate lotus designs on her white gown. At the sight of her, Tao Dai and Zhen Xing stepped forward, shielding Gu Qingxiao behind them. If I were to strike him down, you too could not protect him. Qingwei spoke blandly, observing Tao Tai and Zhen Xing. Gu Qingxiao approached. Where is the gift you promised, elder? Did you not also vow to save Xingyi's mother? Perhaps the Son of God should fulfill his promise first, and then we can discuss the next steps. After all, the Son of God is quite clever. I trust he will agree to my terms. Hearing this, Gu Qingxiao chuckled lightly. How amusing. It seems the elder has quite the audacity. Threatening me, Gu Qingxiao, has not been in vain. When you reach the Hall of Yama, do not forget that it was a member of the Gu family who ended your life. Do you think I cannot discern your identity as the reincarnation Holy Lotus? Upon hearing this, Qingyue's countenance shifted. She swiftly formed seals with her hands, her expression altering. Come forth. Did you not wish to kill the son of the Gu family? Not even during the era of chaos did anyone dare to utter such things against my Gu family. You, a mere reincarnation Holy Lotus, who gave you the courage. At this moment, the 16th ancestor emerged from the void, standing amidst the cosmic destruction. Upon witnessing this, Qingyue's expression paled. Great Emperor, your aura. As this presence washed over them, Nangong Xingyi's face also transformed. He clutched his head, collapsing to the ground as memories assaulted his soul. Chapter 58. So it was you. You have always existed. You are not dead. How deeply you have hidden. Before Qingyue could utter another word, the 16th ancestor moved a finger, and she let out no more than a muffled cry. A reincarnation Holy Lotus appeared in the void. Seeing this, the 16th ancestor smiled. Grandson, do you desire this? Gu Qingxiao cast a disdainful glance. The 16th ancestor, noticing the disdain in Gu Qingxiao's gaze, puffed his cheeks in annoyance. Qingwei has transformed into the reincarnation Holy Lotus. Her intelligence erased by the 16th ancestor, her fortune reduced by 100,000. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Gu Qingxiao remained unmoved, controlling the group. With a flick of his finger, the others found themselves utterly immobilized. Cold sweat broke out on Nangong Xingyi's forehead. It seems you have regained your memories. Gu Qingxiao regarded him. Nangong Xingyi was rendered speechless. Gu Qingxiao reached out, plunging his hand into Nangong Xingyi's chest. Did you think I would show kindness? With a crack, the supreme bone was extracted from him. Gu Qingxiao tossed it to the 16th ancestor, who caught it carefully. Supreme bone of the fortunate child stripped away. Origin lost. Fortune decreased by 100,000. Master S villainous points increased by 100,000. Originally you. Before Nangong Xingyi could finish, the power of time flickered in Gu Qingxiao's gaze, and he was instantly erased from existence. Master has slain the fortunate child, gaining 2,000 villain points. The fortunate child's kill line raised to 40,000. One fragment of time obtained. Forbidden technique heavenly collapse first layer. Hearing the voice in his mind, Gu Qingxiao remained unaffected. The death of a fortunate child did not ignite his interest in obtaining a forbidden technique. When the group departed, the Tianyuan world crumbled into oblivion. Upon returning to the Gu family, Gu Qingxiao declared his intent to enter seclusion. The 16th ancestor returned to the ancestral tomb, bringing forth the reincarnation Holy Lotus and the Supreme Bone. Isn't Qingxiao going to fuse them? An elder inquired, puzzled. This little fellow finds them unworthy. Today, he even manipulated the laws of time. Upon hearing this, the elders' faces twitched. In that case, let some of the Gu family's prodigies utilize them. They could create a reincarnation sacred body and a supreme body, instantly producing two prodigies. This plan of Qingxiao's is quite astute. Who would have thought that during his journey to the lower realms, he would discover something like the reincarnation Holy Lotus? Gu Qingxiao had already obliterated the sentience of the Destiny Cauldron. Oh well, its destruction is for the best. Although the Gu family's power is formidable, we must still proceed with caution. Our plans continue, as we are still far from completion. This time, we have only elevated two to the Emperor realm. It seems Qingxiao has caught wind of some of our schemes, and is cooperating in his own way. The 16th ancestor remarked. He probably suspects something. If he truly wished to know, he would have already inquired. His silence indicates he is contemplating our plans, assessing whether his designs align with ours. This little rascal is calculating our moves, compelling us elders to assist in his growth. Truly, this clever child, to devise such a scheme. He is indeed worthy of being the Gu family's son of God. After the 10th ancestor concluded, he burst into hearty laughter. The other ancestors exchanged glances and chuckled. If Gu Qingxiao could synchronize with the Gu clan's elder without knowledge of the plan, it would indeed be terrifying. After all, They had lived for so long that time had ceased to hold meaning for them. Gu Qingxiao's father, Gu Juanze, was also a prodigy. Yet he never dared to entertain such thoughts. However, Gu Qingxiao not only contemplated this, but acted upon it as well. Upon returning to his palace, Gu Qingxiao activated his information interface. Master, Gu Qingxiao identity. Prodigy of the Gu clan in the Taicang realm, destined villain. Head of the law enforcement hall of the Dao Academy physique. Chaos divine demon body. Eye of the destined villain. Integrated with 7 shards of time. Grasping a thread of temporal rules. Cultivation method. Chaos divine demon technique. Heavenly freedom sutra forbidden technique. Celestial collapse. First layer. Aura. Aura of the destined villain. Isolating from the heavenly path scrutiny strength. Initial stage of the Emperor Seal Fortune Sun, slaying line. 40,000 villain value. 500,000 backpack. Nun Gu Qingxiao gazed at his personal interface with considerable satisfaction. The recent acquisition of the Fortune Sun had granted him an instant increase of 350,000 villain points, bringing his total to 500,000. Yet, what intrigued Gu Qingxiao even more was the forbidden technique he had obtained. Although the Taicang realm possessed various forbidden techniques, they were scarce, as such techniques often came at the cost of a practitioner's life essence. Few dared to wield them. Celestial collapse, consisting of 9 layers, could upon mastery obliterate the heavenly path with a mere thought. Gu Qingxiao was equally astonished as he perused the description. He then raised his head, recalling his earlier declaration. If fate dictated thus, then he would bring about its destruction. Master, the system understands your intent. Well done. Master, the forbidden technique has been modified by the system, allowing you to use it as a skill without harming your essence or life. That is the work of the Fortune Sun, which bears no relation to us villains. If we were subjected to such, it would be a slap in our faces. Wouldn't it? Gu Qingxiao chuckled. At that moment, a figure appeared in the ruins of the Ke family, which Gu Qingxiao had obliterated. Holding a piece of paper in hand, he surveyed the surroundings with a look of confusion. Was the Ke family truly so courteous as to welcome him amidst the remnants of their former glory? Was his master deceiving him? The young figure vanished in a swift motion. After a day and night of travel, he finally encountered people and breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently sitting down in an inn, what should I order? Food, lodging, or straight to the main road? The young man momentarily found himself bewildered upon hearing the question. But understanding dawned when he noticed the innkeeper's expression. Just some food will suffice. I wish to inquire. Isn't the Ke family located nearby? Why has it become ruins? Oh, you mean the Ke family? It was trampled into oblivion by someone, the innkeeper replied. The young man took a moment to process this. Who did it? The innkeeper shook his head. The young man ceased his inquiries, realizing that asking further was futile. Anyone capable of annihilating the Ke family undoubtedly possessed formidable backing. In that case, I shall head to the Dao Academy, he mused. As he descended the mountain, his master had instructed him to deliver a letter to his fiancée, in the Ke family. He had not anticipated the Ke family demise. Moreover, his master had mentioned that he should also seek out his senior sister. He wondered where she might be now. Senior sister, it has been 10 years since we last met. I wonder if you have thought of me? Dao Academy, here I come. The young man, filled with excitement, vanished in an instant. Don't run. The young man was stunned upon seeing a group of fierce-looking individuals pursuing him. Could they be enemies of the Ke family? He quickened his pace. Damn it, I ran without paying. This will lead to the law enforcement hall of the Dao Academy. How dare he eat at our law enforcement hall without paying? Chapter 59. Uncertain opinions of the law enforcement hall. Master Gu Qingxiao rode the Azure Jade Qilin towards the Dao Academy, as he now bore the identity of the law enforcement hall master. In the palace, he once again opened his personal panel. Master, Gu Qingxiao identity. Prodigy of the Gu clan in the Taicang realm, destined villain. Head of the law enforcement hall of the Dao Academy physique. Chaos divine demon body. Eye of the destined villain. Integrated with 7 shards of time. Grasping a thread of temporal rules. Cultivation method. Chaos divine demon technique. Heavenly freedom sutra forbidden technique. Celestial collapse. First layer. Aura. Aura of the destined villain. Isolating from the heavenly path scrutiny, strength. Initial stage of the Emperor Seal Fortune Sun, slaying line. 40,000 villain value. 500,000 backpack. None with his accumulated villain points. Gu Qingxiao could now enhance his strength. As he allocated his points, his cultivation level soared to the pinnacle of the Emperor's Seal. Feeling the surge of power, Gu Qingxiao smiled. He relished the sensation of growing strength. At that moment, within the law enforcement hall of the Dao Academy, several elders were seated in their designated places, rising as they observed the Azure Jade Qilin in the sky. Then, a man clad in a crimson brocade robe, with a countenance as refined as jade and an ethereal presence, appeared. "Greetings, Hall Master." As they beheld Qingxiao, they bowed respectfully. Despite Qingxiao being a junior, the Academy's head had informed them that he was now the Hall Master. They understood this was the head's attempt to align with Qingxiao. The previous Hall Master had treated them well, and naturally, they would heed the orders of Knight Linglong. After Qingxiao seated himself, he nodded to the 6 elders. "As I am young and inexperienced, I hope you will guide me in my shortcomings." Subsequently, several rings manifested in Qingxiao's hand. "This is a token from me." The head mentioned that you are all her trusted aides. Upon hearing this, the elders displayed smiles of gratitude and emotion, realizing that the Hall Master had not forgotten them upon his departure. "I may enter seclusion for an extended period. Henceforth, the Law Enforcement Hall will require your assistance." The elders bowed once more. Knight Linglong had previously informed them that Qingxiao might spend more time in seclusion, thus urging them to shoulder additional responsibilities. Even when Knight Linglong was present, they handled most affairs. The only change was in leadership. Furthermore, with the former Hall Master, now the Academy's head, their status in the Dao Academy had in fact risen. Elders from other halls treated them with newfound respect. With that said, "Esteemed elders, please return to your duties." The elders nodded and departed. After their exit, Knight Linglong appeared, scrutinizing Qingxiao. "It seems your strength has increased." Qingxiao smiled, but refrained from responding. "Indeed, the Chaos Clay is no longer within the Heavenly Abyss secret realm. However, I am unaware of what else lies within. Would you care to investigate? This secret realm is on the brink of opening." Qingxiao shook his head. "Where is the Chaos Clay? Has it been discovered by my grandmother?" "In the treasury. I've already instructed your 10 ancestors to retrieve it." Qingxiao paused, astonished by the boldness of the situation. "Head, I have matters to discuss with you." At that moment, Knight Linglong received a transmission. "Now that you are the Hall Master, a visitor has arrived seeking Dao Tian. Would you care to meet him?" Upon hearing this, Qingxiao's expression shifted to one of curiosity, and he nodded. Upon arriving at the Dao Hall, 3 figures were already seated, while one stood below. Knight Linglong moved to the main seat, and Qingxiao took his place. At this moment, Chu Tianming regarded Knight Linglong with intrigue. "Is Dao Tian a woman? What brings you here? Are you Dao Tian?" Chu Tianming inquired. "I am not, but I am the head of the Dao Academy." "You seek the head of the Dao Academy, do you not? Isn't the head of the Dao God Academy Dao Tian?" Qingxiao gazed at the figure before him, his eyes flickering momentarily. "Name, Chu Tianming. Identity, disciple of the ancestor of the Tianyin Palace, son of fortune. Halo, son of fortune halo. Physique, heavenly transformation sacred body. Strength, early stage of king. Technique, heavenly transformation divine art. Fate value, 500,000. Upon seeing the son of fortune's remarkable fate value, Qingxiao's eyes glimmered with intrigue. What a plump sheep. He averted his gaze, recognizing that this son of fortune, possessing the heavenly transformation sacred body, could decipher the heavenly secrets. Akin to those who read fortunes, it seemed this lad hadn't calculated his own fate upon arrival. "Master, do not worry. He cannot discern yours, and moreover, you have absorbed too much of the son of fortune's halo, which has already influenced his magnetic field. Coupled with the villainous halo, if he attempts to calculate yours, it shall surely backfire." Qingxiao nodded. Nevertheless, this son of fortune was indeed formidable, with such a high fate value. He was aware of the Tianyin Palace and the self-proclaimed masters of heavenly secrets within. Chu Tianming turned to Yi Linglong. "Is it possible for me to meet Senior Dao Tian?" "Impossible." Chu Tianming felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Yi Linglong's unequivocal refusal. He anticipated such a decisive answer. Dao Tian has committed a grave error and has been taken away by the ancestors of the Dao God Academy. We do not know his whereabouts. Chu Tianming nodded. "Thank you. May I join the Dao God Academy?" "Certainly, we have 4 major halls. Which one do you wish to enter? The Enforcement Hall, the Alchemy Hall, the Guardian Hall, or the Technique Hall?" As Chu Tianming regarded the various hall masters, he cast a questioning glance at Qingxiao, a subtle warning echoing in his mind. This individual was perilous and surprisingly youthful. "I suspect this noble gentleman cannot join any of them." At that moment, Qingxiao spoke up, causing a hush to fall over the Grand Hall as all eyes turned to him in confusion. What could this sudden remark signify? "Do you not have any opinions, Master of the Enforcement Hall? We have received word from our outer disciples that someone dined at our Enforcement Hall and fled without paying. The image transmitted bore a striking resemblance to this noble gentleman. The assembly regarded Chu Tianming with curiosity, and he finally grasped the situation. He had indeed taken some items but had left in haste, forgetting to settle the bill. I forgot. I shall reimburse you. Ha! If everyone were like you, what would become of the enforcement hall's dignity? Chapter 60. The human heart is the most terrifying thing. Qingxiao suddenly appeared before Chu Tianming, causing the latter's pupils to constrict and his countenance to shift. In an instant, the burgeoning power of a fledgling king erupted. The onlookers in the hall were momentarily captivated. Qingxiao's gaze shimmered with divine light, the force of time materializing. Crack! Chu Tianming's momentum was immediately quelled. Concurrently, a binding force emerged, heavy pressure descending upon him like Mount Tai, forcing him to kneel, head bowed. Drip, drip. Cold sweat trickled from Chu Tianming's brow. The several hall masters of the Tao God Academy gaped, their fingers trembling. The power of time. They turned to Yiling Long, who was equally astonished, yet smiled and nodded at the three hall masters, who secretly gave a thumbs up. They felt that appointing Qingxiao as the master of the enforcement hall was indeed a wise decision. With time at play, spatial powers must yield. Given the Gu family's influence, Qingxiao was sure to flourish. He might even ascend to a status akin to that of the great emperors who had not emerged for 1,000,000 years. With a flick of his finger, a void prison materialized, casting Chu Tianming inside. The three hall masters in the grand hall twitched at the corners of their mouths. Qingxiao hadn't anticipated the efficacy of the hall master's token, capable of unlocking the void prison. Yet, it was likely that the powerful beings within had long been spirited away by the Gu family, facilitated by the 10 ancestors and the grandmother ancestor. How could they not be taken? Gazing at the rune-imbued prison, Chu Tianming rose and forced a bitter smile. Master, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. The head of the Tao God Academy has changed. Had you foreseen this, you should have informed me. If you wish to test your disciples, there are better methods. This could lead to ruin. He was aware of his master's unreliability, but never expected it to be this extreme. The claim of having a fiancé he had turned out to be a ruse, and now his family was annihilated. He had been advised to seek Dao Tian, perhaps to claim a position within the Tao God Academy. But now the head had been replaced, and he was imprisoned merely for dining without payment. It felt utterly absurd. Who exactly was this young man? He had not foreseen any danger upon his arrival. Could it be merely a stroke of ill fortune? As he pondered, Chu Tianming pinched his fingers. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, revealing his very bones. Cough, cough! He expelled black smoke from his throat. This prison must be targeting me. At that moment, Chu Tianming felt somewhat vexed. He had merely moved a finger, and a thunderbolt had struck down upon him. But that was not all. The runes within the prison illuminated, completely sealing him, rendering him immobile as if he were a sculpture. Observing this scene from the void, Qingxiao nodded in satisfaction. If there were any other means, they would surely manifest. He looked forward to discovering what those might be. Meanwhile, within the enforcement hall, the three hall masters convened in Qingxiao's palace. After witnessing Chu Tianming's royal status, they acknowledged their own intrigue. After all, who wouldn't desire such an exceptional disciple? Master Gu, can we mobilize some resources to release him? The master of the technique hall eyed Qingxiao. The other halls had some extraordinary disciples, while his own disciples paled in comparison, making him particularly eager. Qingxiao was fully aware of their intentions. Although he understood their motivations, he had no intention of releasing Chu Tianming. His plan was to use these individuals as bait. What insights could they provide? While the Gu family had an elder versed in divination, should there be any valuable discoveries, it would bolster the Gu family's foundation. After all, these sons of fortune were anything but predictable. Have you all heard a saying? They gazed at him in confusion. A new official takes office with 3 fires. I am merely administering a casual reprimand to a disciple. Furthermore, do you believe you can bully me, Qingxiao, with such pressure? In your eyes, do you think the sect's laws hold no weight against these prodigious disciples, that as long as they don't overstep, they can evade punishment? Upon hearing Qingxiao's words, the 3 hall masters felt as if they had swallowed something unpleasant. How can you be so brazen? The Tao God Academy has expended such great resources to invite you back, granting you such high status. What is the purpose? Master Gu, a reprimand will suffice. I shall provide you with a satisfactory offer. Qingxiao chuckled. Why not inform the sect of this incident and see how the disciples respond? Let us witness the opinions of those who toil externally for the resources of our Tao God Academy. They contribute a significant portion of their gains, seeking protection from the academy. Yet if they face grievances, they should trust us enough to communicate their plight. Now I shall release him. If those disciples from the outside world come to know, what do you suppose they will think? Here is the key. If you wish to take it, now is the time. Should you fail to do so today, do not bring this matter up again. The three great hall masters hesitated as they gazed at the token. This is not in line with Qingxiao as character. Could it be that Qingxiao intends to eliminate such a prodigious disciple? After exchanging glances, the master of the techniques hall took the jade pendant. I shall inform the dean of this matter. The guardian hall master and the alchemy hall master remained silent, though astonishment flickered in their eyes. Observing the techniques hall master depart, Qingxiao remained unmoved. The other two hall masters also left, and Qingxiao sipped his tea, a cold smirk and a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. Elders, please come forth. Upon the arrival of the 6 elders, they looked at Qingxiao with confusion. Shut down all commercial operations of the law enforcement hall that generate resources. The 6 elders, being astute, naturally understood the implications. Hall master, we comprehend. It appears they have forgotten that many resources of the Tao Divine Institute are accrued by our law enforcement hall. Since they disregard us, we shall not allow them to prosper. Proceed with your tasks. The 6 elders departed, and Qingxiao chuckled. Forcing a hall master to apologize to the enforcement disciples will surely deepen my position in their hearts. They believe their strength has grown alongside ample resources. Yet they remain ignorant of what some truly desire. Such is the nature of human sentiment, and it is the most formidable aspect of all. Chapter 61. The Imperial Maiden of the Infinite Divine Dynasty seeks someone. I wonder what fault my junior brother has committed? Within the confines of the law enforcement hall, the techniques hall master hurried in, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing the sealed Chu Tianming. He recognized that offending Qingxiao was a grave misstep, yet he was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. If he were to produce certain items, he believed Qingxiao would be appeased. With the jade pendant now in hand, Chu Tianming had regained his composure. Upon seeing the elder before him, a look of confusion crossed his face. Was this not the master of the techniques hall? I admire you and do not wish for your downfall. Thus I have rescued you. I wonder if you would be interested in becoming my disciple. Should you accept, you shall become the holy son of the techniques hall. Hearing this, Chu Tianming hesitated before eventually nodding and kneeling. Very well, rise. From this moment on, you shall be my disciple. I am Zhao Xuantian, and you shall be my closed-door disciple henceforth. Let us depart. Chu Tianming nodded and followed the techniques hall master out. The other 2 hall masters regarded Chu Tianming with envious eyes as he exited alongside the techniques hall master. At that moment, the 3 individuals suddenly heard a transmission from Yi Linglong. After hearing her words, the techniques hall master remained unfazed. Zhao hall master, what boldness you possess. I never expected you to act on this. I am quite advanced in age and have finally encountered an outstanding disciple. Besides, it is not a grave error. Upon hearing this, the other 2 smiled, realizing that Qingxiao must have spoken to the dean. Are you prepared for a significant sacrifice? The 2 looked at Zhao Xuantian. I am prepared. Upon arriving at the palace, the 3 were momentarily taken aback, as Qingxiao was unexpectedly absent. After they sat down, Yi Linglong nodded. All operations generating resources in the law enforcement hall have been shut down. The faces of the 3 changed at this revelation. They had anticipated Qingxiao would be filled with rage and might report them, but they had not foreseen such an absolute course of action. This matter shall not be meddled with. You must resolve it on your own. Should you fail, the techniques hall must compensate for the lost resources. Zhao Xuantian's countenance paled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If the techniques hall were to provide these resources, where would the disciples find means to cultivate? Dean, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. We have worked together for a considerable time, and you should understand my temperament. Few of our disciples from the techniques hall are diligent, and thus I felt a pang of compassion upon seeing Chu Tianming. Dean, you were once the master of the law enforcement hall. They will heed your words. If I speak, they shall listen, and they will continue their work. The techniques hall master sighed in relief upon hearing this. Yet how can the dean command respect? When he erred, he was still a disciple of our Tao Divine Institute. If Taoan allows one to act recklessly within our halls, how will others perceive the Tao Divine Institute? Moreover, the techniques hall master should consider the resentment the law enforcement hall harbors towards your techniques hall. Though Qingxiao is young, he is indeed the master of the law enforcement hall. They may refuse to accept him, but that is their concern. Qingxiao has the authority to detain others. If you approach him shamelessly, his first attempt to establish authority will falter. To the law enforcement hall disciples, striking Gu Qingxiao's face is akin to striking theirs. Previously, I fostered unity within the law enforcement hall. You should be aware of their collective resentment. How do you propose I handle this? The technique's hall master fell silent, realizing that he had underestimated the situation, believing he could appease Gu Qingxiao with a mere offering of resources. Dean, I wish to speak with Hall Master Gu. He is currently in seclusion, as are the 6 elders. Yi Linglong rubbed her forehead, concealing the twitch at the corner of her mouth. She had not anticipated that this audacious young man would act so decisively. Yet, Gu Qingxiao had not divulged his intentions to her, nor did she inquire. Gu Qingxiao merely conveyed a single sentiment: strive for equilibrium, and he would handle the remaining matters. Yi Linglong could hardly believe that the little rascal, who had previously competed with Xiao 16 over who could urinate farther, had now devised such a scheme. Dean, Just as the technique's hall master was about to voice his thoughts, a convergence of radiant light gathered above the Tao Divine Institute. Subsequently, beams of light appeared, and a pure-blooded dragon of the Saint Realm emerged, hovering in the void. Witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. Yi Linglong also vanished. The disciples of the Tao Divine Institute gazed at the pure-blood dragon in the sky with trepidation. From the white jade carriage that followed emerged a woman with bright eyes and white teeth, donned in a yellow gown, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a queen. Upon her emergence, many recognized her as the imperial maiden of the infinite divine dynasty. Gong Qingyuan. I greet the dean. She was aware of the recent change in leadership at the Tao Divine Institute. I wonder what brings the imperial maiden of the infinite divine dynasty to our institute. I seek one person. Who? Zhu Tianming. The technique's hall master displayed a look of confusion upon hearing this, before stepping forward. May I inquire as to the reason for seeking my disciple? Gong Qingyuan's eyes bore a hint of perplexity. Her master had informed her that her junior brother might be in danger, prompting her to visit. I wonder if it would be possible for Tianming to come forth for a moment, so that I might see him alone. With a wave of his arm, the technique's hall master summoned Chu Tianming. As Gong Qingyuan beheld Chu Tianming, her expression revealed excitement. Chu Tianming reciprocated with enthusiasm. Senior sister. Gong Qingyuan exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Tianming, yet he feigned ignorance and continued to address her as senior sister. Upon hearing him refer to the woman before him as senior sister, the technique's hall master's countenance darkened as realizations dawned upon him. The other 2 hall masters approached, recognizing that Chu Tianming had already established a sect. Yi Linglong's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Could it be that her clever grandson had foreseen this? In secret, Gong Qingyuan transmitted a message to Chu Tianming. Junior brother, why do you call me senior sister? You have inadvertently revealed your affiliation with the sect. Senior sister, do you trust me? Naturally, I place my faith in my junior brother. Here, I sense an immense danger looming over me. If I remain in this place, I fear I may meet my demise. My master conveyed to me that you were in peril, and I initially doubted it. But it seems the danger is indeed upon us. Do you belong to a sect? At this moment, the master of the Hall of Techniques inquired. Yes. The master of the Hall of Techniques remained silent. He was aware of the imperial daughter of the infinite divine dynasty, and to share the same sect with her was undoubtedly significant, perhaps rivaling the forces of the divine Tao Academy. Chapter 62. You are not worthy, Neil. Gu Qingxiao's tyranny. Why do you not speak? My master did not inquire either. The master of the Hall of Techniques fell into silence. Lord Zhao. My junior brother is inexperienced and ventured out alone. My master did not inform him that he could not join other sects after coming out, so I must take him back. Should Lord Zhao incur any losses, the infinite divine dynasty will compensate. Lord Zhao Xuantian's expression darkened, and he remained silent. However, the infinite divine dynasty and the divine Tao Academy are of equal stature, and he had no knowledge of the masters behind several individuals. What if they were of that forbidden caliber? This time, I admit defeat. The master of the Hall of Techniques could not ignore the divine Tao Academy. Chu Tianming knelt beside Zhao Xuantian. Thank you, master, for rescuing me. Chu Tianming bowed several times. Master, be cautious of that young man. The disciple had no choice in this matter. I will remember today as events and repay you in the future. This is a token of my gratitude. A half-step emperor scripture, which I hope will be of use to you. Subsequently, a scripture resonated in Zhao Xuantian's mind. Zhao Xuantian remained impassive, but internally, waves of emotion surged. He observed a softness gleam in his eyes. Leave. Our fate has come to an end. It was my folly to overlook it. Just as the two were about to depart, a figure suddenly appeared, clad in a crimson brocade robe, with a face like jade and elegant brows, exuding an aura of nobility akin to flowing mountains and rivers. Since you are not a disciple of our divine Tao Academy, having offended it, you shall remain. Upon seeing Gu Qingxiao's appearance, Chu Tianming felt a foreboding sensation. Even Gong Qingyuan's gaze shifted upon looking at Gu Qingxiao. She could not see through this young man. Yi Linglong remained silent. The other two hall masters also fell into silence upon observing Yi Linglong's demeanor. Zhao Xuantian wished to speak, but upon seeing the imperial daughter present, he closed his mouth. What error has my junior brother committed? Gong Qingyuan shielded Chu Tianming behind her. You ate without paying. Gu Qingxiao spoke blandly. Upon hearing this, Gong Qingyuan thought she misheard. She expected her junior brother to have committed a grave mistake, only to find it was such a trivial matter. I have paid on behalf of my junior brother. Because of his actions, my law enforcement hall has suffered humiliation, along with mental distress fees and losses to our reputation. Gu Shenxi, you might as well state an amount. I sense you are still unworthy. Gong Qingyuan, puzzled by this remark, noted the arrogance in Gu Shenxi's tone. Gu Qingxiao appeared directly before Gong Qingyuan. Kneel. An overwhelming force surged forth, causing Gong Qingyuan to feel as though the heavens had collapsed, and she knelt instantly. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the Divine Tao Academy disciples shifted dramatically. Only the Law Enforcement Hall's disciples revealed excitement. The three hall masters' expressions also changed. They had not anticipated that merely a word from Gu Qingxiao would cause the imperial daughter of the infinite divine dynasty to kneel. Their gazes turned towards Yi Linglong, who stood silently. The master of the Hall of Techniques stepped forward. Gu Hall Master, the imperial daughter is the daughter of the infinite divine sovereign. I am aware. So what? Zhao Xuntian's face paled. Do you truly believe that others cannot hear his transmissions? A half-step emperor scripture. What an audacious move. Can I say you are bribing the masters of our Divine Tao Academy and attempting to sow discord, provoking us to war? If that is the case, we shall comply. What does the Academy head think? Very well. Should the infinite divine dynasty declare war, we will respond in kind. At worst, it will result in rivers of blood and the suffering of countless lives. The expression of the kneeling Gong Qingyuan also changed. The Guardian Hall Master and the Alchemy Hall Master distanced themselves from the Master of the Hall of Techniques, truly not expecting him to be this type of person. The disciples of the Divine Tao Academy burned with anger upon hearing this, as they were aware of the events that transpired, with their own resources being paramount. They had not anticipated that the Master of the Hall of Techniques would betray their interests for a half-step emperor scripture. Particularly, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall glared fiercely at those of the Guardian Hall. Zhao Xuantian's expression soured. As he attempted to explain, he noticed that Yi Linglong did not look at him, nor did Gu Qingxiao. If you wish to summon your father, that would be more appropriate, imperial daughter. You still fall short. A cage materialized behind Gu Qingxiao. Upon seeing this, Chu Tianming moved his fingers, causing a peculiar wave to emerge. Gu Qingxiao vanished from his position in an instant. With a snap, Chu Tianming spun several times before landing, his hand unintentionally stepped upon by Gu Qingxiao. The sound of bones fracturing echoed, causing Chu Tianming to break out in cold sweat without uttering a sound. With a flick of his finger, Gu Qingxiao summoned a jade pendant, conjuring a spatial cage to confine the two once more. Observing Gu Qingxiao's domineering demeanor, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall sparkled with excitement. At this moment, many onlookers sensed the commotion, particularly intrigued by Gu Qingxiao's audacity in suppressing the imperial daughter of the infinite divine dynasty without any resistance. Within the infinite divine dynasty, the infinite divine sovereign witnessed this scene, his face darkening, a surge of intense killing intent emanating. The scion of the Gu family is exceedingly arrogant. Sovereign, what shall we do next? I shall personally pay a visit. The Divine Tao Academy has truly regressed, allowing a young man to take charge. Meanwhile, within the ancestral tomb of the Gu family, the elder of the Gu family brightened at the sight. Splendid. It seems a conflict is imminent. We can seize the opportunity to collect numerous corpses. It appears this young man has indeed discerned our plans. However, will the infinite divine dynasty truly go to war? It matters not. The sovereign of the infinite divine dynasty is likely on his way here. I shall eliminate him. After stating this, the 16th ancestor's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he bore a man upon his shoulder, the man's eyes filled with terror. This individual was none other than the sovereign of the infinite divine dynasty, who had just stepped out and was now captured. TSK, 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 do you dare speak ill of my family, scion? Do you not know that only we are permitted to do so? This is courting death, a mere divine dynasty. Is it not the case that a supreme emperor once emerged from it? A lowly one, yet so arrogant. Oh yes, that emperor was called the infinite emperor. Was it not? We had initially sacrificed that fellow. The 16th ancestor scratched his head in recollection. Indeed, he was the weakest, hence we utilized him as a sacrifice. Any attempts to resist then resulted in me slapping his head off. Back then, I had to obliterate several worlds just to retrieve him. Upon hearing the words of the Gu family elders, the infinite divine sovereign was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ancestors of the Gu family had slain their own sovereign and believed they had concealed themselves. You have not yet reached the quasi-emperor realm. Allow me to assist you. After the 16th ancestor spoke, he pointed directly at the supreme God Master. Upon reaching the quasi-emperor realm, the ancestor's eyes shimmered with divine light. Another quasi-emperor puppet had emerged. Chapter 63. The Gu family is prepared for war. What exactly transpired? 16. Your techniques are becoming increasingly refined. At this moment, within the ancestral tomb of the supreme God dynasty, a jade talisman shattered. As figures began to appear, their expressions darkened upon witnessing the broken talisman. Hadn't they just departed? Why did the talisman shatter? The Tao Academy has grown excessively arrogant. I shall pay them a visit. Just then, a figure materialized, prompting everyone to bow in respect. After all, this individual was the son of the Supreme Emperor, who had taken command of the Supreme God Dynasty following the Emperor's disappearance. Their true power was unknown. Sensing the movement of the Supreme Emperor's son, the elder of the Gu family refrained from acting, recognizing the necessity of war. Only through conflict could they exploit the chaos to their advantage. It seemed a confrontation was imminent, which piqued the ancestor's interest as he observed the unfolding events. Inside the Tao Temple, Gongjin suddenly appeared in the Grand Hall. The Tao Academy is becoming increasingly presumptuous, as a force of the same caliber as the Emperor's. Do they truly disregard our supreme God dynasty? Additionally, release my descendants, or we shall declare war. Yi Linglong regarded Gongjin with a measured gaze. Since you insist, we from the Tao Academy shall oblige. Let war commence. You dare. Gongjin did not anticipate Yi Linglong's audacity in openly declaring war. Very well, let it be so. Since we are to engage in battle, you shall remain as well. Yi Linglong stated firmly, her gaze fixed on Gongjin. Preposterous. You think you can hold me here? Upon uttering those words, Gongjin's countenance shifted, his eyes reflecting fear. Your power. What has happened? How dare a mere quasi-emperor act so brazenly before me? After Yi Linglong's declaration, a tempestuous aura erupted, followed by the sounds of explosive ruptures emanating from Gongjin's body. The bones of the quasi-emperor shattered, and his formidable presence dissipated entirely. The three hall masters, sensing this, were equally taken aback, their gazes toward Yi Linglong filled with disbelief. They swallowed hard, finally understanding why the ancestor had appointed Yi Linglong as the Academy's head. Her power likely surpassed that of Dao Tian. Meanwhile, in the celestial prison, Chu Tianming and Gong Qingyuan remained unperturbed. However, at that moment, the seal of the talisman cage opened, and a figure descended from above, crashing down before them. Gong Qingyuan felt a sense of familiarity, and as she approached and recognized the man's face, her expression changed dramatically. Ancestor. Chu Tianming's face also fell upon hearing this. This was the ancestor of his senior sister. Hadn't his master previously mentioned that her family was formidable? The three senior sisters possessed similar backgrounds. Unbeknownst to them, two figures lurked in the void, Gu Qingxiao and Yi Linglong. Grandson, do they possess other forces behind them? Yes, and quite a few. I suspect it's significant. No matter. If the Tao Academy falls, we will have what we need. How do you know? The ancestor carries a presence. He likely sneaked over, taking fragments with him. There's no use in leaving them behind. We can stir the waters of the Tai Tsang realm through this war. You little rascal, just like your ancestor, full of mischief. As Gongjin regained consciousness, he coughed. Ancestor, who has injured you so grievously? The head of the Tao Academy, Yi Linglong. Gong Qingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. It seemed the Supreme God Dynasty was indeed in dire straits. Gongjin smiled wryly. Elder, do you possess a method to slightly breach this talisman? I could seek assistance. If it were easy before, I cannot say if it will be now. Let us give it a try. After all, I'm left with only a sliver of power. Should it fade, my life will be forfeit. Gong Jun's tone bore a sense of lamentation. Having emerged, he found himself on the brink of death. Chu Tunming felt similarly distressed. He had merely sought to leave, but due to the lack of payment, he found himself ensnared in this predicament. Gong Jun sat cross-legged, gathering the remaining vestiges of his strength. Break! At that moment, the talisman fractured slightly. Quickly, Gong Jun's voice turned hoarse with pain. Yi Linglong, observing the small breach in the talisman formation, felt exasperation. That incompetent quasi-emperor would never succeed in opening it, no matter the effort. Chu Tianming moved his fingers, forming a seal. Master, save me! An enigmatic aura manifested. The talisman formation sealed once more, and Gong Jun's body vanished. Yi Linglong collected Gong Jun's remains. Gong Jun perished, the child of destiny's luck diminished by 30,000. The villain value of the master increased by 30,000. Upon hearing this voice in his mind, Gu Qingxiao smiled. The war was imminent, and the Gu family must prepare for action. In the Grand Hall, Gu Juanza was already receiving Gu Qingxiao's message. Father, let the Gu family prepare. War is upon us. Gu Juanza rubbed his hands together, a smile spreading across his face. Gather around. As the elders of the Gu family approached, they looked at Gu Juanza with curiosity. Patriarch, what is it? Qingxiao has sent word. Upon hearing this, their eyes brightened. Prepare for war. As Gu Juanza finished speaking, the elders vanished in an instant. Gu family disciples, prepare for battle. The disciples of the Gu family, initially incredulous, exchanged glances in astonishment. No way. Are we really going to war? Hurry, hurry, or we'll miss our chance. Wait for me. My pants aren't on yet. Forget it. I'm going without them. One disciple after another rushed out. The elders hovered in the air, nodding at the Gu family disciples. The Son of Destiny has instructed us to ready ourselves for combat. You all, prepare well. And you, the ones without pants, go dress properly before returning. It's unbecoming. Far away on an unnamed peak in the celestial domain, an elder sneezed. Must be that little rascal cursing me. Master, save me. Upon hearing this transmission, the elder suddenly stood, his expression shifting. He produced 3 bronze coins, casting them to the ground. Bang! 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 3 explosive sounds erupted. Cold sweat broke out on the elder's forehead. Damn it, those are my meal tickets. What on earth has happened? Chapter 64. They seem rather arrogant, not taking us seriously at all. Who has this little rascal offended to shatter my source of sustenance? This artifact has accompanied me throughout my life, and now it has shattered after a mere divination. Yet, what horrifies him is that his disciple is in peril. The elder pondered. He had foreseen danger for his disciple but deemed it minor and had dispatched his 3rd disciple to assist. What more peril could arise that his 3rd disciple could not resolve? Could it be that the Dao Academy has encountered unforeseen troubles? It should not be the case. Damn it. I shall see who dares to threaten my disciple. With this thought, a portal appeared behind the elder, and he vanished. Dao Tian emerged, revealing himself amidst a tumultuous scene. The disciples of the Dao God Academy gazed in bewilderment at the disheveled old man who had suddenly appeared in the void. Who might this be? The 3 great palace masters appeared in the void, their expressions reflecting their confusion as they beheld the old man, a stranger to them. We do not know who you are, friend. What business do you have with the Dao God Academy's transgressors? Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Dao Tian had been branded a criminal of the Dao God Academy, an institution that, if memory served correctly, had been founded by his own ancestors. What had transpired? Are you acquainted with a disciple named Chu Tianming? Yes, he is in the heavenly prison. The audacity of the Dao God Academy was astounding. They dared to imprison even a disciple of the venerable Tianyin. Upon learning that his disciple was incarcerated, the venerable Tianyin's gaze ignited with fury. The 3 palace masters paled at the mention of the venerable's name, fully aware of the stature of Tianyin Palace. Who has imprisoned my disciple? Surrender him, or the Dao God Academy will find no reason to exist. This is my decree. The audacity of the Dao God Academy was truly remarkable. They even dared to detain my junior brother. Just then, a cold voice echoed through the void once more. And a radiant woman with striking features and flowing dark hair appeared, her gaze tranquil and unwavering. Clad in a purple brocade robe adorned with celestial motifs, she inquired, "The Sun and Moon Divine Sect, what brings you here?" Master, Xiaqinghe bowed respectfully to the venerable Tianyin. The expressions of the 3 palace masters darkened. Meanwhile, Numerous factions outside had taken note of the situation surrounding the Dao God Academy, astonished to find it under siege. Alas, two factions nearly equal to the Dao God Academy had joined forces. This time, the Academy had indeed kicked a hornet's nest. It was likely that the Dao God Academy would not survive this day. Look, perhaps more unforeseen events await us. Master, why did you not inform your disciples about the plan to rescue our junior brother? The void opened once more, revealing a playful and enchanting young woman from the Dongxian Holy Land. When Qingxiao bowed to the venerable Tianyin, Qingxiao has also arrived. I sensed that your junior brother was in peril, hence my arrival, especially after receiving a distress signal from him. Xia and when Qingxiao's eyes burned with anger. For they had only one junior brother. Their master had previously instructed him to descend the mountain, and they had even sent people to search for him, only to discover that he was in danger here. Who is responsible? Step forth. The two exclaimed in unison, disregarding the three palace masters entirely. The void parted, revealing a figure with a refined visage, clad in a crimson brocade robe, exuding an ethereal grace as he calmly regarded the assembly. It was I. Who are you? Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Did you not wish to rescue your junior brother? He is locked away in the heavenly prison. Do you dare to attempt to rescue? The disciples of the Dao God Academy shall not obstruct. Let them proceed. One by one, the disciples of the Dao God Academy emerged, observing the scene with trepidation. Please go ahead. The three individuals regarded Qingxiao with a wary demeanor, uncertain of his intentions, which only heightened their apprehension. If you do not dare to intervene, then be gone. Qingxiao cast a disdainful glance at them. Their expressions soured upon witnessing his contempt. How audacious! Regardless of your lineage, I shall teach you a lesson for your insolence. Xia stepped forward, confronting Qingxiao's arrogance. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Qingxiao appeared before her in an instant, fingers outstretched, unleashing a torrent of fierce energy. Boom! Xia plummeted from the void to the ground below. Who dares to act so brazenly before me, a mere scion? Simultaneously, the void opened to reveal a cage. The venerable Tianyin, his gaze aflame with anger, stared at Qingxiao. The young man possesses considerable audacity. At this moment, even the venerable Tianyin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his disciple, his pride, would not even have the opportunity to retaliate against this young man. I am too old to contend with a junior like you. Furthermore, while the Dao God Academy is formidable, it should not be your crutch. Today, I shall take my disciple and depart. After uttering these words, the venerable Tianyin gestured, and a unique aura materialized, revealing a runic cage. He sighed deeply as he gazed at his imprisoned disciple. Upon witnessing the venerable's actions, the disciples of the Dao God Academy remained still, for Qingxiao was watching closely, and Yi Linglong did not move either. As the cage opened, the venerable Tianyin surveyed his disciple's injuries, fury boiling within him. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned the power of the heavens and earth, instantly mending the injuries of several individuals. Seeing his disciples restored, the venerable Tianyin breathed a sigh of relief. They were his cherished treasures. Are you all unharmed? Master, we are fine, but my ancestor is missing. Upon hearing Gong Qingyuan's words, the venerable Tianyin displayed a look of astonishment. He then calculated with a furrowed brow. What has happened to my master? Where is my ancestor? The situation is unclear. We shall discuss it upon our return. The venerable Tianyin communicated telepathically. Gong Qingyuan, anxious, felt compelled to heed her master's words. We have intruded. We shall take our leave. This is my intention. The venerable Tianyin shattered the cage and departed. The disciples of the Dao God Academy exchanged glances, filled with helplessness. The stakes involved were too great. The pressure they faced from these factions was immense. Qingxiao smiled as he watched the departing figures. Director, they seem rather arrogant, as if they do not regard us at all. Chapter 65. The Gu family takes action. Agitated members of the Gu family. Upon hearing Qingxiao's words, the three palace masters standing nearby remained silent. They could not involve themselves in such a matter. One was the scion of the Gu family, and the other was the director of the Dao God Academy. The decisions made did not require their input. They turned their gazes toward the director, uncertain of the thoughts of the Technique's palace master. At this moment, Yi Linglong looked to the Technique's palace master. Having previously accepted Chu Tianming's goodwill in the form of a half-step emperor scripture. Upon hearing Yi Linglong's inquiry, the Technique's palace master fell into silence, letting out a sigh. I am willing to accept punishment, but the Dongxian Holy Land, the Wuji Empire, Tianyin Palace, and the Sun and Moon Divine Sect are all renowned powers, each with quasi-emperor level guardians. Acting rashly would bring no benefit to our Tao God Academy. Should a conflict arise, our academy might face annihilation. A person who can produce a half-step emperor scripture is undoubtedly of significant standing, and the implications of such a background are self-evident, even if they remain concealed. If Chu Tianming is backed by a formidable force, we would be confronting a coalition of 5 major factions. I believe it would be best for the Tao God Academy to refrain from taking action. After the Techniques Palace Master spoke, the Guardian's Palace Master and the Elixir's Palace Master nodded in agreement. Although the Techniques Palace Master had erred gravely, he made a valid point, and the implications of the Tianyin Palace were already substantial, with many factions indebted to them. What of the Law Enforcement Palace Master? Yi Linglong inquired of Gu Qingxiao. I have already offended them. They hold a grudge against me. I dislike being under someone else's scrutiny, so they must be extinguished. The 3 palace masters stared at Gu Qingxiao in disbelief after his declaration. Yi Linglong chuckled. In light of recent provocations, it is imperative that our Tao Divine Academy takes action. As the newly appointed head, I cannot allow others to perceive me as someone easily bullied. The expressions of the 3 palace masters of the Tao Divine Academy grew grim. The risks of conflict were substantial. Contemplating this, they discreetly reached out to the ancestral lineage in the back mountains. Although they were obliged to heed Knight Linglong, the elders of the back mountains were not bound by her command. The trio's actions did not escape the notice of Knight Linglong and Gu Qingxiao, who chose to feign ignorance, allowing them their opportunity to communicate. Shortly thereafter, several ancient figures appeared from the back mountains, clad in wrinkled gray robes, their gazes shrouded in restrained divine light. Knight Linglong regarded the 3 elders silently. They understood her unspoken message. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the 3 figures focused on Knight Linglong and Gu Qingxiao. We are aware of the situation. We will also take action. Do they truly believe that our Tao Divine Academy is defenseless? The palace masters were taken aback by the elders' words. They had summoned the elders to deter Knight Linglong. Yet now they were acquiescing to her plan, which could lead the academy into peril. Only Knight Linglong and Gu Qingxiao remained unfazed, for the elders believed that Tao Tian had already awakened, leaving them with no formidable adversaries. Thus, achieving their goals would be straightforward. The Tao God had become a mere puppet, allowing the elders of the Gu family to relay messages through it, which they could hardly disregard. Elder, this matter is of great significance. The master of the Techniques Palace interjected. It seems you have overstepped your bounds. You are to follow orders. And has the prospect of half-step imperial scripture already ensnared you? This is your chance for redemption. Otherwise, we can easily replace you. The Techniques Palace Master's countenance shifted. Grasping the weight of the elders' words, failure to satisfy them could spell doom for him and his family. Reflecting on his contributions to the academy, he felt unjustly threatened for merely attempting to prevent a conflict for the greater good. The masters of the Guardian and Pill Palace remained silent, shaking their heads in disapproval of the Techniques Palace Master's actions. It was evident that his allegiance to the Tao Divine Academy had faltered since accepting Chu Tianming's gifts. The Academy's members had suffered indignities while he feigned loyalty, allowing outsiders to bully them. I shall return to the Gu family, Gu Qingxiao declared. The assembly nodded in agreement. A vortex materialized behind him, and he vanished from sight. Upon his departure, Knight Linglong addressed the 3 elders. The Tao elders also support the call to arms. They have communicated that the Gu family is not as simple as it appears. Even if the other 4 factions unite, they cannot contend with the Gu family. Our involvement is merely to enhance the goodwill towards Gu Qingxiao. The 3 palace masters widened their eyes in astonishment at her revelations. Master of Techniques, you have changed. Do you not see how the disciples of the Tao Divine Academy regard you now? Assisting outsiders and bullying the academy brands you a traitor. The Techniques Palace Master fell silent. Upon returning to the Gu family, Gu Qingxiao was met with eager inquiries. Son of God, is war imminent? Will we strike against those 4 families? They implored him to issue commands before it was too late. Gu Qingxiao's lips twitched slightly. Prepare yourselves. We shall march forth. Kill! 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 A towering figure clad in white armor emerged from the void, exuding an aura of might, accompanied by soldiers whose eyes alone were visible, emanating a palpable bloodlust. The butcher has encountered the Son of God. Gu Qingxiao nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, faint apparitions appeared, kneeling in reverence. The shadows have encountered the Son of God. At last, a clattering of armor resonated as another figure emerged, his gaze domineering yet subdued in Gu Qingxiao's presence. The God of Slaughter has encountered the Son of God. He too acknowledged with a nod. Elders, will you not join us? As Qingxiao posed this question, a throng of eager individuals surged forth. Of course we will go. Those insignificant nuisances have long irked me. Were it not for restrictions, I would have skinned them alive. Chapter 66. You have ascended to the position of Empress. Will you not express gratitude to my Gu family? With a resonant hum, as Qingxiao's words faded, colossal figures materialized in the void, casting an imposing shadow, their fierce presence palpable. Qingxiao observed these figures, 4 hellish phoenixes radiating an aura of quasi-emperorship, their immense flames shattering the void. The phoenixes then subdued their might, extinguishing their flames as the Gu family mounted them. The azure jade Qilin let out a thunderous roar, its verdant resonance manifesting before Qingxiao. Outside the palace, a figure awaited, Tao Tai. Upon his entrance, the azure jade Qilin roared once more, and the void parted, allowing them to vanish. Simultaneously, the hellish winds shattered the void. Following closely behind, within the ancestral grounds of the Gu family, another figure also vanished. The members of the Dao Divine Academy gazed at the azure jade Qilin in bewilderment. Was Qingxiao merely using a mode of transport? I shall depart first, the azure jade Qilin proclaimed, taking Qingxiao with it. Has he truly gone just like that? The master of the Pill Palace questioned, perplexed. Did he go alone? He is flanked by 4 hidden quasi-emperors. Do you not perceive the gravity of the situation? Upon hearing this, the 3 palace masters rose, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The red-armored figure, the azure jade Qilin. Were they not both quasi-emperors? To embark with 6 quasi-emperors in tow. Did they truly believe he would venture alone? Knight Linglong regarded the 3 with disdain. With quasi-emperors emerging, did they still consider the peak of the sacred emperor to be so formidable? Unbeknownst to her, the 3 elders behind her wore expressions of embarrassment, realizing that forging relations with the Gu family was indeed an overreach. Knight Linglong's warnings, once dismissed, now bore weight, revealing the stark disparity. You do not suppose they intend to intervene, do you? They were further perplexed. Their role was merely to safeguard Qingxiao. How naive they were, having lived so long yet remaining oblivious. Let us all, including the 3 palace masters and the elders, accompany Qingxiao. His visit is not only to inform us but also to gauge our strength. Should we lack the necessary might, our alliance with the Gu family would be rendered void. The Gu family, in showcasing such formidable strength, has conveyed to us that they possess several quasi-emperors, likely exceeding the count of 10. If we cannot produce individuals of comparable caliber, our prospects for future collaboration with the Gu family will diminish, relegating us to an inferior status. Alternatively, should Qingxiao depart, our partnership may cease, for the Dao God Academy is far too weak. Do not take offense at my words. Without mutual benefit, you lack even the standing to be exploited. Do not feel aggrieved. Upon observing the changing expressions of the 3 temple masters and the ancestors, Yi Linglong added a remark, leading to a profound silence among them. She spoke the truth, and it was an undeniable reality. Let us set forth to obliterate the Tianyin Temple, the most powerful among the factions. Only by vanquishing them can we prove our worth. The Tianyin Temple boasts numerous strong individuals, including the elder Tianyin, who has likely reached the late quasi-emperor stage. I will confront him, while the rest of you shall handle the other formidable figures. My capabilities are limited to this, alongside the need to dismantle the formations of the Tianyin Temple. If we delay any longer, we may find ourselves unable to act, as Qingxiao and his entourage could obliterate them before we even intervene. Yi Linglong fell silent, casting a glance at the 3 ancestors. It seemed there was no alternative. The 3 nodded, forming hand seals, and once again, 3 figures emerged. This is the 7-star formation. I will transmit it to you, as your strength surpasses ours. When the powers of the other 6 converge within you, only time will tell the magnitude of your strength. After hearing this, Yi Linglong nodded, and countless figures vanished from the Dao God Academy. As she departed, she sent a message to the Gu family, urging them to act swiftly, for most formidable individuals had left. Upon receiving the transmission, the 10 ancestors of the Gu family vanished, their lips curled into smiles. At this moment, Qingxiao and his followers had already arrived at the Wujishan dynasty. With the demise of Gongzhen, the most powerful figure, their task became significantly easier. After Gong Qingyuan returned to the Wujishan dynasty, her expression was one of despair, for the ancestral jade pendant had shattered, signifying a true loss. Is it certain that my father has perished? She hesitantly inquired, observing the figures below. Indeed, the emperor has fallen. he perished while attempting to rescue you. Otherwise, the ancestor would not have ventured forth, and it was unforeseen that his intervention would not alter the outcome, ultimately costing him his life. Your Majesty, a nation cannot be without a ruler even for a day. The emperor has left behind a will, designating you as the next ruler of the Wujishan dynasty. Understood. You may leave now. After the departure of her attendants, tears streamed down Gong Qingyuan's face. Gu family, Gu Qingxiao, you shall await your reckoning. One day, I will personally take your life. The grievances she endured at the Dao God Academy ignited a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she stifled her sorrow. A nation cannot be without a ruler. Prioritizing the matters of the Wujishan dynasty was paramount, especially after losing an emperor and an ancestor. If the enemies of the Wujishan dynasty were to learn of this, a second calamity could ensue. Thankfully, she had often assisted her father in managing affairs. The following day, Gong Qingyuan donned the dragon robe. Within the Wujishan hall, she sat upon the dragon throne, her demeanor composed as she gazed at the ministers kneeling before her. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. It seems the Gu family has lent you a significant hand, assisting you in attaining the position of Empress of the Wujishan dynasty. It would be remiss not to express your gratitude towards them. As this voice echoed, the expressions of those in the hall shifted dramatically. The Gu family had arrived. Suddenly, amidst their astonishment at Gu Qingxiao's arrival, they sensed something amiss above the palace. It had been forcefully opened. A jade qilin hovered above their heads. Gu Qingxiao, what brings you here? It appears you have assumed the position of Empress. Yet you remain a foolish girl. Kill them all. Leave not a single soul from the Wujishan dynasty alive. Gu Qingxiao wore a gentle smile, yet within the hall, a chilling dread enveloped the onlookers. Chapter 67. You would do better kneeling than standing. Would all beings of the Wujishan dynasty be slaughtered? As they contemplated resistance, they discovered that the Wujishan dynasty had been sealed off. The void opened, and figures emerged. These were the foundations of the Wujishan dynasty. Cao Dai stepped forth, followed by several others. Their gazes fixed upon the strong individuals of the Wujishan dynasty, grinning menacingly. Before the smiles could fade, Cao Dai and his companions were upon them, seizing them by the necks. You dare to show your faces, mere trash who have just entered the quasi-emperor realm? It seems the Wujishan dynasty truly has no competent fighters left, allowing you worthless beings to parade about. With a sharp crack, Cao Dai exerted force, and a newly ascended quasi-emperor fell lifelessly to the ground without uttering a sound. The ministers of the Wujishan dynasty were engulfed in terror at the sight of 4 corpses within the hall. Do not bother thinking. Your grand formation has been shattered. Moreover, your dragon vein will soon be no more. Upon hearing these words from Gu Qingxiao, the countenance of the ministers transformed drastically. Are you not afraid of my master? That old man? If I wish to impede him, do you think he would ever escape? Whether at the initial, late, or perfected quasi-emperor stage, in the eyes of the Gu family, there is no distinction. Gu Qingxiao moved and appeared before Gong Qingyuan. Kneel. With a thunderous roar, a horrifying pressure enveloped Gong Qingyuan. She yearned to resist, yet her knees buckled uncontrollably, and she spat blood as her face paled. Within Gu Qingxiao's gaze, the essence of time manifested. Gong Qingyuan coughed up golden blood, her strength rendered null. Let me show you something entertaining. Gu Qingxiao's spiritual energy transformed into a massive hand, lifting Gong Qingyuan. Upon entering the palace, Gong Qingyuan knelt once more. Fires ignited throughout various regions of the Wujishan dynasty, the air thick with the scent of slaughter. The warriors of the Gu family moved like merciless machines of death. Spare them. They are innocent. Innocent? And what of it? Did your dynasty not commit mass slaughter when you waged war? You are a demon, a madman. Enjoy the spectacle. The elders of the Gu family, floating in the void, waved their hands, and an entire city vanished without a trace. A grim smile graced Gong Qingyuan's face. Time dragged on for a day, and by nightfall, the air was thick with blood. The surrounding factions of the Wujishan dynasty sensed the anomaly but dared not approach. Their gaze fixed in terror upon the quasi-emperors standing in the void, exuding a formidable, murderous aura. Gong Qingyuan had grown numb, wishing to close her eyes. Yet Gu Qingxiao compelled her to witness the unfolding horror. She understood all too well. This was the Gu family's revenge. Divinson, the vast territory of the Wujishan dynasty, is devoid of life. Even the mountains have been obliterated. Gu Qingxiao nodded. The Wujishan dynasty has fallen. The sun of destiny's fortune has diminished by 50,000, while the antagonist value has increased by 50,000. The system's notification rang out. Let us proceed to the next Dongxian sacred land. Qingxiao closed his eyes, and the Jade Qilin let out a roar before vanishing. At that moment, within the Dongxian sacred land, when Qingxiao's body suddenly rose. What did you say? The Wujishan dynasty of my junior sister has been destroyed? It is indeed correct. The annihilation has occurred. The Gu family has intervened and sealed off the infinite divine dynasty. By the time we became aware of the situation, it was already too late. The infinite divine dynasty was no more. You may leave now, when Qingxiao gestured, revealing a jade talisman in her hand. Master, the infinite divine dynasty has perished. Upon realizing that her transmission failed to reach its destination, when Qingxiao's expression shifted dramatically. I do not know which fellow Taoist has descended. I kindly request your presence. Suddenly, she heard her father's voice, and in an instant, she vanished, reappearing outside. Gazing upon the dark starry sky, a suffocating atmosphere enveloped her. When Qingxiao's countenance changed drastically, the Dongxian sacred land had been sealed. At that moment, within the ancestral tomb of the Dongxian sacred land, figures began to emerge. When these ancestors beheld the unexpected guest, they prepared to attack. The 16th ancestor cast a cold glance at them, his eyes filled with disdain. With a simple wave, a long river materialized. The elders of the Dongxian sacred land paled in response. The emperor? Impossible. How could the emperor possibly appear? Hadn't the powerful ones vanished long ago? Silence, you wretches! The 16th ancestor's palm struck, sending the quasi-emperor's head flying. Congratulations! You are fortunate to become a part of my Gu family's plan. The 16th ancestor formed seals with both hands. The ancestors of the Dongxian sacred land exhibited no resistance, their eyes glazed. These puppets are quite satisfactory, he remarked, casting a glance at the ancestral tomb. With a swift motion, he extracted a vein of spiritual energy. Excellent. My Gu family's foundation shall be further strengthened. You need not express gratitude for our assistance. As the 16th ancestor departed, the ancestral tomb collapsed. When Qingxiao looked at the night sky, Qingxiao, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Is it truly amusing to hide in the shadows? As soon as her words fell, a verdant Tao rhythm manifested in the void, strikingly apparent against the night. Then, a Jade Qilin appeared, accompanied by a kneeling woman outside the palace. Upon witnessing this scene, when Qingxiao's eyes widened, an overwhelming killing intent surging forth. Daring to humiliate my junior sister, Qingxiao, you seek death. When Qingxiao moved, summoning a sword to strike at Qingxiao within the palace. However, just as she stepped inside, a colossal hand emerged, forcefully sending her flying out. A series of explosive sounds echoing. When Qingxiao coughed up blood, her face pale as she struggled to rise, leaning on her sword. With a crack, the sword shattered, disbelief etched in her gaze. When Qingxiao's father, witnessing this, attempted to intervene, but an unknown hand rested upon his shoulder. It would be unseemly to merely stand. Perhaps kneeling would be more appropriate. As figures appeared, when Sheng discovered that the powerful of the Dongxian sacred land had been brought forth and compelled to kneel. Gong Qingyuan shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Just as when Qingxiao sought to cry for help, a resonant voice echoed. They turned to see their ancestral tomb had collapsed, comprehending the implications. Ancestors perished, spiritual veins lost. How had the Gu family accomplished this so swiftly? The Dongxian sacred land no longer warranted existence. Let the slaughter commence. Chapter 68. The Gu family's touching moment. The divine sun understands us. Qingxiao's voice resonated from within the palace. By the decree of the divine sun. With that, the figures vanished. When Qingxiao remained on the ground, unable to rise, witnessing the deaths of those from the Dongxian sacred land. No, please, I beg you. Spare them. They are innocent. Qingxiao, I implore you to show mercy. Silence permeated the palace. Truly tiresome. When Qingxiao's voice echoed incessantly, an aura enveloping her as her strength was stripped away, forcing her and Gong Qingyun to kneel together. The Dongxian sacred land has perished. The fated child's luck diminishes by 50,000, while the antagonist's value increases by 50,000. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Qingxiao led the Gu family away. The next target would be the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. Yet, Qingxiao did not pursue. For after the destruction of two factions, the Sun and Moon Divine Sect had already fled with its disciples, retreating to the Heavenly Pole Palace. At that moment, within the Heavenly Pole Palace, Elder Tianyin breathed a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that the Tao Divine Academy would truly go mad, bringing forth an assault. The 7 quasi-emperors had united, nearly shattering their grand formation. Fortunately, the strong from the Sun and Moon Divine sect arrived just in time, forcing the Tao Divine Academy to retreat. Chu Tianming, witnessing this scene, felt a similar anguish. The powerful of the Tao Divine Academy turned their gazes to Yi Linglong. Director, what shall we do now? Even the elders regarded Yi Linglong with newfound respect, finally realizing her immense strength. Wait, the Heavenly Pole Palace is not something we can contend with. Upon hearing this, they fell silent. The arrival of a Sun and Moon Divine sect member had already surpassed their capabilities. Yi Linglong could single-handedly vanquish these individuals, yet she refrained, waiting to see which forces dared to intervene, including the mysterious Tianji Tower behind the Heavenly Pole Palace. Should they choose to meddle, it would certainly become interesting. After all, the Gu family's outing was not without purpose. Extinguishing a few more factions would pose no issue. Moreover, the Taicang realm was not short of inhabitants. Having endured countless epochs, numerous factions, families, and powerful beings lay hidden. Yi Linglong was aware of several long-living clans, those that had remained concealed and did not emerge. The visible factions were merely those that had recently surfaced, unaware of their own limitations. Since Qingxiao sought to stir the waters of the Taicang realm, Yi Linglong, as her ancestral figure, would naturally cooperate. Master, the Dongxian sacred land and the infinite divine dynasty are no more. My two junior sisters may. Xiaqingha stood beside Elder Tianin, sighing as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Elder Tianin's body stiffened. Although he had suspected this outcome, hearing his disciple's voice, it was still painful. Chu Tianming, standing behind, clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. Fear not. Even in death, I shall protect you both, and I will send you to a safe place. Upon hearing this, the two remained silent, their attention drawn to the appearance of a verdant Tao rhythm in the sky. As a jade Qilin drew forth a grand palace. As Gu Qingxiao emerged, so too did the members of the Gu family. We bow before the divine sun. At that moment, silence enveloped the world, for the figures emerging from the void were overwhelmingly powerful. Even the ancestors of the Tao Divine Academy stood dumbfounded, as 10 quasi-emperors appeared seemingly from nowhere, bowing in respect to the opulent palace behind the jade Qilin. Elder Tianin's expression darkened, for he saw his two disciples kneeling at the palace entrance, their powers rendered null. A fierce killing intent erupted from Elder Tianin. Gu Qingxiao stepped forth from the palace, her visage as radiant as jade, her red robe harmonizing with the chilling atmosphere. As she floated in the void, she regarded Elder Tianin. Senior, it has been a long time. Upon witnessing Gu Qingxiao's smile, the members of the Heavenly Pole Palace and the Sun and Moon Divine sect felt a chill in their bones. Such a devilish grin was unparalleled, especially with the strong killing intent radiating from those behind Gu Qingxiao. Are these two young women familiar to you, Senior? What is your intent? I have little patience for disobedience. When they defied me, I deemed it necessary to administer punishment. Having released them, I acknowledge that the previous incidents were solely my doing and bear no relation to them. As their master, I could be considered a half-father. When my own children err, it reflects my failure in teaching. If their freedom is at stake, I would willingly sacrifice myself. Upon hearing this, Gong Qingyuan, Wenin Xiao, Xiaqingha, and Chu Tianming gazed at their master with expressions of profound gratitude. This is their master. Gu Qingxiao remained unmoved. As long as you eliminate Chu Tianming, I shall grant them clemency. How about that? One disciple's life for the safety of all. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiao's words, Elder Tianin pondered briefly before declining. I did not expect your master to hold such affection for your junior brother, he remarked. Ignoring Gu Qingxiao's provocations, Elder Tianin pressed on. You never intended to spare us, did you? Here's the deal. If you incapacitate that disciple of yours, I will let them go. What do you intend to do? Gu Qingxiao. Be swift. Gu Qingxiao's smile faded. Elder Tianin, this matter was initially trivial, arising from a mere dispute over a meal. He didn't pay, and that should have sufficed for a 2-day confinement. Moreover, we sought leniency from the Hall Master of the Taoist Academy, wishing to take him as a disciple. Yet, why do you all act so arrogantly before me? This statement silenced everyone, revealing that the entire situation stemmed from an unpaid meal. The members of the Sun and Moon sect and Tianin Hall similarly regarded Chu Tianming with disdain. Naturally, Chu Tianming sensed their judgment. Previously, I sought compensation. Why did you refuse? Gu Qingxiao ignored him. Observing Gu Qingxiao's indifference, Chu Tianming clenched his fists, his chest heaving with agitation. What are you truly after, Gu Qingxiao? Gu Qingxiao retorted, "What I do is not the question, but rather what you intend to do. Did you not summon reinforcements? They must be given an opportunity to arrive. Mustn't they?" Elder Tianin's expression shifted upon hearing this, and the faces of those from the Taoist Academy changed as well, while the Gu family members displayed excitement. The Son of Heaven understands their needs. Just then, a figure emerged from the void, adorned in a white brocade robe embroidered with the characters Heavenly Mechanism. Yi Linglong behind him wore a playful smile, revealing that it was a senior from the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. "Elder Tianin belongs to my Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Might the Son of Heaven spare them for our sake? We owe him a favor." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiao chuckled. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower, indeed. The arrival of this formidable presence seemed to ease the tension for Gu Qingxiao, yet his smile had barely settled when he spoke again. "Destroy the Tianin Tower, and let us see who dares to intervene. If anyone dares interfere, my Gu family will initiate a divine war, with rivers running red and bones paving the way. Elder Tianin, do you believe your backers will dare to intervene?" As Gu Qingxiao's words resonated, the expression of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower's elder shifted dramatically. He opened his mouth to respond, but a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Return." The elder's face darkened, feeling humiliated after emerging only to face such adversity from a youth. The Gu family, akin to demons, instilled fear even in those who witnessed their ferocity. "Kill." Members of the Gu family immediately appeared. "Let me handle this." At that moment, the beast Tathagata stepped forward. The others from the Gu family nodded in agreement. Beast Tathagata. A colossal black figure emerged, casting shadows over the land, exuding a ferocious aura. As it gazed at the formation of Tianin Pavilion, a consuming force materialized. As the beast faded, the protective array vanished. The Tathagata reappeared, seizing Elder Tianin and slamming him to the ground, creating a crater. Without relenting, the Tathagata wrenched one of Elder Tianin's arms off. "You dare to act so brazenly before our Son of Heaven? Such audacity, as a peak quasi-emperor. Who grants you the courage? Aren't you supposed to be able to foresee your fate?" Chu Tianming wished to intervene, but the immense pressure emanating from the Tathagata rendered him immobile. The Tathagata glanced at Xia Qinghe and Chu Tianming, causing their bones to crack and forcing them to their knees as their dantians shattered. With a swift punch, the Tathagata rendered Elder Tianin unconscious. "No, we have no connection to them. Spare us. We were wrong. We are willing to serve you." The Taoist Academy's powerful members observed the scene with complex expressions. They realized that the Gu family's might was beyond their imagination, and they felt fear as they watched the Gu family members, who resembled frenzied demons. Elder Tianin has fallen. The Sun and Moon sect has fallen. The Son of Fortune's luck has diminished by 50,000, while the villain's value has increased by 50,000. "Son of Heaven, how shall we proceed?" The Tathagata had arrived at the palace. "First, let us eliminate Elder Tianin. After all, at his age, he should have made way for the youth." The Tathagata nodded, waving his arm to conjure a rule that left Elder Tianin with no strength to resist before he vanished. "Elder Tianin has perished. The Son of Fortune's luck has decreased by 30,000, while the villain's value has increased by 30,000. Life-ending technique." Just as Gu Qingxiao was about to speak again, Chu Tianming, who had been bowing his head, lifted it, revealing one eye missing. His senior sister gasped in shock. A beam of black light swiftly vanished within the hall. "Ha! Gu Qingxiao, go ahead and kill me. If I perish, so shall you." Gu Qingxiao remained silent. "Forbidden technique?" Finally, Gu Qingxiao spoke, looking at Chu Tianming. "I did not expect you to possess a forbidden technique. It seems you are aware of these arts, Gu Qingxiao. Our fates are intertwined. Should you kill me, you too shall meet your demise. Should you harm any among us, I shall take my own life, and you will die instantly." Suddenly, several figures appeared in the palace, standing before Gu Qingxiao. He shook his head. "Your scheme is commendable, but alas, it is a pity." As he pondered this, a sinister aura coalesced in Gu Qingxiao's hand. Upon witnessing this, Chu Tianming's eyes widened. "It appears you cannot curse me." The hidden protectors of Gu Qingxiao and the Tathagata also stared in disbelief. "Master, this Son of Fortune is truly foolish. In the beginning, chaos birthed all things. The Master possesses chaotic energy. Does he not understand that it renders him immune to all forms of attack? If the Master were to be harmed, would that not be a disgrace to my system? Master, hurry and kill him, and I shall reward you with something special." Upon hearing the system's words, Gu Qingxiao revealed a puzzled expression. "Since you delight in theatrics, I shall reward you." With this declaration, 3 swords materialized behind Gu Qingxiao and flew toward Chu Tianming's 3 junior sisters. No stop. However, a formidable force bore down upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. Suddenly, 3 severed heads flew directly before Chu Tianming, fixing their gaze upon him. In Gu Qingxiao's mind, the system's notification echoed. The 3 fated women have perished. The fated son's fortune value has decreased by 150,000. The owner's villain value has increased by 150,000. No, senior sister. With a pang of anger, Chu Tianming spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His remaining eye burned crimson, while blood streamed from the other, staining his face a ghastly red, resembling a vengeful specter. Struggling against his immobilized form, he yearned to rise, yet the oppressive weight held him in place. Gu Qingxiao, I shall kill you. I shall see you dead. You will not escape unscathed. Gu Qingxiao approached Chu Tianming, pressing his head forcefully against the ground. You wish to kill me? Just wait and see. He pointed a finger directly at Chu Tianming's head, subsequently stripping him of his memories. Forbidden technique, the art of creation. Although it remains incomplete and fraught with drawbacks, the practitioner will suffer severe repercussions. This is merely one of its many flaws. Gu Qingxiao shook his head, instantly losing interest, thinking to have the Gu family elder research it later, as those old codgers were always idle. The fated son has perished. The owner gains 10,000 villain points. The villain's aura absorbs the fated aura, increasing the slaying threshold to 50,000, and rewarding the owner with the forbidden technique, the life and death order, as well as a fragment of time. Chapter 70. How fortunate it is to have a group of ancestors who live well. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Gu Qingxiao paused, astonished that the system truly bestowed upon him such a valuable item, a forbidden technique. He examined it. The life and death order can control a person's life, soul, and psychological fluctuations. Owner, this life and death order can be wielded at your discretion, but its effectiveness relies on your strength. The caliber of your power dictates whom you can control. The advantage is that it does not consume your life force. That is the domain of the fated son. Gu Qingxiao pondered, recognizing the balance of gain and loss. Let us depart. The matter here is resolved, he declared. At that moment, within the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, the elder returning bore a grim expression, having lost face before Gu Qingxiao, and was summoned back by his family. Before he even entered, he spoke, Master of the Tower. Why must I return? What are the Gu family? Oh, what are my Gu family? Upon his return, he found 3 figures seated in the grand hall. Smiling at him, his countenance darkened. You dare speak ill of my Gu family? Your audacity is remarkable. After the 13th ancestor uttered these words, droplets of water from a teacup suspended in mid-air. Instantly, a blood hole appeared on the elder's forehead. Is your Gu family becoming too arrogant? The master of the tower glared at the Gu ancestor, fury blazing in his eyes. You should know the temperament of our Gu family. Having been stationed at the tower for so many years, we have previously reached an understanding. We are not ones for words. Moreover, this is the cultivation world. If you can act, do not merely speak. Do you think everyone is like you, who loves to chatter? No wonder your wife remains steadfast by your side. You have gone too far. Merely a jest. I've come merely to communicate, to ascertain what shortcomings our Gu family may have that led your tower's foolish ones to offend us. Do not overstep your bounds. Heavenly secrets, we could still locate your true form. Do not become too arrogant. We simply chose to ignore you and temper your fury. It appears your eloquence is truly commendable, stirring such ire. Does your wife not pull you back when she learns of this? What do you mean? Compensation. The 10th ancestor replied with a smile. The master of the tower's face darkened. Your Gu family truly has a penchant for greed. We Gu family are but ordinary folk. With such a large family, we require funds for sustenance, unlike your tower, which is so affluent. Get out. The master of the tower produced a ring and tossed it to the 10th ancestor. Upon inspecting it, the 10th ancestor wore a satisfied smile. The one you killed was a traitor anyway. We acted, and you do not even offer a token of gratitude? The master of the tower widened his eyes, astonished at the audacity. I grant you an opportunity. Do you not have a junior who can accompany our divine son? Upon hearing this, the master of the tower pondered. My junior beside your divine son? Do you truly believe your divine son is invincible? Indeed, our divine son is exceptionally formidable. Even in our youth, we could not compare. This is your chance. I hope you do not lack wisdom. The master of the tower was taken aback. Was this not the height of shamelessness? I will not meddle in the affairs of juniors. Unlike you, who rally together to protect your prodigies when they are bullied. The master of the tower looked disdainfully at the Gu ancestors. What do you know? That is our treasure. Why do you think our Gu family has so many prodigies? And do not think we are unaware of your covert calculations. The master of the tower's face flushed with embarrassment. By the way, what realm has your divine son reached? I cannot even calculate it. Why should I tell you? Quickly. The service fee. Do not dawdle. The master of the tower's face darkened, yet he still produced a resource. We shall take our leave. By the way, step aside. This set of tables and chairs is quite exquisite. My little 16 and 15 wish to craft a coffin and lacks suitable materials. We shall take our leave. No need to see us off. As the master of the tower surveyed his palace, now stripped bare, fury coursed through him. How shameless! To think I was unfortunate enough to have known you in my youth. However, sending my descendant to you may not be amiss. A prodigy from the Gu family could indeed be formidable. The master of the tower, familiar with the Gu ancestors, understood their extraordinary capabilities. Perhaps I should let my descendant have a trial. It is about time he awakened. This era is bound to descend into chaos. Damn it, they even took my bed. Not even the teacups were spared. Has your Gu family gone mad with poverty? At that moment, the Gu ancestors regarded their collected belongings and then turned back. Just then, as the master of the tower was fuming, he heard the voice of the Gu ancestor. Heavenly secrets, your bitter tea is returned. We have no need for it. The master of the tower glanced at the bitter tea floating before him, his face reddening as he hurriedly stowed it away. You ought to clean yourself. Even lying on the ground, you could rise again. Leave! Leave! If you do not depart soon, I shall strip you of everything. The master of the tower, filled with rage, shouted, Run! The master of the tower is furious. Flee! The Gu ancestors made their escape. The master of the tower, raking his hair back in frustration, felt his temper spike. Then he chuckled. These fellows remain as shameless as ever. Subsequently, the master of the tower opened a void passage, forming seals with his hands. Tiamba! My son awakened. A consciousness emerged, and a youthful figure stepped forth. Upon returning to the Gu family, Gu Qingxiao entered the ancestral tomb. Momenslate! A ripple echoed through the void. Sensing the elder's return, Gu Qingxiao opened his eyes. Several ancestors regarded him. What resources have you acquired? Share some with me. The ancestors nearly fell from the void, taken aback by Gu Qingxiao's audacity to demand resources so soon after his arrival. They grimaced at the thought of parting with their hard-earned gains. Observing their expressions, Gu Qingxiao felt a vain throb on his forehead. Is that all? Noticing the 13th ancestor lingering in the back, Gu Qingxiao inquired, Do you have anything to contribute? The 13th ancestor produced a ring. Gu Qingxiao sighed in relief upon discovering the items she needed inside. After leaving, she noticed the bewildered expressions of the elders who expected her to take more than just one item. Do you not want these things? They were meant for you, they remarked. Gu Qingxiao cast a disdainful glance at the elders, asserting, I have no need for these. She departed, well aware that the Gu family was not lacking in resources. The elders, however, often felt otherwise and would seize any opportunity to acquire valuable items for themselves. The entire Gu estate was rich in spiritual veins, their number unfathomable to Gu Qingxiao, as the elders frequently returned with several, likely having taken them from elsewhere. As she was about to return to her palace with her possessions, her mother called out, Xiao, come here. Hearing her mother's voice laced with anger, Gu Qingxiao felt a twinge of confusion. It had been ages since her mother had been incensed. Could it be that her father had upset her? Hesitating momentarily, she was reminded of the items in her possession and decided to comply. Upon entering the grand hall, she saw a woman seated beside her mother. Sister, is this Gu Qingxiao? She is truly beautiful. There's been quite a stir lately, the woman exclaimed. Xiao, while you are young, focus on your cultivation and steer clear of trouble, she advised directly. Gu Qingxiao furrowed her brow. The woman was her cousin, now the wife of the leader of the Qiankuan sect. After receiving a telepathic message from her mother, Gu Qingxiao remained silent and inquired, May I ask who you are? I am your aunt, was the reply. Oh, is there something you need? If not, please return. Gu Qingxiao's words elicited a grimace from Yun Wan, who retorted, Xiao, Aunt, why are you wandering about instead of staying home with Uncle? Is the Qiankuan sect on the verge of collapse? I still have some resources. You should come and save the day. Moreover, you ought to return quickly. Otherwise, others might speculate, and our Gu family cannot afford that. Yun Wan's expression darkened as she clutched a qi cultivation pill, her chest heaving with emotion. Yun Shu nearly laughed at the scene. She had come to strengthen her bond with her sister and to share the news of Yu Shu's breakthrough to the Saint King realm. especially with their daughter's coming-of-age ceremony approaching. I must take my leave now, Yunwan declared before departing. Once she was gone, Yin Shu chuckled, imagining Yunwan's dismay if she knew that Junzai had already reached the quasi-emperor realm, capable of dispatching her husband with a mere swipe. What animosity existed between her mother and her? Previously, their family had produced two prodigies. One was herself, and the other was Yunwan. They had competed for the title of saintess of the Yun family, and despite Yunwan's underhanded tactics, she had ultimately lost. Later, Yun Shu married her father, which only intensified Yunwan's jealousy. At the time of their marriage, her father was already at the Saint King realm, though they publicly claimed he was at the Saint realm. Wasn't that a bit of boasting? Their attempts to conceive Qingxiao had been challenging, given that they had already reached the Saint King realm. Yunwan had a daughter rumored to have achieved the Marquis realm and attained full mastery of her inheritance, surpassing Qingxiao's displayed abilities. Seeing Qingxiao's rising prominence likely stung Yunwan, prompting her visit to flaunt her status. Ignore her, Yin Shu advised. At that moment, Qingxiao revealed a medicinal herb in her hand, and upon sensing its aura, Yin Shu froze, particularly when she detected the chaotic energy emanating from it. What is this? She gasped. As they perceived the blood-tinged scent, Yin Shu's figure blurred as she swiftly grasped Qingxiao's hand. After feeling her child's aura, her expression shifted dramatically, and she trembled, pulling Qingxiao into a tight embrace. My son, you need not have done this. It was my duty as a mother to save you. And after all these years, my essence has been replenished. Mother, you should take this. You were once at the quasi-emperor realm, and although you've restored your essence, reaching that realm again is no easy feat. The chaotic energy within this herb can enhance your constitution and replenish your essence. Besides, the sacrifices I've made are negligible. I'll just need some time to recuperate, Qingxiao insisted. Yun Shu released Qingxiao and examined him closely, gently caressing his cheek. My son has grown, showing concern for his mother. Qingxiao felt a blush of embarrassment wash over him. Since this is your intention, you should accept it, he urged. Junzi, having observed the exchange, pulled Yun Shu closer, his gaze protective. You truly are a good father, Qingxiao remarked, somewhat dismissive of his father's oversight. Enough of this childish bickering. By the way, I should be out of seclusion in about half a month. I will accompany you, Yin Shu stated, her eyes fixed on Qingxiao, confident he would agree. Qingxiao shook his head. There is no need for both of you to come. I can handle it myself. They are not worthy. He departed, leaving Junzi watching his son's retreating figure. The Qiankuan sect may be in jeopardy, he mused. I know. I suspect that Uncle San will intervene, Yin Shu replied, her grip tightening on the divine herb. Whoever dares to obstruct my son's path will face death. Regardless of who they are, my son, born of my utmost effort, shall not be bullied, and I will slay anyone who dares to do so. Junzi, witnessing the fierce determination in Yin Shu's eyes, embraced her tenderly, teasing, yet you just advised me not to get too close to our son. With a smile, Yin Shu departed, leaving Junzi shaking his head with a wry smile. Upon returning to her palace, Qingxiao encountered a familiar figure who placed a hand on her shoulder. She did not flinch away. Fortunately, your essence remains unharmed, her father remarked. Qingxiao was not surprised by Junzi's arrival. They were both, at times, pitiful figures, trapped by the expectations of their family, including the elders of the Gu clan. Why have you not broken through? You should have been able to do so long ago, Qingxiao questioned, recalling tales of her father's extraordinary talents. Junzi's calm demeanor indicated his reluctance. Qingxiao understood her father's sentiments. He awaited her mother. Should her mother fail to break through, their time together would be limited, and it was likely her father would accompany her mother in that eventuality. Considering the matter of the celestial artifact, Qingxiao had hoped that the Tianji Tower would provide assistance, as there were divine herbs unknown to the Gu family that they likely possessed. This time, her father need not worry. Her mother's constitution should allow for further advancement. I understand your concerns about your essence, which is why I came to check on you. Pursue your path unreservedly. Your mother will not hinder you, Junzi encouraged. Qingxiao nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 72. Setting off for the Qiankuan sect. As she watched her father depart, Qingxiao fell into contemplation. With his encouragement, it seemed her mother had entered seclusion. Thus, she resolved to proceed with her plans. The Qiankuan sect, is it? She murmured to herself, before accessing her personal panel. Master, Qingxiao identity. Prodigy of the Gu family in the Taicong realm, destined villain. Head of the law enforcement hall of the Tao God Academy Physique. Chaotic divine demon body, eye of the destined villain, integrated with 7 fragments of time. Grasping a thread of temporal rules, cultivation method. Chaotic divine demon art, heavenly freedom sutra forbidden technique. Heaven collapse, first layer. Life and death command, control over soul, life. And psychological fluctuations, aura. Aura of the destined villain. Blocks the probing of the heavenly Tao, strength. Late phase of law manifestation fortune's child kill line. 50,000 villain value. 600,000 backpack. None upon observing the accumulated villain value. Qingxiao smiled. For possessing villain value signifies the potential for continued enhancement of his strength. Currently, advancing a level requires 300,000 villain points, sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of law manifestation. Qingxiao directed his villain value towards his cultivation, instantly reaching the perfected realm of law manifestation. With the next step leading to the celestial realm, it must be said that these fortunate children truly serve as his lucky stars, facilitating rapid growth in his abilities. In the subsequent half-month, Qingxiao remained in seclusion. As for the Tao God Academy, it no longer mattered whether he attended, given that his grandmother presided over that place. Additionally, upon his return, those formidable beings had already been covertly subdued, rendering them devoid of utilitarian value. Working for the Gu family for free to accrue resources was still a worthwhile endeavor. When Qingxiao emerged, the Azure Jade Qilin had already manifested in the void, and his figure entered the Grand Hall. The Azure Jade Qilin let out a furious roar and vanished from sight. The members of the Gu family displayed expressions of confusion as they watched Qingxiao depart. But their curiosity leaned more towards whether the prodigy had ventured forth to trouble others. If he were indeed seeking conflict, it would provide them the opportunity to engage in battle once more. The skirmish from half a month prior had concluded far too swiftly for their liking, leaving them unfulfilled. Just as Qingxiao was leaving, many individuals stealthily followed suit. Qingxiao opened his eyes, and Tao Tai nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Tao Tai returned, stating, "Master, they are likely spies from the outside world, attempting to discern your whereabouts." Qingxiao nodded. These individuals deserve their fate. However, just as he was about to depart, he received a transmission. "Qingxiao, there is a fool. See if you can bring him along." Upon hearing the voice of his ancestor, Qingxiao displayed a perplexed expression. This was the first time his ancestor had mentioned such a matter to him. Who could it be? As Qingxiao pondered, a figure appeared within the palace. This youthful figure exuded a peculiar aura, with a strikingly handsome face that bore a bewildered expression. After scrutinizing Qingxiao, his eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "What the hell? How can you be more handsome than I am? This is outrageous." Tao Tai, observing the sudden appearance of this individual, prepared to act, but upon meeting Qingxiao's gaze, fell silent. "You are the son of Tianji? That old trickster? Who will want to be his son? If not for my age being greater, I would aspire to be his father," Tianba casually remarked. With Tianba's words, both Qingxiao and Tao Tai fell silent. The individual before them appeared somewhat unreliable. Could he truly be Tianji's son? Would Tianji not reprimand his son for such behavior? Qingxiao began to understand his ancestor's words. This fellow was indeed a bit foolish. "You are Qingxiao. Just as that old trickster described, you are more handsome than I." "Not bad, not bad." Interested in a discussion? Qingxiao's hair stood on end at the thought, eyeing Tianba with wariness. "Kid, are you interested in exchanging ideas? I could easily take you down." Upon perceiving the intensity of Tianba's gaze towards his master, Tao Tai stepped forward. Hearing Tao Tie's words, Tianba turned to him. "Tsk, brother Tao Tai, I am no match for you. I only wish to see what kind of realm the one praised by that old trickster has reached." Tianba then turned his attention back to Qingxiao. With a thud, Tianba rubbed his head, feeling a lump form, and before losing consciousness, he saw Tao Tai wielding a stick, grinning at him. "No martial ethics. Master, I shall hang him up. He appears to have just awakened and is not quite coherent," Tao Tai offered. Qingxiao nodded, and Tao Tai utilized the power of the laws to bind Tianba and suspend him outside. "Master, should we strip him of his clothing and let the wind cool his backside?" Qingxiao covered his forehead and sighed. "Forget it. After all, he was sent by the ancestor. Let him hang for a while. If he can survive the ordeal, then so be it." Qingxiao had not anticipated receiving such a character from his ancestor. He had expected a fortunate child, yet this was not the case. How could he be Tianji's son? Qingxiao's interest waned rapidly. Now, Qingxiao pondered whether this fellow was a fortunate child. Would he bring about the downfall of Tianji Tower? The answer was affirmative. When Tianba finally regained consciousness and realized he was suspended, He blinked, exclaiming, "No martial ethics. How dare you bully me? Qingxiao, if you possess the capability, face me in a battle. Ambushing is not a true skill. Take off his clothes and release the restrictions so others can witness his glory." Wait, Gudiyi, I was mistaken. Do not do this. I was merely jesting. I admire you greatly. Even though I am sealed by the divine stone, I can feel your charisma transcending the distance, awakening me to seek you out. Tao Tai and Qingxiao exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Let him down. Qingxiao had never encountered such a comical individual before. When Tianba was lowered, he entered with a beaming smile. "Ha, Qingxiao, let us settle this once and for all." Qingxiao appeared before Tianba, and a force of suppression manifested. Tianba's eyes widened, and he stood immobilized like a statue. Qingxiao had already returned to his original position. "C'est l'empereur. You are actually a seal emperor-level expert." Qingxiao remained unfazed, merely showcasing a fraction of his power. "How did you achieve this breakthrough? Was it merely your looks?" Tianba gazed at Qingxiao with curiosity, then produced a mirror. "With such looks, why am I only at the peak of King Ho? It should not be. Could it be that my old trickster father watered down my potential while sealing me?" In the following days, Qingxiao had never felt so speechless. How could one person's chatter be so incessant? "By the way, are you not from Tianji Tower? Can you not calculate?" Upon hearing Tao Tie's words, Tianba's eyes brimmed with disdain. "You are challenging my authority. I am the son of Tianji. While I may not possess the ability to calculate, my old trickster father certainly does." Seeing Tianba's proud demeanor, Tao Tai couldn't help but slap himself, questioning why he engaged with such a fool. After noticing Qingxiao and Tao Tie's indifference, Tianba sighed. "You look down upon me. Today, I shall demonstrate what true talent is." With this thought, Tianba sat down and retrieved a book, furrowing his brow. After a while, anger flared in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Why does this old trickster write in such a convoluted manner? Does he believe I cannot comprehend it? I could easily illustrate it in a simpler format." Qingxiao and Tao Tai exchanged helpless glances, realizing why Tianji had sealed him. Upon his emergence, he had even sold his father's bitter tea. Despite his complaints, Tianba remained fixated on the book. After some time, he set the book down, closed his eyes, and broke into a slight sweat. "Ha, old trickster. I knew you were reading those children's books." Tianba opened his eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. Subsequently, a vast hand emerged from the void and struck him on the head with a resounding thud. Tianba fell into a faint, a sizable bump forming on his head. "Gu Shensi, please instruct my son," he requested, expressing gratitude to the master of Tianji Pavilion. Qingxiao did not respond directly, but simply uttered a thank you. "Tianba is destined to face a calamity. I had previously underestimated it, but upon seeing you, I could not deduce further. Following you gives me a sense of reassurance." He continued. Qingxiao remained silent. Indeed, he could feel secure, as they were all enemies, and one could never know when one might meet their demise at another's hands. "Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to speak," he added. Qingxiao nodded, and the great hand vanished. At this moment, the Qiankuan sect was bustling with activity. After all, their dominion indicated an extraordinary strength. Upon her return, Yunwan looked at her daughter with pride. "My dear, the Gu family will also be coming. You must know of the enmity between me and your aunt." "Mother, I understand," the cool voice replied. Hearing her daughter's words, Yunwan's expression softened slightly. However, when she glanced at another disciple in the grand hall, a hint of disdain crossed her features. "Zhongzheng, what are you doing here? And Sheer, why did you bring him?" The handsome young man responded calmly, bowing slightly. "Aunt, I noticed Sheer was in low spirits, so I came to check on him. I shall take my leave now." After Zhongzheng departed, Yunwan's expression improved somewhat. "I wonder what your father was thinking, allowing him to join our Qiankuan sect. What use is a useless person? This is the cultivation world. What purpose does he serve if he cannot cultivate? Mother, it's father's decision. Please do not quarrel with him. Moreover, he's not as inept as you might think." Upon hearing Wei Shirshi's words, Yunwan displayed an incredulous expression, for her daughter had previously despised him. "Daughter, are you all right? Don't frighten me." Yunwan approached to feel her daughter's forehead. "Mother, I am fine. You will come to understand in due time. Please, let me be alone for a while." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Once her mother exited, Wei Shirshi let out a sigh of relief. Reflecting on Zhongzheng's assistance during her breakthrough, she realized he was not ordinary. In retrospect, despite others' criticisms of him, he remained composed and unruffled, as if viewing them as mere clowns. "What are you concealing? One day, I shall unveil it. At this moment, the surroundings of the Qian sect were continuously opening, with one force after another arriving, as many sought to seize this opportunity to strengthen their cooperation with the sect. As various factions continued to arrive, the sect master, Wei Yushu, wore a smile, while Yunwan beamed with pride. The arrival of the Gu family members today would showcase the Qian sect's grandeur. With the influx of forces, the Qian sect became crowded. Suddenly, a vortex opened in the sky, a green aura materializing within the void, revealing the figure of a jade-green scion, its immense form dominating the space with an air of majesty. Following it, a palace emerged from the void, runes intertwining and a harmonious aura coalescing. Witnessing this spectacle, many were astonished, realizing even the Gu family had come. The Qian sect was indeed extraordinary. Recently, Gu Qingxiao had been exceptionally active in the Taicong realm, yet many were apprehensive of the Gu family's overwhelming power, having obliterated several top factions. Among the arriving forces, many lacked even a saint as their leader, and upon seeing the jade-green scion in the sky, they bowed their heads, too intimidated to gaze further. Observing this scene, the sect master glanced at his wife, recalling that she had mentioned dealing with certain matters, presumably concerning the Gu family. Otherwise, they would not have come. Yunwan nodded in response to Wei Yushu's gaze. He sighed, recognizing his wife's tenacious nature and her desire for face. Having discovered that Gu Qingxiao had reached the pinnacle of the marquee level and was currently making waves in the Taicong realm, Yunwan felt a strong sense of competition, especially after having lost to her cousin. Therefore, it was essential for the younger generation to surpass her. In the void, Tianba surveyed the unfolding scene with a look of confusion, then nodded thoughtfully. Ah, it is the coming-of-age ceremony for the saintess of Qian. Gu Qingxiao and Tao Tai exchanged glances, both astonished by Tianba's exceptional talent, especially the aura he had just displayed. Shenzi, this individual is remarkable. I previously believed he had not received the Tianji Pavilion's inheritance, yet he has achieved this through a single book. Gu Qingxiao remained silent. After all, many possess great talent. If Tao Tai were to encounter some fated individuals, he might truly understand what it meant to defy destiny, mastering it in merely an hour, even predicting fortunes and misfortunes with ease. Let us venture out and witness the prowess of my cousin, Gu Qingxiao suggested with a playful glint in his eyes. Chapter 74. Could it be that the Gu family cannot afford to lose? Let others come. Tianba was the first to appear, and upon seeing the multitude gazing at him, he exhibited an excited demeanor. Are you all looking at me? I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Tao Tai regarded Tianba's shameless display and nearly kicked him. Yunwan looked at the young man with a puzzled expression, for she did not recognize him. And he was not Gu Qingxiao. Had the Gu family truly sent an unrelated person? Was this the Gu family Shenzi? He did not appear to fit the bill. Instead, he resembled someone simple-minded. Hush, we cannot offend the Gu family. He might be their Shenzi. After all, it is common for members of prominent families to possess certain bad habits. As Tianba emerged and heard the murmurs, he felt slightly self-conscious. Then, a man clad in a red brocade robe appeared, his face like a jade crown, with elegant features reminiscent of a celestial being. Upon seeing Gu Qingxiao, Tianba silently stepped back, feeling overshadowed in his presence. Yunwan, observing Gu Qingxiao, inquired, Qingxiao, has your cousin not arrived? Upon hearing Yunwan's question, many realized that this young man was indeed Gu Qingxiao, confirming that the previous foolish fellow could not possibly be the Gu family's Shenzi. There are matters within the clan that prevent my departure, Gu Qingxiao replied casually. Hearing this, Yunwan felt a pang of discomfort, as it seemed he was apprehensive of incurring embarrassment. Since you are here, please take a seat. Gu Qingxiao maintained a calm demeanor. After sitting down, Tianba positioned himself behind Gu Qingxiao. Do you harbor a grudge against her? Something seems off. Gu Qingxiao merely smiled and remained silent. A grudge? Not quite. It was just that some individuals were overly bothersome or excessively self-important, believing the world could not turn without them. Just then, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, a figure emerged. As this figure approached, Tianba narrowed his eyes. Who is this person? Not simple. He appears devoid of any power. If I were to confront him, I fear I would be the one to perish. How strange. This was the first time he had encountered such a sensation. Gu Qingxiao observed the appearing youth, his gaze flickering momentarily before he ceased further examination. What was so peculiar about a fated individual? Moreover, during these recent days, he had eliminated numerous fated individuals and obliterated several families. Countless lives have been sent to their doom due to Gu Qingxiao's words. Thus, he had long since grown accustomed to the presence of fated individuals. Upon hearing Tianba's words, Cao Tai turned his gaze towards him. Although he regarded Tianba as somewhat foolish, he attributed this to the young man's character. Setting aside other matters, Cao Tai held a certain admiration for Tianba due to his shamelessness and his awareness of circumstances. "What was it like encountering my family's divine son?" Cao Tai inquired. In response, Tianba shook his head. "I cannot say." There was not a hint of foreboding. Such individuals are the most terrifying to us. We would rather face those who pose a life-threatening danger than someone like Qingxiao. The feeling is indescribably stifling. Cao Tai remained silent. Qingxiao sipped his tea, and a vivid image materialized before him. Name: Zongjing identity, son-in-law of the Qian sect, child of destiny physique, innate spiritual body, primordial battle body, sealed strength, initial stage of emperor sealing aura, aura of the child of destiny techniques, innate spiritual formula, primordial battle technique fortune value, 800,000. Upon seeing this, Qingxiao realized that this child of destiny likely possessed multiple identities, particularly the innate spiritual body, which could be a manifestation of a primordial entity or something else that had undergone transformation through fortuitous encounters, or perhaps he was simply born with this physique. When Zongjing arrived, he scanned the arena, unfazed by the multitude of gazes upon him. However, his eyes lingered briefly on Qingxiao, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Tianba turned his head away. Zongjing smiled, but did not engage further. Many spectators regarded Zongjing with curiosity, having previously heard rumors of a son-in-law within the Qian sect. This must be the one. The leader of the Qian sect beamed as he observed Zongjing's arrival. "Zongjing, come and take a seat. The ceremony will commence shortly. My uncle has been rather busy these days. How have you been faring in this place?" "Thank you, Uncle Wei, for your concern. I've been doing quite well." Yunwan scoffed derisively from the side. The Qian sect leader's expression turned awkward, but Zongjing feigned ignorance. "Welcome, everyone, to the coming-of-age ceremony of my daughter. I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality." "You're too kind, sect leader," many responded, rising to clasp their hands in greeting. "Today is the day of my daughter's coming of age. She is the true protagonist. As her father, I shall not monopolize your time." As Wei Yushu concluded, a vortex appeared in the sky, golden lotus petals cascading down, followed by a figure approaching from afar, dressed in a flowing white robe with bright eyes and white teeth. Her long hair adorned with a wooden hairpin, the girl exuded a lively spirit. Many in attendance could not help but smile with maternal pride upon seeing her. Zongjing, noticing the wooden pin atop Wei Shixi's head, wore a gentle smile. When Wei Shixi's gaze met Zongjing's, she instinctively averted her eyes, a flicker of emotion passing through her. Zongjing smiled slightly at this. Women, always preoccupied with their appearance, neglecting their cultivation. They will inevitably become mere skeletons, Tianba murmured behind Qingxiao. Qingxiao nodded in silent agreement. For him, women merely served to slow his pursuit of the child of destiny. Wei Shixi's attention shifted to another individual clad in a red brocade robe, resembling an otherworldly being, utterly out of place in the surroundings. As if the Qian sect had sullied him. Her gaze inadvertently lingered longer on him. Observing Wei Shixi's reaction, many turned their eyes back to Zongjing, sensing an unusual aura about him. Zongjing's smile gradually faded as he caught sight of Qingxiao, a faint glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Though he believed that Wei Shixi was not of that nature, he felt he had managed to breach a small part of her defenses. Wei Shixi, regaining her composure, blushed as she noticed the teasing glances from the crowd and lowered her head. Upon witnessing this, Yun Wan's expression shifted. After all, she herself had been taken aback by Qingxiao's looks. Now that her daughter was at the age of budding affection, she worried that Wei Shixi might develop feelings for her cousin, which would be unacceptable. "Daughter, that is Qingxiao, your cousin, the divine son of the Gu family. Previously, I hoped you would defeat him to vindicate me." Chapter 75. Why are you so weak? Wei Shixi did not respond to her mother, for it was a coming-of-age ceremony that required her attention. As the proceedings continued, Wei Yushu glanced at Zongjing, observing his daughter, smiling. "Zongjing, come here for a moment." Zongjing approached with a puzzled expression, while Yun Wan felt an ominous premonition and wished to intervene. However, Wei Yushu's cold gaze silenced her, and she sighed. "Today, I formally introduce my son-in-law, Zongjing. In time, everyone will come to know him." Many looked at Zongjing, noting his lack of presence and inwardly scoffing, yet outwardly maintaining smiles. For he was the son-in-law of the Qian sect leader. Wei Yushu brought their hands together. Zongjing felt the delicate touch, his heart racing. While Wei Shishi inadvertently shifted her gaze to the calm Gu Qingxiao, her fingers slipping from his grasp. Zongjing was taken aback, as was Wei Yushu. I am still unaccustomed to holding another man's hand. Upon hearing this, both felt a sense of relief, yet Zongjing's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Gu Qingxiao. He then shook his head, realizing Gu Qingxiao was her cousin, and that any relationship between them was impossible. It appeared he had overthought the matter, and soon she would understand that he was the one most suited for her. As the ceremony neared its conclusion, Yunwan stood up. Upon seeing her, Wei Yushu shook his head but did not intervene. My daughter has spent the past few days in seclusion, rarely stepping outside. In her future travels through the Tai Tsong realm, should she offend anyone, I trust that for the sake of the Qiankuan sect, you will overlook her transgressions. Many smiled at Yunwan, inwardly mocking her, as it was evident she was practically broadcasting her threats. My daughter has only recently begun her cultivation and lacks combat experience. I hope to take this opportunity to test her and allow her to understand that there are always greater powers beyond. Upon hearing this, many realized Yunwan's intentions. It was merely a means to establish her daughter's authority. Qingxiao, I have heard your strength has reached the prince level. Your cousin has also attained this level. Why not offer her some guidance? Many fell silent, while those privy to the underlying motives shook their heads. Yunwan had resorted to desperate measures, sending her daughter to confront someone she could not overcome. Many eyes turned to Gu Qingxiao. He smiled. Did you not just emerge from the divine stone? Care to join me for a spar? After hearing Gu Qingxiao's invitation, Tianba pondered for a moment. Certainly, I too wish to ascertain the current level of prodigies. I will not hold back, Tianba added. Even if you were to kill her, the Qiankuan sect would not dare to retaliate. Tianba chuckled. Gu Qingxiao, I find myself quite fond of you. You are unlike the other prodigies I have encountered. Tianba stepped forward, challenging our divine son. You are not yet worthy. Allow me to take a crack at it. Noticing Gu Qingxiao's lack of movement, Yunwan frowned in displeasure. And who might you be? Just a rather unremarkable pretty boy beside the divine son, only willing to challenge women, not men. Many grimaced at this introduction, wondering where such a character had emerged. Gu Qingxiao laughed. Indeed, Tianba seems more suited to the role of a demon. My strength may not be impressive, but I can certainly handle you. You are merely at the pinnacle of the prince level, just as I am. Defeat me, and you can challenge the divine son. Let us see how it goes. As Tianba's aura enveloped the area, many attendees widened their eyes in astonishment. Hiss! Are Gu Shenxi's followers already at the pinnacle of the Wangho realm? The two seem to share a friendship. This fellow gazes at Gu Shenxi without a hint of reverence, suggesting he hails from a prestigious family. Could it be that the Gu family specifically summoned him to tackle today as troubles? Yunwan contemplated this possibility, recalling her earlier investigations that revealed Gu Qingxiao had indeed reached the peak of the Wangho realm, while her own daughter had yet to attain such heights. It was only through an unexpected encounter in a secret realm that her daughter had managed to break through. Thus, she had felt compelled to invite members of the Gu family to her daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. Otherwise, attending would have been nothing short of humiliating. Gu Qingxiao remained unfazed, aware of what his nominal aunt was thinking. As Tianba arrived, he called out to Wei Shishi, urging him to wrap things up quickly, as he had other matters to attend to. Being a young man who had swiftly ascended to the Wangho pinnacle, Wei Shishi was naturally proud. Although he did not verbally respond to Tianba's dismissive demeanor, he swiftly moved to the arena. Upon witnessing this, Zongjing felt an inkling of unease, especially upon observing Tianba, as if the latter was more formidable than he appeared. Be cautious. This individual is somewhat peculiar, or the Gu family would not have sent him here, he warned. Wei Shishi, upon receiving Zongjing's transmission, displayed a look of disbelief. He glanced back at Zongjing before averting his gaze. Zongjing merely smiled faintly, opting not to elaborate further. Wei Shishi realized that Zongjing's assistance had been far more significant than it seemed, indicating that the entire Qiankuan sect harbored a misunderstanding about him. What are you dawdling for? With your skills, stepping into the arena is akin to offering your head on a platter, Tianba remarked, unable to suppress his disdain. Does this fool even comprehend the nature of a competition? Does he not understand the importance of respect? At this moment, without warning, Tianba vanished, reappearing directly before Wei Shishi, delivering a powerful punch. Many onlookers winced at the sight, recognizing that this individual lacked any sense of chivalry, targeting his opponent directly. Wei Shishi, startled back into focus by Tianba's words, attempted to evade, only to feel a sharp pain in his lower back as he landed. A figure had appeared behind him, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the void. Gathering his spiritual energy, Wei Shishi retaliated with a forceful strike against the emptiness, using the backlash to stabilize himself. Tian Ba remained motionless below, a look of confusion in his eyes. Why are you so weak? Wei Shishi's face darkened, as did Yun Wan's, for their initial clash had placed her daughter at a disadvantage. Many spectators wore expressions of schadenfreude, reveling in the unfolding drama. Chapter 76. Could it be that the Son of Heaven has conceded? Wei Shishi's complexion fluctuated between green and white. Does this moron even know how to speak? If not, he should keep quiet. Fine, I shall dispose of you. You are far too weak. With his fists clenched, Tian Ba unleashed an intense wave of energy, launching an assault on Wei Shishi. In response, Wei Shishi summoned a spiritual sword, invoking the Qian Kuan sword technique. Countless sword shadows filled the air. I know your weakness, he declared. Suddenly, Tian Ba appeared before him, striking with a fist. The myriad sword shadows dissipated, and a figure plummeted from the sky as Tian Ba's fist left a colossal imprint. A resounding boom echoed through the void, as Wei Shishi, pale and astonished, realized he lacked any means of resistance. Who exactly was this individual? As he faced the incoming fist, Wei Shishi tapped the sword, causing a drop of mesmerizing red to materialize. Be careful, someone on the arena cried out. Wei Shishi snapped back to reality, noticing another fist imprint emerging from the void behind him. Had it not been for the warning, he would have been utterly defenseless against the impending attack. Tian Ba vanished once more, reappearing above Wei Shishi, unleashing a powerful force beneath him. With a thunderous crash, Wei Shishi's form plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater. How this is your battle? Truly disappointing. You dare to be distracted during a fight. Your combat experience is akin to that of a child, Tian Ba openly mocked. His disdain evident. When others offered a reminder, he failed to react with vigilance, instead gazing gratefully at the figure on the high platform. Had he never encountered a man before? Such individuals were merely fodder. Tian Ba shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. He had expected a more prolonged engagement. Qingxiao observed silently from above, sipping his tea. This was the essence of combat experience. That girl had likely been overly sheltered, a mere decorative vase. Qiao shook her head, bemused that such a person would dare challenge her family's Son of Heaven. As Tian Ba watched Wei Shishi struggle to rise, he sighed and turned to leave. If you are so disillusioned, shall I entertain you a bit longer? At that moment, a calm voice interrupted. Tian Ba turned to see Zhong Zheng, his expression laced with curiosity. When had this fellow appeared? Tian Ba assumed a defensive posture. One could gauge a person's strength by their demeanor, and Zhong Zheng had maintained an air of tranquility throughout. Such a person might be a seasoned veteran, prompting Tian Ba to remain cautious. In that case, I shall indulge you. The members of the Qian Kuan sect regarded Zhong Zheng's appearance on the arena with skepticism, their eyes reflecting disdain. Some elders glanced at the Qian Kuan sect leader, concerned about the fate of their chosen son-in-law, fearing he might be defeated before even revealing his abilities. Yun Wan's expression darkened as Zhong Zheng took the stage. Come down quickly. Don't embarrass yourself. My daughter couldn't compete. Why must you go up? She implored. Zhong Zheng, this is no trifling matter. This fool thinks he can ascend. He will likely concede before even engaging. Alas, if the holy maiden has fallen, who is this man? Why is he so powerful? The same prodigy? Yet our holy maiden could not muster any resistance. Zhong Zheng paid no heed to the murmurs, striding over to Wei Shishi and lifting her in a princess carry. You step down for now, leave the rest to me. No one shall tarnish the Qian Kuan sect's reputation. As Wei Shishi met Zhong Zheng's calm gaze, she bowed her head, sensing the contained fury within him. Was it for her sake? Release my daughter. Yun Wan interjected, pulling Wei Shishi away. Zhong Zheng, though I am unaware of the enchantment you have cast upon my man, remember your place. You are unworthy of being with my daughter. Just look at your pitiful state. Do you think you deserve her? Mother, Wei Shishi admonished sternly. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Yun Wan fell silent, casting a disdainful glance at Zhong Zheng. If you wish to seek your own demise, I shall not stop you. Death would be a relief from your presence. Zhong Zheng's grip beneath his ornate robe tightened until his knuckles turned white. Be cautious. Your safety is paramount. Wei Shishi, observing Zhong Zheng's suppressed frustration, softly spoke, Take this. May it grant you protection. She retrieved an object from her embrace and placed it in Zhong Zheng's hand. Daughter you. Mother, please cease your words. Upon hearing this, Yun Wan fell silent, letting out a cold snort before departing. Zhongzheng gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, recognizing it as a cherished talisman often worn by Wei Shirshi, imbued with her warmth. His previously vexed expression vanished, and he tucked the protective charm close to him. Turning to face the formidable Tian Ba on the arena, the two stood opposite each other. You do not belong to this era. You are an ancient anomaly that was once sealed. Tian Ba, upon hearing Zhongzheng's words, refrained from retorting. It became clear, a relic from the past. No wonder the saintess of the universe had faltered. The elders of the universe sect likewise displayed expressions of confusion. How had Zhongzheng discerned this when they had not? Their gazes shifted to the sect master, who appeared equally incredulous. Indeed, I was sealed away, but what of it? What of it? Merely that I wish for you to lie down. Zhongzheng's demeanor remained calm as he spoke. Just as Tian Ba was about to respond, a voice echoed from behind. Tian Ba, return. The serene tone shattered the tranquility of the universe sect. Without hesitation, Tian Ba turned to leave. Zhongzheng's eyes burned with fury as he watched Tian Ba's retreating figure. If you dare to strike, the existence of the universe sect is rendered unnecessary. As Zhongzheng prepared to make a move, Qingxiao's voice rang out once more, halting his advance. However, the expressions of those within the universe sect and the participants shifted upon hearing her words. The tone was far too audacious. I've heard of you, the son of the Gu clan. How amusing it is that an ancient anomaly is representing you in this contest. Upon hearing this, Tao Dai stepped forward, but Qingxiao waved him back. The strength of the emperor is such that Tian Ba is no match for him. Why risk injury over pride? Since you, son of the Gu clan, have spoken thus, does it imply your concession? Zhongzheng emphasized the word concession. Chapter 77. Qingxiao takes action. Tao Dai is released. Though Zhongzheng spoke in this manner, he remained vigilant. A scion from a prominent family was not to be underestimated. Upon Qingxiao's approach, he surmised that Wei Shirshi was no match for her. Realizing that Qingxiao had unveiled his strength, Zhongzheng no longer concealed his own, unleashing the initial stage of the emperor's realm. The overwhelming aura left the members of the universe sect and the participants in shock. After all, it was already remarkable for the younger generation to break through to the marquis realm. Yet, here stood a prodigy whose power had ascended to the emperor realm. Yunwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Zhongzheng, her expression darkening. She had not anticipated that the silent figure before her had achieved the emperor realm. Yu Yushu sighed upon witnessing this. I knew he was no fool, but I never expected his realm to reach the emperor level. This young sovereign possesses talent that far surpasses our daughter. Wei Shirshi fell into a brief contemplation, realizing that the man who had always been by her side was, in fact, even more extraordinary than herself. Father, mother, my breakthrough owes much to him. Upon hearing Wei Shirshi's words, Yu Yushu and Yunwan were taken aback. And after a moment, they sighed. Yunwan's face shifted from pale to flushed. The person she had previously dismissed turned out to be more extraordinary than her daughter. If he were to be unleashed, many factions would surely vie for him. I was mistaken, Yunwan murmured, taking a deep breath. Yu Yushu and Wei Shirshi exchanged relieved smiles. Ah, the young sovereign. I once thought the sect master of the universe a fool, yet it seems the true jester is I. Even now, you refuse to admit your folly. Such is the disparity. In emperor realm, if one of our descendants were to emerge with such prowess, they could rewrite the family lineage. Envy dripped from their lips. Yet, the sect master's wife had always been unkind to this fellow. Perhaps she harbored grievances. We could subtly win her over. After all, we have our own saintess. Many thoughts ignited within them, for they had all witnessed the sect master's wife's treatment of Zhongzheng, sensing an opportunity. Tian Ba, initially confused, shifted his stance upon sensing Zhongzheng's unveiled aura, his expression changing as he positioned himself behind Qingxiao, resolutely avoiding distraction. I do not concede. I merely wish to witness the might of a prodigy who has attained the emperor realm at such a young age. Upon hearing Qingxiao's words, many eyes brightened. Would he personally take the stage? Ah, you may certainly try. I too wish to see the extent of the Gu clan scion's abilities. With a swift motion, Qingxiao ascended the arena, locking eyes with Zhongzheng. The crowd held its breath in anticipation. As the host, we of the universe sect shall allow the sun to make the first move, Zhongzheng proclaimed. Qingxiao nodded, and a colossal manifestation of law emerged behind him. As the manifestation materialized, all present were rendered speechless, rising to their feet in awe. The towering figure extended its hand, capturing Zhongzheng. Zongjing's eyes mirrored astonishment. This younger scion of the Gu clan had already attained the realm of manifestation. A manifestation. Truly, the scion of the Gu clan has reached such heights. On the elevated platform, Yunwan stood abruptly, exclaiming, Impossible, impossible. How can he be so prodigious? Why is my son not as remarkable? In a state of frenzy, Yunwan muttered incoherently. Even the sect master of the universe's expression shifted, revealing shock. Beside her, Wei Shishi gaped, wide-eyed. Is this the one my mother urged me to challenge? Is this truly a challenge or a death sentence? The manifestation tightened its grip on Zongjing. The sound of cracking bones echoing within him. I have made my move. Why do you not resist? Originally, I was merely extending a courtesy to my aunt. If this ends in loss of face for the Gu clan, what harm is there? It seems you enjoy seeking validation too much. An emperor prodigy, is it? Allow me a single strike? Gu Qingxiao commanded, exerting the manifestation's power once more. A chilling cry resonated throughout the martial arena. The manifestation released Zongjing, who plummeted from the void to the ground. Gu Qingxiao placed his foot upon Zongjing's face, and with a sharp crack, the ground fissured, collapsing beneath them. Zongjing's figure vanished from sight. Standing upon the arena, Gu Qingxiao appeared unfazed, surveying the surroundings as those who met his gaze lowered their heads. Returning to his position, he sipped his tea, setting the cup down delicately, as though the prior confrontation had not involved him at all. At this moment, Tianba finally regained his composure, staring at Gu Qingxiao's retreating figure with a blend of complexity and relief. No wonder that old trickster urged me to follow Gu Qingxiao. The disparity is immense. I have yet to attain the Emperor realm, while Gu Qingxiao has already reached the realm of manifestation. Meanwhile, Tao Tai also returned to his senses, regarding Gu Qingxiao as though he were a monster. The memory of Gu Qingxiao's breakthrough to the Marquis realm was still vivid. How had he ascended to the realm of manifestation so swiftly? Truly, the Gu clan's ancestral grave must be blessed. The sect master of the universe ascended the arena, invoking a force of law to extract Zongjing from the ruins. Many gasped in horror at the pitiful sight of Zongjing. It was truly a lamentable state. His bones were starkly visible through his flesh, and not a single part of his body remained unscathed. Divine One, has the farce concluded? Shall we take our leave? Gu Qingxiao did not turn back. Is our Gu family affluent? After presenting such lavish gifts, we cannot merely be here to spectate. Upon hearing this, Tianba's forehead was lined with dark clouds. If the Gu family were impoverished, then they were akin to a sewer. Tao Tai pondered similarly. In that case, I'll feast without restraint. Gu Qingxiao nodded. If Tao Tai indulges, the Lord of Qiankuan will surely shed tears. The banquet was prepared. Esteemed guests, let us proceed. The Lord of Qiankuan wore a grim expression, yet managed a strained smile before departing with Zongjing. Gu Qingxiao observed the departing figures with a smile, realizing that this was the unexpected twist he had anticipated. Let us see what cards you truly hold. At that moment, the unconscious Zongjing trembled, as though confronted with a dreadful revelation. Within the Qiankuan sect, the astonishment that once surrounded Gu Qingxiao's prowess had now shifted to the man in red armor. As platters of exquisite delicacies were consumed by him, the onlookers cast aside their reservations. Why should we be courteous after presenting so many gifts? Chapter 78. The Child of Destiny was taken aback. I provided you with ample time for investigation. Tianba's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene. Goodness, the gifts received by Qiankuan sect are barely sufficient for a feast. As a prominent force, Qiankuan sect could not allow their guests to leave unsated, especially when the dishes were of the utmost rarity. Many had never tasted such delicacies, and the sect wished to maintain an air of grandeur. Previously, even the finest dishes were merely nibbled at symbolically. However, with the insatiable Tao Tai in attendance, the atmosphere turned chaotic as he devoured everything in sight, unabashedly requesting more. The Lord of Qiankuan's lips twitched as anxiety gripped his heart. How did it come to this? At that moment, Zongjing regained consciousness, and a radiant-eyed woman beside him smiled upon seeing him awake. Zongjing, you are awake. He looked at Wei Shishi with a mix of guilt and sorrow. Sir, I apologize. I did not foresee. It is not your fault. No one anticipated that my cousin would reach the law manifestation realm. Though you may not be as powerful, you have attained the Emperor's realm at a young age. You are quite remarkable in your own right. Wei Shishi trailed off, sensing she had misspoken. Zongjing felt an ache in his heart, as if a blade had pierced deep within. Age, defeat, Emperor? Why did it feel so disheartening? Ah, You are the focus of today's events. You need not remain here with me. I am well now. Zongjing sat up, and Wei Shishi nodded, departing. After she left, Zongjing assessed his condition, wearing a complicated expression. Deep in the rear mountains, there was something that could aid me immensely. Zongjing stealthily departed. Upon arriving at his destination, he found himself in a cave filled with medicinal herbs, and a smile spread across his face. With these, I shall swiftly break through. Meanwhile, Qingxiao revealed a smile at the banquet. The master has seized the spirit herbs belonging to the child of destiny. The child's fortune value decreases by 30,000, while the master's villainous value increases by 30,000. Qingxiao had already begun to devise a plan upon discovering the child of destiny's unique advantage. As for Wei Shishi, she had been controlled by the life and death decree. Exciting events were on the horizon. Qingxiao murmured softly. Upon hearing Qingxiao's words, Tianba and Taotai exchanged puzzled glances. However, since Qingxiao had spoken, it seemed that something extraordinary was indeed unfolding, prompting the two to eat with even greater fervor. Once a person sheds concern for their reputation, they become indifferent to all else. Tianba felt this way. It was an exceedingly pleasant sensation. Zongjing returned to his dwelling, his eyes gleaming with determination. At last, it seems I must rely on you. He consumed the herbs in his hand. Suddenly, the door swung open. Wei Shishi gasped upon seeing Zongjing. Her sharp exclamation shattered the atmosphere of the Qiankuan sect. Shadows began to appear, fearing something had gone awry, and they turned their gaze towards the palace. Good heavens! The collective astonishment reverberated among those at the banquet, who rushed to Zongjing's palace. Upon witnessing the scene within, many turned pale, and some even retched. Taotai and Tianba's eyes widened, staring at Qingxiao as if he were a demon. How could you know and not inform us beforehand? Exclamations filled the air, and Zongjing's expression soured. Just as he was about to consume the medicinal herbs for cultivation, why had these people barged in? Were they after the spirit herbs in his possession? At that thought, he promptly swallowed the herbs. Ugh! What in the world? Has this fellow turned into a dung beetle? Qingxiao made a subtle gesture, and the formation disappeared without a trace, being a system arrangement. Zongjing's vision momentarily blurred before he gasped in shock. What the hell? As he looked at the object in his hand, he couldn't help but exclaim. Many stood agape, stunned by the sight. With a swift flick, he discarded the item. Damn it! How dare you! Many struck by the object erupted in curses and prepared to retaliate. The Lord of Qiankuan coldly commanded silence, and the room fell quiet. Tianba and Taotai were left in a state of disbelief. Even Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this child of destiny to be so extraordinary as to fling that thing into the mouths of several individuals. Those untouched began to converse. Could consuming that speed up cultivation? I don't know, but he seemed to enjoy it immensely, eating so rapidly that one might think it a delicacy. Could he have achieved the Emperor's realm through this? Impossible. It's essentially refuse. But utilizing refuse in such a manner seems absurd. I suspect this fellow has indeed become a dung beetle. Perhaps it's his peculiar preference. Should I have my family's younger generation try it? There seems to be some hidden secret. Qingxiao, Taotai, and Tianba stood petrified at the side. These ancestral figures of the younger generation were bold enough to act on their curiosity. What are you doing? This cannot be happening. Zongjing, no matter how composed, felt the weight of the many eyes upon him. After all, to eat such a thing in front of so many was utterly humiliating. Yunwan, the Lord of Qiankuan, and Wei Shishi all looked even more grim. Especially Wei Shishi, who had intended to bring Zongjing something to eat, only to return and witness such a spectacle, left her bewildered and unable to control her own outburst. I implore your forgiveness for this disgraceful incident. We at Qiankuan sect shall compensate the injured parties. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. The Lord of Qiankuan's expression was grim. Many present changed their expressions, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. At that moment, Zongjing noticed Qingxiao watching him with a cold smile. You! It must have been you! Enraged, Zongjing shouted. What is that foul odor? Many gazes turned towards Qingxiao, who appeared perplexed. Have you lost your mind? Yunwan stepped forward, shouting in anger. You must believe me. It was indeed him, acting out of vengeance against the Qiankuan sect. It was he who did it, sure. Trust me. It was truly his doing. This is absurd. Since you claim I am responsible, I shall remain for a few days to provide evidence for your investigation. If I am not the culprit. Chapter 79. After all, my intent is to annihilate the Qiankuan sect. If I am innocent, I shall initiate the divine war. This is your choice. "Aunt, might you find me a place to stay?" Gu Qingxiao's face radiated with a smile. However, upon seeing him, they could not muster a smile, for Gu Qingxiao's words were utterly terrifying. The initiation of a divine war signifies what they well understood. It means the obliteration of both the Qingxiao sect and the Gu family. Moreover, Gu Qingxiao now sought to reside within the Qingxiao sect, which was intolerable, yet they could not act against him. For Gu Qingxiao was the scion of the Gu family, young yet possessing the formidable strength of the law manifestation realm, a treasure in any clan, especially within the Gu family. Yun Wan's expression soured. She wished to say something, but fell silent under Gu Qingxiao's gaze. After all, she had initially invited Gu Qingxiao, intending to humiliate him, but the one to be humiliated first was the Qingxiao sect, and now this situation had arisen. The leader of the Qingxiao sect observed Gu Qingxiao's domineering demeanor and likewise fell silent. He knew that the matter was unlikely to be the doing of Gu Qingxiao. Frankly speaking, it was beneath him. Considering Gu Qingxiao's conduct in the Taicang realm, he always avenged his grievances openly. It was improbable he would employ such despicable tactics, unless, contemplating this possibility, even the leader of the Qingxiao sect felt uncertain. "Qingxiao, this matter can be negotiated. Perhaps he is merely mentally compromised today. Do not stoop to his level. Of course, I shall not lower myself to his standards. Yet I am curious to discover who is truly behind this. 3 days. You have only 3 days. This time is granted to you, as well as to your Qingxiao sect, considering he is the son-in-law of the Qingxiao sect." Wei Yushu's countenance darkened upon hearing this. He had not anticipated Gu Qingxiao's blatant disregard for face. Gu Qingxiao turned and departed, revealing the azure jade qilin, which then lay suspended in the void. The leader of the Qingxiao sect's expression darkened as he glanced at Yunwan. "Look at the mess you've created." Yunwan felt pained upon hearing the leader's words. "How dare you blame me for this? Was it I who instigated this?" He made a mistake and now seeks to frame another. "I at least admit my faults. Sheer has lost, and that is that, yet he insists on stepping forward. Had he not concealed his strength, I would not have acted so. You know the animosity between my cousin and me. I merely wish to surpass her. Besides, did you not attempt to intervene? Even if this situation arose, I could have resolved it. If not, I would have let the Yun family handle it, ensuring it would not implicate your Qingxiao sect." The leader of the Qingxiao sect, observing Yun Wan, felt anger rising, but ultimately sighed. "And you? Today's events were all orchestrated by you. Have you considered whether Gu Qingxiao is the one behind this? What authority do you possess? Do you have any backing? Do you believe the Qingxiao sect would go to war with the Gu family over you? Reflect upon your own standing. Do not forget, although we have enmity with Gu Qingxiao, our ties are closer than yours. Furthermore, this world is one of survival of the fittest. While you may be extraordinary, Gu Qingxiao surpasses you in that regard. Would it not be more beneficial for us to maintain a good relationship with him? And now you dare to slander him? Do you truly think the people of the Qingxiao sect would assist you in your investigation? For from the beginning, there has been no significance in this." Yunwan turned to look at Zhong, and after a scolding, she led Wei Shirshi away. The leader of the Qingxiao sect's expression darkened. After all, his wife spoke the truth. Gu Qingxiao's value was indeed greater, considering the connections involved. If the Qingxiao sect were to aid Zhong's investigation, the ancestors of the Qingxiao sect would certainly not consent. "Take care of yourself. I have matters to attend to." After watching them leave, Zhong wore a blank expression, having been so focused on proving himself. Yet the events had transpired. It seemed his mentality was still immature, unable to control his emotions freely. "If you will not investigate, then I shall do so personally." Zhong sensed something peculiar about today's events, and after freshening up, he sat cross-legged to meditate for a while. When he next opened his eyes, he had regained his composure, even donning a smile. Gu Qingxiao, witnessing this scene within the palace, could not help but marvel at the resilience of this child of destiny. "My purpose is to wage war against the Qingxiao sect. Who dares to cause my mother distress shall meet their end." A glint of coldness flashed in Gu Qingxiao's eyes. "If they wish to investigate, I shall grant them time. Thus, the opportunity for war shall arise." Gu Qingxiao manipulated the life and death order. At this moment, Wei Shirshi observed her mother's troubled expression, her gaze flickering. "Mother, I wish to go out for a walk and speak with him. What do you seek him for? After all, he has committed such acts. Mother, we must investigate this matter. I will merely cooperate with him. It is possible that both the Qingxiao sect and the Gu family have been manipulated, with someone seeking to use this opportunity to instigate conflict between our families. If we uncover the truth, we can identify the mastermind. Otherwise, we risk being played for fools, suffering the consequences. Moreover, my cousin has granted us 3 days. This time carries implications as well. If we cannot uncover the truth, he will take matters into his own hands. My cousin is extraordinarily gifted. The ancestor will certainly wish to deepen ties with him. If we cannot even investigate this injustice against him, how can we, the Qingxiao sect, retain any dignity in collaborating with others? Upon hearing Wei Shixi's words, Yunwan fell in a deep thought, realizing that today's events were indeed too strange. They had failed, suffering humiliation, and then framing Gu Qingxiao. Mother, did my cousin ever leave your sight? Though he did not physically depart, he was surrounded by considerable protective forces. What if someone orchestrated this situation? Mother, do you still believe my cousin is the culprit? Yunwan fell silent, pondering deeply. Now she could not ascertain who was truly responsible. Come here. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in their ears. Upon hearing this voice, the mother and daughter exchanged glances and nodded. They recognized it as the voice of an ancestor from the Qingxiao sect. It appeared that a resolution regarding this matter was imminent. Yunwan sighed. Chapter 80. 3 days of time to grant some individuals a stance. Yunwan and Wei Shixi entered the grand hall, where a figure already sat, the ancestor of the Qingxiao sect, expressionless, who nodded as they approached, acknowledging their presence. Elders, the two bowed respectfully and took their seats. I am aware of the situation. Such an incident was unforeseen, and the strength of the Gu family exceeds our expectations. Therefore, we must not let our guard down. In 3 days, we must provide the Gu family scion with an explanation. Thus, our task now is to uncover who is scheming behind the scenes. What are your thoughts? The ancestor inquired, surveying those present in the grand hall. Yunwan stepped forward, gazing at the elder. Logically, it seemed improbable that Gu Qingxiao was responsible for the matter at hand. However, an unsettling feeling lingered, suggesting his involvement. Although the sect leader had made a statement that day, I refrained from voicing any opinion. First, by examining the events in the Taicang realm, we could discern the true nature of Gu Qingxiao. In recent days, he had obliterated numerous factions. Anyone who crossed him would undoubtedly face retribution. Second, when Gu Qingxiao was born, my cousin nearly lost her life due to him. During my previous visit to the Gu household, I intended to extend an invitation, but he might have perceived it as an affront to his mother. Thus, it seemed he had come to exact revenge, seizing this opportunity to initiate conflict with our Qingxiao sect. Accordingly, my perspective was to expel the sect leader. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing Yunwan's words, the expressions of several individuals in the hall turned grave. It should not have been him, they thought. At that moment, the elder spoke. Since the young man from the Gu family arrived, I have been observing him closely, and those guarding him remained motionless. Therefore, it is impossible for him to be involved. The issue likely lies with the sect leader. Previously, I had struggled to comprehend why Wei Yushu insisted on having him as our Qingxiao sect's son-in-law. Can you enlighten us? At this, everyone turned their gaze toward the Qingxiao leader, who had relentlessly championed him as a suitable match for the sect. Wei Yushu sighed. This matter was conveyed to me by the elder. He stated that if he were to become our Qingxiao sect's son-in-law, all conditions must be met, and that we may need to rely on him in the future. Otherwise, our sect could face catastrophic consequences. The gravity of the Qingxiao leader's words left the others momentarily stunned. Yet, considering the sect leader's exceptional talents, having reached the emperor realm at such a tender age, it was evident that Gu Qingxiao was an even greater prodigy, rendering the sect leader somewhat inferior. Nonetheless, compared to other prodigies from the outside world, the sect leader's prowess was still formidable. This was not the time for dealings, rather, it was imperative for Gu Qingxiao to depart. As long as he did not pursue the matter, 3 days were sufficient for any investigation. Wei Shiqi interjected. I can collaborate with him on the investigation. This matter is intrinsically ours and was initiated by us. Previously, he was not like this, suggesting that someone may have exploited our relationship. Given that my mother harbors a grudge against the Gu family, if others manipulate this situation, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. 3 days should suffice. Although the investigation is challenging, we can uncover some clues. Very well, you shall conduct the investigation. Additionally, Yunwan, it would be prudent to inform the Yun family in advance, as you and your cousin belong to the same clan. Regardless of what transpires, communication is essential. Our Qingxiao sect cannot afford a conflict with the Gu family. If war ensues, I sense we may not stand a chance. Upon hearing the elder's words, they were taken aback. After all, Both factions occupied the same domain, and they could hardly believe that the Gu family could truly annihilate them. Let us not forget the Taoist Academy also has a Taoist deity. What if they unite? The Taoist Academy was unique. They had previously produced a supreme being, the Taoist deity. Although he had not appeared recently, an alliance with the Gu family would pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, it was unnecessary to escalate this minor issue into a conflict. It was merely youthful impulsiveness. In 3 days, regardless of the outcome, our Qingxiao sect could simply bow our heads. The elder departed, wishing to avoid inciting trouble, for he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the Gu family, albeit limited. After all, during a war, the emergence of a dozen quasi-emperor-level experts could spell disaster. Another reason the elder withheld was his suspicion that Tianba was affiliated with the Tianji clan. He was puzzled as to why these two powers had intertwined. With such formidable adversaries, victory would be exceedingly difficult. In the palace, Gu Qingxiao observed as Tao Tai regarded him. "My lord, shall we merely wait here for 3 days? Would it not be more prudent to summon our kin and assert dominance?" At this statement, Gu Qingxiao opened his eyes. The 3 days are not for them to investigate. Rather, it is to present a choice to certain individuals. Meanwhile, within the Gu family, the unfolding events were hardly concealed. Yun Shu had emerged from her seclusion and stood in the grand hall, gazing at the weather outside. Gu Juanza approached his wife, embracing her tenderly. "Qingxiao seeks to spare me heartache. Does he? 3 days should suffice. It remains to be seen how they will deliberate." Gu Juanza comprehended Yun Shu's meaning. He too was silently observing the movements of the Qingxiao sect. Within the Gu family ancestral tomb, the 16th patriarch inquired, "Will the Yun family intervene?" Uncertain. Should they choose to intervene, it will depend on Yun Shu's stance. 3 days swiftly elapsed, leaving us to wait. Should they act in defiance, annihilation would be the consequence. The 13th patriarch nonchalantly remarked. As night descended, the sect leader's countenance darkened. He had utilized his keen sight to notice the remnants of a grand formation, which intriguingly intertwined with the protective formation of the Qingxiao sect. A sense of dread crept in. Only the leader and the elder could manipulate such formations. Were these individuals attempting to frame him? Why? Even if Gu Qingxiao was a prodigy, it seemed implausible for the Qingxiao sect to act against him. Lost in thought, the sect leader was interrupted as the hall doors swung open, revealing a figure. As he beheld this individual, he concealed his emotions. "What have you discovered?" Wei Shiqi entered and scrutinized the sect leader. "Nothing significant? No trace at all?" "Indeed, nothing at all. No, you must have uncovered something. During our training, I noted your meticulous nature. Hence, you must have discerned something. Will you not confide even in me?" Chapter 81. Do you represent only yourself or the Yun family? Upon hearing Wei Shiqi's words, the sect leader fell silent. Not from a lack of desire to speak, but from an inability to do so. "Do you truly believe you can withstand the Gu family's wrath? While I am aware you harbor many secrets, you understand that if this matter remains unresolved, the Gu family will declare war on our Qingxiao sect. You have observed how many factions Gu Qingxiao has vanquished in the Taicang realm." The implications of this statement widened Wei Shiqi's eyes. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she nodded. "I understand. I must take my leave. It appears that unforeseen events have transpired." Wei Shiqi's thoughts turned to her mother. For reasons unknown, she felt that her mother might be behind this incident, perhaps to compel the sect leader to withdraw, as her mother had consistently implicated Gu Qingxiao. Departing, she sought her father. "What have you uncovered?" "The protective formation is implicated. It appears a deceptive array ensnared him, leading to these events." Wei Yushu's countenance shifted to one of disbelief. If this were true, it would spell considerable trouble, for few could manipulate the protective formation. "Return home for now. I shall consult the elder." Once Wei Shiqi departed, Wei Yushu sought out Yun Wan. "Did you orchestrate this incident?" Yun Wan's expression turned bewildered, followed by a frown. "What do you mean, Wei Yushu? Do you suspect me of this occurrence? Do you have any evidence? Besides, have I strayed from your side? Given that the elder has consented to his status as our Qingxiao sect's son-in-law, he must possess other identities. What if some individuals wish to prevent his return? He consumed the rice field, and it seems your minds are clouded by it as well." After Yun Wan finished speaking, she departed. Wei Yushu's expression turned grim, and then he remembered something and took out a jade pendant. "Ancient One, the galaxy transforms." A hazy figure emerged. "Why have you summoned me?" "Ancient One, an issue has arisen. What is the true identity of Zhongxing? Is there a powerful force behind him?" Wei Yushu recounted the events. "It's not a significant matter. Let the younger generation resolve their own disputes. You need not concern yourself with his identity. The protective formation has encountered some minor issues, likely instigated by certain enemies. Just clarify the situation. Isn't the Qingxiao sect related to the Gu family? This is a trivial matter, yet it has been blown out of proportion. Let Zongjing apologize in person, and that will suffice. Upon finishing his words, the figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this moment, the disciples of the Qingxiao sect were attentively observing the happenings. They had been on edge, as the prospect of war loomed, threatening their very lives. Some disciples even experimented, attempting to validate certain matters. To their dismay, their strength did not increase. Rather, they nearly made themselves ill, with others inquiring about what was happening, suggesting it involved some diluted concoction. At this time, Tian Ba Taotai breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past 3 days, they had witnessed many Qingxiao sect disciples attempting the rice field, nearly causing them to lose their composure. They could hardly fathom the existence of such peculiar tastes among their peers, which left them utterly astounded. Gu Qingxiao opened his eyes. 3 days had elapsed. It was time for an explanation. As Gu Qingxiao's voice resonated, 3 individuals stepped forward. Upon exiting, the expression of the Qingxiao sect leader was far from pleasant. As the situation concerning the Qingxiao protective formation no longer involved Gu Qingxiao, only a select few could activate the formation, making any modifications exceedingly difficult. Gu Qingxiao was incapable of doing so. 3 days have passed. I wonder how your investigations have fared? Gu Qingxiao's tone was somber. At that moment, Zongjing approached, addressing Gu Qingxiao. I was rash in my actions. In my haste, I erred, and I apologize to you. Seeing Zongjing's demeanor, many within the Qingxiao sect relaxed somewhat. Regardless of the circumstances, Zongjing's attitude was evident. Is that merely an apology? Upon hearing Gu Qingxiao's words, the expressions of the Qingxiao sect members soured. Enough, Qingxiao. This time the Qingxiao sect is indeed at fault. Yunwan interjected. Aunt, when you visited my home, you advised me to focus on my cultivation. Shouldn't you lead by example? What purpose does it serve to neglect your training? Furthermore, I abhor being falsely accused. Since you have no arrangements, let us commence war. Gu Qingxiao's words struck the Qingxiao sect members like a hammer on their chests. Yun Wan's expression darkened. Qingxiao, are you disregarding my position as your aunt? You invited me to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony, challenging me. What were you truly contemplating? Had it not been for the face of the Yun family, you would not have even left my Gu family that day. Aunt? Ha! You deem yourself worthy? You're merely a bitter old woman who cannot accept defeat. Since you have no explanation, I shall take matters into my own hands and obliterate the Qingxiao sect. There must be a culprit among you. I shall not bother to inquire further. Prepare for battle. Gu family, Gu Qingxiao murmured. Following this, a voice resonated in the void. By the decree of the Divine Sun, the Gu family prepares for war. The Qingxiao sect leader's expression turned grim. He had anticipated that Gu Qingxiao might investigate the matter, but he never expected him to forego inquiry and directly declare war. Qingxiao, temper your fury. At that moment, a voice echoed from the void. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Qingxiao remained silent, merely standing in the emptiness. A middle-aged figure emerged from the void. Upon seeing this figure, Yunwan exclaimed, Father, do you represent yourself or the Yun family? Once again, the void opened, revealing another figure who shielded Gu Qingxiao behind him. Upon seeing his mother arrive, Gu Qingxiao chose to remain silent. Initially, this matter was trivial. We are all family, and there is no need for. I ask again, do you represent the Yun family or yourself? Yun Shu continued. If I say I represent the Yun family, then you both are the pride of the Yun family. Very well, I understand. The Gu family shall declare war. Since you represent the Yun family, do not blame me for being ruthless. One warning is sufficient. When she visited the Gu family to lecture my son, I remained silent. 3 days have passed, and this should have been an explanation. Since you remain obstinate, both the Yun family and the Qingxiao sect shall be eradicated. Even if I bear the burden of eternal infamy, anyone who dares obstruct my son is my enemy, including the Yun family. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Had it not been for the Gu family, you would not have received such resources, nor would your strength have surged so rapidly. I have acted with utmost benevolence, but now that you are ungrateful, do not blame me. Chapter 82, The Eighth Ancestor Strikes. Annihilating Qingxiao, speculations arise. As Yun Shu finished speaking, the skies above the Qingxiao sect suddenly parted, revealing a figure. This matter had no relation to the Yun family. It was solely his own representation. After this proclamation, the figure vanished. Yun Wan's expression shifted upon hearing this declaration. while Yun Mo's countenance also changed, as he understood the implications. Previously, the Yun family had already negotiated that this matter would not involve them. He believed Yin Shu would give him some consideration, as he was, after all, her third uncle. The Qingxiao sect has falsely accused the divine son of the Gu family. They deserve death. Today, the Qingxiao sect shall be eliminated. At that moment, a voice resonated from the myriad realms. Subsequently, the skies above the Qingxiao sect darkened. 9 dragon corpses emerged, dragging a massive coffin, which lay across the boundless void. The inhabitants of the Taitsong realm changed their expressions dramatically upon witnessing this scene. In certain terrifying locales, the essence of the Tao manifested, and those who beheld this spectacle were filled with dread. An emperor-level powerhouse, a living emperor-level powerhouse. Today, we shall annihilate a domain, proclaiming to all beings of the Taitsong realm that the Gu family has returned. A massive hand extended from the coffin, enveloping the entire Qingxiao domain. A vortex appeared behind Gu Qingxiao, allowing the Gu family to depart. Boom! The entire Qingxiao domain was obliterated, reduced to ruins. The Qingxiao sect has been annihilated. The luck value of the Son of Destiny has decreased by 100,000. The villain value of the Master has increased by 100,000. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Gu Qingxiao remained unfazed. With the destruction of the Qingxiao sect, many forces within the Taitsong realm could no longer remain still, particularly those families established after the chaotic ancient era, their faces etched with fear. Previously, when Gu Qingxiao had systematically eradicated one force after another, they had anticipated that the Gu family would eventually face annihilation. Now, however, the emergence of a living emperor sent shockwaves through them. Upon deeper reflection, they seemed to realize something even more significant. The return of the emperor heralded monumental events for the Taitsong realm. Within the Hall of Rebirth, an ancient figure sensed the oppressive aura in the void and sighed. It appears it is time to revive some of our heritage. Significant events are on the horizon. Roar! Within the dragon clan, a man adorned with a purple crystal crown also manifested in the void. The emperor of the Gu family has returned. It seems the Taitsong realm is undergoing changes. In the Huangquan prefecture, a hidden gaze awakened. Has he returned again? What has transpired? Within the heavenly mechanism pavilion, a manifestation of the heavenly mechanism stood up. The emperor of the Gu family has returned? Why? Strange, I cannot deduce the reasons. In a concealed palace, an ethereal figure sensed the ripples emanating from the void. In this tumultuous era, with the return of the great emperor, chaos ensues in this world. It is time to awaken the latent powers to confront the impending events. Within the Longxing sect, the great emperor of the Gu family has returned, leaving many to ponder his intentions. They remain indifferent to the fall of the Qingxiao sect. Only those familiar with the Gu family understand their tendency to remain passive. Any significant action from them would indicate a momentous occurrence. Hence, they are eager to uncover the events that have compelled the usually dormant Gu family into action. Gu Qingxiao has returned to the Gu family. Within the ancestral tomb, the 8 ancestors gazed upon him. Young Qingxiao, I have accomplished what you requested. What must the ancestor do next? Upon hearing this, the people in the ancestral tomb displayed expressions of confusion, as Gu Qingxiao had not previously informed them of the circumstances surrounding the return of the 8 ancestors. Are there still foreign demons in the Taitsong realm? Gu Qingxiao inquired. Indeed, there are many, and there exists a sealed entrance that I previously established. It is designed for easy access when needed, but once opened, it would throw the Taitsong realm into disarray. What are your thoughts? Gu Qingxiao smiled. My recent activities have been rather conspicuous, and following today's revelation of strength, many will take notice. Thus, I must divert their attention. The 8 ancestors sensed a peculiar aura during the annihilation of the Qingxiao sect, reminiscent of the ancient era. I detected an aura from the ancient divine mountain. It likely belongs to those from that realm, he remarked, nostalgia evident in his tone. The ancient divine mountain, established in the ancient era by the ancient great emperor, a formidable being who reached the pinnacle of power, ultimately fell from grace. The 8 ancestors spoke with a hint of melancholy. Upon perceiving this sentiment, Gu Qingxiao expressed curiosity. Could it be that the misfortune of that great emperor is somehow intertwined with our Gu family? The 8 ancestors, slightly embarrassed, replied, that individual was exceedingly powerful and of great significance to us. I once attempted to refine him. Gu Qingxiao did not appear shocked, but instead harbored suspicion. Ancestor, did anything unexpected occur during that refinement? How did you know? The 8 ancestors recounted. When I sought to refine him, he was uncooperative, and I struck him, causing one of his eyes to be dislodged. Eventually, I could not find it and gave up. Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten. Qingxiao nodded in understanding. If that were the case, the destined child of fortune must be the reincarnation of the ancient divine emperor's eye or a being fused with it. However, the power of the ancient divine mountain should not be underestimated. It is more accurately described as a coalition rather than a mere faction. Most of the entities within were members of the Beast clan, including the now semi-pure-blooded Taishu ancient dragon clan, the Abyssal Bone dragon clan, and the Ice Phoenix clan, all of whom were once part of the alliance. Qingxiao remained unfazed. Contemplating, he realized that the ancestor would not allow such a mighty force to emerge without consequence. The destruction of the ancient divine emperor was likely one of the strategies to sow discord among them. Ancestor, you did not seal it within the ancient divine mountain, did you? The 8 ancestors regarded Qingxiao with a knowing smile. Ah, you are quite astute. Indeed, it is situated there. Initially, we required the corpses of powerful beings for our plans. With many strong individuals targeted by our Gu family, we could not remain idle. If we eliminated their strongest member, it would create discord within their coalition. Unlike family ties, alliances are inherently fragile, especially following the chaos of antiquity. We intentionally visited that realm to exacerbate their divisions. Moreover, 2 powerful beings within have been subjected to our machinations, rendering them unlikely to break through. We bide our time until they may be of use for our purposes. Ancestor, you mentioned the legacy of the ancient divine emperor remains intact. Do you believe they will unite? Certainly, but their intentions will have shifted. Be they reincarnations or successors. They are no longer great emperors, the 8 ancestors stated with unwavering certainty. Chapter 83. The Taicong realm can only manifest the strength of great emperors. Although the ancient divine emperor previously provided significant assistance, the emergence of new great emperors from various races stems from his influence. Do you think that, upon the reappearance of the ancient divine emperor, he would still be the unparalleled force he once was, in need of their support rather than the other way around? Qingxiao remained silent, realizing the complexities surrounding the ancient divine mountain were far more intricate than anticipated. Qingxiao, the Taicong realm is not as simple as it appears. Otherwise, our actions would not be so straightforward. There are numerous hidden powers, including many concealed great emperors. And what of our Gu family? Our Gu family possesses great emperors because the Taicong realm can only yield such powers. Thus, our strong individuals must seal themselves. You will gradually comprehend the significance of the Taicong realm. Furthermore, our maneuvers have faced increasing obstruction in recent years. However, your emergence has rekindled a glimmer of hope, particularly since your physique has transformed into the chaotic divine demon body, which is immensely beneficial to us. Qingxiao expressed his confusion. By the way, the foreign demons are not simply sealed. They are a controlled faction. Upon hearing this, Qingxiao widened his eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at the 8 ancestors. Our Gu family has plans that require the corpses of powerful beings. Every epoch, strong individuals emerge, and thus we must reap the harvest by letting the foreign demons manifest while we operate from the shadows. Qingxiao found himself at a loss for words, realizing these old-timers were anything but benevolent. Indeed, the power of your family is formidable, yet rather sinister. Master, you are indeed the most benevolent villain within your family. Qingxiao chose not to respond. You summoned me back, creating such a stir to divert attention, did you not? Indeed, my recent activity has been excessive, and the hidden forces within the Taicong realm are numerous, capable of setting traps from the shadows. Moreover, since you require the corpses of powerful beings, let them emerge. Open the seal on the foreign demons. The 8 ancestors pondered Qingxiao's suggestion before responding. Qingxiao nodded. If the ancient divine beings can merge for a single powerful entity, I shall disrupt their unification. Qingxiao, this era is unlike the previous one. The circumstances are rather convoluted. For millions of years, no great emperor has appeared, making this era rather unique. Many may rise to the rank of great emperor now. The previously dormant physiques have begun to emerge. Innate Tao body, spatial divine body, temporal divine body, and innate sacred body may very well manifest. Let them appear. If they do, we shall eradicate them. Qingxiao declared with a tone of authority, imbued with a fierce, murderous intent. Seeing the ambition in Qingxiao's eyes, the 8 ancestors chuckled. In that case, let us proceed with your plan. After all, the younger generation is more active now, and we are eager to see how far you can go. If we fail, we shall eradicate those monsters. However, I have faith in you. You are the precious gem of the Gu family, a prodigy whose extraordinary constitution has graced us after many years. Ah, here, take this, just crush it, and the formation shall be shattered. The eighth ancestor produced a jade pendant. Gu Qingxiao accepted it. By the way, atop the primordial divine mountain lies a weapon, the primordial war god's halberd. If you are intrigued, feel free to take it for a spin. After all, it is a weapon of an emperor. Although us old fellows may not regard it highly, it should still prove beneficial to you. After uttering these words, the eighth ancestor departed, and Gu Qingxiao exited the ancestral tomb as well. Gu Qingxiao's gaze flickered. Having controlled Wei Shishi, he knew that when the Qian Kuan sect fell, Wei Shishi had survived, remaining by the side of the Son of Fortune. Naturally, he could not remain oblivious to the happenings surrounding the Son of Fortune. An emperor's weapon, you say? Master, as a qualified antagonist, we cannot covet what the ancestors disdain. Once we eliminate this Son of Fortune, I shall present you with a grand gift. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiao smiled, sensing that this system still had much to learn and retained a childlike innocence. But why did it feel so exhilarating? In a shrouded area, towering mountains loomed in the void, hidden from all but the most powerful cultivators. The void above the primordial divine mountain opened, revealing three figures, one of whom was an elder leaning on a cane, followed by two others. After the elder coughed, a trickle of blood escaped from his lips. He sighed. The Gu family's emperor was exceedingly powerful. Even a casual strike from him required the elder to expend his essence to summon a chaotic storm to retrieve the two individuals. Once Wei Shishi and Zhong emerged, they regarded the elder with confusion. They did not recognize him, yet could sense he was not of the human race but rather a being of the demon clan. As they pondered why this elder had saved them, he beckoned. Follow me. You shall understand once we reach our destination. The two exchanged glances, filled with uncertainty, yet realized it was not the time for questions, and followed the elder. They suddenly found themselves enveloped in darkness, arriving at a dim place where a stone platform appeared before them. Upon it lay a blood-stained halberd, long since dormant, its aura utterly extinguished, with dark blood still upon it. Zhong felt a familiar energy emanating from the object. They noticed two elderly figures standing nearby, their bodies slightly hunched, yet an overwhelming aura of ferocity radiated from them, sending chills down their spines. They were immensely powerful, devoid of any means to resist. You should give it a try, suggested the elder who had previously rescued Zhong and Wei Shishi. Taking a deep breath, Zhong approached, and to his surprise, the still halberd trembled slightly. The three elders' eyes lit up in excitement upon witnessing this. Yet shortly thereafter, the halberd fell silent once more, causing their expressions to darken with worry. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhong. He bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon the halberd. As the blood touched it, the desiccated blood upon the weapon radiated a glimmering red light. The stone platform began to tremble. The three elders stood together, utterly exhilarated. We've found it. We've finally found it. Chapter 84. Boldness leads to survival. Cowardice leads to death. As the primordial war god's halberd quivered, a vision suddenly filled Zhong's mind. A figure clad in battle armor, its features obscured, wielded a long halberd. Each swing unleashed tremendous waves of power, capable of annihilating the world. Dark energy swirled around this figure, surrounded by a veritable sea of corpses, resembling a hell on earth. Just then the void split open, and a vague silhouette emerged. Upon seeing this figure, the form shuddered. As Zhong's vision sharpened, he endeavored to discern the identity of this being. Yet the image abruptly vanished from his mind. Coming back to himself, Zhong felt dizzy, his back drenched in cold sweat. He fell to one knee, gasping for air. Seeing his state, the three elders grew anxious and approached him, relieved to discover it was merely an overexertion of spiritual energy. After resting a moment, Zhong stood and easily withdrew the primordial war god's halberd. The three elders beamed with joy. Meanwhile, far away in the Gu family, Gu Qingxiao, observing through Wei Shishi, revealed a cold smile. Allow me to present you with a gift. Do not thank me. Suddenly, Gu Qingxiao crushed the jade pendant in his hand. As it shattered, the primordial divine mountain trembled violently, as though a dragon were awakening. A sinister laugh echoed, followed by a thunderous roar. A fierce column of black light erupted from the primordial divine mountain, expanding rapidly. Many forces within the Taicang realm, sensing this phenomenon, turned pale. Why was there such a potent surge of demonic energy? What on earth had transpired? The entire primordial divine mountain became shrouded in demonic energy. Within the ancestral tomb, the eighth ancestor chuckled as he perceived this event. The strength of the extrinsic evil was extraordinary. 1 peak emperor, 3 pinnacle emperors, and more than 40 quasi-emperors. Witnessing the eighth ancestor's gleeful demeanor, Gu Qingxiao felt at a loss for words. Is this all you're doing? Gu Qingxiao inquired, recalling the eighth ancestor's earlier statement about their ability to wield emperor-level power due to the peculiar nature of the Taitsong realm. Indeed, it is our handiwork. The 3 old men of the primordial divine mountain are nearing their end. I must take my leave for a moment. The eighth ancestor vanished, only to reappear shortly after, his eyes gleaming with mischief. I have informed the extrinsic demons of your appearance and provided them with your likeness. You can arrange matters as you see fit. The first order of business would be to have the demon clan seize the primordial divine mountain. Gu Qingxiao murmured. As the demonic energy continued to pool atop the primordial divine mountain, the Gu family's protective array was rapidly activated. Many who noticed the Gu family's movements were left perplexed, questioning what schemes they were concocting. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Rebirth, the Underworld Mansion, the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, the Primordial Palace, and the Longevity Sect, various forces sensed the demonic energy in the void, stirring restlessly within their ancestral tombs. It was no wonder the Gu family's emperor had returned. The extrinsic demons had emerged once more, and the commotion was significant. We have returned, inhabitants of the Taitsong realm. Have you missed us? A haughty voice resonated through the void, followed by the overwhelming aura of a peak emperor. At that moment, the expressions of all beings sensing this power changed dramatically, including those hidden forces. Following the peak emperor, 3 more figures emerged, each radiating an aura capable of suppressing the heavens. More than 40 quasi-emperors followed in succession. One by one, the protective arrays of various factions were activated. Primordial Divine Mountain, we thank you for releasing us. In that case, let us slay you as a token of our gratitude. Upon hearing this voice, the faces of the inhabitants of the Taitsong realm paled, especially those from the Tushu Ancient Dragon Clan, the Ice Phoenix Clan, and the Abyssal Bone Dragon Clan, who were deeply unsettled, for they had once been part of the Primordial Divine Mountain. Had these old coots gone mad? What on earth had transpired? With a sinister smile that sent chills down the spine, Xie Fengyun gazed at the 3 elders. The elders of the Taiku Divine Mountain turned pale, exchanging glances before they acted in unison. They opened a void and unceremoniously cast Wei Shirshi and Zongjing into it, declaring, "The beings of Taiku Divine Mountain, follow me to slaughter." The 3 elders shouted in unison, These old relics buried long ago wish to obstruct us? Moreover, you are merely at the initial stage of the great emperor realm. Let the slaughter commence. Moments later, 3 corpses materialized before Xie Fengyun. Today, we have slain 3 powerful great emperors, heralding the resurgence of our demon race. Henceforth, Taiko Divine Mountain shall be renamed Taiko Demon Mountain. Ho ho ho. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Gu Qingxiao's mind announcing, the annihilation of the Taiku Divine Mountain race has caused a decline of 150,000 in the fortune value of the Chosen One, while the villain value of the Master has increased by 150,000. Unmoved by the voice echoing in his mind, Gu Qingxiao observed the dissipating demonic aura above Taiku Divine Mountain, while the extraterritorial evil spirits fell into silence. The beings of the Taitsong realm displayed expressions of confusion. Why did the demon race cease its onslaught on other forces if they had just emerged? Shouldn't they be in a state of destruction? Some hidden forces within the Taitsong realm wore grim expressions, realizing that another race, the demon race, was about to emerge. They did not believe that the demon race revealed all of its might. During the era of chaos, the hidden power of the extraterritorial evil spirits had been formidable enough. The power they had just displayed was already astonishing, and they would not fully expose their strength, leaving many to wonder just how much remained concealed. With the events concerning the extraterritorial evil spirits at the forefront of everyone's minds, Gu Qingxiao revealed a cold smile as he observed the commotion in the distance. What do you think? The 8th ancestor stood beside Gu Qingxiao, asserting the power of the extraterritorial evil spirits is not overwhelmingly strong. If we unite, we can still eradicate them. The 8th ancestor then recounted a saying, have you heard? The timid die of hunger, while the bold die of excess. The 8th ancestor fell silent. After so many years, both the hidden forces and those families established post-chaos understood the importance of concealing their power. If the strength of the extraterritorial evil spirits was fully revealed, it would only breed mistrust, suggesting they were hiding even more. This era was peculiar. Some families had birthed prodigious talents, and they were merely waiting for them to mature. In Chapter 85, the turmoil in the Taitsong realm signified the emergence of immense fortune, leading to fierce competition. The extraterritorial evil spirits had already tasted defeat during the chaotic era. Although that defeat was orchestrated by us, they did not believe that this time around they would be any less cautious. Since they dared to show themselves now, it indicated their strength had been restored. During the chaotic era, who could say how many powerful beings they had secretly cultivated? Surely it was not a small number. Yet the losses they suffered were irrevocable. And now every family's foundation had diminished considerably. The power the extraterritorial evil spirits had displayed was already formidable. Who among them would dare to show their face now? Thus, the Taitsong realm was likely to quiet down. Did the demon race not also have its own exceptional talents? Let them emerge and compete with the younger generation of the Taitsong realm. The calmer the extraterritorial evil spirits appeared, the more they would be feared. Therefore, it was paramount for the demon race to survive, like a nail embedded in their hearts, instilling fear of action. However, when the demon race set out to obliterate those forces, they acted without restraint. The hidden powerful beings would inevitably have to emerge. Wouldn't they be able to act? Before our plans were fulfilled, the extraterritorial evil spirits must survive. If that were the case, let your seventh ancestor take command. Your seventh ancestor was previously a three-life divine body, adept in fusion, and had once attained the peak of the great emperor realm. He is well suited to oversee matters and, with the power of the three-life fusion, could easily slay peak great emperor cultivators. After he takes command, the extraterritorial evil spirits will not perish. Very well. Qingxiao pondered briefly before nodding. The eighth ancestor sent a message. A voice echoed in the void. I will send my demon body to deal with the peak great emperor cultivators. Hearing the voice from the void, Qingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. With the situation unfolding, it was time to focus on his own plans and rapidly enhance his strength. After all, with the emergence of one chosen one after another, it was uncertain how long this would last. It would be better to have them reveal themselves voluntarily. The more that emerged, the more he could slay, thus increasing his villain value and swiftly augmenting his power. In the following days, the Taitsong realm fell into an eerie calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. Of course, some places remained tumultuous, particularly for the chosen ones who had fled. At that moment, Zongjing and Wei Shirshi emerged from the rift in the void, surveying their surroundings, an utterly unfamiliar realm, uncertain of their current location. Just then, a skeletal dragon emerged from the void, addressing them. Come forth. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Lacking the power to resist, they could only follow the skeletal dragon. As they stepped into the void, they observed their surroundings, which were shrouded in darkness and chill, with a crimson moon hanging in the sky. This is the dwelling environment developed by our abyssal bone dragons, the skeletal dragon explained, to which the two nodded. Following the skeletal dragon, they arrived at a palace where several figures, clad in tattered garments, emanated a formidable dragon might. What transpired at the Taiku Divine Mountain? An elder seated at the head of the table inquired, directing his gaze towards Zongjing. Zongjing hesitated, unsure of how to respond. We were once part of the Taiku Divine Mountain as well, he began. Speak. Otherwise, those three old geezers wouldn't have sent you here. Upon hearing the words of Bone Abyss, Zongjing contemplated. It is because of the Taiku battle goddess spear. At the mention of this name, Bone Abyss's gaze flickered. Did you draw it out? Zongjing nodded, realizing he could not conceal the truth. Take them to their quarters, Bone Abyss instructed another figure. Once the two were taken away, Bone Abyss spoke again. What do you think? Is he his reincarnation? Unknown came the reply. We are unaware of what transpired back then, nor did we receive any news. Later, we learned he had fallen. Whether he truly fell or was reincarnated remains uncertain. However, the fact that he managed to obtain the Taiku battle goddess spear indicates a connection to those two. The three old geezers are dead. It is unfortunate that the extraterritorial evil spirits have re-emerged. Could it be that the Taiku battle god perished while sealing the extraterritorial evil spirits, and that the battle goddess spear is the seal? If so, this young man is indeed a hot potato. Let us observe the developments. Originally, we were allied. Let us wait and see the external movements. It seems the extraterritorial evil spirits have awakened with terrifying power. Only by uniting can we confront them. Yet, during the chaotic era, so many powerful beings perished, and their corpses vanished. There were speculations that the extraterritorial evil spirits took them away, to emerge so powerfully right after their revival and slay 3 great emperor cultivators as a show of force. No one will dare to stick their neck out. It appears the Gu family may have some information. No wonder the Gu family's great emperor has returned. Speaking of the Gu family, they are indeed peculiar. They have always been indifferent to external matters, yet their divine child remains quite active. The young heir of the Gu family, after all, is merely a youth, his mind not yet fully matured. Who among the young is not thus? Moreover, being a prodigy, it is only natural for him to contemplate the suppression of other anomalies. To stifle other prodigies and extinguish their powers is a trait of a narrow-minded genius, one unlikely to go far. For now, we shall disregard the Gu family. We harbor no enmity towards them. Instead, we shall observe the movements of the outside world. Should we notify the ancient dragon clan of Qingxiao and the Ice Phoenix clan? There is no need to inform them just yet. They should already be aware of this young man as presence among us. Since they are aware, yet do not come forth, they too likely wish to gauge the external sentiments. After all, the emergence of the outer demons is attributed to the breaking of the seal of the ancient war goddess spear. If the outside world becomes privy to this knowledge, we can only allow him to venture out on his own. We are not yet capable of confronting the Taitsong realm. If he revives, there may be a chance. But even if he reincarnates, it remains uncertain if he can regain his former strength. Furthermore, should the outside world become aware, how would the powers of the Taitsong realm regard him? It goes without saying that he would be perpetually in danger. For the sake of our race, we cannot take such a gamble. At most, we could be considered ungrateful, but we cannot allow our lineage to face annihilation. As long as we live, there is hope. This world is inherently one where the strong consume the weak. We should not sacrifice ourselves for the sake of so-called righteousness. Chapter 86. To have so many powerful beings without their aid is a waste. Upon returning to the palace, Zhongzheng sat down and drew forth the war goddess spear. Little did he expect that extracting it would lead to such calamity. Had he known, he might have refrained from pulling it out altogether. A bitter smile crept across Zhongzheng's face. Elfia, I apologize for the distress I have caused you by bringing you along. Wei Shirshi shook her head. Understanding her sorrow, Zhongzheng empathized. After all, she had just lost her kin, and her sect had been obliterated. Once the lofty princess, she now found herself a wanderer. We must remain vigilant. If the outside world learns that the outer demons were unleashed due to the ancient war goddess spear, it is likely the Bone Dragon clan would expel us. Although they would not trouble us, they would not extend their assistance either. That should not be the case. After all, the Gu family's emperor had wiped out the Qingxiao sect, and it is well known that we should have perished. Few are aware that we still live. Since you assert that they would not trouble us, we should be safe. Following Wei Shirshi's reasoning, Zhongzheng felt it was indeed plausible. Let us rest. You have endured much these days. As long as I am with you, I do not consider it hardship. Wei Shirshi replied, her face tinged with a hint of color. Zhongzheng's heart fluttered at her words, wishing to take her hand. Yet she had already turned and walked inside. Rest well. We are not yet entirely safe. If what you say holds true, we may need to flee soon. Upon hearing her words, Zhongzheng pondered, drawing a deep breath to compose himself. He then sat in meditation, seeking to recover from his internal injuries. After all, he had been harmed at his very essence during the earlier confrontation with Qingxiao. The disturbances from the powerful beings over the past few days had exacerbated his condition, and he needed to heal swiftly. In this world, even a minor injury could lead to one's downfall. As night fell, within the Gu family, Qingxiao gazed at the jade pendant in his hand. A cold smile gracing his lips. Release these items. A figure materialized before Qingxiao, kneeling and cautiously taking the object from his grasp before vanishing. By the following day, a revelation rippled through the outside world. The emergence of the outer demons was due to the breaking of the ancient war goddess seal. Previously, the ancient war god had burned his own body, utilizing the form of an emperor to establish the seal, specifically to contain the outer demons. Yet now, that seal had been shattered. Simultaneously, they learned of a name, Zhongzheng. Many factions finally comprehended why the Gu family had obliterated the Qingxiao sect. Zhongzheng was the recognized son-in-law of the Qingxiao sect's leader. They were astonished to discover that even after the Gu family's powerful emperor had acted, Zhongzheng had survived. Following the destruction of the ancient sacred mountain, Zhongzheng's whereabouts had once again vanished, along with the weapon of the ancient war god. As the news spread, the Taitsong realm erupted in chaos. Numerous factions turned their gaze towards the powers that had separated from the ancient sacred mountain, for they had once been part of it. Some speculated that the ancient sacred mountain sought to reclaim its former glory by leveraging the situation with the outer demons to incite panic within the Taitsong realm. Others conjectured that it was a deliberate act of the demon race to sow discord. A myriad of theories emerged, yet they all recognized that this matter was intrinsically linked to one individual, Zhongzheng, the former son-in-law of the Qingxiao sect. Meanwhile, within the Abyssal Bone Dragon clan, Bone Yuan was also aware of the external commotion. Chief, it appears the situation has exceeded our expectations, and some are deliberately stirring the waters. Evidently, certain individuals do not wish for the Taitsong realm to remain tranquil. Convey our message to them. Let them decide. That young man should understand our intentions. We cannot afford to offend the ire of the majority of the Taitsong realm-s factions, while they remain unaware of his arrival within our Abyssal Bone Dragon clan. We must expedite his departure, as this serves as our previous favor to him. Upon hearing Bone Yuan's words, several figures departed the hall. Upon reaching Zhongzheng's residence, they found two individuals already awaiting them outside. Elders, please escort us out. Upon observing the calm demeanor of the two, the elders of the Bone Dragon clan displayed expressions of astonishment. Clearly, rumors had already begun to circulate in the outside world, and the actions of the Bone Dragon clan were justifiable. Thank you for your hospitality. With a sigh, an elder of the Bone Dragon clan opened a void passage and led the two away. Upon returning, he recounted the recent events, prompting Bone Yuan to fall into contemplation. Have we committed a grave error? The other elders remained silent. After all, Zhongzheng's departure had been exceedingly tranquil, a fact that only heightened their unease. Very well. Let us observe the actions of the outside world henceforth. All eyes are on the demon race, and so we shall see how matters unfold. Having departed from the Bone Dragon clan, Zhongzheng and Wei Shishi sighed, realizing that events were unfolding as they had anticipated. After disguising themselves, they ventured forth, mindful that many still recognized them. Meanwhile, the ancient sacred mountain, now referred to as the ancient demon god mountain after being occupied by the outer demons, had undergone a name change. At that moment, within the grand hall, a young figure approached. Qingxiao had come to attend to pressing matters. The previously imperious outer demon power, a perfected emperor, bowed in reverence before Qingxiao. Qingxiao directed his gaze towards the figure seated upon the high throne, seventh ancestor. Upon seeing Qingxiao approach, Shindao greeted him with a warm smile. Little Qingxiao has arrived. What shall we do next? Feel free to arrange it as you wish. The outer demons in the hall dared not breathe a word, for Qingxiao had addressed the figure above as seventh ancestor. The presence of this elder was formidable beyond measure. The gathered demons regarded Qingxiao with heightened reverence, understanding that he was destined to be their future leader. I want you to pursue these two individuals. Here are their whereabouts. Dispatch several quasi-emperors. Should anyone obstruct your path, eliminate them. Hearing Qingxiao's command, Xiaofengyan nodded. Although he was unaware of Qingxiao's intentions, he understood to follow his orders. You shall present it as gratitude, persuading him to join the banner of the ancient demon god mountain. Xiaofengyan contemplated the implications. Was the young master attempting to elevate the influence of his backing? Qingxiao nodded. He had no time to toy with this child of destiny. He merely needed to observe who would dare to step forward to rescue him. They could be directly obliterated. With so many powerful beings at his disposal, would it not be a waste to refrain from utilizing them? Chapter 87. We shall avenge you. Qingxiao's intentions. 7 ancestors. I may trouble you to take action when the time comes, Qingxiao remarked to the 7 ancestors. Understood. You can rest assured to arrange everything. The elder will oversee until your plan is fulfilled, the 7 ancestors responded. Qingxiao nodded and departed. A void portal appeared before him, allowing him to leave. Proceed with caution. Only dispatch quasi-emperors and no one else. A peak emperor must lead the way. The 7 ancestors instructed, gazing at Xiaofengyan. Xiaofengyan nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, a figure emerged from the grand hall and walked outside. Upon returning to the Gu family and sensing the stir from the ancient divine mountain, Qingxiao smiled. It begins. Let us see who dares to reveal themselves. Tao Tai stood beside Qingxiao, shivering slightly. Many factions in the Taitsong realm were startled when the demon clan took action, deploying a peak emperor alongside dozens of quasi-emperors. Numerous factions felt their scalps tingle at the sight. Who were they aiming to annihilate? After the figures of the demon clan vanished, they remained in a state of shock. The Demon Clan's stronghold first targeted the Bone Dragon clan, which now brimmed with trepidation. Where is that individual? Bone Yuan emerged, warily observing the Demon Clan in the void. He understood whom they referred to. That person had already departed. Let us go. Bone Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched the Demon Clan leave. Only through close proximity had he grasped the overwhelming sense of pressure. The Demon Clan's current strength far surpassed that of the chaotic ancient era. Rumors of the Demon Clan seeking Zongjing spread swiftly. At this moment, Zongjing and Wei Shirshi bore grim expressions. Despite their concealment, they had been discovered, especially since many had attended Wei Shirshi's coming-of-age ceremony. They had not anticipated this unfortunate encounter. Qingxiao concealed himself within the void. You are Zongjing, the one who released the Demon Clan. Your demise is well-deserved. Suddenly, a powerful figure emerged and charged at Zongjing. Qingxiao observed the scene with indifference. As these individuals engaged, the Demon Clan appeared and swiftly eliminated them. Zongjing is one of our own. Who dares strike? A voice resonated, causing many factions to turn pale. Young friend Zong, you broke the seal and released us. We have yet to express our gratitude. Why do you leave? Upon hearing this, Zongjing's expression soured. Utilization, blatant exploitation. Annihilate those families. Leave no trace of life. The Peak Emperor nodded upon receiving Qingxiao's transmission. Qingxiao had already departed. Kill them all. Those who dare harm our Demon Clan deserve death. Come, I shall avenge you. With that, he took Zongjing and Wei Shirshi away. Numerous eyes floated in the void, observing the movements of the Demon Clan, sighing in resignation. After all, the Demon Clan had directly obliterated over a dozen families. Albeit these families were not particularly powerful. As Zongjing witnessed the Demon Clan utilizing the ancient war god spear to destroy these factions, his expression darkened. The Abyssal Bone Dragon clan, the Ice Phoenix clan, and the Taishu Bone Dragon clan's powerful figures remained silent upon witnessing this scene. However, many beings in the Taicong realm, upon seeing the ancient war god spear, detected the murderous intent in Zongjing's gaze. The Child of Destiny is resented by the majority of beings in the Taicong realm, causing a decrease in luck by 100,000. While the antagonist value increases by 100,000. Speak. Whom else shall we annihilate? A Demon Clan strongman inquired of Zongjing. Despicable, Zongjing replied, his expression grim. Others could not discern his words. The Demon Clan strongman fell into contemplation upon hearing this. The Bone Dragon clan is difficult to exterminate. Unintentionally murmuring to himself, startled the Bone Dragon clan strongman. Bone Yuan's countenance shifted, casting a glance at Zongjing, who bore a murderous intent. The Ice Phoenix and Taishu Bone Dragon clan strongmen departed towards the Bone Dragon clan. Since you have released us, we of the Demon Clan are grateful and shall assist you in annihilating the Bone Dragon clan. Qingxiao observed that the plan was nearly complete and smiled. Let us proceed to the Bone Dragon clan. The separation plan is almost ready. The next step would be to gain their trust. Qingxiao mounted the Qingxiao and departed towards the Abyssal Bone Dragon clan. When the Demon Clan's strongmen arrived, two presences manifested within the Bone Dragon clan. The Ice Phoenix clan and Taishu Ancient Dragon clan, you arrived quite swiftly. The three races regarded Zongjing, uncertain whether this was his intent or if he was being exploited by the Demon Clan. After all, a young man subjected to slight grievances could easily alter his mindset. Upon hearing the whispers of the outside world, Zongjing might change his attitude, seeking revenge against them through the Demon Clan. This possibility lingered. What if he regained his memories? Especially the Bone Dragon clan scrutinized Zongjing, as he had previously exhibited an unsettling calmness, seemingly uncharacteristic of a youth. When one harbors disdain for another, no amount of favorable behavior can alter that perception. The Abyssal Bone Dragon clan currently harbored such sentiments. Do you two clans wish to intervene? A Demon Clan strongman inquired of the heads of the three races. The patriarchs of the Taishu Ancient Dragon and Ice Phoenix clans wore grim expressions. This was an overt threat. You cannot extinguish even one of us. At that moment, a voice resonated. Suddenly, azure runes materialized in the void, revealing a Qingxiao pulling an opulent palace. Immediately, a figure stepped out from the palace, gazing at the Demon Clan strongman. Though your strength has recovered well, if we unite, we can still obliterate you. Do not be too arrogant. The Gu clan. The Demon Clan strongmen regarded Qingxiao with apprehension in their eyes. The strongmen of the Abyssal Bone Dragon clan, Taishu Ancient Dragon clan, and Ice Phoenix clan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Qingxiao. After all, an additional faction posed a greater threat to the Demon Clan. We shall see. The demon clan's strongmen departed. "Thank you, son of Gu," a strongman from the Abyssal Bone Dragon clan expressed. "It is of no concern. Does your Abyssal Bone Dragon clan not have a prodigy named Long Yun who has joined the Dao God Academy? I am not only the law enforcement hall master of the Dao God Academy, but also the senior brother. I cannot allow my junior to suffer grievances. Since there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." As Gu Qingxiao's figure faded from view, Bone Yuan's gaze shifted. Gu Qingxiao revealed a cold smile. The three races were not so simple, for the demon clan's power was not particularly formidable, resembling a cunning show of strength. Many factions had taken note of the events transpiring here, especially after hearing Gu Qingxiao's words, prompting many to hastily revive their family's prodigies to join the Dao God Academy and ensure their inclusion in the law enforcement hall. Chapter 88. Your role is to stir the waters. Within the Dao God Academy, Yi Linglong smiled upon witnessing this scene. This rascal is laying the groundwork again. A considerable number of prodigies will likely join the Dao God Academy now. At this moment, the disciples and elders of the Law Enforcement Hall within the Dao God Academy were already quite pleased with Gu Qingxiao, particularly as he had safeguarded the Academy's disciples. They felt that this hall master was truly commendable. Little did they know, Gu Qingxiao's intentions were far from benevolent. They would likely become pawns in his schemes while still feeling proud to have such a hall master. Such is human nature. At this time, the beings of the demon clan returned with Zongjing, disregarding him thereafter. Many members of the demon clan gazed at Zongjing and Wei Shirshi with murderous intent. Within the grand hall of the demon clan, Gu Qingxiao gazed upon the seven ancestors. "Can their formation be silently activated?" he inquired. "It is now feasible," came the response. "If that is the case, let us proceed." Shadows flitted away from the demon clan's hall. At this moment, Gui Yuan was striving to forge a favorable relationship with the Gu family. For the world of cultivation is often governed not merely by violence, but by the intricacies of human connections. Today, they owed Gu Qingxiao a personal favor, which they aimed to leverage to establish ties with the Gu family. Suddenly, Gui Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as the protective formation was breached. The gravity of the situation dawned on him. Aside from himself, only the ancient war god was privy to this secret, for the protective formation had been imparted to them by the ancient war god himself, designed to withstand the might of a perfected emperor. Yet at this moment, the formation lay shattered. Before Gui Yuan could fully comprehend the implications, several figures materialized before him. You are the Gu Divine Son?" As he attempted to speak, the seven ancestors formed seals with their hands, sealing Gui Yuan's powers. In an instant, his consciousness faded, stripped away by the seven ancestors, and subsequently transformed into a puppet. Nearby, several demon warriors trembled in fear. He had awakened memories. Gu Qingxiao discovered a communication talisman within Gui Yuan's ring, mimicking his voice to transmit a message: "Annihilate the Abyssal Bone Dragon clan." After executing this, he uttered a single phrase. The silhouettes of the demon clan vanished, only to reappear, infused with an aura of slaughter. System: eradicate all traces of this presence. As they prepared to depart, Gu Qingxiao issued an order. The Abyssal Bone Dragon clan is to be destroyed. The Child of Destiny's fortune diminishes by 100,000, while the antagonist value of the master increases by 100,000. Upon hearing the voice within his mind, Gu Qingxiao remained unfazed, as the next step was division. Meanwhile, within the Ice Phoenix clan and the Ancient Void Dragon clan, both received the transmitted message, their expressions shifting dramatically. He had awakened memories. Though the message was succinct, it revealed far more. The ancient war god had aided them extensively in the past, and now they were repaying kindness with enmity. Connecting the dots, the two opened a void passageway to the Abyssal Bone Dragon clan. Upon arrival, their faces paled, for they found themselves amidst an intact structure devoid of any life force. Exchanging glances, they grasped the gravity of the situation. They expanded their consciousness, searching relentlessly, until they detected a faint life essence in a crevice thousands of feet underground. The leader of the Ice Phoenix clan manifested the laws, enveloping the trace of life. Faced with the mouse before them, the two remained silent, their fingers moving to conjure a seal. Soon, a vision unfolded before them. Did I not assist your Abyssal Bone Dragon clan significantly in the past? Even if I had anticipated this, would you repay me thus? You have awakened memories? Is this not a result of your coercion? None shall escape. The Ice Phoenix clan and the Ancient Void Dragon clan will follow. Have you truly allied with the Demon clan? And what of it? I sealed the Demon clan for the sake of sentient beings. Upon my return, you cast me aside, repaying kindness with malice. Such hypocrites? Observe, By merely unsealing the demon clan, they can assist me in obliterating you. Remember, when you descend to hell, it will be my hand that strikes you down. As shadows of demons emerged, each one exuding immense power, particularly the one who effortlessly incapacitated Guiyuan. The leaders of the Ice Phoenix and Ancient Void Dragon clans exchanged uneasy glances, their apprehension palpable. Was this truly the might of the demon clan? With such ease, they could annihilate an emperor-level warrior, leaving no room for resistance. Their power mirrored that of Guiyuan. Should that formidable being decide to eliminate them, they would likely find themselves equally powerless. The realization struck them. The key lay with the Gu family. They had presumed their alliance would instill fear. Yet it appeared that it was the Gu family that commanded respect from the demon clan. Gu Qingxiao seemed devoid of attendance, and no women had ever graced his side. The leader of the Ice Phoenix pondered, while the Ancient Void Dragon clan leader's eyes brightened. In that case, let us send a prodigy from our clan to serve as an attendant to him. Youth often leads to unexpected events. Previously, they thought he was merely being exploited, compromising with the demon clan. Yet, after awakening memories, his character had undergone a profound transformation. They had contemplated offering him covert assistance, but if he sought their demise, they would not show mercy. However, the demon clan posed a significant challenge. They were aware of their protective formation. After all, his own formations had once been formidable, crafting numerous ancient battle arrays. If he could stealthily breach their protective barrier and turn it against them, they would be the ones in peril. Now, their immediate task was to disseminate the news of the Abyssal Bone Dragon clan's annihilation. No traces of energy remained, save for the vision the mouse had witnessed. They resolved to refrain from rash actions, avoiding provoking their adversaries too severely. Once the news spread, others would turn their attention to the demon clan, affording them temporary safety. The next steps involved altering their protective formation and cultivating a favorable relationship with the Gu family. Back at the Gu residence, Gu Qingxiao was issuing commands. The messages released by the Ice Phoenix clan and the Ancient Void Dragon clan amplify them. Several figures within the hall nodded before departing. At that moment, a notification resonated within Gu Qingxiao's mind. The Ancient Void Dragon clan harbors resentment towards the Child of Destiny. The Child of Destiny's fortune decreases by 100,000, while the Master's antagonist value increases by 100,000. The Ice Phoenix clan shares the same animosity towards the Child of Destiny. The Child of Destiny's fortune decreases by 100,000, while the Master's antagonist value increases by 100,000. Unfazed by the voices, Gu Qingxiao resolved to eliminate the Child of Destiny, for his existence merely muddied the waters, and now, that objective was within reach. Chapter 89. Do not fall easily for a woman. The Child of Destiny falls at this juncture. Within the demon clan, Zongjing's countenance darkened, as the demon clan members were decidedly unfriendly towards him. I never imagined your tenacity. Your combat prowess is commendable. The demon beings regarded the fallen Zongjing with mocking eyes. Zongjing remained silent, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. If the demon clan still sought to utilize him, he might yet survive. Otherwise, these individuals merely wished to teach him a lesson. Ah, that foolish one. Your wife is delightful. May we borrow her for a few days? Upon hearing this, Zongjing's expression soured as he gripped the ancient war god spear and rose defiantly. If you dare lay a hand on her, I shall slay you. He shielded Wei Shiqi behind him. With a resounding crash, Zongjing was propelled backward, a powerful demon warrior appearing behind him. We are merely informing you, not negotiating. You think you can kill us? Little sister, allow me to show you a grand treasure. Come with me. Look at that waist. Unable to steady his own weapon. He dares to fight? Wei Shiqi's arm was seized, her expression distressed. If you touch me again, I will take my own life. Oh, splendid. I have a penchant for corpses, especially the warm ones. Terror flickered in Wei Shiqi's eyes. Were the demons truly this depraved? Release her, you scum. Enraged, Zongjing charged forward, wielding the ancient war god spear, which radiated a golden glow, a faint phantom materializing. The 7 ancestors of the Gu family, concealed in the void, flicked a finger, causing the phantom to vanish, their eyes filled with disdain. You think a mere soul could act recklessly? I could have killed you even in life. The 7 ancestors withdrew. Far away, within the Gu family, a voice resonated in Gu Qingxiao's mind. Upon hearing the sound, Gu Qingxiao immediately understood what had transpired. The ensuing events promised to be entertaining. Zongjing was once again sent flying, only to rise again, akin to an indomitable cockroach. The demonic beings that had attacked displayed expressions of incredulity. Could it be that you wish to witness the spectacle firsthand? You Haven T laid a hand on her, have you? Well, soon enough, you too may join the fray. I insist, release her. Zhong Zheng's cold voice cut through the air. Be cautious. At that moment, Wei Shixi let out a startled cry, breaking free from her captors and darting behind Zhong Zheng. A sickening sound echoed as a weapon pierced flesh. Zhong Zheng turned in disbelief, realizing he had been ambushed. How could this happen? When had he become so careless? When had he become so easily provoked? Supporting Wei Shixi, he urged her to flee, declaring that they wished to kill her. Alas, this time it would truly end in death. Brother, why not step aside and allow us to proceed first? One day, I will slay you all. Zhong Zheng, consumed by fury, felt a surge of power in his right eye. A terrifying wave emanated, and golden light shimmered in the void. The previously boastful demonic entity vanished, and a portal opened, swallowing two figures whole. Upon witnessing this, the seventh ancestor disappeared, having fulfilled Gu Qingxiao's directive, albeit uncertain of the latter's intentions. As the two emerged from the void, Zhong Zheng coughed up blood, his complexion pale, blood oozing from his right eye. He noticed the weakening breath of Wei Shixi and, in a moment of desperation, dripped his blood into her mouth. A faint golden light appeared, stabilizing her breath. Finally relieved, Zhong Zheng could no longer hold on and succumbed to unconsciousness. Night fell, and a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. Within a cave, flickering flames illuminated the darkness. Upon awakening, Zhong Zheng felt discomfort throughout his body and quickly realized his limbs were immobilized by the nine heavens Shintian chains. Terror flashed in his eyes. Even a holy emperor would struggle to escape such restraints. Yet here he was, a mere emperor-level warrior, ensnared. Sire! Sire! Panic overcame him as he called out, only to find himself alone in the cave. Just then a figure approached, and Zhong Zheng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wei Shixi. Sire, what has happened? He inquired, but she shook her head. Producing a knife, she prepared to act. No, this is nine heavens Shintian. You cannot cut it. Listen to me. But before he could finish, horror gripped him as he felt pain radiating from his dantian. Sire, what are you doing? Panic set in as he sensed his strength dwindling. What am I doing? I'm going to kill you, she replied coldly. Why? Why? Zhong Zheng shouted, incredulity flooding his voice. The very person who had once shielded him now appeared demonic, stripping him of his power and threatening his life. Why? Because you have sullied my name. At this, Zhong Zheng was momentarily stunned. Sire, do not utter my name. Your lips have tainted it. You must endure now. A sorrowful wail echoed through the cave, resonating outside. Many beasts outside were startled by the mournful cry. What is that sound? TSK, TSK, TSK. This will resolve your troubles. You will be able to cultivate and seek revenge. Remember, do not fall in love easily, or you may not know how you perish. Wei Shixi's voice was laced with malice. Zhong Zheng, pale and furious, glared at her as she brandished the knife. What do you want? Your eyes are remarkable. Give them to me. In a sudden, shocking motion, she plunged the knife into Zhong Zheng's right eye, revealing a golden orb that emitted light. He fainted instantly. From the void, Gu Qingxiao observed this unsettling scene, remaining unmoved. The voice echoed once more. The right eye of the Chosen One has vanished. His luck diminished by 100,000, while the antagonist's value increases by 100,000. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiao felt a ripple of energy surge through him. The restrained Zhong Zheng vanished from the world. Gu Qingxiao emerged from the void, and Wei Shixi approached him, presenting the golden orb. He accepted it, examining it with disinterest. Soon, a fluctuation in his mind signaled the disappearance of Wei Shixi as well. After erasing the traces of their presence, Gu Qingxiao departed. Chapitre 90, Divine Son. Have you missed me? The system's prompt resonated within Gu Qingxiao's mind once more. The master has slain the Chosen One. The antagonist's aura absorbs the luck aura, elevating the slaying line to 100,000. The master gains 20,000 antagonist points, and the second layer of Heaven's Collapse, the chaotic divine demon halberd, is obtained. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Qingxiao smiled. He had not anticipated receiving a weapon. The second layer of Heaven's Collapse had also arrived, which was quite satisfactory. He glanced at his interface. Master. Gu Qingxiao identity. Divine son of the Gu family in the Taitsong realm, fated antagonist. Law Enforcement Hall Master of the Dao Academy Physique. Chaotic divine demon body. Eye of the fated antagonist. Master of temporal laws. Cultivation method. Chaotic Divine Demon Art. Celestial Freedom Sutra Forbidden Technique. Heaven's Collapse, second layer. Life and Death Order, control over soul's life. And mental fluctuations, aura. Fated Antagonist Aura, isolates heavenly Taoist scrutiny, power level. Perfect Law Manifestation, slaying line of the Chosen One. 100,000 Antagonist points. 800,000 backpack. Chaotic Divine Demon Halberd having reached the level of Law Manifestation. He had begun to cultivate the laws. It was gratifying to discover he had mastered the laws of time. Additionally, the slaying line of the Chosen One had been elevated to 100,000. He allocated points within the system, focusing on enhancing his power. A violent energy surged around him, concealed by the system, preventing any leakage of his aura. As the power within him settled, Qingxiao opened his eyes. Master, Qingxiao identity. Divine son of the Gu family in the Taizong realm, fated antagonist, law enforcement hall master of the Tao Academy physique. Chaotic divine demon body. Eye of the fated antagonist, master of temporal laws, cultivation method. Chaotic divine demon art, celestial freedom sutra forbidden technique. Heaven's collapse, second layer. Life and death order, control over soul's life, and mental fluctuations, aura. Fated antagonist aura, isolates heavenly Taoist scrutiny, power level. Mid-Tian, slaying line of the Chosen One. 100,000 antagonist points, 0 backpack. Chaotic divine demon halberd antagonist points are insufficient. Qingxiao sighed. Nonetheless, achieving a significant breakthrough is commendable. An idea crossed his mind, and a smile emerged on his face. Perhaps he could devise a plan to reveal some traces of the Chosen One. The Jade Kirin emerged from the void and stepped outside, only to be confronted by two figures standing before it. The Jade Kirin snorted, intending to crush them underfoot, but at that moment, the void behind opened, revealing two more figures. Upon seeing them, the Jade Kirin halted its advance. Gu Shensi, the patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan, called out to the patriarch of the Primordial Dragon clan. Do the two esteemed elders have any matters to discuss? Divine son, these are two prodigies from our clan. We notice that you travel without maidservants and thought. The latter part of their words remained unspoken, but the two women cast furious glances toward the palace. However, in the presence of their patriarch, they restrained themselves. There's no need for that. One attendant is sufficient for the divine son. At that moment, the void opened, and a figure emerged. Jian Xing, handsome and exuding an aura of profundity, appeared. The two patriarchs exchanged puzzled looks at the sudden arrival. Two proud women, you should return. With such meager strength, it is a foolish dream to linger by the side of the divine son. You are nothing but a burden. Tianba looked at them with evident disdain. Gu Qingtian remained silent, recalling how this individual had retreated after witnessing his prowess. Unexpectedly, upon emerging this time, he had reached the late phase of the Emperor's realm. Clearly, the Tiangong Tower had granted him considerable assistance. Who are you? Ah, quite the fiery temper you have. If only your figures were as fiery, he retorted, reclining carelessly, indistinguishable whether he was lying down or merely slumped. Our divine son prefers not to see toes. You may leave now. Gu Qingtian's lips twitched in irritation. Impudent. Feng Xian and Long Su glared, their eyes ablaze with fury as they launched an attack on Tianba. TSK, one a transcendent step, the other a great white tiger. Upon hearing Tianba's remarks, Gu Qingtian raised an eyebrow, surprised at the depth of his divination skills. The expressions of the two women soured further, their murderous intent surging as they transformed into their true forms, an ice phoenix and a primordial dragon. The dragon and phoenix lunged at Tianba. Should you dare strike again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall dispose of my tea. The two figures halted, astonished at his audacity. In the palace, the gluttonous Tiao scratched his head, observing Gu Qingtian's gaze upon him, remaining silent. Divine son, this is not my teaching. I never anticipated he would behave so shamelessly. Perhaps his rapid power increase has affected his mind. Do not stoop to his level. Gu Qingtian replied without elaboration. Who exactly are you? Speak your name. You lecher. Who am I? Apologies, I left my brain at home. I can hardly recall who I am. The patriarch of the primordial dragon stepped forward, bringing the farce to an end. Let us depart. We have disturbed the divine son. What seemed like a mere verbal dispute revealed deeper insights. The heaving of Feng Xian and Long Su's chests, especially after witnessing the contempt in Tianba's eyes, left them gritting their teeth. Once they had left, Tianba appeared within the grand hall. Hey, divine son, did you miss me? Brother Tiao, your suggestion was indeed quite effective. Life devoid of morals is truly exhilarating. Brother Qingxiao, we've only been apart for a few days. Have your eyes begun to fail you from longing? Qingxiao sighed dramatically, pondering if this fellow had truly forgotten his wits at home. Your image among the divine sun has been thoroughly tarnished. All the effort you put into maintaining it has been in vain. Let us return, Gu Qingtian stated. The azure jade Qilin shattered the void, leading the palace away. Upon returning to the Gu family, Gu Qingtian entered the ancestral tomb. The elders, smiling, emerged from their coffins as he appeared. Qingtian, did you have fun? Not particularly, Gu Qingtian replied, recalling the incessant chatter of two imbeciles, causing him a headache. Where is Tiao's essence? He inquired of the elders. The elders exchanged glances. Why do you ask that? Since the demon clan has emerged, Tiao's strength has waned. Previously, we sealed his essence to conceal his power. Now, with the appearance of the great emperor, it is no longer necessary. I can surmise some of your plans, though you have not spoken of them. It appears you require a catalyst. Chapter 91. Stirring the storm, beginning with the demon clan's grand ceremony. We indeed sealed his essence. It was mainly because he had consumed too much, and we had no choice but to limit his intake. The elders wore expressions of sheepishness. Gu Qingtian remained silent, rubbing his forehead, contemplating various possibilities, never imagining that Tiao's predicament stemmed from overindulgence. If Tiao were to learn of this, how distressed he would be. We will return his essence. By the way, what of Qingxi, Hundun, and Taowu? Should we awaken him for you to play with? No. One Tiao is already enough of a headache. Gu Qingtian hastily refused. One Tiao was already troublesome. If all four were troublesome, he could hardly bear the thought. Very well. Should you change your mind, do inform us. It seems you are plotting something again? At that moment, the eighth ancestor emerged, regarding Gu Qingtian. Let the extraterritorial demons initiate the grand ceremony of the demon clan. Additionally, it would showcase our strength, facilitating future plans. Are you scheming against the prodigious disciples of those clans? The eighth ancestor pondered. Something along those lines. We shall see if any interesting entities emerge. That is feasible. However, for the extraterritorial demons to commence the ceremony, absolute strength is necessary. Although your seventh ancestor is sufficient alone, merely revealing that power is inadequate. Coincidentally, our Gu family possesses 10 unused emperor puppets. Let your seventh ancestor utilize them. Coupled with his abilities, others should not detect anything amiss. Upon hearing the elder's words, Gu Qingtian remained silent, though his gaze flickered. 10 unused emperor puppets. Was this a hint from the eighth ancestor? Could it be a method to exploit? Observing Gu Qingtian's contemplative expression, the eighth ancestor said nothing. I will inform the seventh ancestor. Preparations should commence. Gu Qingtian nodded. After his departure, the elders of the Gu family gathered together. Eighth ancestor, were you not concerned that mentioning this to Qingtian might shock him? Gradually, he must be exposed to some realities. Qingtian's actions are commendable. The Taitsong realm has indeed been too tranquil. Do you think those hidden ones will emerge? The 10th ancestor pondered before speaking. Let us not concern ourselves with them. A bunch of cowardly turtles, believing they are well concealed, while we play along with their charade. Were it not for the desire to avoid further complications, I would have exterminated them outright. At the final moment, should we capture them, suppress them, and toss them into a cesspool, would they not be exceedingly grateful? The 10th ancestor narrowed his eyes. Let it be. What if these scoundrels take advantage of us and consume our resources? At that time, we shall seek recompense from them. We must remain vigilant and not let our guard down, lest we repeat past mistakes. However, the 6th ancestor has awakened, suggesting we put our plans on hold. The elders displayed expressions of shock. Why has the 6th ancestor awakened? They inquired incredulously. He simply stated that he had been stifled for too long and wished to come out for some fresh air. Most importantly, he indicated that our plans should be postponed to allow Qingtian to grow. Oh, it seems that a significant upheaval is on the horizon. I sincerely hope that the 6th patriarch remains in slumber. I speculate that the emergence of the 6th patriarch might be due to unforeseen circumstances involving certain individuals. The significance of the Taitsong realm cannot be overstated. Who could have anticipated the initial plan's failure? Yet perhaps it is for the best. Although the original plan did not succeed, we have achieved some success in our endeavors, have we not? The timing will come when those individuals will meet their demise. For now, let them frolic for a while longer. Eventually, we shall unearth their ancestral graves. Within the grand hall of Gu Qingxiao, he sat regally, while 3 figures lurked in the corners, one a glutton, another a tyrant, and the last a celestial overlord. In a previous life, Gu Qingxiao had heard the saying, where there is a sleeping dragon, a phoenix chick is sure to follow. He had once doubted this, but now he found himself a believer. The tyrant had previously engaged in numerous nefarious deeds alongside the ancestor, harboring wicked intentions, while the glutton was innately malevolent. The celestial overlord, once possessing a modicum of conscience, had likely lost it to the ravages of time. The three figures turned their gazes toward Gu Qingxiao, prompting him to adopt a posture of vigilance. It was impossible to remain unperturbed with such foolish souls fixated on him. Divine Son, has there been any recent news? Gu Qingxiao pondered momentarily before shaking his head. Shall we step outside for a while? Gu Qingxiao nodded. The persistent scrutiny of the three was becoming a source of discomfort. Once the trio departed, a void portal materialized before Gu Qingxiao. Upon his arrival at the ancient demon god mountain, the seventh patriarch regarded him with a look of bewilderment. What do you intend to do this time? Gu Qingxiao responded, I wish to hold a grand ceremony for the demon clan. The seventh patriarch remained silent, observing Gu Qingxiao closely. So this is your intent. It appears your previous endeavor to shatter the ancient demon god seal was all for this moment. Gu Qingxiao nodded in affirmation. That is feasible. However, the current strength of the demon clan is insufficient. We must conceal some of our power while revealing enough to instill fear, and I shall also make an appearance. Very well, leave the subsequent matters to me. You may proceed with your plans, and I shall cooperate. Should the plan falter at any point, inform us. Any plan may encounter obstacles, but your safety must be assured. This is the expectation we, the ancestors, hold for you. Regardless of the undertaking, ensure your security. Otherwise, we shall intervene with ruthless force. Gu Qingxiao nodded. After he departed, the seventh patriarch's gaze softened. Little Qingxiao has matured. He is already capable of such foresight. Splendid indeed. I shall celebrate this with a few of them. The seventh patriarch vanished from sight. Time swiftly passed, and before long, half a month had elapsed. As the ancient demon god mountain fell into silence, many factions within the Taitsong realm exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, a black pillar of light cleaved the sky above the ancient demon god mountain, and a figure hovered in the void. In 3 days, our demon clan shall commence the grand ceremony. All are welcome to attend, and do not forget to bring gifts. Furthermore, our demon clan welcomes like-minded individuals to join us. We can provide protection, for our strength is still formidable. As the voice faded, the demonic energy dissipated. However, many factions within the Taitsong realm could no longer remain idle. After all, wherever humanity exists, so too does conflict. To speak bluntly, there are no virtuous souls in the Taitsong realm, for all the good have perished. The implications of the demon clan's message were not lost on them. If the demon clan sought to manipulate the Taitsong realm, they would undoubtedly exploit its denizens against it. There was even the possibility that their own enemies might align themselves with the demon clan, leading to the obliteration of their own families. A single rat's droppings can spoil an entire pot of porridge. Chapter 92. One must act for oneself, lest the heavens condemn them. Take heed. Within the ancestral tomb of the Gu family, several ancestors regarded Gu Qingxiao. Your maneuver is quite ingenious, indeed, rather distasteful. The 16th patriarch draped an arm around Gu Qingxiao's shoulders. I must admit, it is rather entertaining. Some individuals will surely be unable to resist. Regarding the demon clan's grand ceremony, you may attend on your own. After all, we are all allies here, the 8th patriarch remarked with a grin. Gu Qingxiao, well aware of the ancestors' intentions, chose not to inquire further. The grand ceremony of the demon clan would undoubtedly attract a multitude of participants, and the ancestors of the Gu family would likely engage in unsavory deeds, resulting in many disappearing without a trace. Gu Qingxiao harbored his own strategies, while the ancestors had theirs, all for the benefit of the Gu family. One must act for oneself, lest the heavens condemn them. I shall accompany you this time, the 13th patriarch declared. The other ancestors looked at the 13th patriarch with confusion. I wish to protect Qingxiao. The ancestors regarded him with disdain. Why not simply say that following Qingxiao allows for unrestricted action? After all, Qingxiao has a tendency to obliterate rival factions. If one feels inclined, why not act upon that impulse? How clever of you to present such a lofty rationale. The 13th patriarch glared at the 16th patriarch, his eyes filled with menace. You need not attend. The situation has yet to escalate. Should you go, the elders will be nearby, and it would be awkward to engage in conflict with others. Upon hearing this, the ancestors turned their gazes toward Gu Qingxiao, ultimately giving him a thumbs up. You are indeed impressive. You possess a knack for manipulation. It would not be unreasonable for us to eradicate them in retaliation against their bullying of the younger generation. However, they were confident that Gu Qingxiao would not suffer any losses. Gu Qingxiao shook his head, recognizing that the ancestors had grown idle and needed to be occupied with tasks. 3 days passed swiftly. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Gu Qingxiao found 3 individuals waiting for him at the entrance: Tianba, Baxia, and Taotai, standing in a row, their eager gazes fixed upon him. "Let us go. I shall take you on an adventure." The 3 beamed with delight. The azure jade Qilin materialized in the void, and upon entering, the portal to the void opened. Upon reaching the ancient demon god mountain, Gu Qingxiao noticed that numerous factions had already arrived. Observing the 2 quasi-emperors stationed at the entrance, he found himself speechless. The 7th patriarch was indeed exceptional, worthy of his 3 lifetimes of cultivation, possessing an unusually creative mindset. Particularly, these 2 quasi-emperors were of the demon clan, wearing amiable smiles. Many upon witnessing this felt a chill run down their spines, some even hesitating to enter. "Welcome, Divine Songgu." The 2 quasi-emperors greeted him. Regardless of the faction that arrived, they would extend their welcome, a gesture that only deepened the sense of trepidation among others. Tianba's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, having quasi-emperors at the entrance was absurd. However, he noticed that Baxia and Taotai remained unfazed. "Aren't you surprised?" "Why should we be surprised?" they retorted. Tianba fell silent. Baxia, having previously engaged in dubious activities with the ancestors, was accustomed to such circumstances. Taotai, possessing inherent strength, was well aware of the Gu family's situation, and thus found no cause for astonishment. Moreover, he understood that the demon clan was under the Gu family's control. While others came to participate, Gu Qingxiao could only be seen as coming to enjoy himself. At that moment, the ancient demon god mountain opened yet another space. As many factions were expected to arrive, entering the secret realm, the environment mirrored that of the outside world, albeit vastly expanded. The less powerful families displayed expressions of shock, for many were aware that the demon clan boasted formidable emperor-level experts. Creating such a space was a trivial task for them. Gu Qingxiao, sensing the hidden power fluctuations, remained unperturbed. Logically, a realm like Taicong should not harbor so many emperor-level beings. Yet, given the current situation, it was evident that this realm was indeed unique. Gu Qingxiao recalled the ancestors' previous words, indicating that they could only exert emperor-level strength because the Taicong realm allowed for no more. However, the ancestors had once sought to separate the Xiaorao domain. A glimmer of understanding illuminated Gu Qingxiao's gaze. He would gradually verify these insights in due course. At this moment, Gu Qingxiao had seated himself, while 3 individuals stood behind him, surveying the gathering. A considerable number of factions had arrived. The Palace of Rebirth, the Hall of Reincarnation, the Underworld, the Divine Extermination Sect, the Skyward Sect, the Hall of Smoke, and the Hall of Primordial Chaos. Tianba observed the calm figure seated before him, who emanated an overwhelming aura, and murmured to himself. What piqued my curiosity was the presence of beings from the Misty Forest and the Blood Mist Forest, which had previously been absent. It seems this time, the Demon Clan's Grand Hall might devolve into chaos. Many factions that had previously produced emperor-level powerhouses were present, and those without such might were innumerable. This gathering of the Demon Clan was, after all, an opportunity for these factions to observe the unfolding events. They were anchored by formidable individuals, unwilling to ally with the Demon Clan. However, those families with only saints or lacking even a saint would be tempted to join. Particularly, some races facing dire straits might gamble on the Demon Clan as a last resort. Whether demons, monsters, or humans, all acted in self-interest. Taotai remarked casually from the back. At that moment, a few more individuals appeared beside him, the leader of the Ice Phoenix clan and the leader of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Gu Qingxiao nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 leaders were accompanied by Bing Xian and Long Su, who noticed a lingering gaze. "Tianba, you mean those 2, right?" Tianba's expression darkened. Did that Baxia not understand the meaning of subtlety? He scrutinized the 2, lingering on certain aspects. "One had to admit, your judgment is quite accurate. They are rather unremarkable. My physique could easily overshadow theirs. I once heard a joke that squeezing would yield something, but now it seems that was a deception." Taotai widened his eyes at Baxia. The adults were present. "Should you not temper your remarks?" Tianba observed Bing Xian and Long Su with a predatory gaze. Subtly shifting aside, Taotai followed suit. Baxia glared back at the 2. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man before? Keep looking." and I'll sit on you. Qingxiao pressed his forehead in exasperation. What had his clan's elders taught Xia? If you're unattractive, you shouldn't expect to be exempt from remarks. If you have the ability, stay home. The leaders of the ancient Void Dragon clan and the Ice Phoenix clan wore slightly displeased expressions. Elders, your junior's psychological resilience appears lacking. If this is how they react, what will happen when they venture out? Xia abruptly shifted the conversation, implying something. Long Su and Bingxian reigned in their emotions, realizing their mindset was indeed easily influenced. The two clan leaders gazed at Xia, who was now serious, with a hint of confusion. Thank you for your reminder, young friend. Xia nodded, then turned to Tianba and Taotai. Did you see that? Take notes. Chapter 93. Or perhaps you lack the courage? Tianba and Taotai remained silent. Yet inwardly, they were giving him a thumbs up. Qingxiao was equally astonished. He expected this fellow to bring his wits along for the occasion. This is what it means to have control. Xiao's eyes sparkled with pride. Look over there. That person is quite handsome. At this moment, Long Su's gaze shifted to a figure not far away, her expression subtly changing. Taotai and the others also noticed. After all, Qingxiao was already strikingly handsome. Akin to the reader's ideal, could there possibly be someone more attractive than him? The group glanced over, their brows furrowing slightly. A man was seated there, exuding elegance and nobility, his peach blossom eyes casually surveying his surroundings. Xia, Tianba, and Taotai exchanged glances filled with disdain. The man was indeed handsome, yet when compared to Qingxiao, he paled significantly, though he emitted an oddly alluring aura. Alas, the consequences of poor development at a young age truly impacted perception. Xia observed the two still fixated on the man and pondered. I seem to recall hearing from the ancestors about this phenomenon. Some men possess a unique physique that attracts women, and it's often quite intense. Qingxiao remained unfazed, having already discerned that the individual was a child of fate, blessed with peach blossom eyes and the heavenly charm sacred body. A physique typically associated with women had somehow manifested in a man. Hey! Xia suddenly exclaimed, drawing many glances. He raised his head, especially brightening when he saw the man looking back at him, flashing a smile. He then declared, that peach blossom, yes you're quite the flirt. These two here are infatuated with you. Why not take them away? Qingxiao nonchalantly covered his face with his fingers. Tianba and Taotai lowered their heads, particularly Long Su and Fengxian, who felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon them, sensing this was indeed a scene of social death. Yuan's eyes fell upon Long Su and Fengxian, nodding as a greeting. The two averted their eyes, their faces flushed. Qingxiao remained unaffected. The physique of this child of fate was quite extraordinary, and if these two women were drawn to him, it could serve his purpose well, as he had long intended to extinguish both the Ice Phoenix clan and the ancient Void Dragon clan. Their fortunes had always been intertwined, and Qingxiao recognized the connection between these women and the child of fate. Moreover, there was not just one child of fate present. Others were present in different directions. Qingxiao had been contemplating the demeanor of these three children of fate and was beginning to piece together his insights, though verification was still required. Unexpectedly, all three possessed unique abilities. Notably, when one woman gazed at Qingxiao, a fervent glimmer sparked in her eyes. He realized this child of fate had set her sights on him. He had been particularly attentive to her. After Yuan withdrew his gaze, he remained undeterred, fully aware of his allure to women, even to the extent that some might sacrifice themselves for him. In another direction, a young man casually furrowed his brow before relaxing. Welcome, everyone, to our Demon Clan's grand ceremony. We previously encountered some unpleasantness with the Taitsong realm, but we must look forward. The past is behind us. Many seated individuals suddenly opened their eyes, inhaling deeply, having sensed a fleeting aura that, though momentary, had instilled fear in them. Qingxiao sat in place, engaging in a telepathic exchange with the seven ancestors. Seven ancestors. A person with special abilities has arrived, causing these demons to empty their thoughts, particularly the strong among them. I shall impart a forbidden technique to you. Qingxiao transmitted the life and death order to the seven ancestors. The latter's gaze flickered upon reading it. Qingxiao's attention inadvertently drifted to the left, noticing the handsome youth's eyes shift momentarily before revealing a subtle smile. A child of fate skilled in mind reading? A charming man with mind reading abilities. What could the woman's golden opportunity be? This could present a minor complication. It seems a massacre is imminent. These three children of fate are backed by significant forces, as they possess golden opportunities and are entangled with many. It appears I must take decisive action. The Gu family would certainly appreciate it. Gu Qingxiao suppressed his emotions. His intentions were veiled, and the children of fate could not perceive them. We, at the ancient demon god mountain, have also come to an understanding. Coexisting harmoniously is our goal, as we are all here to cultivate. Why resort to violence? Onlookers regarded the demon clan's shameless demeanor in silence, bewildered as to why those who once glorified slaughter and destruction now bore such audacity. Everyone who attends is giving our demon clan face, and we have prepared an intriguing performance for your enjoyment. After the elders spoke, 40 quasi-emperors, accompanied by 10 great emperors, emerged, standing solemnly in place. Many gazes shifted, pupils dilating at the sight. Those who had previously hesitated about joining the demon clan now felt certain. The expressions of various factions in the Tai Tsong realm turned grim upon witnessing the display. Has the power of the demon clan grown so formidable? This is merely their surface strength. How much remains concealed? Divine Son, do you comprehend why the demon clan is acting thus? Asked the leaders of the Ice Phoenix and Ancient Dragon clans as they regarded Gu Qingxiao. Why? Is the purpose not apparent? Since you two elders are aware, why just with a junior like me? The two remained silent, observing Gu Qingxiao's tranquility, unable to restrain their curiosity. Once the formidable figures of the demon clan vanished, the elder who had been speaking emerged once more. It is said that one must engage to truly know another. Previously, if our demon clan had erred, it is only fitting to foster friendly exchanges between both parties, allowing the younger generation to interact. Our clan's prodigies also wish to witness the prowess of the outside world. Naturally, young people tend to be reckless. Thus, we shall impose no rules. In future trials, others will not coddle the younger generation. It is beneficial for them to understand this now, is it not? We have brought forth only 5 prodigies for you to challenge. Their ages are evident. I shall not dwell on that. Let us commence. I wonder who among you is interested? Defeating our prodigies will earn you generous rewards, so do hurry to participate. Or perhaps are you all too timid? Chapter 94. Even I would fail. Gu Qingxiao's exasperation. At this moment, the 5 prodigies of the demon clan stood calmly, awaiting the challengers. Many furrowed their brows, for these were 5 peak, sovereign-level prodigies, not easily faced by ordinary talents. Gu Qingxiao remained silent, knowing full well that even he would likely falter. Observers noted only their sovereign-level strength, but if Gu Qingxiao's intuition was correct, they were likely quasi-emperors. It remained a mystery how the 7 ancestors had managed this, given their invincibility across 3 lifetimes. Such means were numerous. 3 quasi-emperors were enough to toy with these challengers. Moreover, the physical prowess of the demon clan was inherently formidable. Their quasi-emperor strength could easily crush opponents with a single blow. Nevertheless, some stubborn individuals stepped forward. Let me have a go first, declared the holy son of the Northern Dipper Palace as he ascended the platform. Many nodded in recognition. Having heard of this prodigy's revival, Shurjin, devoid of any imposing aura, fixed his gaze upon the demon clan's prodigy. You there? As Magong approached, Shurjin declared, Northern Dipper Divine Fist. Shurjin's audacity to step forward was indicative of his true prowess, being a sealed anomaly. As he made his move, his cultivation level was revealed to be that of a peak sovereign. A fist of light surged toward Magong's face. Magong, however, merely smirked at Shurjin. Upon seeing that smile, Gu Qingxiao experienced a flash of recognition. Wait a moment, that smile? Gu Qingxiao suddenly realized, and his gaze locked onto a familiar figure. No way. The 16th ancestor has arrived, still masquerading as a youth. Gu Qingxiao's lips twitched. Indeed, Magong was none other than the 16th ancestor, who effortlessly shattered the fist's radiance with a single slap. In an instant, he appeared before Shurjin, seizing him by the throat. The crowd was left dumbfounded. This was an outrageous display. As Shurjin gasped for breath, he realized he was being utterly overwhelmed by an opponent of equal standing. The Northern Dipper Palace's cultivators gasped in shock. Hold back, they shouted, witnessing Magong's intent to crush Shurjin. The elder who had been speaking stepped forward. Do the friends of the Northern Dipper Palace have something to say? Can you spare his life? That could be arranged, but our demon clan has just emerged, and resources are. The elder's trailing words were laden with implication, and the gathered audience understood. A Northern Dipper Palace cultivator produced a ring, his expression pained. The elder received the ring, smiling. The 16th ancestor, in youthful guise, released Shurjin, welcoming him to challenge again, offering a discount for the next encounter, and adjusting Shizhen's attire. Finally regaining his composure, Shizhen exited the platform when Ma Gong struck out abruptly, kicking him away. Leave if you're leaving, don't dawdle. It wastes time. Next, Ma Gong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed the remaining prodigies. Many bowed their heads, intimidated. A peak sovereign-level prodigy had faced no resistance and was summarily defeated. Who could withstand that? Qingxiao, observing the scene, anticipated that a favored son of destiny would soon step forward. After all, allowing the demon clan to seize the spotlight would surely incite a response from these fortunate beings. TSK, 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 all worthless. Is there no one daring enough to rise? Ma Gong mocked the silence, his gaze laced with derision. Many in attendance wore grim expressions, for the demon clan's provocation was blatant. Divine Son, should I give it a try? Asked Tianba, furrowing his brow at Qingxiao upon hearing Ma Gong's arrogant taunts. No need. Someone will step up, Qingxiao replied. Ai Xian and Long Su exchanged surprised glances at Tianba's boldness, for while he was infuriating, he possessed a certain gallantry. Yet, upon hearing Qingxiao's refusal, they fell silent. As none of you dare to rise, this round of contest belongs to our demon clan, Ma Gong declared, preparing to depart when a figure flashed onto the stage. I, Scion, wish to test my mettle, he said, looking at Ma Gong with unwavering resolve. As he ascended, another man beside the platform paused, having initially intended to gauge the demon clan's strength. His gaze flickered toward Qingxiao, who had captivated the attention of a woman nearby, her expression shifting to one of intrigue as she licked her lips, pondering his abilities. Qingxiao observed the favored son of destiny stepping onto the stage, directing his attention to Ma Gong. 16th Ancestor, unleash your full might. Ma Gong, hearing Qingxiao's mental transmission, maintained an impassive facade, though internally he was taken aback. After all, he had employed the powers bestowed upon him by the 7 ancestors. How could this impudent boy perceive through his guise? The patriarch of the Gu family had sensed that this endeavor might not unfold as planned. Recognizing that the younger generation's failures could tarnish the demon clan's reputation, a consensus was reached. They should display overwhelming strength to astonish the audience while simultaneously ensuring the younger generation dominated their challengers. Thus, the gaze of the crowd would be drawn to them, securing Qingxiao's safety, even as the elders sought to protect him by diverting attention. Ma Gong regarded the prodigies before him, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Please enlighten me. Before Gu Xin could finish his words, the 16th ancestor had already appeared before him, a sword thrust deep into his body. What did you say? Mo Kong's eyes were filled with confusion. At that moment, those on the high platform were engulfed in fury at what they witnessed. Despicable, shameless, ambushing, lacking martial integrity. Ba Xiao and Tao Tai exchanged glances silent, their gazes focused inward, as if they had deduced the identity of their assailant. Goodness, the 16th ancestor of the Gu family has emerged. Who dares to step forward, but to be a mere offering? Only those who had truly experienced such peril remained indifferent to the scene. Competing against the demon clan, what elegance is there to uphold? Youthful naivety, unacquainted with treachery. Many among them had faced life and death, and they had witnessed Mo Kong's actions without interference. It served as a warning bell for their juniors. Qingxiao rubbed his temples, relieved that others did not recognize the old ancestor of the Gu family. Chapter 95. The human heart, truly fascinating, quite amusing. A great emperor masquerading as the younger generation is one thing. But to ambush? What a character. All the bamboo shoots on the mountain have been seized. After feeling the pain in his abdomen, Gu Xin finally reacted. Mo Kong withdrew the sword with a swift motion. Splatter. Gu Xin coughed up blood. A grown man with such a constitution, neither human nor ghost. Gu Xin remained silent, his finger pressed against his wound. How could this demon clan prodigy perceive his unique constitution when others could not? One cannot choose their constitution, yet he did not expect someone to discern it. It was indeed unexpected. The demon clan's treachery knew no bounds. The 16th ancestor did not speak. What did the demon clan's deceit have to do with him? The 16th ancestor of the Gu family? Observing Mo Kong's indifference, Gu Xin revealed a look of surprise. Humph. A formidable aura erupted from Gu Xin, his peak emperor realm radiating forth. Though not as elevated as Mo Kong's, his presence was no less compelling. Let us battle again. Gu Xin gathered his spiritual energy in his hands. At that moment, Mo Kong moved once more, reappearing directly behind Gu Xin. Gu Xin was momentarily stunned. The power of the void? His scalp tingled, this insufferable demon clan prodigy, resorting to hair-pulling in combat. The onlookers were taken aback. Such tactics were unheard of. With a sharp tug, locks of hair were brutally torn away. Gu Xin winced, his aura flaring brightly, transforming into a protective barrier. Bang! The barrier shattered instantly. Mo Kong produced a brick from his hand, leaping into the air to smash it onto Gu Xin's head. TSK, having no hair made the impact more comfortable. With hair, there would be obstruction, preventing him from feeling the true sensation. Upon hearing Mo Kong's taunts, many prodigies fell silent. This fellow was utterly shameless. Should they cross paths in the future, they feared he would harbor a grudge. Heh. At that moment, Mo Kong erupted into laughter. Many felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing his mirth. Mo Kong proceeded to break Gu Xin's fingers and remove the ring from his hand. Then, he hoisted Gu Xin and hurled him into the sky, kicking him away. In that instant, the expressions of the onlookers darkened. This individual was too monstrous. The demon clan possessed such overwhelming talent. Truly a waste. Tianba remarked, others may be waste, but at least they dared to step forward, unlike certain individuals who dared not intervene and even obstructed others. Gu Qingxiao had been watching with keen interest, knowing full well the purpose behind his ancestors' actions. At the very least, others dared to step forward, unlike some who shied away. The leaders of the Ice Phoenix and the Tai Su ancient dragon tribes exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They turned to Gu Qingxiao. Young master, we apologize. It is our failure in guidance. The two revealed incredulity as they heard the leaders apologize. Their clans were not weak and had no particular fear of the Gu family, especially since the two clans were interconnected. Tao Dai, nearby, observed the two with a glimmer of malice. Gu Qingxiao smiled, addressing the two leaders. I shall not hold a grudge against them. Upon hearing this, the two leaders breathed a sigh of relief. They had previously underestimated the Gu family, but now recognized the caution with which the demon clan regarded them. After hearing the words of the two juniors, they were taken aback. It appeared they would need to impose some restraint on their own juniors moving forward. Gu Qingxiao stood up, and a jade-green Qilin emerged in the sky. His figure vanished without a trace. Ice Phoenix clan, Tai Su ancient dragon clan, you may freely engage your connections for a day. Do not claim that Gu Qingxiao bullies others. Within a day, the Gu family will come knocking. Gu Qingxiao's voice resonated, followed by the Qilin's furious roar before it vanished. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, many were left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Were they not competing against the demon clan? How had the Gu family's young master become embroiled in conflict with others? The leaders of the Tai Su ancient dragon and Ice Phoenix clans wore grim expressions, as did Long Su and Bing Xian behind them. Was this the composure expected of a youth? They merely spoke a few words, yet he could not withstand it. Who prompted you two to speak? Such folly only leads to failure. The expressions of the two leaders darkened. Realizing something was amiss, they shattered the void and departed. It appeared chaos was about to ensue among the powers of the Tai Tsong realm. The Gu family's young master had directly declared war on the two great clans. Truly an amusing turn of events. As the Ice Phoenix and Tai Su ancient dragon clans departed, many others followed suit. Hey, you worthless fools, are you not going to fight? Mo Kong continued to taunt. Many leaders of significant factions pondered momentarily before deciding to leave. They had initially come to observe the strength of the demon clan, but now their power exceeded their expectations. To put it bluntly, they were too selfish, unwilling to be the first to take action. Righteousness? Nonsense. They were not foolish. When the foreign evil demons had appeared, it was only due to their infringement on interest that they had intervened. Now the demon clan had not made a move. They were merely holding a grand ceremony. As they watched one faction after another depart, the elder who had spoken for the demon clan sneered. Who would have thought our demon clan's grand ceremony would become a joke? Much to your amusement. The tone of the demon clan's powerful figure was laced with hostility. Many who were about to leave remained unfazed, knowing this remark was directed at the Gu family, as they had been the first to withdraw. Many cast subtle glances at the demon clan's powerful figures, their eyes fixed on Gu Qingxiao's departing figure, secretly amused. It seemed one should not be overly arrogant. The demon clan had set its sights on them, and the Gu family had unwittingly become the scapegoat. Little did they know, Gu Qingxiao sat within the palace, wearing a cold smile, playing with a teacup that reflected his visage. The ancestor should understand my intentions. A facade of opposition, veiled cooperation. There are games to be played in the future. If I do not ensnare you, I am not Gu Qingxiao. The demon clan's grand ceremony also served as an opportunity, allowing others to witness the demon clan's might. Now everyone knew that Qingxiao's departure was a slap in the face to the demon clan. Given their propensity for vengeance, they would undoubtedly fixate on him. The Gu family's strength was formidable in their eyes. Thus they would witness the confrontation between the demon clan and the Gu family. As for the provocation from those two women, it was, of course, orchestrated by Qingxiao, who skillfully manipulated them to fulfill his subsequent plans. The Gu family displayed some fangs, opposing the demonic clan. Witnessing the Gu family's formidable power, onlookers pondered the prospect of the Gu family taking the lead. Human nature is indeed fascinating and amusing. Chapter 96. Eliminating them would be far less troublesome. Upon returning to the Gu family, Qingxiao directly entered the ancestral tomb, awaiting the return of the family patriarchs. Shortly thereafter, several ancestors emerged from the void, revealing smiles upon seeing Qingxiao. The ancestors rubbed their hands together in mirth, glancing at Qingxiao with an air of mischief. They were aware that Qingxiao might take action, thereby drawing attention to himself, which prompted them to set aside certain matters and engage with the younger generation. Did the ancestors enjoy themselves? Qingxiao inquired. Quite well. Though those young ones are rather timid and reluctant to engage, the 16th ancestor lamented, disappointment evident in his tone. Qingxiao remained silent. After all, those who ascended to the ranks of the celestial sovereigns only ended up getting beaten. None were fools, so why would they venture forth? If you find your amusement lacking, why not visit the ancient dragon clan or the ice phoenix clan? You should not be disappointed. That's hardly worthwhile. They are not the true dragon or phoenix clans. Merely offshoots, another ancestor interjected. We regard their physical prowess with disdain. Would the true dragon or phoenix clans intervene? Qingxiao asked. They would not. These impure bloodlines are of no consequence to them. The ancient dragon clan is merely a branch, while the true lineage remains hidden, the ancestors explained. Their clans can trace their roots far back, having some understanding of our Gu family, hence they would not meddle. Should they dare to intervene, we could send the 6th ancestor, who they would likely find quite agreeable. The 16th ancestor chuckled ominously, observing the malevolent grin on the 16th ancestor's face. Qingxiao chose silence. These ancestors were rather idle, and their extraordinary actions were thus understandable. Their next destination would be the Ice Phoenix clan and the Ancient Dragon clan. In a developed void realm, two clan leaders sat together, their faces etched with worry. How fares your side? One asked. No contact has been established. As we are of impure bloodlines, they are unlikely to take action. Sighing, one leader lamented, I previously believed that Divine Sun Gu was a considerate individual, but I never imagined he would seek our annihilation over just a few words. Ice Xian and Dragon Su stood in the Grand Hall, heads bowed, their expressions equally grim. Even they were uncertain why they had spoken such words. Clan leaders, someone seeks you, a voice called out, and the two exchanged surprised glances. Could it be a helper? Upon exiting, they found it was Gu Siyuan, who was still nursing his injuries. He bowed to the two leaders, greeting them respectfully. What brings you here? One leader inquired. The two ladies spoke on my behalf, and I felt it necessary to pay a visit, Gu Siyuan replied. The leaders exchanged incredulous looks. While others were retreating, this individual was daring to approach. Who exactly are you? The Ice Phoenix leader demanded, suddenly recalling that he too was a prodigy of the celestial sovereign, typically backed by substantial influence. What do you intend regarding the Gu family? Gu Siyuan questioned them. The leaders remained silent. The Gu family had obliterated numerous factions, and even a single ancestor had annihilated an entire domain. They knew they were no match. What are you implying? The demonic clan? Gu Siyuan stated. Upon hearing this, the leaders fell silent, regarding him with keen interest. With Qingxiao's departure, it was, after all, an occasion for the demonic clan. The demonic clan would certainly harbor resentment towards the Gu family, who had shown them such disrespect. If the leaders allied with the demonic clan, the Gu family might hesitate to act. And, do you know why we have not been destroyed until now? Gu Siyuan asked, his expression one of confusion. Because the demonic clan fears the Gu family. Who gave you the audacity to think otherwise? Had the demonic clan not feared the Gu family, they would have acted during the grand ceremony. Why do you think they have not dared to strike until now? Besides, the demonic clan had initially sought to annihilate us. Do you truly believe we could collaborate successfully? Times have changed. Gu Siyuan pondered aloud. Do you believe we would be treated as equals in a partnership with the demonic clan? You must remember the current circumstances. The demonic clan has only just emerged. During the era of chaos, they suffered severe wounds and are yet to fully recover their strength. They will not act recklessly. Moreover, if we were to ally with them, we would merely become their pawns. Such an alliance is inherently unequal. We would be the ones seeking their aid, surrendering our autonomy. Should we fail, the demonic clan would discard us without hesitation. Do not presume you are the only one who has considered this approach, the Ice Phoenix leader retorted coldly. Leave. This world is not as simple as you perceive. Senior. Leave, the Ice Phoenix leader commanded, turning away. Gu Xiyuan's expression soured. This was his first encounter with such a situation. He glanced at Feng Xian and Long Su, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry, ladies. Your clan will not face any issues, he assured them before departing. The two clan leaders sighed heavily. They attempted to contact their clan, but the lack of response spoke volumes. They had been abandoned. Previously, they had submitted numerous resources to their clan, and now their silence indicated a grave reality. Through this incident, they realized the Gu family was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Perhaps even their own clan was wary of the Gu family. After all, how could a faction that dominated a domain be so easily dismissed? Gu Qingxiao, in the grand hall of the Gu family, opened his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips as he sensed something. He had deliberately allowed the heir of fortune to overhear the words of Feng Xian and Long Su. To his surprise, this heir of fortune proved to be a person of responsibility. Let us proceed to have some fun, Gu Qingxiao declared, rising from his seat. At that moment, a figure materialized. It was Tao Tai, though his aura had shifted dramatically. Gu Qingxiao's gaze flickered. It appeared the ancestor had returned his essence. Divine Son, Tao Tai addressed him. It seems your strength has been restored. Indeed, with the emergence of the demonic clan, various powerful beings have revealed themselves. My strength had waned previously, prompting the ancestor to restore a portion of it, Gu Qingxiao acknowledged. He had initially intended to eradicate them. However, they had served a purpose. Now that they were of no value, their time had come to an end. These two clans were entangled with the heir of fortune, although that heir had perished. For Gu Qingxiao, eliminating them would ensure a more peaceful existence.